What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And I've been here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
new loadout system, I think it's nice to have the options to carry 2 M4s in City. I think it's a nice idea to change some new things. Maybe people need to prioritize different weapons in the roles, but I'm not sure how it works, so I'm not gonna say too much. I have no idea, I didn't play it.
I like it how versatile you can get, maybe not at the first glance, but maybe in the future they will keep adding some new weapons and guns and maybe even nades, who knows. And this, you know, increases the skill ceiling of the team game, which I'm personally all for. So props to them. It's a little change, maybe not impactful right now, but over time I'm pretty sure it will get noticed.
I think it would be nice to have on the casual games, you know, like you know, some grenade launchers, RPG. I think the riot shield would be nice to have a little bit, because I know that it's in CSGO as well, but I never seen anyone use it, and I think maybe a scope for some rifle, not for some rifle, like, you know, like back in 1.6, I remember there was like a lot of modes, like you could have your weapon a little, you know, there was some, like we Diggle with a scope and stuff like that, and I used to like it, so maybe on some public servers you can have it.
This game is so simple, yet so hard that I wouldn't add some other things. Like, these strangers are really big for this game, so I'm just curious what it will bring to the table.
You know, there was a troll post about bounty system at some point where people are having like good game and they have like 8 kills and 0 deaths. If you kill that person, you get like, instead of $300, usually you get like 1,000. I think that would be quite interesting addition. Again, adding a depth and layer to like role-wise. You know, sometimes the entry fraggers would become lurkers, and then lurkers become entry fraggers because they don't have a bounty and they kind of want to die. It's like a tactical death, which so far in CS, we didn't really have this concept in mind, and you always want to get best KD possible, but now this would tweak with the economy of the whole game. It's like really geek stuff. But I was thinking about it and I'm like, this might be nice.
Being honest, Overpass is one of my favorite maps, and I didn't check it out yet on CS2. I just saw some pictures on Twitter and stuff like that, but I'm just glad that it's still there. I was a little bit afraid that it would remove Overpass, so yeah, I'm looking forward to see it soon.
I saw it. It's very good visually, but the idea of the map, I don't like it. But I think they made a great job.
I think it looks super good. I went onto it like shortly just to look at everything. And I definitely like almost everything about it. It looks really good visually. I think the best thing for me was definitely the long part, where you have wooden panels on the floor, so you can like hear the difference from long and toilet side. I really like that, and it feels like 2 different places, where before it was kind of like similar and it was like kind of blending in. So yeah, I definitely like that.
I think it's good. It's kind of seems alive, because the water on this map looks insane. I think some PCs gonna get burned.
My playtime is 0 minutes, but I saw it on stream. I like it in general. It's vibrant. It's more like friendly to the eye to look at and to the viewers. The water in the fountain and in the short area of the map, like, it's really nice in general. Like, I think CS2 Overpass, I will like it. I will like the map. The lighting makes sense as well. I think it's much better than in CSGO. So looking forward to play.
A total of 32 teams battled it out in this year's Gamers Without Borders, all vying for the one and only coveted spot at Gamers8 in Riyadh. The stakes were high, fueled by an astonishing $1 million prize pool. And the team that managed to win it all doesn't really need an introduction. Just picture a strong, ice-cold Scandinavian. That's right, it's Fnatic. To secure their spot, Dexter and his crew had to conquer 5 teams. And let me tell you, labeling their path as easy would be a grave injustice. The resistance was fierce, right from the get-go. In the best-of-1 matches, Fnatic fought tooth and nail, narrowly clinching a 16-14 victory against the Czech C-tier powerhouse Dynamo Eklop. The tension continued to mount as they faced off against Sprout, but with sheer determination they came away with another 16-14 win. But as the event gained momentum, so did Fnatic, with both dominant and hard-fought victories over GTZ and the 500. It was then time for the ultimate test. In the grand final, Fnatic found themselves with the unknown force in the form of Looking for All. These underdogs had already defeated the mighty Polish Squad 9, and even one of our Danish favourites, Astralis. The British org Fnatic showcased their class and skill, just as you'd expect to see from a top 20 world-ranked team. Fnatic closed out their grand final with a convincing 2-0 victory, securing their well-deserved spot at Gamers8.
Oh, 2 kills early. Crims comes in, the MAC-10 could clean up.
Next up, not going to be cleared out, and contributing. Oh, snaps into the third as well. However, just like 9, Fnatic's form may leave something to be desired. Their performance in Cologne serves as a stark reminder, but let's not forget, we know what they can be truly capable of, at least as individuals. And any team that underestimates them does so at their own peril.
I started playing in internet cafe. It was close to my home. I just went there and I started to play games, and I found Counterstrike. I always wanted to have more chances, more tournaments in our region to show myself, and I always wanted to play in that big stage, and I'm happy that we did this with Monty, and we tried grinded from nothing to something, you know.
The bomb is going to be planted in a second, and Boris, there is the first headshot that he needed. More might be coming if they face him. You've got to be really careful about this guy's mechanics. We've said it many times. He's looking for more. Oh my God! He stole away another kill. He found Dupree in the back, and he's going to get it.
It feels like a dream for me, really, to represent an Arabic organization, and I'm really excited to play in front of Arabic crowd. Right now we are still new team, and we still need time together, but I'm sure we will be in top 10 in the future.
Simply put, Falcons are the lowest seed team here, going up against the highest seed team in a single elimination cutthroat tournament. So for Falcons, they're on the outside. They're a new roster. They're going for the classic recipe of old veterans, your MBKs, your bodies, players who have seen it all, they've done it all, with some new, really exciting prospects. Lonks, we're getting excited about him from the Sprout days. MHO, he's been floating around in the conversation as well. And then Boros with Monty from the Major, he was one of the hottest prospects. So the stars of the future are here. The question is, are they ready yet? For Falcons, they're on the outside. Is an upset possible? Yes, but it seems very unlikely for this team in the early stages.
I really want to win this big teams. You know, I want to show that I did with Monty, I can do it again. Now I feel more confident, more excited to do better, you know, and I'm really excited to do my best now.
Boris has gotten past though, that the player in mid didn't catch him out, so he's able to find one onto Crad now. Shelby has to get activated, and Boris has dealt with him as well. Zorte tries to step up, and it's Boris.
The murmurs that we've heard about Boris from his time in Monty is that maybe he's a bit of a one trick, right? He's got great aim, and that tends to be the case with a lot of these younger players. You just wind them up, let them go, and they're going to bob heads. And that's what you want. Now the question is, are they going to be able to bottle that and use that, or is Boros in this short time evolving as a player, evolving as a person, and maybe he's more malleable in this team already? This is the thing, Boros is still new on our screens, so we get to learn every time we get to see him in the server. And with him as a prospect, you got to wonder how quick the ego attaches itself to some of these young men these days. So yeah, if he just keeps headshotting, no problems.
We are doing Recall the Call, and I've got two fresh victims with me on the couch. We're going to be going through some clips to try and figure out where they came from, when they were played, and all the rest of it. So, how are you doing, gentlemen?
It's probably going to be very hard, right? So give it a try.
I'm very happy that I'm on the question asking side and not on the having to solve the problem side, but we'll find out, I suppose. The first one, we're on Mirage. It's round 25, and both teams have rifles only, but let's see where we go.
Is that us?
It
This
might be
guy is
us.
definitely not Art. He's been here for...
Oh yeah, he's hiding in the corner
still.
for 1 minute. What's happening there?
Oh, okay, I know who this
Oh,
is.
it's Imperial.
No, this is G2 T-side. This is Nico, number 3.
And you think CT side what?
I thought it was G2 on the city side. So if city
Oh,
side is
they can't play
impossible.
it,
Each other, yeah.
We lost.
So the city side, I am lost.
Should we check? Should we find out?
We check out. Damn.
And it's Virtus Pro on the T side with Ents on the CT side.
No idea. That's impossible. Someone gets that right?
Listen.
Not even Virtus Pro to get it right.
Yeah, impossible.
So here we are working with Inferno. It's round 4. We've got a CT full buy and a T half buy.
Okay.
I try to think, but the car play.
Yeah, very aggressive.
Yeah.
Who went for a car play with 1 flash and got 2 kills recently?
I go for
Very
Vitality.
Yeah.
Vitality T side.
In City, I have no idea.
Inside your things.
Well, let's find out. We don't have any more guesses. It's going to be CT side Vitality.
Oh, no.
I told you I was on the other side. Just kidding.
Size of implementation.
Cloud9 for the T side. We've got one more.
Mirage.
We've got Mirage, round 24, and both teams are fully equipped. What are you thinking? Standard CT side?
Yeah, kind of.
Let's see what the next move is. Rumbles, I like the Rumbles too.
Yeah.
That could be us.
I'm feeling like Furia. Yeah. Shallow died, I trade, it's us. I remember this round, we lost.
Boom, now who are you playing against?
Mongols. That was the
Yeah,
Mongols. The Mongols.
that's Mongols. Monte! Damn.
No, that was the
Close.
first game.
Yeah, good job, guys. Listen, I don't know if anyone else is going to be giving out half points, but I am today, for sure. Very cool. Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, guys.
Let's return to more Counter-Strike.
I'm sitting here with Hooksy and JKS from G2, and we get a chance to chat to them leading up into Gamers8. Gents, you got to be feeling pretty good after IEM Cologne, or are you still... I mean, I know that you arrived very early, a little bit of jet lag maybe?
Jet lag, I don't know, but...
No jet lag, there's no sleep.
Arrived at the hotel at like 7:30, I think I went to bed, and didn't sleep at all on the plane, so a bit tired now after media day.
So this is my thing, because I'm like, oh, how hyped are you about IEM Cologne? But right now you're both looking at me and I can see it where you're like, oh, well, right now we need to get some game time in. And, yeah, we want to have a sleep. But that must have been a pretty iconic moment for you. So tell us what, like, now that you've had a chance to reflect on it, what were the feelings going through you at the time? How do you feel about that whole event?
For me, obviously, it's a massive achievement. Like I've said a few times that I've been playing at the event since like 2014. So, I mean, to win it, well, first of all, to make it on stage is really big for me. And then also to win it is just, I don't think I've actually processed it fully because I wasn't like, after the win, I wasn't too hyped or anything like that. So I'm sure it'll probably hit me in like a few weeks or something like that. But yeah, I mean, for me, it's a big achievement and it's really nice. I just wish I had more time to take it in and, you know, appreciate it more. But you only get so much time on stage and before you have to get off and stuff. So.
No, like I just went there once and once, so it's fine. I didn't wait for 10 years to get it, so it's fine.
Must be nice.
No, I think, no, it's a bit unreal to win those two tournaments in the same year, same season. So as I said as well, like it's only very few players and teams that gets to do that. So, you know, you kind of feel that you sit there with all the legends without being one yourself. It's kind of weird. And yeah, I guess it's the same for me. Like when maybe we get some more time at home or like in the next player break or something, you'll kind of reflect on it and think that's actually crazy what we did. So yeah.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, now the thing is you come into Gamers8 where it's this sudden death, one best of 3, you have to win or you're out. Like there is absolutely no room for error, very big prize pool. Do you think there's a target on your back coming into this now?
In a way, yeah, of course, but we're still only number 3 in the world, so I think like all eyes are still mostly on Heroic and Vitality, which is good for us. And yeah, as you said, we might look a bit tired, and that's not only from the flight, it's also from like Cologne was very exhausting. We put a lot of energy into that event, and I think this event is like, as you say, there's no room for error, so it can be really hit or miss for us. Like if we come into the first game sleeping, then yeah, there's no room for that. So we better wake up tomorrow.
Do you think there'll be a lot of upsets though? Because I feel like this sort of format allows for some big potential upsets.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all you have to do is win one best of 3, and I think for the teams who are the underdogs, I think it's a little bit easier to play than if you're like a favorite, especially like if it's like a single elimination best of 3. So, I mean, for sure, I think there will be a few upsets, but I think they'll like be like in the first round of games, and I think like as the tournament goes on later, it'll be more expected or something like that.
Have you had a chance to look at some of like the more underdog teams or the lesser known teams, if you like? Is there any that stand out for you that you're like, I really like the look of them?
I mean, like for example, the team that we're going to face first, Team 9, is like obviously a really good team, and I think they get like close games versus the top tier teams, but like a few months ago when they were at the RMR, they were surprising everyone for the major and stuff, but I think now they've cooled off a little bit. But I still think they're a pretty decent team, and you can't really like underestimate them or anything like that. And I think like, for example, like a team like Falcons or something like that, it's like no one really knows what to expect from them, and they have roster changes and stuff. So yeah, I think it's like a little bit up in the air right now with a lot of the teams.
Yeah, well, I agree, and I think it's also like I think for all these teams that they have this one map that they're really good at, and unless it's like the one map that you don't play, which is not what's going to happen for us against 9, because they're really good on Vertigo and they will for sure play it against us. So it's always tough to play against those teams that has this one map where they just feel really good, and I think that's the case for all the teams that comes to mind when you think about like underdog, dark horse teams like Apex, Gamer Legion, Falcons, 9 is probably the ones I can remember right now. And yeah, I think they all have like this one map where they just feel really comfortable. And then if you're down 1-0 in a match where you have like really the big dog, then it's tough.
When you take a look, obviously now we've had a chance with Cologne and we've seen there were all the roster shuffles before that, lots of talk about some of those rosters coming in. Is there any team that's changed their roster that after Cologne you've gone, we need to keep an eye on that one, it's going to be scary very soon?
Cloud9, I guess, is like the obvious choice.
Why?
I think like they did pretty decent at Cologne and they had a stand-in for half of it, so I think that's a good sign. And just from like playing them in practice and stuff like that, obviously, like we know that they're pretty good, and just the players that they have on the team, everyone's faced them before and stuff, so everyone knows what they're capable of doing. And I think like Vitality as well, like I think like they'll have like a bit of a slow start with Flames, but I think they'll only get better. So I think those two teams, I guess, would be the major ones. Yeah.
No, I also think, of course, that's something that we have to focus on, but it's way easier said than done, that when you don't make any roster changes, you're not like as motivated to do well in all the tournaments, you know. But if you come in as a completely new lineup, like as you said, Cloud9 barely got to play together, they're motivated to do well in every tournament they play. Where like we come straight from like Cologne Grand Final in front of 15,000 people, and now we go straight back to a studio. It's like you have to really have your mindset in the right space to have the same energy and have the same eager to win, and that's for sure something we will strive for, but as I said, it's easier said than done.
How much work do you put on the mental aspects of it, like you said, with the mindset and stuff? I mean, how much work are you putting in behind the scenes to make sure that you guys are in the right space?
Well, I think we put in a lot of work. We recently started working with our new guy Luca, and on top of that I'm working with my own personal mental coach, so I definitely put in a lot of hours and try to just like not lose to myself or to ourselves as a team. And I think that's the most important, that we can look ourselves in the mirror after the game and feel like we put in all the effort that we had to.
I'm going to direct this to you because it's a bit of a very specific question. Obviously, you came from one of those regions where it's small, and for a lot of Counter-Strike players, what you did is pretty inspirational for them, because when they see you on the stage lifting that trophy in Cologne, they go, you know what, I can do this as well. We're in the Middle East where there are a lot of Counter-Strike players here who have never really felt like they can leave this region or don't really feel that they're up to the level. Like, what is your one piece of advice for people for those players that are coming from those smaller regions? I'm from South Africa. We have a tiny little scene. It's the same sort of thing. Like, what is that one piece of advice you can give them that you think they need to hear?
I think it's kind of difficult because I think in my situation I got a bit lucky, and I think like back then there was quite a few opportunities for my region to go overseas, but not obviously, like we'd have opportunities to go overseas, but we wouldn't have the team to do well and stuff like that. So I think I got a little bit lucky in the sense that I had a lot of opportunities to show myself. But I mean, for example, some regions like here, I don't think they have too many qualifiers and stuff to big events. So I think it's a little bit difficult for some people, but for example, like the South African scene, I think they had a bunch of players who went to North America and they played North American teams and they had the qualifiers to go overseas and stuff like that. So I think like it's hard to say because from where you're from, it kind of depends, right? And I think like for some regions it's a lot more difficult than other regions in that regard. But if you have the chance to play overseas for another team, I would just take it. But that's obviously a lot harder, easier said than done. But yeah, I think like trying to put yourself out there, like playing Face It, or even from a region like this, like uploading videos or something like that maybe would help, or something like that, or like something on social media just to get your name out there, I think would be a good start, because like I said before, I think it's really difficult depending on which region you're from. So yeah, I think it's kind of a tough question, honestly, but I think just trying to get yourself out there more and showcasing like what you have and what you can do, I think is probably a main one, especially nowadays when everything is on Twitter and on the, like, you know, Reddit and stuff like that. Yeah, you can get known pretty easy.
Take a risk and put yourself out there.
Yeah.
TLDR. There we go. Thank you so much, gents.
here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me, break
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna war? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything. Take everything. Leave 'em with nothing. Come on.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
The moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher.
look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now. Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
In a world under fire, one man must become the light. His name is Nasir the Falcon Sharif, master of weapons and kung fu.
What's the gig?
I want you to.
All right, I'm in.
The mission is simple.
Wow, it's like a computer game.
Defeat the terrorists. Good night.
Good morning.
And defuse the bomb.
I'm gonna need a lot of weapons.
I think a pistol will be totally fine.
But when it's one man against 5 terrorists, the Falcon comes in clutch.
Bravo! You defeated my henchman. But tell me something, Falcon. Can you defuse a bomb?
When danger strikes, the Falcon counterstrikes.
Actually, I specialize in using bombs.
This summer, the event of the decade.
Time's almost up!
Join the global offensive at Gamers8.
The red carpet has been rolled out here in Riyadh, and heartbreak in the heat continues in this crazy single elimination format. It's certainly not easy at Gamers8 2023, but we don't like it easy, we like it tough, we like exciting games. Now yesterday, we saw most of the teams who were supposed to win get their victories. Apex, Game Legion, that could be a 50-50. Na'Vi, they were telling us against Fury, it could be a 50-50 as well, but they still went on forward. Today, we've got 3 more great games coming your way. We're starting with G2 and 9, then moving on to Virtus Pro going up against FaZe Clan. And we haven't seen Virtus Pro for quite some time. Let's see how they get on. And then the final game of the day, Vitality taking on Na'Vi. It's exciting from start to finish, but let's see if they can handle the heat.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome on back. We're down here in Riyadh. It is sunny outside. It's hot, and it's probably dark in a few team camps today. We did send some teams home yesterday. That's because this is single elimination. And if you weren't meant to win, well, I guess you're just not going to be doing that. Welcome back. My name is Trace Saranthus. You can call me basically whatever you like, but don't call me on my cell phone, please. Don't do that. Nonetheless, yeah, so again, another day in Riyadh full of matches, and of course, I'm not doing it alone. But before we get into the Savvy pre-show, I need to put some respect on the names of the gentlemen that are here with me. Of course, in the middle, we're looking at a man that was born in January. Don't even know if that makes him an Aquarius, Scorpio, doesn't even matter. Capricorn. Anyway, he's an American professional Counter-Strike Global Offensive caster, broadcast analyst, and former coach of Team Liquid. Did play some professional Counter-Strike at one point, most notably United 5, and he might not tell you this, but his brother is actually cooler than he is. So we'll get into that another time.
Thank you, Trey.
Yeah. I knew it. I knew this would backfire. Now, he's not alone. We do have Machu Kikeres over there on the end. You know him as Maniac.
Did he nail it?
No. How bad? Like one syllable, two syllables? How about
that was great. If I was born in Spain.
Yeah, you got a point there. Maniac, though, you have seen a lot of things. You're actually one of the only Swiss representatives that I can think of off the top of my head. I got Regan over there somewhere. But yeah, you've played in majors. You've been there. You've done that. You've seen it all. And guys, welcome back to Gamers8.
You're going to have to put a lot more work in my introductions if this is what's going to happen here.
Well,
I'm only going to let you off the hook that easily.
I got ruined by the last thing.
I thought it was great, personally. I enjoyed it.
You got my name correct, I guess.
Yeah, it was an attempt. You know what? He's back to just being called Maniac.
That works for me.
Guys, we are in the Savvy pre-show. That's where we find ourselves now. We need to kind of start to lock things in and understand all the things that have happened on day one. A lot of teams came here with high expectations, surely, and some of them actually are going to be going home just a little deflated, Maniac.
I mean, some are probably arguably flying already. Who knows? I think the favorites held their nerves maybe better than I had anticipated. I thought this round would be way trickier. I think some of the favorites got tested hard. You could think about Heroic, you can think about ENCE. Both were in a losing position on map 1, bouncing back, but then absolutely destroying on map 2. Very casual, very normal work day for them. Stayed alive pretty much.
Yeah, but the good part is this is a whole festival, right? So it's not just Counter-Strike, which I know we all love Counter-Strike. That's why you're watching right now, surely. But the festival itself, there's a lot of stuff going on outside. Jason, I know you were on the concourse probably a little bit last night.
Yeah, they got some popcorn out there.
Yeah.
They've got a specialty coffee shop. They have some carnival games. You can win a giant stuffed broccoli or a giant stuffed corn on the cob if you knock down all 3 bottles in one throw. I think I would go for the corn on the cob.
I feel like a broccoli is so out of place. Like, how would you expect? How would you act if you went to dinner with like some friends? They invited you to their house, and as you step into the living room, you see a giant broccoli by the sofa.
Yeah. And it's got a smiley face, too.
It's a conversation starter.
Yeah, it is
a happy broccoli.
Yeah, so as you can tell, a lot of things going on. A happy broccoli. Now, that's quite the mentality.
Happy broccoli.
A lot of things going on here, and of course, there's going to be some concerts as well. But the festival side is, the very fun part that actually takes off, I think, after the sun goes down. So if you're in the area, if you do happen to find yourself in Riyadh, I'm sure you could probably find a way to this. Now, the cool part about everything going on here, to me, not just the Counter-Strike, it's all kind of centralized into the clubs. Right? We're talking about esports organizations and bringing in multiple game titles to compete under one roof here at Gamers8. So in that thought, Jason, you could talk about CGS. I know you love that, but really, this gives a purpose for teams and organizations to play all in one place for one big thing.
Yeah, and multiple titles as well, right? The fighting games they got going on. We saw there was a big Dota tournament just recently. Liquid got 2nd place. That's about all I know about the Dota tournament.
They have to get W's from somewhere.
What? Does it count as a W in 2nd place?
I mean, it's great placing. It's good placing.
Sure, we're just talking about participation trophies.
Oh,
we're 2nd place.
Yeah,
we're back.
We'll get back to that.
We'll get back to that.
You hit me with it a couple days ago.
We'll talk about that while we're checking out what exactly the club awards are.
This year, esports will reach new heights. Welcome to the Gamers8 Club Awards, an unprecedented initiative that will determine the best overall esports club in the world, and also support the entire global community. During Gamers8 2023, the world's best clubs will compete on 2 levels. First, in each individual tournament, and second, in the overall standings. High placements in every title will earn them ranking points, initiating the race to the top. After 8 weeks of intense competition, the winners of the Gamers8 Club Awards will be honored as the best and most successful multi-gaming club in the world. Competitors will fight for the lion's share of $5 million. However, it's not just about the money. On August 30th to 31st, the first annual awards ceremony will take place in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The land of heroes awaits its new conquerors.
Land of Heroes. Well, this is how it's breaking down so far in the Gamers8 Club Awards rankings. That's right, Team Liquid sitting at a second. Twisted Mind's not there, far behind. Falcons, one of those teams from the CS side that is, well, I think they're done here, right?
Yeah. Listen, it's good for ourselves to open our perspectives a little bit, and not just Counter-Strike, of course. Jason, do you have any other game that you follow just a little, out of curiosity?
I follow Smash Brothers. I don't think they have
Smash Bros?
Here. Yeah, a little bit.
I can dabble in StarCraft,
I used to follow a little bit more. I'm a big Smash Bros fan, though.
What do you think about like a hyper-competitive ARAM setting?
Oh my lord! If we had that,
hyper-competitive ARAM.
Trace and I think could go pro in ARAMs.
I think I could maybe hold my ground.
I mean, as long as I get the reroll every time, it's
infinite reroll.
Yeah, if Trace gets the one champion he's good at. He's
there. We go.
Yeah. I don't think it's how it works, but
no, not at all. Not at all. In fact, I will dodge real quick. That doesn't mean I'm toxic. It's just meaning I'm not playing Mumu in any lanes. That's just not.
That's
happening.
boring, man.
Boring. What's not boring though is the format. That's been anything less than that. In fact, we're talking about single elimination yet again. Best of threes, 16 teams. We've axed a few of them yesterday. They are gone. Finito, finished. Maniac, how does it make you feel inside when you see a single elimination pop right up on your screen?
I mean, personally, I'm super happy, but that's because I'm a selfish prick. I'm happy about it. Teams, I'm probably not so happy. I enjoy myself very much.
I'm with you. I wait in tournaments for like the elimination days. Those are the fun days. Those are the days someone gets sent home, and usually you got to wait 4 or 5 days. Here we got it on day 1, got it on day 2. Probably going to have it on day 3 as well.
You absolutely
get every single day.
Yeah. Somebody is getting eliminated. There will be some boo-boo faces around here. There will be some sad faces.
On a serious note, I really enjoy having like one tournament a year, just a single elimination, high stakes bracket. I think it's awesome.
I agree with you.
And he said yesterday he wanted winners take all. So
yeah, I do.
Yeah, I don't know how I stand on that.
I want
Look how much they be taking.
All.
They just take $1 million. Everybody else like GG.
See, 9 through 16, you go home with nothing. 5 through 8, go home with nothing. 3rd, 4th place, nothing. 2nd, nothing. 1st, $1 million.
You're a lunatic.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, I could have told you that.
No, but that comes from someone who, anyway, didn't have a chance to win at the time, so it doesn't really matter. But for someone who actually played the placement, it's kind of cool to win a little bit. You know, you get semifinals, a final here and there.
You were nailing those 9 to 16 placements.
Yeah, I had a couple of these, but at the time you were getting, I don't know, like a bunch of chips maybe, or crisps.
No, cookies from the hotel.
Exactly, that's what you were getting. Yeah. The DoubleTree as well.
Once upon a time.
Remember?
Yeah, so the prize pool, it's definitely all there. It's a lot of numbers to calculate. Luckily, I'm from Alabama, and I can't really count. I just learned how to read.
I wonder where that one was going.
Yeah.
It could have gone many different routes.
Could have gone many different routes, and we could have gone several different routes yesterday based off the plays that we saw, but the realities are this. Our ALJ play of the day is brought to you by the Falcons. We're talking about Deagles, gentlemen. Tell me a little bit about Falcons and a Deagle.
Falcons and a Deagle.
And a dream, perhaps.
Game.
There was a great round yesterday where the Falcons had a Deagle.
Yeah,
you want to take us through that one?
Yeah, I think it's going to be this one. This is Tess's. That's not a Deagle. That's an AK-47. Nice skin there, but here's the Deagle.
Duh.
Here's our boy Boros. Quite a game that he had yesterday in a losing effort, at least on the first map. There's the first, another Deagle added in. Yeah, it's magnificent.
That was some good work, yeah.
Bang.
I was low-key wishing for them to win that first map just to create a little bit of drama, a little bit of intensity in that series.
Yeah, I would have loved it as well.
A little bit unfortunate. I think they had a chance that they let go by on Mirage, but yeah, I still think the series had value. I didn't feel like I was losing my time watching it.
Well, yeah, of course. You look at the scorelines, we're talking about 22-18 in the first map.
That's all you can really ask for, you know?
I mean, the first map,
you weren't losing your time.
No, I do value my time.
Yeah, tell me about that.
How I value my time?
Yeah.
Well,
what do you do to value your time? Okay, yeah, I guess that math does add up, actually. That's one of those I can't compute. Yeah, that was our ALJ play of the day, but for the Falcons, it was all in vain. So, rip, I guess.
They got their wings clipped.
Rest in pepperonis.
Ripperonis, even. Let's take a look at the bracket. I did say they were eliminated, so perhaps you get the bigger picture and it all comes together like this. Cloud9 Ints move on. Heroic having taken down the Falcons, eliminated them, move on to play Gamer Legion, who also found themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation yesterday against Apex. However, at the very bottom now, I want you to take note of this second rung of play. And I'm talking about Na'Vi Vitality.
Talk about Na'Vi Vitality. Talk about Simple Zywoo.
Yes.
Ooh, baby.
How can you not be looking forward to that game? These are some serious quarterfinals that we have. Cloud9 Ants, real test for Cloud9. Then we have, of course, a rematch from Paris as well, Gamer Legion, and Heroic, and as you mentioned, Simple v Zywoo.
Actually, I think for me, like one of the most interesting quarterfinals is the one that we don't even know what it's going to be yet.
Oh, great.
FaZe VP, G2,
nice.
Yeah, 9. But those are the games that, Matthew, you wanted some upsets yesterday. Those are the two, like, there's some heavy
The list of
potential.
possible upsets are going to be really, really small. So, yes, I do believe that VP and FaZe could turn into a slugfest.
VP and FaZe. I mean,
we don't know what VP is capable of.
We don't know what they're up to or what they have.
The only thing we know about them is they are annoying to play against.
And sometimes annoying to watch. But that's for a different side of things and for a different discussion altogether. However, the schedule itself will play out like this. You will be seeing Virtus Pro and FaZe as your middle game of the day. G2 and 9 getting their feet wet to start things off, and then a little Na'Vi Vitality. We did hype that up. We're going to go into that here shortly, but it is a quarterfinal. So, yeah, single elimination brings us into playoffs pretty damn fast, Jason.
Yeah, it does. I mean, and it's a beautiful thing. We love getting that. I mean, this actually feels like even the round of 16 was playoff matches as well, to a certain extent.
That's it. I think it's literally what it is.
Yeah, it's just a playoff bracket.
You're watching a tennis tournament, it's round of 16, and
we just kind of axed it right just after group stages and just kicked it off right with the playoffs, which does make sense, which is ultimately why we do find ourselves calling that last match of the day the LG match of the day. That's right, Vitality and Na'Vi. Yeah, we saw Na'Vi yesterday. They looked a little mortal. You know, we can't really, you know,
they're still figuring things out, right? They're still finding their sea legs. It's a little shaky out there on the boat, and we're going to see if they can right the ship.
Yeah, there's still like a really like a fear factor. And that also when you have both like Simple and Bit at the same time, you saw how they eaten their opponents alive on Ancient. That last game against Fury was crazy.
It's an interesting thing because it almost felt and for most of that series yesterday, I felt like Fury was actually the better team, but I felt like Na'Vi individually was a little bit sharper in most situations.
Yeah, had a couple of Simple moments, nostalgic moments.
Bit on Ancient was a little wild. It went back to rookie year Bit.
Rookie year bit,
which was last year.
That's a dirty bit.
That was 2 years ago. It was 2021, boys.
Time goes fast.
It's really
too fast.
Is it going by faster?
It does.
I can't tell anymore. What I can tell you
on gravity.
no, let's not go down
He's
this road,
right.
guys. This isn't rehearsal now. We can't talk about how Bob Lazar was on location with the aliens. No, we're not doing all that. What we are talking about is our first match of the day. It does encompass 9 versus G2. Pretty excited to see what G2 can do. Obviously, Pasha came down here to support 9. So Polish organization, also a pretty interesting one to watch out. But at the very top of the crop, I think we start with G2.
Luckily for Pasha, didn't bike here this time.
Yeah,
that would be quite a trip.
Yeah, I think that was like a Jacob Pimp-Vinicky journey that he.
I think Jacob's on the way. Actually,
he's biking here. Yeah, nice.
Hopefully we see him.
Or G2. We could take a look at G2 as a whole. Look at this, guys. We're talking about Hooksy right in the middle of this centerfold.
Yeah, and what is already relatively successful here, let's be honest. The Katowice Cologne double is not something that a whole lot of teams have been able to achieve ever in Counter-Strike. There's a very, very short list. But what I'm looking forward is there a hangover? Like we've seen teams sometimes put their hands on a massively important trophy in the tournament after that. It's not being condescending, it's not what it is, or complacency. It's natural. It's human. You just let go a little bit. You feel like you've reached that incredible goal. You don't exactly know where to put your motivation or your focus, and you just slip on the first step. So that's what I'm looking.
And it's an interesting thing too when you think about the players involved. We just watched Nico lift a trophy there, and there were all questions about his career and majors, this, that, or the other. But that had to have been a feels-good moment for Nico.
Absolutely, especially after the heartbreak of the major, of like that whole story of not actually being able to get a major. Probably the greatest player of all time to not have a major on his resume.
Fair. We're going to attend in Rio.
Winning Cologne had to have felt good. It's not going to take the sting off not having a major, but it's a nice little, it's a very nice consolation prize, you should say. And the funny thing about it, we were talking about this in the green room. Nico ended that event as a stud with 1.35 rating. Monacy was right there with him at 1.34, and he kind of gets overshadowed by that storyline. Yeah, he's like, hey, I'm here. I'm an offer. I'm pretty sweet.
Hey, I'm pretty good too, guys.
He was giving a shout out to Fallen yesterday too. He's like, dang, Fallen looks fast.
Yeah, the tweets, huh?
Yeah.
Or what, do we call him tweets? We'll figure this out. But in the meantime, let's hear from Nico, man of the hour.
The champions of Cologne are looking for another run here, and I want to start with this, Nico. Right now, being on top and how good Cologne was for you guys, the mood in the team must be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, once you get such a win in your back, it always helps with the mood, confidence, and all the other things. So, yeah, we're feeling pretty good right now, but we still have to reset and focus on this event. It's not going to be the same in Cologne. The teams are going to be more hungry, less pressure, and so on. So I think a lot of teams are looking to prove themselves again. So we have to be smart, and we obviously have to focus one game at a time. It's a single elimination, so especially with this game, it's very tricky that like we have a bit of weird map pool. Like the Vertigo is really good for them, and yeah, I think we picked Ancient. We had to punish pick them, so it's going to be an interesting matchup. But yeah, their Vertigo is really good, so we have to give it our all if you want to win that map.
I'm glad you mentioned Vertigo, because my next question was around how do you try and break through this? Because we've seen top teams try, we've seen them have a really good run, and they seem like one of the best in the world. So is there something you can notice in this?
I mean, we definitely did our prep, and like we feel okay with it. They obviously have a lot of things on it, and it's kind of hard to prepare for everything. You just like kind of have to read them while you're playing. But I think we have taken down some good teams on this map. Like we have beaten Cloud9 last 2 times, we have beaten Vitality. So I think we have beaten like all the good teams on Vertigo, and if we manage to beat these guys as well, I think we're going to establish that we are actually a good Vertigo team. Even though I hate the map, but we are actually like good as a team. We are not bad at all. So I think it's a good challenge for us to see where we stand on the map.
And for where G2 stands right now, obviously we're looking at results, looking at performance, but I feel like you guys perform better on a stage. Do you like the idea that you kind of got a mini stage here the whole way through?
I mean, yeah, it's cool that we have a stage and a couple of people in the crowd, or 100, I don't know how many people can fit, but but overall the studio and the stage looks very cool. And I mean, for ourselves, we just want to prove people that we're not going to do the same like we did in after Katowice. Like, we don't want to just flip again and just have terrible the rest of the season. So we definitely want to not prove, but we actually just want to like win a couple of more tournaments, or at least have a couple of more deep runs at the bigger events. So that's what we are looking to achieve at this event as well.
So the motivation's still high?
Yeah, it definitely is. We still have a lot to prove.
I like it. I like what I'm hearing. Let's see what G2 get done in the server.
Yeah, I like what I'm hearing too from Nico. He's got a good mindset. It seems like they're coming in here, and we'll get a taste of what is that post-land victory vibe.
And I mean, he's being lucid about the fact that it happened post-Katowice as well. I think that's why they're pretty much on their toes. They won Katowice, and right behind it's top 12 placement on EPL losing to N. So there's been a warning sign then. I'm looking forward to seeing how they handle it now.
We've been waiting for G2 to find consistency so that we can actually say this is one of the best teams in the world, event to event to event, right? We're waiting for that to click in, and I think they're doing the same thing. So it's good to hear Nico say, focus on this. Like, now, let's not rest on our laurels. Let's not be super happy about Cologne, because we got to prove it again here.
Sorry, it's in my ear. Speaking of Katowice, that's in Poland. You know what else is in Poland or from Poland?
9.
No, Polish. They speak Polish, bro.
Do I get a point?
Sure, yeah. It's 9. Fine, you got it. You got a point for that. It is the Polish organization from Poland. 9.
Pierogies.
Yes, Jason, thank you. That is an astute observation. Now, 9 coming onto the scene. They've made some ripples, they've made some waves, and they've got some familiar faces, Jason?
Yeah, they do. I mean, Hades obviously is going to be the one that you pick out. We saw him previously in ENCE, and he's turned into a strong opera for this team and a very strong player center point. I mean, when you talk about G2 aiming for consistency, 9's trying to break out of that thing of just being like an upset team. They need to get past just a team that's like a scary upset squad, and the biggest thing that's stopping them at the moment is map pool.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's been that way for like a year. It's been that way since like the Rio RMRs.
I know, and it's almost turning into a gimmick. Like, it's a stand-up comedy show where they're the Vertigo team.
Yep.
And you think there's going to be an end to that streak. At some point, someone's going to stop them. They've only lost Vertigo once on LAN ever at the top level. It's just Fnatic. They've beaten everybody else.
Yeah. Sorry, Jason, I'm going to cut you right off. I have absolutely.
You're the host. You have all the power.
I will. Actually, let me just pull this thing out of my ear real quick. Oh,
is that a worm?
No, it was part of the headset. It just came off inside of my ears.
Destroying material.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get into the vetoes. You guys want to talk about map pool?
I want to talk about the map pool.
He already said. What are we doing here? What are we selling suspense?
Let's see the maps. Here they come. All right, so Vertigo first. Obviously a 9 pick.
This is the problem. If teams catch up to 9 on Vertigo, because like at the moment, they're done. Because at the moment they're like a best of 1 team, and that's what makes them such an upset team. Is they're going to win Vertigo, they're going to lose the second map, and it all depends on that third one.
For the spice of the show, though, Nuke is the map that 9 played against G2 in Paris at the RMR, and that was a victory for 9, 16-14. It's very hard-fought battle, went all the way to 30 rounds, and 9 were able to get it over the line 16, so we'll have to see. But I'm right there with you. Like, the Vertigo it's too reliant. You're relying way too much on one map, and at some point, it's going to come to an end.
Because everyone knows you're picking Vertigo. Everyone in the world knows it. Everyone in the world knows you're losing Ancient. So here we are.
So what you're saying is you have 9 beating G2 today?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Is that their EP fell in your ear or something?
No, it fell into my brain, actually, I think is exactly where it went.
I think Nico made a good point. They're pretty solid on Vertigo. They're getting better. They can challenge this team. They can take this opening map, and then all of a sudden, if they do that, 9's out.
Just give me a name, Maniac.
G2.
G2. 2-1, 2-0. 2-1.
2-0.
Okay, there will be a little bit of fight, and we're ready to get this one started. Let's get it on.
Shout out, OJ.
The sun is blazing, the moon is shining, in a land of heroes, where the stars are rising. Nobody can stop me, I walk through the fire around here for fame. Who will us the gusts of the storms in the desert, this is not a game. We fight for glory.
Oh, we're back for day 2 of Gamers8 2023. And yesterday, the action was fierce. Fancy, it was tough for these teams. 6 went home, eliminated early on as the heartbreak in the heat continued, mate.
Some of them didn't even get to show on stage, and that's really heartbreaking. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما تشوفون عندنا في المسرح الآن بدينا في اليوم الثاني، جايبين لكم اليوم 3 مباريات بتكون جدا حماسية، كلها بس 3، كلها سنجل إليمينيشن، و6 فرق ودعناهم من البطولة فقط من اليوم الأول، لأن هذا هو Gamers8 CSGO، ما في أي فرصة ثانية عند الخسارة.
And you touched on it, right? Some of these teams didn't get to play on the stage, but now all the remaining teams will be on this stage to fight for this beautiful trophy and a share of $1 million on the line. But we know this, right? We saw a couple of games yesterday. It was 2 hours, but that was back and forth fighting. It wasn't easy the whole way through. But you know that final game, the Navi versus Fury, whew, that could have gone either way.
Yeah, I mean, last game when Navi just took it by like 14, what was it, 6? Was it 5? It was just one-sided. It was brutal for Furia. But honestly, not having Furia in the tournament and like just all after the first day they're eliminated, it's crazy. I still can't wrap my head around it. زي ما تشوفون أعزائنا المشاهدين، احنا بالامس كان في اشياء كثيره حصلت، لكن اليوم اللي بيحصل بيكون مختلف تماما، لانه كل المباريات اللي عندنا ما راح تكون في الستريم الثانوي، كلها بتكون عندنا في المسرح. And the fact that we're going to see all the teams on stage, that's getting me really hyped.
Oh yes, let's start that hype a little bit stronger right now, because we're going into our opening game, and this team, they're the champions of Cologne, but they're looking to prove that they can do more than that. They're looking to prove that they can go further than before. So let's see them. G2 Esports! They take to the stage as the champions just recently in Cologne. But in that interview that I spoke with Nico, he was very confident that they wanted to continue this. They didn't want to have this same thing happening once again. They wanted to make sure that they could come through and get themselves more trophies and show that they can be not just one of the elite, but the very best in the world without a doubt in their minds. You look at this lineup and people, they started to hate on them a little bit too early. They started to blame Hooksy for things, but they proved that they can do it again. They proved that they can bounce back here.
Literally one of the best teams in the world. أعزائنا المشاهدين، G2 Esports وصل عندنا في المسرح بعد فوزهم في IM كولون، بعد فوزهم في كرافيتسا، وأيضا في بلاس بريمير وورلد فاينل في عام 2022. خلاص تقدر تعرف إنه هم من أفضل الفرق في العالم. كل اللي موجودين عندهم ليجندز، وكل اللي موجودين عندهم جايين يثبتون نفسهم إنه حتى بعد كل هذه الفوزات إلى الآن عندهم الدافع إنهم يكملون مسيرتهم في البطولة. لكن خصمهم ممكن يكون شوي من الأندردوجز اللي معنا في البطولة، لكن جاء الوقت إن نرحب فيهم على المسرح. رحبوا معنا في المسرح 9. فريق 9 الفريق البولندي يعتبر من الافرقه اللي ممكن ما يحالفهم الحظ انهم يفوزون البطوله بالكامل، ولكن دائما احنا نحب قصه الاندر دوجز انهم يجون يفوزون البطوله بالكامل، وهذا الشيء اللي ممكن نشهده معنا تكلمنا في نسيج تحليلي كثير على موضوع الماب هول حقهم، ممكن نشوف منه مشاكل كثيره، لكن احنا كنا عارفين انه فيرتيجو بيكون هو الماب الاساسي حقهم، لكن مع تواجد البقيه ممكن ما ادري وش اللي ممكن يصير في الجيم هذا صراحه، بس جيم مره بيكون صعب لهم.
For 9, they've got Pasha in the crowd right now cheering for him. G2 may have the main amount of the crowd supporting him, but 9 here, they need to show us that they cannot be just a one-map team. They need to show us that they can go further. They need to show us that they can dominate in games like this where they've got the opportunity to do so, but it's not going to be easy against G2.
Definitely it's not going to be easy for them. أعزائنا المشاهدين المباراة هذه G2 ضد 9 قد شفناها مرة كثير، وG2 دائما يكون عندهم الفرصة انهم يتغلبون عليهم، لكن هالمرة هذه 9 راح يقدمون كل اللي يعلمون عندهم عشان يحاولون انهم يوصلون الى النهاية. نذكركم ان سنجل إليمينيشن ولا عاد في فرصة ثانية، ف9 لازم يعطي كل اللي عنده.
The teams can take their seats, they can go and get themselves ready, and it's time for us to get into the game. It's G2 taking on 9.
على طول نبدأ في المباراة أعزائنا المشاهدين مع المعلقين. G2 ضد 9 تكون من أحمس المباريات اللي معنا اليوم.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? Welcome to day 2 of Gamers8 2023. And my God, have we ever got a game for you? G2 taking on 9. My name is Henry G, joined by Anders. Now, Anders, I know you're a bit of a fan of Hades and Co. We're starting off on Vertigo. Do you feel like this could be the banger we're looking for?
It had better be for 9. The desk were going through it very nicely. Yes, this is the map that they play all the time. They've innovated some really cool stuff on, especially that outside run boost towards the B-bomb site. I do love this team, but they did come up really, really hot during the European RMR, and then they haven't done nearly as much since as I would have liked. I'm still supporting them. I think Hades is a great player, but I think in general, it's just a fresh team. And the desk also touched on the fact that G2 have this way of falling off pretty quickly. I made that prediction. We did some interviews on day 1 or 2, I think, and that's what I said. I said, you know, I think G2 have a history of sort of letting go when it really matters. So,
well, Nico did say in his interview, at least, that he wants to avoid that. They know that's a curse that can happen after their victory in Katowice last year. It felt like they kind of dropped off the face of the earth. We didn't see anything from them for about 3 months. So hopefully looking to hold on to the form we showed in Cologne. Currently considered one of the absolute best teams in the world. The problem was, I suppose, is like Modesty and Nico are firing at the absolute peak of their skill ceiling, right? They were unbelievably good. Whether they can sustain that sort of performance is yet to be seen, but I'd love to see it happen.
Who wouldn't? It's some of the most entertaining and fun Counter-Strike there is to see. And I have a feeling even if this ends up being a one-sided, which it could be that 9 are just not going to be able to stand up to the likes of Modesty and Nico. I still think it'd be a really fun game because 9 just play explosive and energetic Counter-Strike. They are not afraid of anything. They'll challenge anyone. And I think it just makes it a lot of fun to see.
So we are going to kick things off in Vertigo. It's a point of contention here for anyone playing against 9. They've played it 17 times in the last 3 months, won 12 times, and on LAN they seem to win every single outing. I guess the problem for me is though, surely there's so much information out there should be a way to counter them, and G2 pound for pound have got better players across the board. I feel like it should be a 2-0, but you just never know. This 9 team is so difficult to take down on that particular map, and you and I have cast them a few times on it, and it seems to be replicated each and every time.
Well, you know, that's why they teach your children that thing about not putting your eggs in one basket.
Exactly.
But, you know, 9 just aren't listening. I agree with what you're saying. It is really risky. We'll find out how it goes. It's the first map that we've got coming up. G2 and 9 going to be kicking off on Vertigo. 9 starting on the T side with G2 on the CT side.
Absolutely true. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, I'll reiterate it one final time. Single elimination, losers best of 3. You are done. And we'll get into the action right now. Of course, 9 standing on the T side is their pick. A couple of smokes, a Molotov, and 2 flashbangs. We've got Julies for Hunter and Kevlar as well. And in terms of the initial setup, nothing too profound. No quick rushes, no executions off the bat. They're actually focusing towards mid control, which you don't see too often on the pistol rounds, Anders.
Yeah, JK is very comfortable just also walking back from the B-bomb side, so it feels like both G2 and 9 are doing the same thing. It might be one of those information plays like you talked about. They know what's coming. Hunter with the dualies and the setup of the flashbang on Hooksy, absolutely fine. Probably didn't need to move forward in the Minio there, but, you know, it's all right.
Once you get in the zone, though, you get a couple of headshots, the bomb's down, you feel like the job's done, and now it's going to be a difficult recovery, but Minio there actually managing to take down Hooksy. The smoke's down, they've got the bomb, but this could still be problematic for them.
how did they... I have no idea how many won that fight. He peeked it with a grenade in hand and still somehow lived through it. But you're right. The fact that the bomb is down in the middle and in control of the CT side is obviously dreadful news for 9. Hades and Kyla, what are they coming up with here? m0NESY is ready. Playing with that USP with no silencer. Oh, it's a weird sound. You might not be used to it. They know exactly where he is. Kind of getting double peeked in that moment, and Hades, nothing you could do. m0NESY with the last kill, and it's G2 off to a decent start.
Well, there it is. It was the mid-take that 9 were going for, but that was a bit of a counter-strat, I felt like, there from G2. They had the perfect setup to deal with that. They were waiting for the flashbang to come through. Hunter was tucked in, anti-flash position, waiting for that moment. So I feel like they've done their research here, and to say the very least, great effort there from Hunter to kick things off, and I think we have a little bit of a technical pause just to catch our breath. So it will be 1-0 for G2 to kick things off on their opponent's map pick. No bomb was planted. We're yet to be seen if you want to buy up in the second round. You can take a full eco here, get the AKs on the third, or bring out the Tech 9s and go for a set piece. So we'll see what they've got in mind. But like I said, Hunter was more than ready for this. You mentioned it, probably didn't have to swing for the third, but he was hitting every single shot. Some decent replies, but ultimately a very comfortable pistol there for G2, 1-0. And just to have a look, it looks like just a TeamSpeak issue, Anders. So nothing to be worried about.
Nothing too bad. How are you enjoying the sunshine? Henry, you and I are both from islands where there is no sun, really.
Well,
there's a lot of rain.
I live in Malta.
You live in Malta now.
I have no real excuse. I should be better than I am, but I don't really go outside too often. The problem with the heat here is it's like 45 degrees, right? You go outside, you take a breath, and your lungs get warm. I've never experienced that even in Malta. So I'm not doing too well. And it's the difference between, like, you go from inside the buildings where you're freezing cold and you go straight outside to boiling hot. So I'm just staying inside for now, Anders. I don't know about you.
No, I enjoyed sort of the walk to the bus is just about what I can manage. But it's a real interesting experience for sure. Nothing like it back in Denmark for sure. But yeah, hopefully the TeamSpeak issues can be resolved. I think they're saying already that they're probably good to go. You want to get these technical issues out of the way a little bit earlier on.
It's good to do it in the first round, and now it kind of sets us up for the rest of the series, and we'll have a look as to whether 9 want to force buy in response. They are known as the masters of Vertigo, but as I mentioned, as I speculated, surely with all that information, they've played it so much, you should be able to counter them, and we're seeing glimmers of that in the first round. In the pistol, they knew exactly what was up there. Hunter shutting them down, those Julies, and just looking at the buy coming in for G2 as well. They focused on the rifles here. 4 rifles, Anders. So they're not preparing for this round. They're anticipating the AKs coming out in the third. So they want to keep this as clean as possible, get all the utility they can for that first gun round. You're expecting the full eco here from 9, but there is the possibility of a set piece on this particular map. But they've gone for the full eco, just as Zeus for K here. And they're going to be sending all 5 members in towards A, making a lot of noise. They could fall back, I suppose. Just trying to bait out grenades. Try and get anything. Oh, like, no way, actually hit.
It did. That's such a sick play. Just knowing the timing, realizing I can get this.
So what are the rules of the Zeus? Because does it have to be super close? Does it have to be like right down their throat before 100 damage? Because if you get it to connect with any range, it should be a kill. If you ask me, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess you can make that argument. It's true. It is a bit weird, but yeah, it does have like a fall-off damage depending on how close you are. Don't know the exact range of it, obviously, but I've seen it both through, I think, the 20 health there, but I think 96 is something you see a lot where it's 4 health left.
I've never got a Zeus kill. I'm going to put it out there. Never tried to get one. Never picked one up and given it a go. But they give it a good effort.
I've been theory crafting for many years that the run boosted Zeus is really the way to go. Yet to convert anyone.
True.
But I feel like there's something there, you know. And 9 would be the team to do it. They have some insane run boosts, so they would be the team to pick it up. A couple of SMGs kills at the end is going to be kind of nice. But it sucks that they couldn't pick up the M4 on Hunter. It would have been nice if hooksy could have made it over and thrown away the MP9. It's a really small difference, but still, G2, 2-0.
2-0, and 4 M4s available for them, and it'll be hooksy on the MP9, but they've got a plethora of utility here. That's Nico taking care of business there towards the A bomb side. m0NESY spraying them down. Nothing to write home about in this particular round. They got a kill, and here come the AK-47s. 9 to put their best foot forward here in round number 3. Kyla just probing toward that B side, spamming the usual spots, trying to inflict any damage. Speaking of which, it's Nico down to 23 early on. This A-Ram battle is always so interesting, and significant damage early on, but not committing just yet. Just trying to bait out the utility, and there's the second smoke as they fall back in towards middle. There is a boost for hooksy, though. I actually like this setup here, so they're getting the most out of the SMG. not necessarily a one-and-done position, but if you can get one and just drop off, get the hell out of there, it would be perfect. So Hades to lead the charge. Molotov's coming through. We'll see what whoopsie can make of this one. He is alone, just to know that.
Very hard to flash in this position as well. Oh, they will get one right in his eyes, just as I said it. I'm sorry, whoopsie. Goofy with the kill ultimately, but JKS is still here. He's been such a reliable player as of late, so going to be able to do a good job. Hunter showing up from the A bomb site to take down Goofy and Kyla both, and K and Hades, the last two left. And again, the bomb is lost to the 9 side.
It's almost the same round as the pistol we saw there.
Yeah.
Getting him towards middle, losing the bomb, and then left in this horrible 4 versus 2. But Hades, he's behind enemy lines. They have no idea, but for now, construction is the area they need to be focused towards. 30 seconds remaining. I'm not really sure what 9 can do with this one. Hades hoping for a mistake to come through. If he finds a pick towards CT spawn, maybe this round is back on. There it is.
Oh, God. What a shot that was.
Yep.
You said maybe back on. 19 seconds. A 2 versus 4 turned into a 2-on-3. Hunter peeks out, and that's a little bit easy. Hades was already low on health. 3rd kill of the round for Hunter, and Nico will find the other one. So they will eventually evaporate. But yeah, the fact that the bomb is lost that deep in the middle is hard to overcome.
Wow. I thought they were done for there. whoopsie got absolutely obliterated by that flashbang. It was looking so good for him, an ideal position, but he caught a face full of flash. Down he went, but then Hunter saving the day, pushing the smoke. What a brave maneuver that was. They didn't see that one coming at all. A decent effort from Hades to try and pull the round back, but ultimately Nico and Hunter working in tandem to secure that 3rd round. 3-0 and a partial buy with no plant coming through. So pretty much Tech9s across the board. 1 smoke, 4 flashbangs. So they're just going to try and enter towards the bomb site, bombard it with those flashes and see if they can get a plant down. And it looks to be maybe B they will be focusing towards. whoopsie will take first contact. It's all about JKS right now.
Yeah, in the back line with all 30 bullets of the M4A4 and doing a fine job, even conserving them quite well. Double, you can see most of those kills were assisted by flashes as well coming in from the CT side. So really slowing it down, not allowing even for a bomb plant, and no casualties either. G2 are loving the way that this is going.
So you're going to assume a Hades AWP will come out right now. There it is. This is when the game really starts. 4-9. It's the worst possible start. G2, this is looking fantastic. Barely giving anything away. 4-0 right now. The money's flowing, averaging around $5,000 per player. But like we said, the 9 AWP, this is when they have their full array, their full setup. And they will take a tactical timeout just to discuss their options here and how they're going to approach this first round. Problem is, when you take these sort of timeouts, G2 know this is a chance for them to counter whatever they come up with. Maybe they go for an aggressive push here. Maybe they're trying to probe and claim map territory. And we'll see what they've got in mind as we get into round number 5.
And Hades is quite a flashy highlight all player.
He is.
But he's up against Monacy on the other side.
What a matchup that is. A tantalizing one, Anders.
Do you like to see that? I mean, I think most people right now would have to pick Monacy just for the brand alone. But,
yeah, that's
but
fair
Hades
enough.
not to be underestimated, I feel like.
So, here we go. Gap smoke thrown from T-Spawn, meaning that the scaffolding area will be blocked off of the CTs. whoopsie patrolling middle this time. Smokes exchanged. And a defensive setup. No CT aggression here. Not pushing or probing the map. A 2-1-2 setup. Smoking off those key choke points, and it all goes a little bit quiet for now.
Very quiet, but G2 deciding to go back and actually meet up with whoopsie. So they're going to try and really focus on the middle. That's a theme that we've been seeing before.
It's normally, like we say, like every now and then you'll see a couple of rounds towards middle, but this is unprecedented. A lot of aggro in this position, and speaking of which, Hunter with the perfect swing, courtesy of a whoopsie flashbang there, another double kill, 5-on-3. The round is recoverable, a nice little boost here. Could yield at least a frag.
That was actually so sick. Hades knew what was coming. He saw the flashbang. He knew he was going to get peeked up close. He wasn't even in any doubt. He just didn't hit the shot, but he had a great understanding of what exactly that grenade meant. Yeah, this is starting to fall apart a little bit more than you would have wanted to. He's working on the other side, trying to see if he can actually make it onto the bomb side, although he's being held by Nico, who's right there.
We're seeing a lot of this recently. It's quite meta to try and sneak up on the A side where your teammates are providing distraction elsewhere. If you can thread the needle and get in a prime position like KH right now, difficult to flush him out. If he catches Nico, that's the bomb side open essentially. So with 30 seconds remaining, they get a transition back towards A, but it's all on K. He needs to find an opener, and he can't deliver. Monacy, lovely shot there, great awareness.
Yeah,
that should be it, right?
It really should be. 15 seconds. I doubt if it's even worth it to do well here.
Nico's got the incendiary set up for the plant as well. There's literally nothing they can do. They have to save at this point. So as soon as that comes in, yeah, they know it.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. He lands right on top. No chance. Yeah, might as well try. Either you run or you die before the timer runs out. For Hunter, though, so close to finding Minio. That could have been a gut punch right there. This idea of attacking both bomb sites or even the middle all at the same time is something that VP did back in the day so well on this map. And it's just so hard to play against because you do feel like we can't really rotate, we have to defend everywhere. And if there's any success, if they get a little bit of an inch on the A bomb side or the B bomb side, they would just, revolve their whole strategy around it. Now, what VP did back in the day was they obviously played it in like the last 7 seconds of the round, which is very hard to do. It's very hard to do as any team, but there is a precedent, there is a history of doing this thing where you are spreading your attack out really wide on Vertigo, and it can work. It's been shown.
Loving this from G2. They have downloaded the 9 strat book.
Yes.
They have got every maneuver under lock and key. They know how to shut down whatever their little moves are, and that push towards middle from Hunter and Hooksy there, they had a firm grasp on what was being presented there. And this is looking much better. An opening frag at least, make it a couple. They've actually got the man advantage for the first time in this game. It's down to Hunter now, looking for multiple frags, and he keeps delivering time and time again. 10 and 3 right now. Takes the advantage once more. Round not over. We have got an AK-47 from Minio, but not for long. Hooksy on the AWP with an absolutely beautiful shot there, Anders.
I didn't realize it was him until I saw
it. Yeah, right. I was like, I've got to be honest here. That was actually pretty nice. Pretty dirty.
Imitating him, and he's getting another kill there, but the adjustment from Hunter to get the second one was wild. Yeah. I thought he was going to get shot in the side of the head. You're not wrong, though. 9 did at least get some of the openings here, which is obviously a big difference maker, but it doesn't matter. 6-0, and I think you're right. They look very comfortable. They look like they have a very good read on what the Polish side is doing.
They're in their heads right now.
By you, Henry. You said it.
I feel like it just has to be a matter of time. We can't keep having this conversation and no one can beat them on Vertigo. Eventually, you'll have the target on your back. Like we always say about top teams, when you win a Grand Slam, you win a major, there's the curse that comes after because everyone's not only replicating you, they start to kind of innovate your strategies, using them against you. And yeah, it seems like G2 have done their homework here. They did not want to be embarrassed here today on Vertigo. They knew it was coming. And this is looking very good indeed. Nico, amazing one-way play. Another orb shot hits. This time it's down to JKS. He needs multiple frags here. Should be able to find it, looking for the triple. He does enough though. A 3 versus 2. The B bomb side is open. They'll get a plant down for pretty much the first time in this game. And they'll cancel for now, waiting for the utility to come through. And then Sentry's going to slow them down.
That's a really big problem. If they had the bomb plant right away, it puts a lot more pressure on G2, but now they can relax. They can set up the retake. They don't have to worry quite as much. Ooh, it's a nice idea with the flashbang going over, but Hades, he's still good for that shot on Nico. And now it's a bit more interesting. 2 versus 2.
Here we go. The first real chance for 9 to pick a round up here. And Hades, he's in full control. He knows he's got a prime position at AWP, waiting for an inquisitive CT to push some information. They can rock the clock down, and there it is. Great read. It was just a matter of time before the CTs felt uncomfortable, and now it's down to Hunter. Problem is, though, he's finding 2 kills pretty much every single round, so this one's well within his wheelhouse.
He faked it. He faked the audio. Hunter ran back, and now he's walking back to the A-bomb side. And Minio did hear it. He did hear the footsteps, but they're still making the right call. They're still moving in the right direction. But that is a very sneaky play from Hunter. And maybe it was just a little bit too curious. Maybe Minio did think in the back of his head, why is he giving away the footsteps? And that's the kind of, chess play that's going on all the time. You have to think about it. Am I hearing these footsteps because they want me to hear it, or is he genuinely making a mistake? And I like the attempt from Hunter anyway. It's a sick plan. Imagine if they had fallen back to the A-bomb side based on the footsteps going towards B.
Well, time for the Hunter to sniff out his prey. He's given this one a go. No utility. Just gonna have to be raw skill as the bomb ticks away. At this stage, just taking down some players, causing financial damage might be the top end of what he can do. But it's Hades with the hat trick. They'll post their first round, and it's 6-1. It's a scrappy one, but they get the job done.
If you look at the scoreboard as well, it tells a concerning story, because I think Minio's got 7 kills, Hades has got 4, and I think 3 of them were in that last round, and everyone has 1, 1, and 0. So they have had almost no output in the first 7 rounds, except for Minio, who's been doing some great work. But otherwise, they need to get the roster online. Like, apart from any strategy or whether G2 are countering or whatever, we need to see 9 just come up with some more kills.
Well, yeah, that's not going to be sustainable to find a boatload of rounds. That's a hat-trick from Hades in a very tense situation. He had to hit some absolute bangers. We'll see what Nico making it aggressive, of course, and it's a perfect maneuver looking for the double kill. Can't quite find K, who will post his first frag of the map. Back to a 4-4. Damage inflicted, and they're happy with that. They'll take the 4-4 trade. They can reset at this point. They know they have the advantage as Hunter looks over the smoke. And it's Hades to deliver once again. So, like I said, a full reset. They still have the majority of the utility, 3 smokes, a couple of Molotovs here. As we're setting up the one-way under the ramp, allows you just to have the one-way, allow you to have vision, and deny CTs having any control of that ramp. Meanwhile, though, up the B steps already. They might not be ready for this one.
JK has been so efficient in this corner, and nobody's Molotoving him out, so again, he's going to be good for it, but I don't think he had any head armor.
He didn't. Just got 3 of them don't.
Yeah, that's a big issue. That's why he got that beat up in the corner. Goofy's going to be good with the Galil for at least a couple of them, and now it's m0NESY 1 versus 2. But with the AWP, you just never know. He's exactly the kind of player that could win these rounds. Hades on the other side, holding one side of the generator, and the bomb is being planted. He's hoping for a mistake. He'd love to spot someone out there, making a bit of noise. Not really that afraid, just walking into it, and Hades, he's good for the kill. A second round for 9.
This should be the tactical timeout to G2. Wheels starting to fall off here. Hades coming online, finding kill after kill, opening frags. It was a nice little aggressive push there from Nico. Got 1.5 kills, but like I said, back to the 4-4, allows them to reset. They can bail out, and Goofy starts to make himself known here on Vertigo as well. Great sequence with the Galil, and it's m0NESY that can't make a dent there in the 2 versus 1. So as predicted, it is going to be the G2 tactical timeout. That money's becoming a bit of an issue here. Even after winning 6 rounds in a row, there's going to be some compromises, some concessions into round number 9. So JKS and Hunter bringing out the M4s already. It's m0NESY with 1900, Nico with 3K. That's the issue here. Are we going for SMGs? We're going for Deagles? Are we going to try and squeeze out the m0NESY AWP on Hooksy $6,000 here? So that's all the conversation right now. I would say it's probably worth it. It's probably one of those rounds you want to give m0NESY the AWP and say, go find a pick. This is one round we need you just to open things up. So they will purchase it, and you would assume m0NESY at this point, he'll go for maybe a B pick, deep in middle, perhaps look towards T-spawn. And let's keep our eyes on him. Let's see what he's up to here. He has to deliver early in this round for them to stand a chance. As we said, Deagle for Hooksy, Nico with an MP9, and just a shout out to Hooksy as well. He kind of pits it out there quite a lot. He is a selfless player. He's happy to sacrifice his own stats and weaponry to make sure his stars can shine, and that's what you'd love to see.
Yeah, you need someone who's willing to compromise in a team. You
need it, yeah. There's been issues over the years, like you think of the old Na'Vi where Simple would have a Deagle and like Zeus and Edward would have the AKs. That's the kind of thing you really want to avoid.
Simple's still getting more kills, of course, but
yeah.
This is ridiculous.
No, this makes a lot of sense. And m0NESY, not hyper aggressive, holding towards the A ramp for now, and it looks to be maybe another B player, at least a B probe, as Nico. He'll be given that MP9.
They've used so many grenades, 9. I don't mind the double HE and the Molotov on top of it, because you're going to catch someone there. I don't understand how JKS is allowed to stand at the back of the bomb site without getting Molotov. It's one of the most Molotov positions on the map, and yet he's always getting at least a kill and sometimes a double from back there, and that's because 9 just aren't conserving the grenades to do it. Good shot, though. m0NESY actually missing one, and Hades somehow getting the better of him. That's a little bit shocking. 3 versus 4 now. And JKS, he's actually moved into the position that they previously double-naded, so they might not expect it. Oh no! He should have been dead. I'm confused all around.
Yeah, that's a weird one. JKS in the perfect position there and gets bested by the MAC-10. He had a helmet as well. So that's going to be the round, I'm afraid. Hunter and Hooksy can do nothing about this one. 4 versus 2. Kyla getting the all-important frag towards that B-bomb side. JKS gets the double there. It's right back on. But that's now going to be 3 rounds in a row for 9. In terms of loss bonus, of course, that does mean they'll be getting $2,400 into the next round. So saving the M4, the Deagle, it won't do a whole lot for them, but it means they'll have something to operate with, because otherwise it's a full eco. To even present a half buy, you need to have at least $2,000 in your bank account. So with the $2,400, that's like, what, a P250? At the very top end. So yeah, saving this AWP especially would be massive, as Hooksy can't replicate his good form from previous rounds, but Hunter will pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they're going to be able to save what they got here, so it's a good adjustment, right? It's not too late for 9 to make a real half of it.
No, this is their home turf. They lost a pistol in that first gun round. As soon as the Hades AWP came out, though, Anders, 3 rounds in a row. Yeah. So he's delivering on all fronts here. He's currently 6-6. They just need K to come online. He's 1-9, but overall this is looking like a decent recovery here. This was the moment. I can't believe that the MAC-10 came out on top, and we will have, as we mentioned, the AWP and the M4 here. So can't really bring much else apart from a few upgraded pistols, but still a very viable round. And once again, m0NESY need you to look for that opening frag. Holding defensively the A ramp, I don't think will be enough. There's just too many smokes to deal with. They've got too many good protocols to deal. And actually going towards middle this time. That's a nice adjustment. He knows he can probably find an opening frag there. But 9 have kind of given up on their efforts towards middle after being shut down so much. It is have to be towards the A ramp, and Nico will have to try and defend with the Desert Eagle. Connects with one, but that's all he finds.
I think he came off that kill because he assumed the first one was a headshot. It looked like he pulled his crosshair away, so quite trusting in himself, but didn't quite get the shot that he needed to continue the mayhem. We've only lost K so far. I don't know, with Modesty still being here, there is a way to do this. Some wild spray coming out from on top, and Modesty's been boosted up into the corner. There's the first kill for him, taking down Minio, but Hades is still back here. He's hit every single shot so far, it's crazy. 2 versus 3, and a bomb, still plenty of time to get that plant home, but Kyler is kind of low on health. That does have me worried. You can spam that box from certain angles.
3 versus 2. No kits available, might just be worth the save once again. You'll give it a go. He spots the boot of Hades there. I just don't think they'll give him enough. Until they tap the bomb, no one's going to peek.
Oh my god, that was Modesty jumping. Hades is quick. That's going to make it a more interesting game, but you're right. Why would they peek before they hear the sound of that tap? And there's no kit either, so very long time. If they wanted to force it, they would have to have done it about 10 seconds ago. JKS looking for the last kill. If he could have got it, actually wanted the AWP, but gets denied. Goofy on point.
Yeah, that's a very good read there from Goofy, sacrificing himself potentially to deny the AWP. He gets the kill, and there's nothing taken into round number 11 here. That's 4 rounds in a row for 9, showing us why they're considered to be the world's best Vertigo team right now. They're currently ranked, what, 17th in the world, but this is their home ground. This is where, I guess Jason has done it. They're kind of considered a best of 1 team because they always win Vertigo, and they have to try and close things out in the 3rd map. That's normally how it goes down for them. But a buy available, finally, again for G2. No Monacy or, but certainly very serviceable with the M4 himself as K continues to push through the smokes here at the A ramp. CT's not providing much pushback at all, allowing them to have it, focusing their efforts towards middle once again. Come on, Hooksy, what you got for us? Hunter debating in.
Yeah, he's got backup is what he's got for us. Let's see, no flashbang thrown. They wanted to boost, and they get caught in the middle of it. Hooksy out in the open. It's actually a little bit shocking that Goofy doesn't realize that there's a second player there, because there's a suspicious movement. He's still going to get traded. And it means it's a 4-on-4 now. Nico started to move forward. Would love to find a kill here. Probably a little bit bored and just waiting around. He's trying to look for that tiny gap in the smoke. Unfortunately, I think is stopping him from seeing anyone on the other side. But he's got the right idea. A flash from a teammate right now, and he could get the kill easily, but he's a little bit alone.
You can see he's quite tentative to take that peek. He knows that there's a chance the orb's down there at the bottom. He could give himself up for free, essentially, but this is looking like a B split. They don't have much utility, but they have got the manpower on this side of the map. It's Minio looking to deny any rotations from construction. You can see JKS is overworked in this position, doesn't have any backup whatsoever. He would need at least 2 kills to stand a chance here. Flashed off his defensive hold, and now he's in a lot of trouble. First kill is his, but you can see he has so much to deal with. Hunter providing the backup, and they have the advantage here. Kyler flashed, still finds the kill, and now Hades. 3 versus 1 clutch as he goes for the plant.
Yeah, he's going to go straight for it. Doesn't even fake it or anything. Does get the bomb plant at the very least, but he's so trapped back here. Misses the first. I think he has to hit that one. Unfortunately, every time you miss a shot, if you're that boxed in, you're probably going to take a good, 20-30% of your chance of winning the round. That's a nice one. It's going to be G2 getting a 7th on the board. Got to give a shout out to JKS. He's been playing really well on this B-bomb side.
And you could see he just didn't have any backup there. Just had to try and stay alive as long as possible, provide some self-preservation there. Gets an excellent headshot, stays behind the generators, and then Hunter arrives in the nick of time to shut down the construction flank, and they win another round. Hades in the 3 versus 1. Like he said, the jump up on Tetris, maybe he gets that initial quick scope, and it could have been a different story. Only finding 1 kill, swarmed, and we get to round number 12. G2 post their first after losing 4 in a row. All back in the hands of Monacy. Money very tight on either side. This is a swing round, Anders. This is a very important one in the context of this first map.
It's a nice grenade. They almost all 3 of them walked into it. He just bounced it off the ground. But yeah, this is a big swing round. You're absolutely right. Deep Molotov this time against that JKS position. Man, he's not there, but it still is just helpful. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to worry about it. Now, let's see if JKS is going to do it again. He might walk in where they just Molotov, because it does create what's almost like a mental gap in the mind of the T's. They think it's already been cleared out, so I think that's what he's trying to play around.
What?
Hey, he just... Did he see just a shimmer of the helmet through? There must have been something.
There's a reaction coming in, though. A flashbang will be deployed momentarily from Hunter, and the swing. JKS is going to drop down, needs killed once again, finds a double. What player behind him? Absolute pandemonium ensues here. 1 minute left on the clock. 2 versus 2. Minio and Hades. Both here to towards the B steps right now. They're up against the two remaining CTs, and now they've got the advantage. m0NESY can't hit the shots, and Hades is playing an absolute blinder right now.
It looked like, was it Hooksy that went in first? It looked like he almost sacrificed himself to give m0NESY the easy kill because they're not going to be expecting for someone else to be there. But m0NESY's really been missing some shots that we're just not used to seeing here.
Hades certainly isn't. How the hell does he pull that one off? He didn't even count as a smoke kill. Could he see him?
I don't think so. I couldn't, but I don't know if that counts. What a flash, though, for JKS. What a setup. I mean, he just combat dropped into the lower stairwell.
It's a great reaction. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them, but we're picking up the pace once again. This MAC-10 has been lethal. P250 will strike back, but surely only good for one. The dual elites will be probing towards middle, but taking significant damage. Hunter trying to bail, and I don't see a world where they can really do much. There's maybe their deagles across the board, but this is essentially an eco-Anders, so just going to bide their time. Hades just getting warmed up, it seems. In the last few rounds, he hasn't really missed a shot.
It's beautiful, but also it's absolutely necessary for 9 to win this map. So, you know, again, we bring it up. It's a single elimination, and if we have one map that you absolutely must win for a chance to maybe do something, we have to assume on the third one probably, it's just going to be very, very tricky. So, yeah, a lot is riding on this one for 9. 7-5, probably going to be a 7-6 scoreline.
I'm sure some people are saying, like, oh, why didn't they just veto it? Like, why do you let them play it? The problem is with G2, their permaban is overpass, right? They just don't play the map. So it's not an option. You can't really do anything but play it, and they have tried to anti-strat them. You can see even the pistol and their kind of aggressive maneuvers. They know what 9's up to, but when Hades starts hitting shots like he is, it's very difficult to shut it down, even if you know what he's up to.
He's been playing so well at the moment. He's really brought him back. It was Minio who started to come back a little bit, but him and Hades both at 12 and 13 kills respectively, so they've really been leading from the front. Still top fragging is Hunter at 15.
He did it again. Nico is going to be getting tilted. He keeps getting killed through smoke in the same position every single time. I'm getting frustrated watching it, but yeah, breathe, Nico. You got this. You got this.
It's just a P250.
Exactly.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal at all. Counter-terrorist timeout. That's G2. Once again with resources. Now, considering how this could have gone, the fact they even got that 6-0 start was wonderful. There's still a competitive game. If they can win the half, at least get 8, it's still a chance they can take it, but 9 are looking unstoppable, and they've picked up 6 out of the last 7 rounds.
They still haven't done their infamous run boost over at the B-bomb side.
We're waiting for it.
I think it's one of the more interesting things to look at, but maybe it's also become, you know, too much of a calling card. Like you said, maybe a little bit too predictable at these times, so they're waiting for it. Push down, flash to set it up. He's just able to see. He just had the right idea. Nico's still able to trade it, but that's actually pretty impressive. He was very blind.
The execution in response here, they're deploying their utility. It was a 4-1 bait and switch. They managed to bring it down to the 4 versus 4, and they're going to continue their efforts here towards the B-bomb site. Don't have to commit necessarily, but the boost is coming through. JK has to be tested once again, aware of the possibility of Minio being boosted up there, takes him down, and surely they can hold on to this point. 1 minute 12 remaining, as Kyla looks for any CTs stepping out of line.
Didn't even look like Minio was looking.
No, like normally you jump up and crouch. He just kind of presented his head almost instantly. I had no idea he could be spotted.
That's a bit concerning. Flash to set it up for the jump. JKS, you don't want to stick around too long, but he's got the right idea. Kyler's there, still able to take him down, but it should be fine. Kyler's on his own back here. They know exactly where he is. He's boxed in, and it's a 1 versus 3. I don't expect G2 to make the kind of mistake that you would have to make, or a series of mistakes, really, to give this one up. They're not giving him any fights. No one's fighting him. So 30 seconds, you can just wait him out.
Well, let's see what they've got, Anders. Can he make it interesting? Apparently not. A clean round there for G2, just what the doctor ordered. It's going to be round 14 going in their favor. And as I said, they've now won the half. They could get 9-6. That would be absolutely fantastic. It's going to be an uphill battle against 9 in the second half here. They should have all the advantages they could ask for round number 15, because the money is going to be tight. I'm seeing Galil's come out for K. Minio of only $2,000 as well. But like I said, that 4-1 approach is trying to find an opening pick towards the A bomb side while they set up for the B execution. But JKS shuts them down before they can even get up the steps there. Great play from him once again. m0NESY back on the AWP, and he's heading towards the A ramp.
They really need this. I think 9-6 is... You can still win the second half, but G2 just looks so fired up at the moment that I'd be a little bit worried. Get up to 7 if at all possible here. Nice grenade at the bottom of it just to tag them up a little bit. And Nico, Tyler playing on the other side. Tyler getting out sniped by Hades. A little bit further back. Flashes in the middle. Oh no! He changed it out. He had the rifle out and he could have got the kill, but now instead they're getting slaughtered in the 15th round. It's just Hades left.
Well, 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 G2 have cracked the code. They will be winning this half 9-6. A great team effort overall. And it's 9 they need to pull their socks up if they're going to stand a chance here on Vertigo, their home map.
What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that black top boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my...
Well, after going up 6-0, it looked like G2 had cracked the 9 code on Vertigo, but tenacious as ever, the Poles fought back and they got themselves 6 rounds on the board. Not quite enough potentially, but still, you could see some glimmers of that glory that we know they possess inside the Manders. And now, 9-6 moving to the CT half, it's wide open. It's anyone's game.
It really is. There's so much riding on this, obviously, for both teams in terms of the single elimination, but the fact that 9 just have such a whole map on Vertigo, they must win it. They have to win it. They have to come up with a big starter here on the second half, now playing on the CT side. And G2, I mean, they just came out red hot. Hunter especially, JKS in the B-bomb side, and Nico certainly had his say as well. Saw some missed shots from Odyssey, but you know what? He still ended up with 11 kills in the first half, so he's not exactly cold either. I think this is going to be a really, really tough game for 9 right now.
All right, let's get into it. This second half pistol will be very important indeed. It's Nico with the P250 and armor. They're focusing towards middle as well here. A single flash and a smoke. This will be pop, execute, try and force the B split as quickly as possible. 4 players making their way through. And it's Minio to defend. Goofy's here as well. They've got strong presence towards this position.
Oh, but the P250 leading. They're expecting this. They're waiting for the peak. They just want this one-click headshot to delete. There we go! Nico, of course you'd put him in charge of it. Minio gets absolutely destroyed. Now Goofy smoked off on the one side as they're trying to see if they can split through the middle and maybe into the A-bomb side. They actually just, they keep both options open. They can go A or B, they don't care.
Yeah,
it's going to end up being B with Hunter on the double.
Absolutely, don't have to stick to the game plan there. You can see he's smoking off towards CT spawn. The objective was to go through elevators, but going through, catching them out, and finding those rotating B players there, they actually managed to commit and find themselves in a 4 versus 2 here. No chance, surely, for K and Hades. Just trying to take a few players down with them, but no chance whatsoever now. Hades just trying to farm some cash if possible, finds Monacy. Doesn't have much to work with though. The bomb is already halfway gone. Of course, he has no kit. If he can find another kill, that's $300 at least, but there it is. Lovely shot. Continues to show us that strong form.
Yeah, he's hunting for more, but they're just too far away. There's nothing you can do about it.
And he's got 100 armor as well, Anders. So they do force buy in the second round. He's got an extra $750, and he gets a free helmet as well. So it is certainly worth surviving in that capacity, and he's got 2,600. He can go famous helmet going forward if he really wanted to. That's if they do want to force buy. Most teams will on Vertigo, and indeed the commitment will come through right here, right now. So Hades, yes, there it is. Famous helmet. A rifle up against the Galils here. It could be enough. This could be a very difficult round for G2, just with that in mind. Quite rare to see a rifle on the second round force buy, so we'll see if he can make it work.
Yeah, it is early, isn't it? You could get even just, if you're not expecting it, you get caught off guard, you think you're finding a pistol or maybe an SMG.
No, this is really significant, actually. It's interesting. And Hooksy, very, very fast, burning away. Will be Minio, and somehow doesn't take too much damage from that Molotov. They're going to pump the brakes for a second as Hooksy cracks things open there with the MAC-10. Don't have to commit here now, boys. Take a breath, wait for those reactions to come through, and core their pants down. It's the double kill. They're juggling the bomb. What the hell are they doing, Anders?
I have no
They're just juggling the bomb.
Oh no, that's disastrous. Hades is just coming back to it.
Unbelievable.
A third kill of the round. What's just happened?
They just dropped the ball. They fumbled the bag, whatever you want to call it. They've absolutely ruined the round. Opening picks, going in their favor, and they give up the bomb because they're just like daydreaming in spawn.
Playing a game of hot potato.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell they're up to. If they lose the round now, they're going to kick themselves, and it looks to be the case. A 5-on-3 against pistols and MP9s, and they've absolutely given it away. Amazing from Hades. Don't take anything away from him. 4 kills in the round. We said that Famous would be influential, but that's G2 just offering it up. Daydreaming in T-spawn, jucking the bomb around. I just don't know what they're up to. But you got to be on your toes at all moments here. A reaction, of course, will come through. If you find 2 kills elsewhere, the CTs have no choice but to push. Yeah. What are you doing, Hunter?
That's going to be very, very frustrating. Yeah, quad kill on Hades at the end. What a sick round out of him. But
well, that's a G2 special right there. That's all we know and love them for.
There's a couple of them. Yeah. There's a couple of G2 specials, but
that's the kind of thing that the G2 Twitter account's going to have to meme themselves.
I know.
There's nothing else you can do about it. It's so bad. You're just going to have to laugh at it. Otherwise, you'll cry.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That is exactly right.
God. All right. Well, now this one is wide open. G2 are looking very comfortable after that pistol. It's them on the force buy right now, and they don't have much to work with. Upgraded pistols and armor, sure, but no utility. And Hades just mowing them down. Hellboy strikes, and he gets 3. A lovely hat trick, and now just Hunter. Nothing can be done. They're in a lot of trouble now, G2. Those are the sort of rounds that tilts them off the face of the planet. We've seen it many times, and sometimes it just won't recover.
It's such a massive swing round. It's not just that it would have been 11-6.
Yeah.
It's that it was a force buy for 9, so it actually would have been 12-6 probably before.
And it was a completely unforced error, right? Like they didn't have to do it. They could have just sat their guns out and been absolutely fine. Like, Lord knows what they were up to there, but...
So it's very likely the difference between having a 12-6 or a 10-9 round as it's about to be.
Because, yeah, absolutely is. They're full eco now. It's a good point. Oh, well, G2, you're playing on Nightmare mode now. You did this to yourselves.
Nobody else to blame. Oh, the timing on the grenade is absolutely insane, isn't it? They were actually running around the corner. Goofy doing a good job, and Nico's going to go down last. I always feel like it's just got to be more heartbreaking getting dunked on by someone named Goofy.
I love the fact that we kind of built that up as well. We said, this Famous, this could be something.
There's something here.
If he finds the time, if he finds the push, and my God, did he ever. A double kill with the Famous, upgrades to the AK, 2 more kills, and he's tilted them so badly. They might even a tactical timer here just to kind of pick everyone else back up, but they will be buying into round 20 here. Hopefully can reset, as we'll see 4 AK-47s, Hooksy on the Galil, and bare bones utility to say the very least, ladies and gents. Hunter, he'll start making his way towards B. You've got Monacy working that A ramp.
Wish someone would take a scolding time that way. There's just Nico yelling at his teammates. So what are you guys doing? This is asinine stuff that's happening. Like, pull it together, man.
Not like this. Oh, but don't take anything away from Hades though. Like, sure, they made a massive mistake, but he earned those kills. Like, it was perfectly timed. They had no idea what was coming, and of course, still has to hit the shots. So, Nico boosted up here. Decent mid control. Looking for any CTs, and you can see they've got a great understanding of the situation. Kyler not giving anything away. He knows this is a possibility.
Yeah, you've got to be careful back there.
Yeah, there's plenty of angles you can check towards that boost position. It's up to JKS, though, threading the needle.
They have no idea that he's in here. This is the other problem, though. Kylo was playing it so far back and so carefully not to get sniped off that corner that he never really had any idea. A lot of map control given up, and I guess that is the other side of the coin. Goofy's actually able to win the fight, and Kyla watching for it in case Monacy was going to swing. That's a really, really good bit of teamwork coming through. Hooksy's now walking up behind them, but they should be aware the mid is lost, and especially because they have the bomb. Yeah, they definitely know that something is coming here. 3 versus 4. The bomb is lost in the stairwell, and we only got 13 seconds left. That flashbang, that was the last one that they had to try and get that set up, although K maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself here.
It looks like this bomb is not going to be recovered. 15 seconds, so many kills to find here. The flanks are being patrolled by Hades as well. Another excellent round from 9. They tie things up 10-10 after losing the pistol. They posted 4 rounds in a row, and G2 are starting to spiral. Even with 4th stage loss bonus, that's $2,900, Anders. So with no plant, that means another half buy here. Has to be pistols. They've got 3 HEs. They've got something in mind. They've got a little set piece here. So maybe nading towards the A ramp behind the sandbag itself, or Xbox, I think we call it.
Yes.
You can nade that at the very start of the round, and that sometimes yields a kill. That's the only approach I can really think of. They're going to bounce them off the girders as well.
All right.
Doesn't really connect.
Nope. Unfortunately lands way behind the player that was in the middle. They still get the trade onto Minio, so it doesn't have to be the end of the world, but yeah, the grenade's not really playing a factor in this one.
Not too bad. They've recovered the rifle. It's a 4-on-4. They can slow this one right down, so far so good. A possible victory here for G2 as they continue to look towards middle. Nico has shown us how good he is with the pistols. Going to be boosted up once again. JKS to take the challenge this time.
Oh, it's a perfect idea, isn't it? Goofy it couldn't have been worse for him. But again, last time when they played it more carefully in the middle, they allowed JKS to sneak through. So probably in the back of Nine's minds, they're thinking, we don't want to have no control in middle. We want to be able to take a look in there. And taking a look is exactly what got him killed this time. Hurts, doesn't it? 4 versus 3. Kyla playing deep at the back of the B bomb site. He's got K over there as well. So just Hades on A. This could be kind of tough. They even have a smoke on JKS to try and set something up with. There's a real potential here. I mean, started to realize as well. Kyla's moving forward, so he's really calling it clear on that B ramp. He's realizing no one's coming, but Hades out in the open, way too far in front. I'm a little bit shocked because they knew that Kyla didn't run into anyone over at B.
All right, crisis averted somewhat. G2 winning one of these rounds not only gives them the lead, gives them a massive injection of cash. They can keep 4 players alive especially. Looks good so far. Just K remaining 5 and 18. Won't be doing...
Don't do the other G2 special.
No.
Don't do the other G2 special.
I might not have to. I can't spectate this. If he gets a full defuse here and they don't know, I'm out.
Take a deep breath, Henry.
I'm out if he does that.
All good. It's all good. Look, G2 are well aware. They're actually on top of the bomb just to make absolutely sure. I listen, in my mind too, I was thinking...
Yeah, I saw the smoke, the diffuse kit, and the fact they're not really considering it, but it's fine. It's all under control. And G2 stealed around the way. A nice little idea there. The triple nade towards middle of the girders can do a lot of damage. It was actually just a nice trade with the Tech 9s there. And managing to find the M4. JKS boosted up. Really nice, precise shot. He looks like he's in top form right now, carrying on from Cologne. And it will be G2 taking the lead, but you can see they're not too happy about it. It's a hollow victory of sorts. They know they should be in the driving seat right now. They should be dictating the pace of this game, but a couple of bumps in the road. We'll have to pick up the pieces here. So, like I said, an injection of cash. They've got plenty to work with here. Can bring out the Monastery Orb if they want to, which they will. Speaking of which, it's Hades, which will bring out his as well. He's got 23 kills. Monastery, though, 12 and 12. Hasn't really been delivering the same performance here. JKS, though, what a beast. Looks so calm with that M4 in his hands.
He's just a very reliable player right now.
Absolutely.
It's really great to see.
Yeah, big fan.
I think having someone like that you can just throw into, I mean, at this time he was anchoring the B bomb side, but just having someone you can just always trust. He's going to get probably at least a kill, maybe a little bit of damage, sometimes a double kill. It's just so nice on the defensive side. Now, from the offense, he's doing even better. I mean, up to 20, he's actually overtaken even Hunter. It's a real nice performance from Mr. Savage at the moment. Hades, though, still outdoing everyone on 23. And I like that you pointed it out, Henry. Now he's picked up that dreaded AWP of his, so we'll see if he's actually going to have the effect. Nice. There was a flash setup, but it went a little bit deeper. Still, just absolutely deleting Hooksy from the middle. Nico, though, going to be able to take down Hades.
What a response that is. So, some show-stopping shots from either side here. Monastery with the chance to find... Oh, he didn't see him.
He did.
Okay.
He just did. Some tiny part of his brain just registered and said, wait a minute, there was something off about the picture, but they've traded places, and Minio is going to be able to check the smoke. Okay. Hunter on his own. The bomb, nowhere near him.
Yeah, almost nothing he can do with this one, I'm afraid. A minute on the clock. The bomb in a very precarious position, but I don't mind this pathing he's chosen. Should be able to find this kill, but Minio one step ahead. Both teams looking incredibly sharp individually, but it's Nine who are causing chaos here on their CT side. These pushes, these backline flanks, and it's now going to be tied up 11-11, and the money's in a precarious spot once again. It will be the tactical timeout from G2. $2,400 for Hunter. 2,500 for Monastery. There is a buy there with 7k on JKS. So you have to juggle the funds around. Don't juggle the bomb around. We saw what happens when you do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, just do the guns and spawn, decide who's got the bomb, and go from there.
Oh, man.
That's got to be blunder of the tournament, Anders.
It's got to be.
I know we're doing some awards. If blunder of the tournament is one, that's up there. That's #1 so far.
It's just cost them so much. Again, it's unbelievable how much of a swing round that was.
Okay. All right. Everyone calm down. It is going to be the buy from G2. Like I said, concessions to be made. Galil for Hooksy. Hooks in their utility. No AWP available. And 4 players setting up for a B execution here, potentially. Molotov to dissuade any CTs towards the wooden boards here. And it's Kyler. Hasn't had the best performance, 9 and 16. We'll see if he can push them back.
He's being set up a flashbang there. He's moving forward a bit, again, into a position that was previously Molotov. It's a common strategy, but is he going to be ready to get the swing when Hunter stands up? Because it's going to be a second notice. There we go. Goods the spray in. It's a good one, but he's traded by JKS, who wants to move forward, wants to take this fight against the next player on the bomb side. He knows that someone's back here. He's got the right idea. It's Minio. He's just tapping away, hoping he walks into the shot, and now the grenades are going to be coming down. Might have double smoked that corner, but doesn't matter. JKS still able to get the double, and that should clear the space for a bomb plant here. Goofy pushing before anything even happens, and that's maybe a little bit too adventurous.
Well, here we go then. G2 with the double boost of the B steps, managing to trade out the kills, but they're not out of the woods just yet, I'm afraid. It's K with a lovely shot, looking for that double as well. Can't find it. Hooksy should secure things there with just Hades remaining. Money is not fantastic on the CT side, so he has no choice but to save here. It will be 12-11 as we trade blows here. Back and forth we go. And that's a very nice round there from G2. All things considered, hitting the shots that are really well required at that stage. It's 2 more for JKS, taking his total up to 22 now. Excellent work from him. And none of these rounds feel comfortable. Nothing is safe right now.
It really doesn't feel that way.
And I guess that's been the sentiment and story for the entirety of this tournament. Remember, we don't really have group stages. We don't have a lower bracket. Every game is a playoff game essentially, and lose a best of 3 and you are out. And that's where you can see the mistakes. The pressure's high. This is the $1 million tournament, and coming off the back of Cologne, of course they won the tournament, but there's so little time in between it, right? How are you going to be preparing for this tournament? You want to take a few days off. You don't want to be focusing on reinventing yourselves here.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's an interesting situation for G2 here, but so far so good. Like, they have still got the lead. 12-11. It's going to be the tactical timeout from 9. They say the AWP.
My prediction was, when asked, that G2 wouldn't be able to carry it forward again. I just had this feeling, maybe not specifically against 9, but just in general. I feel like it's just their pattern, isn't it? Win a big tournament, and then disappear for a while.
It's not just them. It happens to a lot of teams, especially after you win the major. It can be like considered somewhat of a curse.
Yeah.
You know? But let's have a look. Ladies and gents, first map here, and it is certainly delivering. G2 taking on 9, 1 round in it. And 9 are fully invested here. The 80s all remains. And I don't even... What, is he cheating or what? What is that? Like, what the hell? It's just, like, that's just not real.
You just have to accept it and move on, knowing that you'll never be able to do that. It's so disgusting. K coming in with a big triple spray down. Hades ultimately does get punished for it, and K ends up with a quad kill at the end of the round.
I know, yeah, and that doesn't even steal the show. That's the thing. That shot from Hades was unbelievable. K with an amazing spray down, but still, I'm flabbergasted for that opening shot. That's a statement play. What an amazing round there. G2 got nothing done there whatsoever. They barely threw a grenade before the whole team's dead. We'll have a look at what K did. Let's give him his flowers for this one, because it was an amazing spray down. But look at the teamwork. It's Hades providing the flashbang as well, and they've got no idea. They've just been made to look foolish out there right there.
Yeah, well and truly. And that's a problem, because they don't have a lot of money to work with here, G2. They're kind of trying to force up into this round, but it's an AK, it's a Galil, and it's a couple of Deagles. I think JKS could probably get a rifle as well, but apart from that, they're not going to be super well equipped into this round. So 9, even if the scoreline is tied at the moment, they're in a fine position. 12-12, they'll take it. They have a lot more money.
I just can't believe the amount of shots he's getting through the smoke. It's just like so precise. There's so much conviction behind every flick.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like it. What a performance from Hades here. We always know he's going to deliver, but he always catches me off guard. It's just the ceiling he has. It's unbelievable at times. So let's get into round number 25, the closing stages of this first map, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to see a force buy from G2 here. Desert Eagles, a couple of AK-47s and the Galil. If they lose this round, I dare say they might give out the map, and it's going to be the A ramp once again. Deep breath. If Hades is waiting for you, you don't stand a chance, and he's going to be waiting towards shore. His teammates providing the supporting utility as well. Hooksy will try and dissuade him. All 5 members of G2 here, and they have to commit. There's no chance to fall back.
Yeah, they are really all in on this A ramp, which is a bit scary. You're right. If you wanted to fall back now, you'd have to check so many different angles, so you might just try and do it here. Hades, see if they could get rid of him. They don't have any more grenades left really on G2. I mean, a couple of smokes, but nothing to clear out any of these corners. They line up for K, and they'll take the double, no problem. Hades wondering, why has no one peeked this yet? He's going to try and walk it back. JKS right behind him, and JKS, he's going to just eventually go down. Minio right on top of him, but Nico's been holding this, waiting for Hades to go for the peek, and he finally does, but it is too late. Nico had nowhere to go at the end of it. Minio with the double. Weird round in terms of Hades just seeing no action out there, but you know, the rest of 9 just making up for it.
And unfortunately, Anders, this is eco territory. They're only getting $2,900 into the next round, so a couple of Deagles. That's about it. They're going to be locked in 14-12 here. And once again, JKS fighting tooth for nail, trying to find those kills, but just surrounded, smothered by the CT defense. And that's twice in a row now. They've gone for that 5-man commitment towards the A ramp, and it just hasn't worked out for them. And we'll see, like I said, the full eco pretty much. JKS has justified a P250 and Kevlar, had a bit more money, but overall, a couple of Deagles, no Kevlar, no nades. It would take an absolute miracle to pull this one off. And bear in mind, if you're just joining us, G2 were up 6-0.
They were. They really had every chance at it. I think 10-6 at one point as well when they screwed up that round with the bomb and the FAMAS.
I feel like, in my book, that's when the game kind of ended for them. Like, it's such a difficult round to recover from mentally, right?
Yes, it is.
And you can see, like, this didn't look like the same team since then. They've picked up a single round from that point, or 2 rounds since that point, I should say.
All right, attempted. See if they could boost JKS on over. No reason for Goofy to stick around. Why would you risk it? It's a 5-on-3. The round is pretty much won at this point in time. The only thing that could undo that victory here is if you try and face the Deagles at long range especially. Just don't do it. Let him get onto the bomb side and just try and see if he can deal with it there. Goofy taking a bit of damage. Minio coming in with a flank, and it couldn't have been any better timing for it, really. Nico, just the one click there to get rid of Minio.
How many times have we seen that now in this particular matchup where a flank will come through and no one from G2 is even aware of the possibility?
True.
Everyone's like jumping around, nades out, knife out, and 9. Yeah, they're kind of schooling them now. This CT half has been almost stellar. Haven't really given much away whatsoever. Goofy, great positioning here, taking all that aggro away, and here comes another flank as Minio just gets those easy kills on the side. And there we go. It's going to be AK-47s across the board. Last chance saloon here for G2. Getting battered and bruised as Hunter finally gets an opening kill here, but not for long. Kyler will bring it right back with a lovely PlayStation grenade.
Otherwise, an impressive entry there. That looked like it should have been the beginning of something great. Well, that's why I was doing absolutely nothing in the middle for a minute. And then moving forward, double push towards the B ramp. It's something that we've seen a lot more recently, where the CTs will sort of double up on this kind of thing. And it does leave the middle a lot more open, so we'll see if G2 are going to be able to do anything with it, although they are a man down at the moment. Still plenty of time on the clock. But yeah, they've thrown JKS in here. I mean, if anyone could right now, he's got 25 kills. So just have him be a bit of a secret agent to try and make his way through. Smoke fades. Keys. Well, actually, Kyler on the other side. Both of them were ready. He was going to be dead one way or another.
This is rough now. G2, after winning the pistol, have picked up 2 rounds since. One of those was a Tech 9 round as well, Anders. So, in terms of the gun rounds, the executions, nothing really working out for them. But Monacy has found a gap. Nice Molotov combo here. Could get the second. The flashbangs have just been brutal from the CT side. They're shooting each other. And back to a 2-on-2. It looks like it might be possible for them, but Hades now finding yet another shot. Monacy will just have to bail and try and reset, but only 30 seconds remaining. I think he has to stay towards B.
Yeah, I think he wanted to fake it, dropping down like that, hoping that someone was going to peek the corner and look at him, but it never really happens, and he's going to be shot right at the edge. K definitely saw them make the jump, so not going to be an issue. 15-12 as 9 are 1 round away from winning the map, which, again, a lot of people maybe could have said that we could see this coming, but G2 had every shot at clearing this one out.
It's unfortunate, it does happen, but it seems to happen to G2 more often than not. Those rounds that tilt the entire team and you just can't recover, and it seems like 9 have just been in cruise control ever since. Yeah, you can see it's getting to them now. I don't have to explain that.
Oh, here we go. This is what 9 actually popularized, but now it's G2 stealing the fast run boost to try and get over. They're not going to catch them because, again, they did invent it. Instead, they're going to get dunked on, Henry. They're getting blown up. Yeah. What have we learned today?
It hasn't really worked out for them at all. Minio looks like he's certain to get another kill here. Players around them, and, well, Hooksy will bring it back to a 3-on-3 at least, and he's going to be swarmed, though. Pulling the grenades out once again, trying to survive the best he can. He's taking so much damage in the corner, just jumping as he's down to 1 point of health here. Surely he's done for. They know he can't move.
More smokes going down. I can't believe he's still alive.
God damn, he's done it. He's out.
That's interesting. Hunter, in the meantime, has really cleared out the A bomb site. He's got a lot of control over on that side, but Hades is in the middle of it, and they weren't expecting it. They were hoping they could actually meet up with Hunter with the bomb, but now instead they run into Hades. Nico just in the corner, a nice little delete. And it's going to be 50 seconds, 2 versus 2, and again, Hunter's just holding onto the real estate for a long time. Yeah, they're going to get the bomb plant down, and wonder if Hunter will even want to move forward just for the element of surprise, but so far he's just holding the corner. For 9, if they can't close it out, if it goes into overtime based on a round like this one, that will be heartbreaking. It's not like they have a lot of money either, so they're going to be really careful. Hunter, he's been waiting the whole time, but he's going to get outdone by Goofy. This is a bit of an issue. Now it's on to Nico, 1 versus 2. He's looking for the flank, but it's not coming. They're both on the other side. They've got the smoke as well. They've got kits. They could really make this a little bit troublesome. But what a shot takes care of Goofy. Now it's a 1 versus 1. And Nico, as you heard it, the flash is already through. I don't think he's heard the defuse. He's going to get it anyway. And Kyler did try and underhand that flashbang right as it was happening. Nice attempt, but G2, they're going to be at 13. And they have a chance now to bring it into overtime.
They certainly do. I think that was, you're right. I don't think Nico necessarily heard that. Looks like one of those moments his teammates are screaming, he's defusing, get on him. But yeah, they've done it. The 2 versus 2. It will be Nico and Hunter working in tandem. A must-win round, obviously, keeping the dream alive here on Vertigo. If they can get to overtime, they can still do this. And it was not an easy round, to say the very least. Hooksy surviving on 1 HP, somehow gets away with it. And then some wonderful work here from Nico, preempting the push. And that's been a problem. They're getting flanked left and right across the map, and no one seems to be aware of the possibility, finally waking up to that prospect. And Nico delivers in the 2 versus 1. They need to wake up now. If they can win this next round, there's a real chance of overtime. We'll have a look at this. Going to be a tactical timeout called from either side. I don't think G2 have any left. And the money is a little bit compromised. So this is the round that decides if we're going to overtime. We're seeing pistols.
They forced up into the round, Henry.
Yeah, right. So they know.
So shocked.
It's because it came down to a 1v1 before, right? So they know that G2 are also weak. 3 Galils on their T side. So it's definitely worth it. Like, it's a good idea. Like, they can win this round. It's pretty neck and neck. It's certainly a risk. But it also what they can make of it.
The fact that Hades just been hitting every single shot, no matter if there's smoke or anything.
He's got the AWP, right? So let's see what he can make of it.
Putting a lot of pressure on one person. He's got 27 kills.
He thrives in this sort of condition, though, and this is where he does his best work.
And they've switched it up, right? They're not putting him at the A ramp anymore. They're saying, let's try and see if we can put him a little bit deeper on B. They've been double and triple pushing the B stairs, so they're really changing the defense a lot. Maybe G2 will make a mistake and just think it's safe. They're not expecting the force buy, and then they walk into an AWP. That would be a surprise.
It's true. Hades currently towards B, just to note that.
Yeah. Oh, but listen, this is a good time for the boost here. Flash on over. He's going to be able to get the first one. Can't follow it up, although he did do a fair bit of damage. Going to be picking up the M4 to try and continue the battle. Only 8 bullets left. He does still get the headshot. 3 versus 3. And Kyler on the flank. The bomb being brought into position, but now the AWP is sounding out. They know that it's there. Goofy through the smoke's going to get the kill. Hooksy and m0NESY in a lot of trouble here. 2 versus 3, and they don't realize Kyler's made it up behind. I don't think they even knew that there was someone by the sandbags. Goofy's now on his own. Spray, it's so close. 1 bullet connecting, and Hooksy would be dead, but the bomb is planted.
What have you got for us, Hooksy? So low on HP, no utility to work with, but thankfully Goofy does not have a kit. He's got the 5-7, he's got the information this player's been dinged. Oh, Hooksy! He knew he had to step up there. He needed the element of surprise on his side here. He might have just saved the map. Overtime could be locked in here. Look at the residual cash for the CT side. $2,000 per player. That's a hell of a clutch from Hooksy. 5 HP, Galil in hand, and the round was once again falling apart, getting flanked, everyone getting dropped. The bomb planted there, like you said, Anders. That was the difference maker. They finally got it down, and Hooksy held his nerve.
If Kyler had known that m0NESY was at the back of sandbags there, he probably could have just walked up and checked it and killed him, but he had no idea, so instead he tried to go straight for the bomb. Oh my god, it's a lot riding on those small little details in the round. Round number 30, a chance, really good chance for overtime. Well, surely, Henry, they will not screw this up, G2. They can't.
Yeah, of course, Anders. Yeah, that's definitely true. There's no way. And m0NESY, Nico, opening things up here. I think you might be onto something. The 3 versus 2, but Minio down to 11 points of health, and they can't really recover those rifles. It's down to Kyler. He needs 2 Deagle headshots here to save the day, to close the map in regulation. Can he deliver? First shot won't connect. And now, overtime surely guaranteed. Here it comes, and they've done it. Good Lord. It wasn't pretty, but they've got it over the line in some respects here. A full reset now, and they forget about all the previous blunders, all the flanks that fell apart. Now, they get the money back in their favor. $12,500, and it's to be first to 19. What a game this is turning out to be. I guess it's like the beauty of the single elimination format.
It really is.
Every single map is down to the wire. High octane counter-strike each and every single round.
That was really scary. They did throw a grenade on Kyler, but they still didn't really check it. They just sort of walked up. There was a chance there that he could have had at least one of the kills. But G2, you heard them howling at the end. Hooksy was making some noise because they understood there was a really good chance they were going to end up losing this map. And again, you know, that's going to put you under a lot of pressure. You have to win the next 2 without making too many mistakes. Now instead they have a chance to take away Nine's map pick, and JKS still doing very well. Getting the first one. Could have got Hades as well. A little bit quicker on the trigger, and that's going to put him at 28 kills.
So, a 4-on-4. Hades down to half HP. Great awareness from JKS. Couldn't quite convert the second kill. And what's the response here? Nico waiting for any inquisitive CTs to hunt for some information towards this A ramp. It's K that might consider it. Biding his time, and here comes the opportunity. Oh, Nico, he looks away.
Oh, but that's right on top of him.
He'll take it, considering he looked away at that moment. The fact he even gets one and keeps it a 3-on-3, that's absolutely fine.
Could have been much worse. I don't disagree. K's out in front, smoke's going down. He wants to play in front of the bomb site here.
Quite smart.
Set up with a flashbang. Is he going to come pushing through? It's going to be in the sky behind him. He's still waiting for it, still thinking about it. And actually, he's just going to sit inside. I thought he was going to go explode.
No, this is super sick. He's waiting for the plant, and then he'll come and strike.
All right, let's see how that plays out. You're absolutely right. Just as the smoke fades, the timing is absolutely insane. He gets 2 kills for it, and Hunter is now in a 1 versus 2. Tries to go for it, not even faking it, just holding it down. And he's up on top with the AWP. Hades just executing him in that position. No issues whatsoever. And the first round of overtime goes to 9.
Super sick play from K there. He finished the first half like 5 frags. In this second half, the CT performance has been absolutely world-class. And once again, saves the round single-handedly there. Like you said, maybe he could wait for a flashbang. Maybe he could go for some kills there. But he waits until the bomb is planted. He can deny absolutely everything there. They had no idea of the possibility of him lying in wait here. And the smoke dissipates just as they plant as well. It couldn't have gone any better for him. Every single round is so entertaining here. It's got absolutely everything. So it will be 9 to post the 1-0 here, 16-15 overall.
See what G2 can make of it. Obviously still have the money here in overtime. Want to see that's a scary time to fall back. I don't know if Hades actually kept pursuing him or not, but either way, he doesn't get shot in the back. It looked like there was an opportunity for it. Molotov's put some pressure on Goofy, but he's going to put it out almost immediately. They're trying to boost on the other side. Before they even get to it, Hunter gets a kill on Kyler, and they're going to be careful. It's still that 3-man setup at the B bomb side, which is a bit rare. Normally, it's 1B, maybe 2 towards middle, but 9 are really aggressive on that B defense. Hades pushing in front, but Nico, he's read that. He saw that coming.
He certainly did. Not going down without a fight, gets himself a second kill in the round as well. Surely G2 have done enough here. JKS confirms the round, just Goofy remaining. Now they know his position as well. Towards construction and finished off by m0NESY. Very convincing round there, focusing towards that mid area once again. Faster paced gameplay. Trading out those kills. We go 1-1. Final round here, the first half of overtime. All in hands of m0NESY. And we haven't said his name too often, Anders. I have to be honest. Like, he's 18-21. He's not had a bad game, but Hades has kind of blown him out of the water in pretty much every single duel, it feels like.
And especially between the two of them, we saw m0NESY miss a couple of weird shots that didn't even look like they were that difficult to hit. So it might just be one of those days we have a little bit of a slower start, but it's very frustrating when your opponent is firing on that level.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see Nico. Nice grenade there. Will do significant damage to Hades. Takes him down to 56. Nico, 27 kills, just to know that. It's Hades at the very top, and m0NESY, what have you got for us? Another missed opportunity, and thankfully will be traded out, but that's the sort of shot you expect m0NESY to hit. Man advantage for 9 as K finds his 20th. He is posting huge numbers in this second half here. Bomb goes down, whoopsy going on a solo adventure, wants to be flashed in and see if he can open things up, but he's taking so much damage en route. JKS dropped as well, it's getting desperate out there.
It really is. I don't even hate the attempt from whoopsy. If he could have punched through, he would have maybe created the space for JKS to do some work in the middle, but he just got tagged up so much before he even got to the corner, so it's a bit unfortunate. whoopsy though, 1 versus 4 here, and no chance for it. Minio will absolutely take him down, so a couple of good rounds going the way of 9 in the first half of overtime. Remember, they need to get to 19 here to actually win it, so they're not that far away. But that C side, on the other hand, was not as great as you would have hoped for.
It was a slow start, right? Yeah. With them being 6-0 down, the fact they finished 9-6, it's actually pretty impressive they recovered the half and made it possible for themselves.
Maybe that's a good way to think about it.
There's no pistol rounds now. And 1 round was secure, double overtime.
Hades first to 30 kills in this one.
As expected, to be honest. He always seems to deliver. We always question whether he can do it each and every time, but we've commentated him a lot, Anders, and every time we're blown away. He's so good on this particular map.
It's because there are so many good and flashy AWP players. I don't know why, but Hades, one of those players you sometimes forget to mention in the conversation, but he really is out there.
It's because they haven't had many big LAN opportunities, you know. Like, I mean, this is just the main storyline. They're really good at one map. It will come. Like, his talent is undeniable.
Yeah.
Once this team starts to make a dent and have deeper run in tournaments, especially if they take down G2 today, that would be amazing for them. And an unlikely sniper, Hooksy, steps up and removes Hades from the equation. That is massive, doing the job Monacy couldn't.
And this double up setup is something that they tried in regulation, and it did work. Hooksy even got a couple of really flashy kills on that one, so a bit of a surprise for Hades. Surely got to be displeased. Well, let's see, 4 versus 5. They're still committing to it. They're not really giving up on the idea of the B execute. JK has got a lot of room to work with. This time he's going to get out-boosted. Flick not connecting. Kyler with a double opening. That's not what you want to see out of G2. They need to do more. The flash around the corner, and Hunter is dead. How has it come to this? 3 kills for Kyler after what looked like a great start here for G2, and this is going to be a problem. It's going to be map point is what it looks like here for 9. Nico, for all the kills that he's got, I think there's much he could do at the moment. Maybe he could try and jump around here, but with the flash setup, he's going to try and go for it, and they send him to his death.
Oh, the 180. That is disgusting. And now Monacy, well, we'll see what he can make of it. It would take one of his show-stopping clutches to even stand a chance. And it doesn't look like he fancies it, trying to save the AWP. Like I said, if you do a double AWP setup, like sometimes like finances can become a bit of an issue, but nice shot doesn't really mean anything though.
No. Not in the grand scheme. I do like the attempt. Flashed in from Monacy, jumping around the building. It would have been so cool if it would have worked, but doesn't this time. 18 on 9. One more round out of the next 2, and they're going to be good to go. G2 now in the awkward position of fighting for double overtime.
Certainly possible. They'll maintain the double AWP setup here. Has to be perfect from here on out. And after getting an opening pick as well, they just weren't aware of the possibility of that boost, weren't really covering each other. I think it was a very nice flashbang thrown, but could have just bailed out with the advantage. They still stood on the front lines there, and Hooksy knows this one's falling apart. They can't hold on to these advantages.
They're recreating that scene from 300 where he gets kicked into the pit, except it's kicked over the side of the building. Nico.
All right then, G2. Nico trying to use that same smoke, and he does so to great effect there. Finds K now. If they can just bail out, get into the crossfires with this advantage this time, instead of giving it away right off the bat, that would be fantastic. Hooksy once again takes down Hades. Maybe he should be the main author on this map.
Yeah, change roles.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Like, because Monacy hasn't found Hades once, I don't think.
No, but Hooksy somehow the unlikely candidate to take him down.
Impactful opening frags, like challenging the AWPer, coming out on top 2 times in a row.
Must be frustrating for Hades, just that feeling that I should be winning this fight. I'm red hot at the moment, but I just can't take down Hooksy. Minio boosted up, and that's a bit scary.
Gotta win this one, G2.
Yeah, you have to, right? You've got both the openings that you needed, but Kyler and Goofy have found their way back, and Hooksy, he's low on health in the back corner. They know exactly where he is. He still gets the flick. How is he so quick with it right now? Might have brought them a little bit back into it. Certainly doing everything that he can. Monacy, good for that one. And now just Goofy. 1 versus 2 with 35 seconds. Again, you want to see some discipline here on G2. There's no way they should be losing this round.
After a 6-0 start, there shouldn't be a way they lost the game.
No.
To be honest with you, but it's been a rough, bumpy ride. And now fighting to stay here on Vertigo, baiting on the shot. Goofy might actually better do something with this. Oh my God, there was a world where the double spray down comes through, but G2 managed to avert complete disaster there, as we get into the final round of single overtime here. It's going to be G2 looking to take us to double overtime. So a must-win round once again. 9 can still close things out right here, right now. Maybe they want to change the pace, throw a curveball in there, go for a straight-up rush. Time will tell.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see if they could try and do that. Again, they haven't really done their own run boost. It might just feel like it's too telegraphed at this point in time, but, you know, it's overtime. You haven't done it for more than 30 rounds. Maybe you just, or I guess more than 15. Maybe you should try and just do it.
Same ramp smoke used, allowing Hades just to look over it. Hunt for any picks, but smoke in response.
right through the smoke, aren't they? Nico waiting here. Monacy, his gun barrel showing they knew where he was, and Nico getting outdone. K with a double opening. Just one player left to defend, but he's getting wrecked. Headshots all across the board. 9 just powering through. No one there to stop them at all. They had the setup. They had 3 people at the A-bomb site, but none of them, I think, even managed to fire a bullet. They just got wiped out by K.
Well, Hooksy, what have you got for us? He's going to kick things off with the quick scope here. Bomb to be planted, trying to shoot the Molotov before it can reach him. And there it is, as expected. 9 picking up Vertigo here. After facing a 6-0 deficit, it looks like they were down and out. They're fighting back with amazing skill, amazing clutches. And from the pits of hell, Hades posting another world-class performance here on Vertigo. It sends G2 backing, and you can see the frustration coming through. Too many mistakes. Unaware of the possibility of flanks, and 9, they had to fight tooth and nail for it, but that's a deserved victory.
Yeah, it most certainly is. Absolutely shocking the way that they had to lead G2 and managed to throw it away to a FAMAS Henry. So something to think about before we get into the second map that is going to be coming up after this.
Picture this. You look up the definition of bumpy ride, and there you can see an image of the mighty Polish team, 9. The Poles have catapulted themselves into the top-tier teams worldwide, and their number 18 spot in the HLTV World Rankings is nothing but proof. Outstanding performances of Minio and his crew left us in awe by securing spots in events like IEM Rio and Cologne. However, achieving the Legends stage in the Blast Paris Major was one for the books. Amidst their triumphs, there's always a twist. Yes, you guessed it, the infamous but. Despite their remarkable runs and successful qualifications, they have faced relentless challenges from both top-tier powerhouses and underdogs, preventing them from fully realizing their potential. 9 were formidable contenders during the Gamers Without Borders, only to be caught off guard by the underestimated Looking for Org squad. With only one final chance remaining, 9 descended into the treacherous depths of the last qualifier bracket. A cutthroat best-of-1 battle was needed to secure a desired spot for Gamers8, and oh boy did the Poles rise to the occasion, triumphing in the 4 best-of-1 clashes they faced the formidable team Saw in a climactic best-of-3 showdown. Whispers in the realm suggest that 9 is one of the best teams on Vertigo, and they proved it by securing a resounding 16-8 victory, followed by an equally impressive win on Anubis. This 2-1 game guaranteed them that last spot for this event. Now the question lingers, is it finally time for 9 to shine?
you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Well, just as you heard Alex Machine Richardson say there in that little brief piece, it is 9 on Vertigo, who do reign supreme. Of course, it did have to go to overtime. I say reign supreme in a very loose term. This was a closely contested matchup thus far. And as has been Gamers8, it is single elimination. One of these teams goes home at the end of it. Believe it or not, that's how we're doing things down here. It's cutthroat, Jason.
Booyah, baby. I like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about you, man?
He said booyah.
Hooray.
Hooray.
Right out of the gate. Yeah, you can't come in with a hooray after a booyah.
No? What's the next after booyah?
Boom shakalaka.
I didn't have that.
Boom shakalaka.
It was a stretch. But it is time for your STC analysis. So
Yippee-ki-yay?
Yeah, there we go. That's good. What's the
finishing line to that?
Yeah. Anyway, so guys, let's dive right into it. It's 9G2. The map was Vertigo. There's a little bit to take away from here, but obviously real quick stuff out of some players in the server, i.e. Hades.
Yeah, I mean, listen, high-quality game overall. 9 once again showcasing how strong of a team they are on Vertigo. And the reason I mentioned that is they've had a number of very hard rounds to win in order to get that W here. Let's be completely honest. 6-0 start from G2, where everything they do is absolutely golden. Right reads, multi-kills, predicting their opponents. You look like 6-0, we're ready to move on to map 2, and we're already ready to pre-phase the next game. And then there's the quality of the playstyle. A couple of players having moments. Hades is one of them as well. But just overall, like, just a dominance on the map.
Yeah, bro, I love their CT side. It was so much fun to watch. They were so confident. They were pushing everything. They were in your face. They had so many quick flanks. Like the round they're pushing behind the Henry and Anders mentioned it a number of times. The round they catch the bomb being transferred over way back towards T-spawn. Heartbreaking round, but just that aggression the entire time. And it changed the way G2 played. And for a moment there in their T side, they stopped setting up in those widespread defaults and they just started clumping up and were like, all right, we're just going to hit the B bomb site out of the gate. We're going to hit the A bomb site out of the gate. And it was those pushes were so tough to handle.
Yeah, I was going to say we probably even have examples of it, but Maniac and Jason, the idea that they play kind of not hyper aggressive, but they are taking the fight on CT's side is 9.
It's just full confidence. Full confidence from 9. And that's the benefit of them knowing that they are probably the best Vertigo team in the world right now.
No, I agree with you. But what is impressive is that they were able to dig themselves outside of a hole that looked limitless, right? Again, we talk about this 6-0 situation. We might as well maybe run the round.
Yeah, let's do round 7.
Hades actually saves them, and he starts what was going to be an impressive map coming out of him, right? We're talking about finding opening kills. Right here is a good example as well. We already lay into the clutch. Of course, Hades had done some work to get to that position, and then it's going to be a whole lot of intuition in that post-plan situation. Jason, you can see the experience in there as well. With a little bit of a freeze, handling, letting the time play for you.
A little stutter step, a little pause in the action, but Hades, fast shots as well. The confidence with the off to just hold the angle, and then, I mean...
Then it's the mind games. It's the mind games. Hades is waiting for that pick. Minio is doing steps under it on purpose. He's on purpose rotating B to A, just to make sure there is a peek coming, a bit of curiosity, and he does the same as well. He sidesteps towards A just to make sure Hunter has to go and look for it, put them out of position, and once you get into that clutch here, that's just it. Hades closes. This was the beginning of a Hades show.
Yeah.
Absolutely. From round 7 to pretty much round 26 or so, he was the one leading the
charge.
charge.
And with 30 kills on the map as well. Like, he was doing with the AWP, he was doing with the AK-47, he had multi-kills with the rifle. I mean, he was just a beast all across the map.
He was quick, he was precise, and ultimately that's why we have Hades up here loaded on a package. I mean, this was a guy that was putting the crosshair exactly at the right places at the right time.
And the amount of time he put them in the right order right here, that's a great example. Round 8, he's there. Round 9, he's there. These are the 3 rounds, the 3 first rounds back-to-back that I'm actually winning, punishing Monacy a couple of times as well.
Break the economy of G2 and makes it an easier time to move forward.
This one was crazy as well.
It's just nuts. I mean, even some of the rifle rounds he had, like we'll see him on the CT side, just crazy. This was the heartbreaking round. They're transferring the bomb. He sees the bomb toss, knows the second player is going to be there, and still cleans up a 3rd kill here with an instant headshot. Guy was just a monster. He could do no wrong in this map.
Listen, I don't want to take anything away from 9's handling of the map and how they master the map. I think they're an extremely good team. But Hades was the first one to start this movement of resistance, to start this fighting back. That was in the first half. And then once everybody was back on board, then you could see the kind of finesse that Jason is talking about, you know, on the CT side, being aggressive, having a couple of moves here and there. That's when they came alive.
But you know what doesn't really, you know, always add up? You lose both pistols and somehow you still maintain control of the game at a certain point and even go on to win it. My thing is I'm looking at Kay as someone who is also a little bit of a can opener in his own right.
And consider that he was, at the beginning of the second half, 6-18. He was 6-18. Like, literally did not get to play the first half. Very much a liability. And then the amount of moments where he had multi-kills that changed the game. There's this crossing the smoke in A ramp. When Hades gets an incredible flick onto Nico, K throws the smoke or crosses the smoke towards yellow. Triple kick from behind. Last round of the game, it's K with a triple opening on the A side. He's right there.
Yeah, and you know, I think we just go right into round 17, if that's cool.
Oh, the catastrophe again.
Let's just see what happens, Maniac. Tell me what I'm looking at.
Now we were talking about a little bit of a DHL drop of bomb that's going to go to hell. That's what's going to happen over there. Round 17 was really unfortunate for G2 as well. That's obviously the forced buy situation. A couple of kills being found, but the key is right there. There's a bomb packed. I'm sure Hunter wasn't actually giving away the bomb. Bomb in the hand at the moment. Hades pushes it, and then here, this is the proactivity that's needed. He knows his position is known. What does he do? He actually creates another duel against m0NESY, and he gives time to his teammates to position themselves right. MP9 duel here being won by Kala, I believe, and this was the beginning of the end.
Yeah, just looking at the clock right there. Like, look how far he's pushed down in B just to kind of get in their face. I mean, you're not expecting that, Jason.
No, you're not at all. And I mean, that's the thing. I think he's going back to transfer the bomb over because he wants to get more aggressive to make sure a push like that can't happen and just the timing of it. But those pushes you mentioned with K coming down yellow, those pushes were happening. They double, triple push stairs at the B bomb site like three or four times throughout that half as well. G2 could never feel comfortable anywhere at the map to open up these rounds. And those pushes get kills, get one-for-one trades, and it just kind of ruins the flow that G2 is trying to play with. So I mean, it was just awesome to watch from 9 that they're not shying away from the fact that they're getting beat on the map and they're just coming right back into the fight.
So Maniac, you look at G2 here, yeah, they took an L. We're going to talk about the next map, but tell me what you saw from the G2 camp that makes you a believer.
That makes me a believer. You know, they lost the first map, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you. I can bail you out.
Okay, let's hear it.
They survived 3 match points. It was 15-12. That was great fortitude for G2 to come back and force overtime from that position.
That would be so great if they actually had won the map.
I know, it would have been.
But I feel like they had 9 on the ropes, right? If you're 15-12 in the lead for 9, and then there are actual choke rounds. We have a situation where Kalar is coming from behind with a 5-7, not killing the bomb that's being planted. That would have been 16-9. You see these rounds, you see how they're being lost, you feel like G2 is once again regained control, and then this is where we have to give it up to 9. Like, to win on overtime after letting go of these 3 rounds opportunity, I didn't think that was possible. I thought that was it.
I mean, the problem too, I mean, I'm going to kind of contradict myself here and give you a reason why you shouldn't have faith in you cannot have faith in G2.
Do you want me to bail you out then after that?
No, I'm good.
Yeah.
Well, maybe if you'd like.
I'll try.
But like, there were like 3 rounds that G2, like we saw the round 17 dropping the bomb with Hades push. There were a couple other ones like G2 losing an anti-eco. Like they had those heartbreak rounds that we know come out from G2. That is really such a heal for them because they were playing so good. They had JKS at the top of the scoreboard for a lot of that game. Nico and Hunter were having impact. They had the right players delivering and could not convert because they were just losing these hiccup rounds that should not be going against them.
Yeah, and losing a first map for G2. You know, we talked about the highs of winning lands. Now we look at the next map of Ancient. That's a pick of G2. Again, did they make a believer out of it?
The nice thing, I guess, not silver lining, but like if you come into a series against 9, you have to know Vertigo is going to be a battle that you potentially lose, right? Like you're mentally prepared to lose kind of Vertigo in a way. Like obviously you want to win it, but you're gonna say this team is going to potentially beat us on Vertigo, and their map pool after that is really not that impressive. Yeah. We should be able to survive a loss on Vertigo, and G2 is going to know that.
No, I agree with you. There's no way I can't argue that. Obviously, Vertigo is the best map of 9. This is where they have the highest level of play. But I will say, when you're G2 and you were 6-0 in the lead, pretty much with your hair in the wind, sipping whatever it is you're sipping on the little boat, having a good time, exactly. And then you still end up losing that game after coming back for 15-12. It must suck just a little bit. Like it must be a little bit annoyed, just a tad. You know, you're going to Ancient. Could have been 0-2.
It hurts, but that's where you go back to the pre-match interview we had with Nico. All about focus, all about mentality. Get focused on the next map. That's where you want your leaders like Nico, your coach, and you just say, guys, forget about it. Let's move on. Next map.
Yeah, the next map.
Because it's Ancient, and guess what? 9 haven't won it on LAN yet.
That's correct. In fact, there is no W ever on LAN for this roster on HLTV.
Anywhere ever.
I've been looking.
This would be a historic.
Look a little closer.
A historic victory for 9 if they can pull it off.
Historic. Yeah, well, that's what we're doing down here. We're making history in Riyadh, and in doing
that would be historic. G2 here in Riyadh. That would be history in a way.
Especially after the tweet I saw from the G2 main account, which was like, "Hey, we're sending 9 home at 2 p.m. today." It's like, well, hasn't really started out quite like that, but nonetheless, we are ready to jump into it. So, Jason, I beg the question. Does it end here for G2?
No, they're going to win this map. They're going to win Ancient. We're going to be going to Nuke. We're going to be going to 3.
Man, I hate arguing with Jason.
Ah, me too.
Oh, you love it.
I'm going to do it anyway. Thank you very much, gents. I'll go ahead and pass it on over to the people who actually drive this ship, and it's going to be Anders and Henry Gurr.
Yes, indeed. Henry Gruer and Anders B. Loom reporting for duty. Thank you, gents. Great analysis as usual. And yeah, Maniac's got a very good point. The last 4 outings here on Ancient, it hasn't been great for 9. They've lost to Fnatic, Liquid, Cloud9, and looking for Orc. It has not been good for them on LAN whatsoever. But the way they're playing right now, the individuals, all 5 of them contributing to a very high level, Anders, I don't think this is impossible. I feel like with that map under their belt, they've been doing homework, they've been practicing, they've had plenty of time. I feel like this could be the moment. I feel like a 2-0 could be on the cards. What do you think?
I wouldn't rule it out either. Hades hitting almost every single shot, only really out by Hooksy somehow, but...
That's a good point.
But yeah, I think in general they look really, really fresh, and G2 just look frustrated. And losing in overtime in a map that you probably could have won, yeah, it's got a sting. We'll see if they can mentally recover. If G2 are back on track, they're going to be starting on the T side with 9 on the CT side as we get into Ancient, the second map. Again, it's single elimination, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is in line. If you slip up here, if you miss a step here in your G2, you are going to be knocked out of the tournament. Goofy on with the dualies to begin with, but he gets traded by m0NESY.
Here we go then. We are off to the races, ladies and gentlemen. Another pistol round, and it's Minio through the smoke, taking down m0NESY. There's a gap there as well. K trying to deny the plant if possible, boosting over the smoke as well. It's currently a 4-on-3 advantage. Make it 2 as Hooksy is removed. A lovely boost here. Oh no! Nico will have to do something unbelievable at this stage, and they were lined up for him. There was a moment, there was a possibility he gets the triple kill there, but no, it's all denied. The cave rush doesn't work out whatsoever for G2, and it's a very influential pistol picked up by the Polish squad.
How's Minio getting that many kills in the smoke?
I don't know.
I mean, the boost is cool, that's one thing, but he got 2 of them through the smoke.
The stars are aligning right now. G2 can't believe their luck. But fortunately, the bomb does get planted at us. There's something there.
Good point.
With the bomb down, they can win this second round force buy. We know the individuals, pound for pound, they have more skill, better aim. They should be able to pull this one off. Not all is lost. The fact the bomb is planted is something, but you are right. That is absolutely bloody ridiculous. He's getting kills like that. He got 2 through the smoke cleanly. A lovely boost, though, to take down Hooksy. I will say that much. And it's going to be 3 Galils and a couple of pistols here as Hunter, one of the absolute masters of middle on Ancient, trying to open things up here, but he's being held, contained by the flames.
Yeah, flashbang right in his eyes. There's 3 people in there. He's going to get only one of them traded right away. Stopping power, that M4 quite palpable, and K's going to be able to pick up Nico. There's a little bit of an issue, flashed on over. Goofy did not want to run through the smoke, and I don't really blame him. Why would he have to here? It's a 4-on-3. Now it's a 3-on-3 as Hooksy gets that kill, but yeah, they could have waited it out a little bit. m0NESY's playing a dangerous game in the smoke. Look at this, Henry.
It's on a knife's edge. This round could go either way. G2 have done well to bring it back to a 3-on-3. m0NESY, though, as you mentioned, he will live and die by the sword. Both players pretty far removed right now. It's JKS towards the ramp and one towards Cave, and that position's been smoked off. This really is down to JKS to try and save the day here in the 3 versus 2. He's in the beehive right now. He gets stung.
Down, no chance. They have a kid as well, and he can't even make it through. He's being blocked, physically blocked from getting through the smoke. Hooksy gets taken out. It's a close round at the end of it, but not close enough. It'll be 9 to pick it up, and G2, they needed more. They probably needed Nico to win that fight in the Cheetah Cave to begin with.
Yeah, it was just so unfortunate for him. Just as the smoke blooms, that's on the MP9, unleashes hell, and nothing he could do. Didn't even see the player there. The bomb's planted, and there is another buy there. Had they have got another kill, maybe they could go for another one. And I say that they're actually going to bring out the Galils again, so they do fancy their chances here. If they keep getting that bomb down, there are buys available, but it comes at a cost. You're still on the back foot here. You're up against a fully equipped 9 who are looking incredibly sharp right now. And Hunter, once again, trying his luck towards middle. Takes significant damage to kick things off. The spray coming through as well, but they keep all 5 players alive. Mid control has been garnered. Bit of spam damage coming through as well. But it seems like 9 have got a firm grasp on the scenario. Not overcommitting. trying to get damage through the smoke as they focus towards the red room here.
Hades double peaked in that position. That's really uncomfortable. It's good that he got the 1 kill. Sometimes you just get nothing when you get double peak like that. So at least he's still in the round here. 4 versus 3. whoopsie, he's got the 1 kill. That's gone the way of G2, and they're pretty deep in here. They could sandwich Kyler. This actually is a winnable round in that sense if they get this one through, but he's right at the edge of the smoke. Molotov, it actually bounces right into his face. I can't believe it. Oh, whooksie's still doing some work, though.
That's wild. It seems like they're getting so unlucky.
Yes.
Every single time it's some sort of like strange interaction, like an incendiary right in the face of whoopsie. Thankfully, though, it's still a 2-on-2. Make it 2-on-1. Kyler is dropped. Looking for their first round here. It's down to Goofy with 100 HP coming in towards the donut room. Oh, he's got the timing. He could actually find Nico. I think it's a guaranteed frag. Oh, he wouldn't, would he?
He's thinking about it.
Oh,
no
bullets!
He's run out, hasn't he? He's looking for more. There we go, picking up another gun. He's got a little bit more here. Going for the shot, and he takes down Monacy. What a flank coming through from Goofy. It's such a good route to take. The only kit that was in the round as well was in that hallway. So, of course, he's going to go that way. And he set it up for the double kill and eventually got there as well. G2, if they weren't frustrated already, they've got to be now.
Again, the good news is, and as the bomb is being planted, the rounds are close. They can continue to buy here. That is something. But whoopsie, that was the moment he hit. Okay, so I didn't realize whoopsie had that much vision. It couldn't have been any unluckier for him. He gets hit in the face. The incendiary is discombobulating. And then Goofy, once again, the flanks. It's always the flanks. As soon as they avert their gaze for a second, that's when Goofy strikes, and Nico can't believe it. Even after running out of bullets, he clutches out, and Hunter once again, can he find success towards middle, taking so much damage en route. Galil in hand, and you can see, yeah, these buys, they're there, but they don't have any utility. A nice boost finds Nico once again. He is dropped early on in the round, and it's Hades. Death from above. Finds that opening frag once again. And I love this. They're so active on the CT side. They're so active. JKS gets one here, but it'll be traded out 100%. Yeah. There it is.
Instantly, you're right. Very, very active. Very hard for G2 to deal with. 4 versus 3. They love more, but they walk into the AWP.
Let's go.
Hades, he hasn't let go at all from the first map. He's tuned into this one. Back for a third, taking down
Round
Hunter.
Round of applause, bro. This guy is playing on another level right now. 3 kills in the round. No bomb planted this time. It has to be the half by going forward. At least have maximum loss bonus in the next.
True.
But still,
they're getting whipped, aren't they?
Oh, yeah. They are getting battered and bruised out there. Bullied, I would say. As we go 4-0, they don't even respond with much more than 1 kill there. This is getting out of control. And as I said, no bomb planted. It has to be Tech-9s now. whoopsie, he's going to have to call something magnificent here. A set piece towards A would be great. Try and just get those wall of smokes down, see if we can force out another plant. These are the sort of rounds they win, but God, Hades isn't missing right now. And again, active, Kyler just flanking. As soon as they get the information, they've got everything covered. There's no way to thread the needle, get behind enemy lines, find a gap. It's just not happening. And Hunter, he hasn't had any success towards mid. He's getting out, but no real damage inflicted. And as I said, A execution is pretty much your only option here, and that's what they're going for.
Yeah, and 9 are playing very, very far back.
If I'm predicting it, Anders, there's a good chance that they'll be aware of it as well, and Hades is the one waiting for him.
Yeah, because there's no point in playing further up close to the Tech-9s. You might as well have this kind of a distance. Just all you need is a couple of shots, maybe a little bit of damage. But even if the bomb goes down here, the retake should still be good. They have protocols designed to deal with these kind of things. Kyler there, spending a lot of bullets, but the last one, was that really the last bullet that took down Hunter? I need the replay to see that. Nico low on health and hunted down by Minio. It's just Monacy. Sure, the bomb is planted, but again, like I said, they have the retake protocols to deal with something like this. They don't know that Monacy is here. Oh, he can snipe away 1 kill. Oh, and another headshot.
There's a gun there.
Beautiful. Can he actually pick it up? I don't think his arms are long enough. He has to switch it around, and Hades there to catch him. So that got a little bit scary, but again, it's just Hades is not missing anything right now.
A moment there for Monacy. Thought he might be able to pull it off. A double kill with the P250. If he finds the AK-47, he had vision of the bomb, you never know, but Hades shuts down that prospect completely. We go 5-0, and of course G2 calling their first tactical timeout, looking down the barrel of a tournament elimination against 9 after winning Cologne. The holy grail of Counter-Strike.
I mean, it's such a massive victory for them, G2, especially at this current stage where there's so many other teams that could have made it through again. I think you know, Vitality obviously getting knocked out by ENCE before the grand final, but I think G2, the bracket was set up nicely for them, but they played unbelievably well. I mean, m0NESY and Nico in that tournament were just lights out. So for them to come into this one, and I mean, it's the most G2 thing that could happen, which is why I predicted, I did say it in the interview, I said I don't think they're going to be able to keep it going because that's just how it is. But losing to 9 still, that would be painful.
It would be devastating. It'd be worse than that. Like Nico even said in the interview, like we've got to stop this. We've got to stop having one good tournament and then just dropping off. Like it can't happen anymore. And to lose, no disrespect to 9, they're not the same caliber team.
They're not. I think even they would acknowledge it. So yeah, I don't think it's disrespectful.
Look how active again. Hades is in the front of A main with the AWP. You just don't see this sort of play. And the bomb's there as well. If he finds the bomb early, the round might be over. He knows his shot's there. This guy is 2 steps ahead of everyone right now. JKS is even predicting that potential maneuver, and there's nothing he can do about it. The AWP, pixel perfect as ever from Hades.
And then he's flashed into the next angle, ready in case they show up. Sure, they have Donut, but it doesn't really matter right now. A little bit risky throwing that Molotov, I've got to say. That could have easily got him killed, but did
nice
force out Hoaxy. He's still able to win the fight. That's a little bit unfortunate. m0NESY's down, and that's the bomb in the middle.
Oh, you're right. So they can't even pounce in towards A after that kill. There's nothing they can really do with it. It would be wasted effort. It wouldn't do anything for them. So they have to pull off, vacate the A bomb site, and it's another 4 versus 3. And getting a taste of their own medicine, Anders. 6-0 on the cards here.
Minio's jumping back there, and it's being heard, but they don't know about K that's that up close. Sure. It's one of those really cool fakes you can do if you're playing 2 people in the middle like this. They might not be expecting it at all. Speaking of which, K is actually moving forward. He's going to be dead. Hunter, very patient, not taking the bait from the audio. I guess that's great news, and now they're pushing the B bomb side. They might actually be able to win this round here. Hunter's nice traded finally, but it's still not that bad. 2 versus 2, and the bomb might be going down. He's cold! He walked right through the smoke! Called their bluff, Henry. They can just
Nico can do nothing about this.
Nico, he's in such a bad position for it.
Has the spam.
Goofy has the kit though. He's a little bit further away. 10-second defuse for Minio. So question is, can Goofy get the kill? And he can. He just walked through the smoke like he didn't. Just had no worries whatsoever.
I'm speechless, Anders. I said during the green room, I feel like a 2-0 is possible. I was kind of being facetious. I didn't really mean it.
Well,
I just wanted to be spicy. I just wanted to be controversial, you know. But here we are.
Summoned it into existence, Henry.
It's been manifested. 6-0, bro. This is considered a T-sided map as well, depending on who you speak to.
There are a lot of teams now that have really figured out how to play that C side, especially now that you can, the spawns on the C side move back, so you can get into the middle more reliably on the T side. There's definitely something there. But, my God.
Rough, boys.
It's not looking great.
The best chance they've had is a Nico 2 versus 1.
That's true.
Yeah, fast A contact, maybe even an A rush here. Utilize the aim, see if Nico can just do this by himself. And it's an all-in maneuver. It's actually, that's more like it. Hoaxy to crack things open here. Surely this is where they enter Ancient.
Yeah, especially with Hunter getting that kill and Nico a free one onto K. So yeah, they really knocked it out the park on that one. And it's such a common setup for any CT side on this map to have nobody on A. I know it sounds ridiculous, but a lot of the time teams will just focus on really securing the middle early on, and then just eventually someone's going to peel back and they'll go for Donut, they'll go into the A bomb side. So it's not that uncommon. G2 just exploiting that fact, and presumably 9 will change up their defense a little bit now. They might respect it a bit more.
Well, the thing is, fortunately, these rounds have been close. We can say that much. The money's not that established for 9. If they save the AWP and the M4, there is a buy available. If they lose even one of these guns, you're probably taking an eco or half buy around this one. But there we have it. Finally, G2 passed their first round, and it will be in round number 7. 6-1 overall. We'll need a lot more where that came from. It's going to be a timeout straight away from 9 to shut down that momentum, anything they've got going, and it's a good chance to do so as well. As I said, the money's not in a great spot. The Birds are buy. Hades will have to drop, and Goofy, but they will have guns across the board here. What a game, Anders. What a game indeed.
They came out guns blazing on this one.
I'm loving this.
It's so amazing to see. I mean, Goofy's 7-1, Hades is 9-2, and then Minio is 8-3. So they got 3 players right now that just absolutely cracked in this game, and they're hard to take down.
Oh yeah, are they ever? So round 8, no m0NESY AWP, AKs across the board, not a huge deal. But the only round that has come close to working, the only round they picked up is that A rush. wasn't just a straight rush. Yeah, the smokes down as well, the flashbangs, everything was covered, and there was only one 9 player there. They've been really focusing their efforts towards middle, so maybe G2 trying to condition the fact that this is a possibility, you need to be careful of this, and you might just call it again. If it worked so well before, you might just give it another crack, to be honest with you. Like, why not? Like, that's the only thing that's worked so far, and it was a very convincing one. And they've got, okay, yeah, they've got 4 players towards A, so it won't be the rush, but it's going to be a 4-1 setup. So we've got, who is it on the other side? JKS, I'd assume, yes, indeed. And they're going to try and go for an execution once again with a JKS flank. Textbook, really, for G2.
Yeah, same idea, but slightly different look, and I think it makes sense. Hades, I think, nicely smoked out of this position, just had the right position for the AWP, but obviously can't do much once he's smoked out. This boost is sick, but Hunter just even better on the other side. A good spray to take down K, and now it's a 4-on-5, but look at
JKS will call the B side is clear soon, and they can just fall back with the bomb.
They can easily do that.
Oh, okay.
What's happening?
Yeah, you might just have to bail. Just go, you know what, lads, that ain't working for us. Let's get out of here. Oh, no. Okay, I was going to say Minio could actually shut this down completely. JKS, though, the master of the backlines. He's got himself so much space here. He can call B is completely open right now. You can hightail it all to the bomb site. There's no way they could be there. B lane is the only position they need to be aware of, and no one's patrolling it right now. We've got Kyler there, waiting beneath heaven, and they're going to be going up towards the ledge. But the B bomb site we know is open here. 3-on-3, huge advantage for G2. Scrappy round, but they might be able to stick the landing.
I guess if they can retake it through the cave, then maybe there is a way that it's going to force JKS to evacuate this position, because otherwise it's just a strong corner that he's in at the moment. So you have to assume that it'd be hard for Hades to check this one, even if he is seemingly missing nothing at all. They're not even sure about it. You can tell, yeah, they don't even really want to go for it.
It's probably not worth it. They were so far removed, and JKS had done such a magnificent play there. Like we said, it's a 4-1 setup. They don't commit towards the bomb. I think a lot of teams do that now. Like, get full control. I know the rotations are coming through. You can feel the retake about to be committed to. And then you've got JKS just calling B's actually clear. You can just fall the hell back. And it works out very nicely. He not only does get the B bomb site, he locks down the back lines. He gets towards CT spawn as well. That's so much space. The only area they had to worry about was B lane. No one there. Job done. Very good call from Hooksy.
He won the round, JKS, by getting no kills. That's
exactly.
Inspirational.
That's kind of his bread and butter, right? Allow him to have some maneuvers. Allow him to just find some space. He doesn't need the kills, but his understanding of those timings is very good.
That's cool to see. Definitely scary. Minio was pushing T-spawn at the same time. If he got even one of those kills.
That's the thing. That was the difference maker there. If he gets one of them, you're absolutely right. I think it's a very different round, but Hades still a statement performance here through the smoke. The second kill as well. That's when they started packing it. They're like, yep, you know what, we're done here. Let's get back towards the B-bomb site. Still an exciting round. Some smiles on the faces there. Finally, for G2, after they post a couple rounds in a row. But bear in mind, yes, the money is broken, but 3 weapons were brought over into this round. They probably won't over-invest into this one. They'll keep the money about $2,000, try and get some upgraded pistols for the last 2 remaining players. But still a very scary round, and Hades knows he has to step up. And that's when he's his most dangerous, I would say. If he can find that opening frag and start funneling them in towards the stack, that would be magnificent. He goes towards Donut right now, but he is smoked off. Doesn't necessarily want to give up his position, but fires a speculative shot. And we've got mid-control obtained here for G2.
Yeah, an enormous amount of it. Really a lot you could do. Hunter, look at how deep into the middle he is. Hades relocating a little bit further back, and Hunter's going to be very, very careful that he doesn't give up this AK. Somebody could easily run in K or Minio. They don't only have pistols. They could run back and pick up the AK if Hunter lets go of it. On the other side of it, though, if Hunter could win the fight, then the B bomb side is so compromised. It's going to get crushed between those two forces. We're going to find out how this plays out. Over a minute on the clock. Hooksy started to move up. He's good. It looks like he should be good for the first kill there. Definitely had a chance for it, but instead it goes the other way somehow. Goofy going to be able to pick up the kill. Sprays through. JKS taking a lot of damage, but it's Monacy right through, and Kyler, he walks into the shot. Double for Nico. Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is starting to look a lot better.
More like it. Big round to win as well. We know the money is in a compromised position. Now the objective 4-9 is to save the AWP. It's a safe position for Hades. No one's going to be able to drop him here. Just trying to take any members he can with him. It's going to be Minio with, like we said, they didn't invest much into this round. There was 3 saved weapons. Minio didn't even get the armor. He stayed on the pistol. He's going to leave the round with the AK-47, so not all is lost. As mentioned, depending on who you speak to, it's a T-sided map, and they're in a great position so far. Like, this is a map they've never even won on land before. So they would be very happy to be in this position. And they still have the AWP. It's going to be an absolute full buy going forward as well. But G2 posting 3 rounds in a row after suffering the 0-6 deficit, like we saw on Vertigo. And bear in mind, 9, they managed to pull it back as well after being down 0-6.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely nothing is done yet. You still have some powerful plays coming in. Nico getting a double in this round. He's up to 8 kills. Yeah, that's nice. Anytime Nico's having a good game, you can't really rule G2 out.
Definitely not. Match paused, and it was called by whooping.
Okay.
I believe it's a little bit of a technical issue, though. Nothing to be alarmed about. Looks like they're good to go.
Nicely done. Fixed almost immediately.
Indeed.
Round number 10, and yeah, 9 put it on a little bit of a break here by G2. This is interesting. It could be a lot worse, like you said. They saved a couple of rifles in the previous round. They did in the last one as well. So a couple of things that make the economy just a little bit more bearable for them. But the truth is, if they have a round here where they really get wiped out, then G2 are just going to feel so good about this half suddenly. Suddenly they can start to see the end of the line for them at least on the opening half here. whooping, flash through the middle, walking through the smoke. Can try and clear it out. Kyler is right here, but he's not getting any real sign that someone's actually on the other side yet. Grenade does a bit, not bad.
Puts him in 1 dink potential for the M4s. Very significant grenade.
Oh look, they walk through the smoke. whooping just ready for it. Kyler just turns around. Hunter lucky to be alive behind this one. There's still a 4-on-4 technically.
Felt like a bit of a gimme there for whooping. Couldn't convert the shot. JKS needs to be careful. If he goes to the plant in the smoke, Minio's got the sound cue. They've been overlooked, and somehow he manages to get the kill. It's still a man advantage here, but can they hold on to it? K surely goes down to the flames. And now in towards CT spawn, 2 versus 1. Hunter's low. Bear in mind, he's towards Donut, and Monacy will pick up the all-important frag. Didn't get too dangerous there, not too uncomfortable, and they win the round. Like that one player on top of the bomb site, I thought he was going to deny the plant, but
yeah.
So far so good. No blunders yet.
Absolute chaos inside of that one. whooping might have even just won the first fight, but there was also a chance that I think Hunter coming through as the second player would have died as well, and that would have cancelled the round out. That would have been an easy one for 9 to win. All-out madness happening in the bomb site.
I love it.
But also because it's such a close round, right? 9 aren't thinking about saving any rifles. They're fighting, and as a result, they lose everything, which is, I mean, it's fine. They should be fighting for this one, but it is going to cost them quite a bit, and they still invest into this thing. I'm shocked at you. Look at what they're buying in this one. They didn't have that much. Hades with
you're right. No one survived the previous round, but like, dude, the way Hades is playing right now.
Yeah.
You can't really
You're
argue
that confident?
I don't know. Like, it's maximum loss bonus next round, right? So
good point.
I guess like they know if it goes wrong, either save the ore potentially. Like, it's not all lost, but you have a chance to win this round. So Monacy with the initial donut smoke coming in. And that mid play once again, it's the Mac 10. Flashbangs come through. He's actually done a great job there. Hunter, such a great understanding of how to operate in this mid position. Lucky to be alive as well. These Deagles doing significant damage, but no one finding a kill just yet. It's going to be a 5 versus 2 as whooping finds a double kill here. Goofy and Hades remain, and bear in mind, that doesn't mean the round is over. Hades with that AWP can do God's work out here. Looking towards middle. No one home, and you can see that he's waiting for the reaction of the G2 side. They don't want to give anything away here. We've got Hunter and T-Spawn watching for flanks, which has been a massive issue for them in this series so far. Biding their time, and this is what you want to see. There's some discipline.
Yeah.
Taking every round, like losing even one player here can have a knock-on effect on your economy, so let's make sure it's clean as you like. Use this as a chance to catch our breath.
Yeah, you have to respect it. This is the way you want to play it. Again, I know we've said it a lot, but it's single elimination. You've lost the first map here, so of course you want to make sure, even in a 2 versus 5 like this, that you are absolutely leaving nothing to chance. You did mention if Hades can save the AWP, then buying into this round doesn't necessarily that bad of an idea. Getting a little bit of a parting kill onto Nico. The Deagles could have done a lot more. There was a chance for it.
There were plenty of opportunities there. Damage was done, but fortunately for G2, they had multiple players at each choke point, so they could spray them down before the headshots landed. And yeah, crisis averted. There was a real chance that could have fallen apart. So, as mentioned, maximum loss bonus still, so Hades did fully invest, but he saves the AWP, and Goofy's actually upgraded to the M4 as well, so this is absolutely fine, but it will be 5 rounds in a row for G2. It's their map pick. It was a disastrous start, but now in cruise control, looking a lot more comfy as we get into it now. like we said, money will be absolutely fine. Hades will survive, gets himself a single frag, and round number 12 is up next. m0NESY back on the AWP. It's himself on 6 and 6. Didn't have the best showing on Vertigo. Not necessarily a bad one, but just where we've placed him after his Cologne performance, we want to see more of that, don't we? We want to see him going toe-to-toe with Hades, and unfortunately for him, he has stolen the show.
Yeah, he has. All eyes are on him at the moment. Could be a lot more tricky though on this particular map to try and be an active AWPer on the CT side.
Yeah.
He did, I mean, they did push into the A always that one time, but how do you reliably find those kills? m0NESY very, very low in the middle. Maybe not the best start for them here.
Yeah, and normally you're accepting you to take a lot of damage in that sort of pick, but a player like m0NESY wants to open things up, fall back, and then play a more defensive round. But unfortunately, couldn't quite connect and takes a load of damage here. They got to slow things right down now. Hades just there at the back, boosted over. It's a nice angle.
Yeah, easy to make a misstep on the T side and just forget about the fact that this could be done. If you're just
case opening, yeah.
Yeah, shuffling around back there, maybe dropping the bomb. Oh, we've got it.
Oh, we don't even get to see the outcome. So congrats if you got the knife. If you didn't, commiserations.
At least it's not an embarrassment. I'm so suspicious of those case openings now because of the one fake video that was happening.
I called that was fake when it was live.
You did call it, yes.
There's no way, and like everyone was taking it, like there's no way. Like it looks weird. It looks like it's something off there. But either way, ladies and gents, a quieter round here. 40 seconds remaining. G2 full control of middle. A split looking very likely here as the bomb rotates in, courtesy of m0NESY. Bear in mind he's low. Hooksy's not checking. Oh, that's clumsy. It's a very common position. That's the kind of play I would make.
With a grenade in hand.
Yeah, that is clumsy. That's me. I'd say in the chat, yep, 1A. No, you said a great shot. It's a great shot.
Yeah, but they don't know about the second player. They don't know about Minio, so when they peek, they're looking up. Their crosshair's in the wrong position. The bomb is in the wrong position. And with only 10 seconds left, Henry, this round cannot be won any longer. Kind of with the double, but the fact that there were two people there and Hooksy only saw one of them meant the players coming out of Donut, they're not expecting for a second player, especially maybe because they actually did get the kill on Goofy on the other side of the bomb site, so they're just not thinking there's going to be three people at the site. Good little mind game.
Yeah, but you should be considering one player's boosted. If there's ever an anchor, there are either default boxes, temple, or boosted, right?
Yeah.
Those are the three options. And the fact you're not even like checking in your face, checking with a nade in your hand, like what chance have you really given yourself? Not much. And
not many, as it turns out.
Yeah, no, apparently not. Not to kind of pile on Hooksy too much, but that was the reason the round falls apart. Can't get anything done. And it will be round number 13. A quick half, but a very exciting one after being down 6-0. G2. What's happened there? m0NESY again going for that quick pick. And doesn't work out once more. I think he did some significant damage towards Minio there. It might have been the wallbang shot. Okay, with the cave control. Slow around here. Bombs in T-spawn transitioning over towards B. Same boost. They didn't see it before, so give it another crack.
Yeah, just do it again. And you actually might have a chance at it this time because, yeah, oh, is he whipping the wrong way? It doesn't matter.
Sick.
Hades, he's had m0NESY's number this whole game. He's 15-3. Yep. He got over 30 kills, I believe, at the end of it on Vertigo, and he's halfway there again. This is remarkable.
Yeah, I believe there might be an award for best sniper at the event. So look out for that. Hades might be in the conversation.
He's got to be now, certainly making a name for himself here in Riyadh. 4 versus 5, 50 seconds, and look at this play from Kyla. It's a classic on this map. It's very hard to get the timing, even when you're this deep in. If you push too much, you are going to get found out. But if you're too slow, then the B bomb site's going to fall without you even being close. So let's see if he can get it. Hunter's on the wrong side of the wall here for Kyla to maybe make a play. So he's just going to keep on going. Still a very, very powerful position to be in. Hades not missing a chance. Even Hooksy can't out-open this time.
Yeah, surprising. And that's the bomb going down as well. So all the information they could ask for. But Nico, spectacular spray towards the cave once again. Oh, that's world-class. Managing to take down Kyla as well on the flank. He was ready and waiting towards that ledge position.
Look over the bomb.
Nico is fighting tooth and nail here. Goofy should be able to get a guaranteed frag here, so now requires a clutch from the absolute star of CSGO, Nico.
10 seconds.
Is doing all the right moves, but Hades one step ahead, as always, as they win out the half here, 8-5, 2 rounds to go.
Oh, that's so rough, because the bomb was dropped on the B, on the
Hooksy
slope.
that had
Just the fact that they had to run back, they had maybe 20 seconds in the 2-on-2, but they had to find a kill, pick up the bomb, run back to the bomb. Such a lot of things to manage all at the same time, and Hades just hitting everything. It's disgusting to watch and beautiful at the same time. 8-5, it's 9 in the lead, and I mean the problem is without a bomb plant here, It's a questionable money situation for G2. They're not loving life at the moment.
Are you loving life, Anders?
I am loving life. I'm getting to cast counterstrike. It's amazing.
We're in our little office up here.
Yes.
Our little tiny office. You don't have to see us on camera. There's no idea what we look like.
There's no camera. We relax.
Holding hands.
Slump back in the chair. We don't have to worry about anything. It's actually a fantastic
you're
life.
right. I am loving life as well. This is what it's all about. Enjoying some world-class CS. Single elimination as well. High pressure.
I know.
Blunders being presented left and right. It's a beautiful thing, and we will see a force buy of sorts. Sure, they've got 5 rifles, but 3 of those are Khalil's Anders. Sacrifices in the utility as well. JKS has no utility whatsoever, so this might count for 2 rounds. They give this one up, they won't have anything to work with around number 15, so a huge moment here. 9 in the driving seat. Hades this time positioned towards A, knowing that's where they found a lot of their success. They might change things up. They took another tactical timeout, and yes, indeed, it's going to be a similar sort of approach. And Hades this time not going to let them in. He wants to shut the door right in their face.
And not as far back as he was last time, because that smoke actually failed. He wanted to put out the Molotov.
I think it was a flash he threw.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Well, that definitely doesn't work.
Definitely
Thanks for checking.
Yeah.
Okay, well this time he's forced back anyway. He wanted to play in front of the smoke. He knew it was coming. Kyla's going to get shot through the smoke, speaking of which, and this has worked out so well for G2. Every time they show up here, they seem to win the rounds, especially when they're this far back. But Minio and Goofy have a little bit of something to say about it. Got to be careful here, Monacy. You have the bomb in the back. Still 50 seconds, but you don't want to be dying to this AWP and leave the bomb back here for your teammates to go and pick it up. 45 seconds and a 3-on-3. Nico's pushing in front of it. Smoke's fading and he can't win the fight. That's a bit disastrous. Now they threw the bomb forward. Yep. Good move from Monacy.
Here we go. Time to go clutch, Hunter. What have you got for us? A beautiful first and second shot here down to Hades. 1 versus 1. He knows exactly where Hunter is, and he stayed true to the bomb side as well, sitting behind default. Hades seems to be very aware of that prospect. No utility on either side. It comes down to brutal aim here at this point. Hunter not peeking at all. He's going to have to touch the bomb, and Hunter will peek before he even gets close. That is an excellent finish there from Hunter, and they pick up the penultimate round, and we go 8-6.
Whew. He only showed the top of his head and he just cruised off with a headshot on Hades. 4 kills on the round for Hunter as well. That's remarkable. You love to see it. 15th round, like you said, and one of the few times that Hades got bested by anyone in this map.
Yeah, right. I thought after that kill towards Nico, that was it, but Hunter had to go absolutely massive there. 3 headshots delivered. You can see what it means to them. This is a big deal.
Yes.
Lose this map, they are out of the tournament. A $1 million tournament after winning Cologne.
I know, it would be such a terrible headline for them in many ways. Nico, yeah, just waiting for it to smoke lands on top. How does he lose the fight? He had every chance to do it.
As soon as he committed to that spray, I thought, oh God, he's done for. That is it. The smoke makes it so awkward. You lose track of him for a second, and then he's got all the advantages. He can see your spray coming through. And he's not going to check this. He's not going to check it.
Dead. One way or another. Oh my God, he's not dead at all. Henry, how do you come out on top of that one? A double kill. He should have been crossfired. He should have at least been 1-2 punch right there. And it doesn't work out. Unbelievable scenes. Hades now no longer with the AWP M4 in hand, but he's still lethal with it. Nearly the double. Hooksy, a grenade away from death here. 3 versus 3, and they're going to double team it. Oh. Hades, I can't believe how Hooksy's alive. He's got 3 kills. He's just invulnerable in the round.
Yeah. Well, here we go then. Final round, no saving here. Minio, what have you got for us? Bomb planted at default. Doesn't want to go for the spam, doesn't want to give up his position just yet. He's got every chance to win this. They're almost lining up for him. Spots one, nails the first, and now Hooks, he's incredibly low. Has no utility, but his coveted AWP. He's had some great shots so far, but can he hold his nerve once again?
He taps the bomb, looking at him out in the hand. Hooksy with the clutch and the quad kill. I just can't believe it. That's how they get to 7, Henry. Now they've got a real crack at it here. They cut the first half right down the middle. We'll see if it's enough to inspire G2 as the second half is coming right up.
look into your heart, tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. Taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've just had enough. The only thing I want for us, pure love. We can go higher. We can go higher. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided, yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free, yeah.
Can you hear the sound of thunder? Not much time to run for cover.
Welcome back to Gamers8, ladies and gentlemen. You join us at the halfway point between 9 and G2. The latter, of course, after facing a 0-6 deficit, have recovered the half somewhat. Looking down the barrel of tournament elimination, Anders, it's G2 now swapping over to the CT side, fighting for the third map of Nuke.
I'm actually so shocked that they even have the 7 rounds that they have right here. I think this could have been so much worse. Looking at the scoreboard at the end of it, Hunter is on top with 14 kills. He was very, very good on Vertigo as well.
Oh, yes.
But Hades on the other side is 20-5 coming out of the first half. If you get that kind of scoreline, I don't know how G2 gets 7 rounds at all. Hooksy clutching that last round, getting 4 kills. He should have been dead 10 different times, but he just absolutely chewed his way through the round. So now let's see how this plays out. G2 now on the CT side, 9 on the T side. Let's see how this plays out.
Oh, I'm fired up, Anders. This is going to be another barn burner of a pistol. Kyler to open things up here, and Nico in a prime position to mow them down. Nothing but headshots delivered as a hat trick comes forward once again. Just one player remaining, and it's K, who's got to fight now to see whether he can do anything. Can he even make a scratch in this round? 3 versus 1. The bomb is down in towards B, but he has got a boatload of time, fortunately for him. So not impossible, but very unlikely as Nico delivers an absolutely gobsmacking round there.
That first shot is hard to hit. That's against the player with the bomb that's jumping into the bomb site. It's just so hard to hit those headshots, but he made it look easy, and then he followed it up, getting 2 more just because he can.
That's what they needed, Anders. This sort of round, just raise morale, inspire confidence within the ranks, but not done just yet. If K can make this one even close, or maybe get a plant out of this somehow, it would be enough. First kill, though, surely he goes down here. Surely. Okay. I was it was building in my mind. I said, if he hits the one tap towards long, you never know, but it doesn't come through. Yeah, absolutely. So no plant found. 8-8, we tie things up. Single elimination format. Coming into this game, of course, G2, the heavy favorites. We kick things off on Vertigo, where they had a 6-0 lead before a while. They finally cracked the code. They know how to take down the poles here on Vertigo, but it all fell apart in overtime, and it will be the first map in favor of 9. We find ourselves splitting it right down the middle now. Round number 2, no force buy. And it's 9 with just Glocks pretty much across the board. A couple of P250s in the mix with K and Kyler. That should be a bit of a walk in the park here. A walk in the jungle, perhaps, for G2.
Yeah, it really should be, and I think that's also just going to help them out, getting a little bit of a time to breathe, maybe getting m0NESY and JKS into the mix. JKS, he really was the main engine that sort of brought it into overtime. You know, defended the B bomb side on Vertigo really well. He had a fantastic game in the first map, but he's been a little bit more slow here, currently on 3 kills. So you want to see JKS start to step it up, and this is a good time for it. You know, you get a bit of a breathing space.
To be fair, I think he's just normally holding for pushes though. He's like normally towards the B side of the map, just waiting for CT aggression. So it's understandable he hasn't had the massive amount of impact yet. We saw his efforts, like he won them around by just walking in towards B, right? He didn't get any kills, as you noted, but that was his contribution.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
Yeah, we'll see where we can start providing bigger numbers here in the second half. But G2 looking pretty good so far, 2-0, but this is where things could get a little bit more complicated for them as the AK-47s are out in full force here. It's Hades, as mentioned, with 20 frags to his name. No AWP for this round, but they've got much more firepower than the CTs, as G2 will be operating with a couple of MP9s and a FAMAS. And begs the question, do they want to get stuck in, prevent something a little bit more aggressive, try and get some map territory nice and early on? And we'll get into it. 3-play, yes, indeed. They're going to push towards Cave Anders. They want to try and get this opening frag, lock off the double doors and go full send. And it's working out very nicely indeed. Nico with that opening frag here, locking them in towards the double doors. This is disastrous. Minio, though, fighting back. Not a bad kill. All things considered, they were done for there.
Yes.
And they've at least brought it back to an even keel.
It's a very FaZe-esque way of approaching the CT side. You'd normally see, I mean, back when the map came out, it's Kerrigan and Rain doing such a great job at hindering that part of the map.
It's all about locking off those double doors as well. You can take vision away from there. That's the most prime angle to stop those B lane pushes. But if it's smoked off, Molotov, it's incredibly stifling for the T side. But that nice little push coming in there from Minio did save the day.
I think you're absolutely right. They probably would have ended up losing that round.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
For a second chance here, JKS, like you said, like to see him in action a bit more. And just the FAMAS, he's able to get that one. But even more importantly, the smoke is amazingly timed.
Yeah. That again, that one kill might have just won the round. It's such a beautiful little sequence. Drop the smoke, find an instant headshot, reposition, lock them out of the bomb site, and now you can get into that's a one and done. It'd be fine here. A one-and-done position just like this, maintain the advantage, that's all he needs to do. He's the only player on this side of the map. One kill would be fine. And chances are he's probably overlooked.
They do have a Molotov.
Oh, hang on, Goofy seems to be aware.
Yeah, they could Molotov it out, but they don't. Like you said, one and done is absolutely fine. Good kill from JKS, and obviously starting with the first one. K was on the other side, hoping to cause a distraction, maybe shoot someone in the back rotating out. It's not going to happen at all. G2 now with the lead at 10-8. And no bomb plant being allowed for either, so 9 just not going to have the funds to do a lot with here. They're going to pick up some Tech 9s, but it's not going to be that great going forward. Wow. Just small plays from JKS, but it has a big impact on the round.
It's a very good point. It's not all about the numbers, I suppose, as we'll see. Tech 9s, as mentioned, a half buy here. Pressure mounting for both teams, and we're going full send for the B rush right now. Very difficult to contain if you haven't got the utility in place. Nico going for the big spray down. He gets the double, drops the bomb, make it a hat trick, pulls out the Julies. The gunslinger is in business right now. It's a clean sweep. Hades will get one, but the job is done. And we will see G2 now really starting to stretch their legs here on Ancient CT side. 4 rounds in a row as 9. That was the half buy. They'll be buying up into this one, but this one's starting to slip out of their grasp, Anders.
Yes, it is. But I agree with what you said. It's more difficult than it seems to hold those kind of B rushes, and a lot of the grenades that they were throwing out landed way behind the incoming push. It's not like the Molotovs and the HEs that G2 were throwing did anything to really stop 9 here. But Nico most certainly did. Just spray them all down and hiding in the corner expertly. 11-8. G2 buying themselves a second life in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I love this aggression here. It's really calculated. The Molotov's down. They've cleared out everything.
Yes.
It's overwhelming aggression here. And if you're not used to the map, you don't really play it too often, and you're expecting a standard procedure here, you don't have the protocols to shut this down. Like, what is the answer to that? Do you try and brute force your way through and take the challenges, run through the river of flames? Or do you sit back behind T-spawn, double doors, and allow them to have full B-lane control, set up their boost, their crossfires? This is a real problem for them now, because this is a maneuver I don't think I've seen much from G2 before, and it's a real nice, aggressive position to be in. It seems to lock them down. There's no response. And now just going to try and clamber their way in towards middle.
What a turnaround from the flashbang, but Hooksy still not able to actually get the kill, so Kyler the one to pick it up. I do like the timing for him, though. Smoke up in the middle. See, Hunter's going to try and challenge it because the Krieg coming out all of a sudden. That's a bit of a twist for Hades. But why not 4 versus 4? He's so close to finding Nico, but he looks away. He's so close to dying himself. There we go. The flashbang coming over. Nico was turned for it and did get himself killed on that one. Hades is going to get outdone by the MP9.
Don't see many Kriegs these days, but making it work. Significant damage to Hunter, who needs backup, and he'll arrive in the form of Monacy. Hasn't had the best showing so far, but that's a hell of a shot. Finds the bomb as well. Scrambling towards a bonsai. He'll have to peek again, and it's Minio. That's more like it. 2 versus 1 up against JKS, and we said he hasn't had the biggest numbers so far. By no means a bad game. He's had high impact, and this is the sort of round he thrives in, but Minio will beat him to the punch here, and posting their first round on the T side. It goes 4-1 here, 11-9 overall. And G2, their money's pretty good. They've got one more buy here, but I do like what they're presenting so far. This ruthless aggression towards the B lane, it's really stifling. They don't really have a response right now, and now they don't even have to do it every round at it. They can just condition them thinking this is a possibility. They're gonna have to waste resources or slow themselves down and not play their main game here, knowing that that's a possibility. And it will be the last timeout for 9 here.
I mean, one of the ways you can try and deal with that suffocating forward play from G2 is just to wait it out. Oh, we got some memes coming out. He's updating it as we go along. I like it. But basically, if you slow down your play on the T side, you're basically allowing G2 to use all of their grenades in the beginning, and then you can do something in the last 30 seconds. But it kind of requires you having the protocols to actually execute in the 30 seconds of the round. Otherwise, it's not going to work out.
This is Hooksy, an in-game leader's dream, right? Because now you've conditioned them like that, you can start probing towards A main, knowing they're going to have to put more resources towards B. You can change the stance up. You can start being cheeky elsewhere. And we'll see if they're going to do it again, because, like I said, there's been no response to this B lane push. It looks to be more of a standard round this time. 9 with a sigh of relief here. They've actually got some B lane control to kick things off. Smokes go down. You can see Hades. This is the response, trying to open things up with the AWP. He'll be boosted up. A common position. And we are going to see Nico tucking himself in once again. It's Hooksy in towards the cave, allowing them essentially to walk up to the bomb site. A lot of contact plays happening this side of the map, and he's looking to spray them down once they commit. Speaking of spraying, we've got Famas going through the woodwork here. Nothing connecting necessarily. This is such a brave maneuver. Contact, single playing towards A. It's a 50-50 battle, and JKS is tucked away in towards the temple. Bomb still down in T-spawn, just to note, and that's the battle we were speculating. Kyla might have come out on top there. Does significant damage, throws a flashbang, and takes vision away from JKS now. So now they have to react to that.
Flashes all over the middle. K might have almost been killed there. 50 seconds. Smokes up towards Donut, putting a lot of pressure on the mid part of the map here. G2. How do they maneuver the troops at the moment? They've given up on the A bomb side, so 9 kind of signaling heavily that this is going to be a B hit coming through. K winning the fight against Monacy in the middle. They're in so much trouble. The last 2 players here, it's Hooksy and Nico. I have no idea how you defend this one. There's going to be smokes and flashes going down. Maybe not that many smokes, actually. They don't really have them. That might be a problem. Hooksy getting a kill as well. And the bomb is on the ground. I don't know how this has gone wrong. 9, they had the entire position ready. They just didn't have the grenades to actually block off the defending CTs.
Final boss of the B bomb side, big man Nico. He's got this kill for sure. I can't believe Hades somehow comes out on top in what looks to be impossible scenarios, but he'll have to go above and beyond now with the AWP. Active as you like, and Hunter, a preemptive shot there towards the default position. They will win yet another round here. Unable to find consecutive. It will be 9 going down 12-9 here. And the money is going to be in a pretty compromised spot. They're going to be getting themselves $2,900. There is a buy. They're averaging about 4.2k, so not all is lost here, but we're getting to the point where the third map certainly is a conversation. That's going to be Nuke to close things out, but interestingly enough, when 9 played G2 last on Nuke, they actually won 16-14. So it doesn't mean they're out of the woods just yet. There's still a chance, and they obviously still have to win Ancient as well. So a lot to play for here, but great hold once again from Nico. Doesn't seem to be giving up much at all on this B side of the map. Hunter chiming in for his 21st frag as well. Excellent denial of the bomb.
What a difference it makes not having the smokes to block off those common positions.
Right.
They had 1 flashbang. I really thought they had a little bit more. Oh, hold on.
See ya.
Blind spray from both sides, and Hunter coming out heavily on top. Honestly, aware that someone could be walking through. K's right there waiting for the smoke to fade. He's just going to wait it out.
Yeah, he's got a guaranteed kill there, I think. They're going for the A split. Eventually, he'll have to push through the smoke, unless Monacy has to look away. He's got nice work, good awareness, and that should be enough. Another excellent hold from JKS. Not getting the frags, but he's locked them out. It's the utility, the awareness, the timing of it. The Molotov goes down, the smoke's there as well, allowing his teammates to rotate through, so they should be able to guarantee this round now. Hunter, lights out counterstrike, time and time again. He isn't going down without a fight here. 23 kills to his name, and Kyla Round done, 13-9 locked in. Nuke feels like it's locked in at this point. And whoopsie to close things out there. A recovery after 9 found that 6-0 lead, bear in mind. And it's almost a mirror matchup in terms of what we saw in Vertigo as well. Their map pick going down 0-6 and then slowly but surely recovering the situation. Now, Vertigo did go to overtime, so that could still happen, I suppose. But 9, again, the money is broken. Tech 9s, Mac 10s. It feels like we're done here, I'll be honest with you. But if they win this round, maybe.
It's a new conversation.
It's a brand new conversation. It really is. This is the round. If they can somehow pull this one off, there's something to be said.
Hunter's trying for the same thing as did last time, because why not? He did get the kill for it. Speaking of which, I mean, if they end up winning this game, Hunter is surely going to be the MVP. He's been playing lights out on both maps. He's up to 23 kills right now. Still a little bit behind Hades, but a lot of those kills were in the first half. 20 of them, in fact. There's an opening, at least. Minio running down JKS.
The A side's open, Anders. This is going to be a very, very difficult retake. One you will go for. You know they're on pistols here. And they're great at slowing this game down and waiting for opportunities. They don't rush these sort of scenarios. G2 should still have the advantage here, but it's still going to be very problematic.
No more smokes left, so they can't smoke the bomb. They have plenty of kits, but how do you create the space here? I'm not liking this. Tyler gets a headshot. It's just whoopsie and m0NESY, and they've given up on the round. Obviously, they should. So 9. Like you said, it's a new conversation if they can win this round. And we'll see if G2 have the stamina to keep going. I
suppose you love to see it then.
You do.
As Counter-Strike spectators, as fans, we want to see them sweat it out. We want to see it as close as possible, especially in this single elimination format. And there it is, going through donut, catching a player off guard. All of a sudden, it starts to fall apart. And that's a significant kill as well. The money is actually a massive issue here. So they've got double digits, and there's 3 players on the CT side with 2.5k. m0NESY will save the AWP. Nico can afford to buy himself, but you've got a nice lead here. If you bought into this round and you lost it, Anders, your loss bonus would be at $1,900, and that's enough to actually tie things up at 13-13. So if you buy into this round around the m0NESY AWP, I don't know, it might not be the correct call. I don't think there is a right answer here, but this is a precarious spot now for G2 after losing to those Mac 10s and the Tech 9s. We said if they can pull that off somehow, which they have, they're right back in this. This is the most important round now. G2 need to decide, are they fully investing? Are they going for it here? And it looks like they won't, which I think is the correct decision.
I feel like if they had kept the M4 on whoopsie, they would have. Yeah. But it's just so thin. But I mean, I think it's still worth really mentioning that AWP and m0NESY could be the difference maker. So
they could still win the round, right? But he just hasn't been playing to the level we expect of him. Again, not to say he's playing bad, but he's considered one of the absolute world's best snipers right now. Following that form we saw in Cologne, he should be devouring a team like 9. This is where he should be chomping the bit to get stuck in every fight. Flashy clutches, and here comes the fast play. Nico, can he find the Deagle? Headshots, completely blind. He'll get the first, looking for the double kill now. The monitor's falling over him. The starting desk. I'm so sorry, I've just destroyed the studio. We'll keep going, 2-on-2. And for now, m0NESY will this shot. Anders, please take over.
It's a 2-on-2, Henry. Don't worry about it. We've got plenty of hardware. It's going to be fine. JKS and m0NESY trying to go for the retake. I can't believe what Nico just did. It looked flawless. He almost had the third, but Hades, he spun around. He's got the kill on JKS, even low on health. And unfortunately for m0NESY, he has to make the correct choice here and save the AWP. It's not worth going for. As cool as it would have been to try and see him go for the clutch, it's going to be a little bit too late in the round. So 9 will end up at 11 to the 13 of G2.
Oh, I think that just cost me my day rate. Just smash the studio up.
It looks brand new, and barely a scratch on the monitor.
Monitors went flying. It was such an exciting moment. I stood up, kicked the table, and every monitor fell off the desk. It really, that's how excited we are here today, ladies and gents. The single elimination format has got me all riled up. What happened in the round? I missed it. I was kind of clambering to get the monitors back on.
It was close, but Hades pulled through. It's all good in the end, but this is spectacular. I mean, I can't, he looked so casual. Flashed completely and still just getting the kills. Yeah, this shot from Hades is what settles it. JKS sneaking around the back. He's really had a hard game. It sucks to have this kind of game. It was lights out on Vertigo, but every once in a while you just feel like nothing's working. You just can't connect.
All right, everyone calm down.
We're back. We're back. We're back.
Everyone calm down. The studio is fine. We're back online, and it is going to be round Number 25. Ladies and gents, this game is right back on. It looked like 9 were down and out here on the T side. Couldn't get anything going. The relentless aggression toward this B ramp. They couldn't hold on to it. But again, it's coming in a slower pace, but they fancy this push, and Hades is locked out. They've got full control here, but Nico's taking some damage, and Goofy will take care of it.
Yeah, they saw that coming. They sneak through the middle. K with the kill on Hunter. This is disastrous. If m0NESY loses this fight, which she won't, they would have lost the round almost instantly. A shot through. m0NESY keeps it going, taking down Minio. And somehow it's back into a 3-on-3. That's the m0NESY we've been waiting for. That's what they've needed to just edge ahead. If they want to win this map, they got to have him firing. 16 kills on him at the moment, and back into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, absolutely true. All comes to a standstill for now, though. 40 seconds. We'll see Kyla waiting for a mistake. Someone to overstep the mark here. Taking matters into his own hands. JKS has absolutely rocked him with the positioning, though. Another great high-impact kill. whoopsy needs to be careful. Spotted now. A very key duel. m0NESY nails another shot here. 3 kills in the round. Should be enough here to find round number 14. Unless Goofy does something absolutely spectacular. Bombs down, though. I don't think there's even a chance to plant. Just going to try and cause as much damage as possible. 10 seconds remaining. Yeah, might as well. And m0NESY, that's more like it. As you said, those are the kind of performances we're looking for. It's had a quiet series so far, but it might not matter as they start to get closer and closer to nuke.
There was a definite moment there where 9, I think K was in the middle opening the whole thing up, and they actually could have slowed it down. I don't think they needed to push. This is the kill here. Yeah, K's moving forward. I think he can just, if he just stays in the middle, that's putting a lot more pressure on the G2 defense. But once he's dead, they can just focus on the rest of it. So probably a moment where you would have liked to have seen 9 just try to play it a little bit more conservatively, but obviously very hard call to make in the middle of the round. It's 14-11, Henry. There's a good chance right now for a third map. I think overtime even is starting to get a little bit far away from 9.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something. Feels that third map is locked in, especially with this opening kill once again from Hunter. Just relentless with that M4. The king of middle denies access once again as Minio is removed early on. m0NESY, cave control is such a powerful spot with the orb. You're almost guaranteed to kill. Even if they peek for information, you're normally going to hit the shot. Difficult to flash him out as well. He can just dodge the flash with the corner. There's a flash, there's a dodge, but the Molotov is strong, and that's actually a very good and efficient way of taking it. The Molotov combo was excellent.
That worked much better than I was expecting as well. This time they have a couple of more grenades, have another smoke on Kyla. They can block out whoopsy in this position. Nico's just at the edge of the smoke, looking to do something really cheeky, and there we go. He's going to get the kill from the other side. It's through the smoke halfway. K gets one, but Nico is still firing. Bomb is being planted, but K can't escape. He's locked in behind the totem wall. There's just no way out. Hunter shows up for the triple, landing himself at 27 kills and landing G2 at 15.
Well, there it is. Hunter showing the rest of the boys how it's done, leading by example here. 3 kills, recovers the AWP, and 3 players surviving as well as they find AK-47s and the AWP on their CT side. Looks like the job is done here. Third map will be Nuke. They've avoided the 2-0 for now, but bear in mind, last time these two faced each other on Nuke, it was a victory, 16-14 for 9. So not out of the woods by a long shot. But what an exciting series so far, and as every game seems to be delivering here. Every round is exciting and right down to the wire.
It's unbelievable, and especially because it really looked like 9 were going to run away with this map at one point. They had such a great first half. But the second half, they've only got 3 rounds so far. Their economy's been suffering from it. They need to win 4 in a row to get into overtime right now. It doesn't feel like it's going to happen, although they did. They bring down Hunter in the middle. That's a little bit of a start. That's something to celebrate. 4 versus 3. Is this enough to actually win the round? They still have to deal with Nico, who is... No, he's dead as well. Sorry, he's on the other side. That's a little bit surprising. So both the co-matchers have died in the middle. JKS gets 1, and it's a 3-on-3.
It really is. This is it now for 9. A good showing, all things considered. A map I don't think they've ever won on LAN. They were up 6-0, though. That's the problem, and you'd think... That's the conversion. We had the same story about G2 as well. So a taste of their own medicine, perhaps. As you said, a 3-on-3. Not much to talk about in terms of control. It's all a bit of a ruse here. We have got 1 player towards the A bomb site. That's Kyla, as his teammates with the bomb get ready to go towards B. Great shot. That should be enough. It opens up the B side completely. m0NESY has to push out of the cave as they go for the plant. So play should continue here. As Kyla goes down for nothing, which he has, they might go for this retake. Double Galil to try and fend them off. There is time to go for this.
It's risky because they don't have that much money either in G2, so maybe you just say, we just need to win one of the next 3 rounds after this one. Just have the money to try and go for it. I can't blame G2 for doubting this particular scenario. That means 9 are a step in the right direction, 1 step closer, but it took winning against both Nico and Hunter. Nico normally playing and anchoring that B bomb site, so they were both in the middle. And they both got wiped out, which is unusual. I would have thought that would have been plenty to defend the middle of the map. 12 on 9. Hades. Again, he had 20 of those kills in the first half. He came in 20 and 5 after the first 15 rounds, and now he's at 26. So he's been slowed down.
Yeah, it's a great observation. So, 3 rounds separate 9 from overtime here. It doesn't look good. Their T-side has been a lot quieter than their CT. Ruckus, great stuff towards middle here, and it does come right down to the wire. Kyla had to go above and beyond there towards a donut position to open up that B bomb side, but it works out. Still plenty of money for G2. They saved the AK-47 and the AWP as well, so they're absolutely fine for a number 28 here, but need to win this one. They're fully invested, Anders, with no loss bonus. So if they did lose this, it would be 15 to 13 with no money in reserve. And bear in mind, that's exactly what happened on Vertigo as well. 15-13 up, went to overtime, ended up losing.
We've seen this boost from Hades when they were on the CT side, and it worked for at least a kill. It's Kyla to open it up. Wow. That's the only one anchoring the bomb side. Goofy goes down on the other side, and the bomb's actually outside of B, so they got to pick it up, and they might have the A bomb side, but it won't be a bomb hunt for a long time. And Hunter, even with the Pharmacies doing work, he's just unstoppable right now. Goes for the double, and that's 30 on him. This might be what wins them the map.
I think you might be right. 4 on 2, 1 round remaining. I think they've done enough here, ladies and gentlemen. Nuke looks like it's absolutely locked in. A certainty at this stage, courtesy of Hunter. What a recovery. 0-6 and down. And somehow, some way, holding their nerve. Not allowing the tilt to run through their veins, as we'll see them actually have a guaranteed scenario here, surely.
He should not be able to lose this. Monacy not missing the shot either. He's really come online. And Kyla getting shot at the back by Nico. It's 16 to 12, and it's G2. They stay alive in the single elimination. They can keep it going, and they are going to go onto the final map. I mean, that's going to be exciting for sure.
It absolutely is. That was a great game. Once again, this single elimination format, every single round is electrifying, and they're having to dig so deep out there. But G2 are still alive and kicking, as Nuke is up next.
We started the year pretty good. I would say Katowice is definitely one of the biggest trophies of the season, and I've been hunting the trophy, especially that one, for a while. I've lost 3 finals there. That was my 4th one, and that one was the charm. That was it was one of the biggest trophies all of our careers in the team. So yeah, the feeling was great, and we achieved something great at that moment, and yeah, we were just very proud of ourselves.
My takeaway from G2 winning Katowice this year, okay, here's the #1 team in the world. I mean, they ended 2022 strong, coming into the first big tournament of 2023 with a win, not losing a single game, only losing one map throughout the course of a tournament. They had some unbelievable streaks on Nuke and Inferno, breaking records and so forth. So yeah, I'm like, finally, G2 has figured it out and they're here to stay. I think initially you weren't too worried about the results after Katowice when it comes to Pro League, because okay, they've been on the road for a long time and we know it's all about the major when it comes to G2 and all of that stuff, but that's why the result at the major, then they just completely flopped at the most important tournament of the year, and you're like, not again. You know, weren't we over this with G2, where, you know, when it comes to the biggest moment, they just sort of crumble, but apparently it crept back in, and I think we saw some of the remnants of that in the final 2 tournaments of the year.
You just care about the performance of that certain event, and that's what we focused on the mostly, and we just started grabbing wins from the start. In Cologne, win versus Suarez was a very close one. Then I think the win versus FaZe helped a lot with the confidence going into the next game, and then once we won versus Vitality, it's when we realized, okay, now we have potential to win the trophy. Just playing in Lanxess, I just kind of enjoyed the moment and just had fun, and I was very calm. It was just amazing, and lifting a trophy in front of so many people together with the team was a special moment.
Well, would you look at that? We have a series on our hand, and also, yet again, elimination staring down the barrel for both these teams in the outcome of the next map. Either way, I bring you back into Gamers8. We're in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's hot outside. It's getting hotter inside as the day goes on, because every match and every round is very important here. Now, I know that I've introduced Maniac. I've introduced Moses. I would do it again, but you probably know exactly who they are. They're pretty great dudes. They know a lot about Counter-Strike, which is why they're here. And ultimately, I'm somewhere in between that. So, guys, you know, right out of the gate, are we ready for the STC analysis?
Yeah,
I think it's time.
ready.
A checkup every now and then is very important.
I've been waiting the whole match for this.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that does check out even. So let's jump into it. Let's start talking about what made this map really shine for G2.
We're really trying to make it happen that 9 win Ancient, right? We said isn't.
Statistically.
Here is what we're going to give you. We're going to give you a 6-0 lead. Done. We're going to give you a good Hades. Done. We're going to give you a bad JKS. Done. Still not enough. Still not enough.
You'd think, like, again, statistically, you lose this many, and the likelihood of them winning one keeps increasing as time goes on, and it's still, they can't turn the corner. It's heartbreaking. I'll tell you what, though, if they could ever figure out how to clear that corner that Nico was playing in at the B bomb site,
makes me angry.
The amount of kills he got from that very same position, round after round, time after time, if they ever figure that one out, they're gonna be onto something.
It's just, when we try to explain to people when a team is either good or bad on the map, it's not about do you have executes or not. Because 9 had executes, they had strategies. You look at their T side, they have B executes, they have B fakes, they have the full-on A executes, but there is no level of finesse in how to handle mid-round chaotic situations. How many times do we see Nico hiding edges of smokes, finding kills, a flash is missing, the trade is not exactly correct. because that's what it is to know a map.
They're not super comfortable with like the micro plays.
No, the micro plays are all over the place, and G2 always got away with it.
Erratic almost. I guess you could probably use
That's
it.
a word. I like that. Erratic.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Sometimes I do cook a few good ones up in here. You writing it down? Good. Erratic, and I think that doesn't lead to any stability either, right? So you think about building on it, it does look a little troublesome, but they did get it done, I guess.
Yeah, listen, when you start this map and you're being over-aggressive the way 9 was, and you're finding all the duels and the kills, that's great. The scoreline is 6-0. Hades is
pushing A main.
He's taking so many chances, so many risks. It's out mid, it's out A main, it's the boost on the B ramp. That's great. The problem is when they cannot find these kind of advantages early on, they're lost. Like the mid-round is completely sideways. The players are not necessarily comfortable handling executes. We've seen them in positions where Donut is being pressured by the A exec and the mid pressure, and they don't have the protocols to know how to kind of dig themselves out of a situation. The contrast with Vertigo is just like adamant. On Vertigo, they know how to handle the B split. They push the stairs. They retake some part of the map. They don't have that kind of level on Ancient, and I think G2 got away with it very easily. Forget the 6-0 start. That was G2 all over the place.
You got to give some G2. Don't forget in the sense that you got to give G2 credit, because we were saying the same thing about 9 on Vertigo, right? Starting 0-6 down and coming back.
Definitely.
G2 did the same things. Recovered from his 0-6 hole, which is great. Hunter had a fantastic map. He's got to be on the CT side of Ancient. He's got to be like the best like secondary support player at that A bomb site that we have. He's so good at sliding into that position.
Hunter hit some bangers. There were some some real opportunities there for people like Goofy to really get in there and get the job done. I know you guys wanted to give it a shot too, so
yeah.
Bingo card.
Really and
this
truly.
This is Vertigo.
Yeah, this is Vertigo. That's a very good observation.
There,
but it's Hunter still.
There we are. Yeah, baby, get it on.
And you see the moment this happened as well. At 6-0, we get first highlights, 6-1, 6-3. These are all moments where G2 is actually turning the tide. This is where they started to actually assert some dominance towards mid. Started early on in the second half as well. Again, playing at the edge of the smoke that I was talking about. And how many times did we see 9?
I know, Nico, Hunter.
There's something that actually made me angry. Like, it made me upset, right? The beginning of the round was correct for 9. Like, they understood G2 had a very good aggression. They just respected it, and they retook map control after that. They just didn't have smoke, so
I know, I was going to say, that spot is always smoked off, or mollied, or flashbangs, or raining in, something. It was never there in this one.
Man, they just didn't have the utility to finish this round. Yeah. I think G2 understood what was happening, and this is where you're right. We have to give them the props. They understood, listen, if we have to push them to the last 20 seconds, we're just going to play far back. Their finishes on rounds are not great.
Yeah, struggles.
Make sure you stay safe, cover your angles, don't let any lurks and flanks come behind you, and we're just going to slowly get these rounds, which is what they did.
It felt like they had to use so much utility in like the early and mid round to get into the late round situations, and then they had nothing left to as you say, like close out the rounds and close out the situations.
Yeah, and it's really about closing, right? You
all about closing.
It's all about closing.
Always be closing.
Yeah, be closing. Or A. I mean, it is. There are 2 bomb sites, Jason. Nonetheless, yeah, I think for this series to have gone to 3, a blessing for G2. This could have been very well over in 2, sadly, for their account. But going into 3, I think there's some things you can take away from this map that shows signs of life for G2. Obviously, specific rounds, maybe not. I don't know, maybe 15.
I mean, look, this third map is supposed to be the exciting one, right? Because we know kind of coming into this that it's almost, I mean, it's, it's kind of like we said, we kind of know this is going to go to that third map because of the tendencies on Vertigo, because of the tendencies on Ancient. That being said, both the opening 2 maps have been pretty exciting. Even Ancient, like, despite all the deficiencies, a close affair for 9. So not an unadmirable performance for them and a loss as well. But Nuke is the one where it's really kind of going to get a little interesting.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Hooksy can pull out some kind of magic that, as he did here on Ancient. This round, by the way, Anders mentioned he had some cape of invincibility or some shizzle. Like, I don't know how he was.
Cape of invincibility.
He had the AWP as well. Exactly. He was AWPing in this clutch.
He was AWPing, but he should have died 7 times. There were like 7 occurrences in that round where he should have been traded, and he somehow just stayed alive always. Right here is a good example. 20 HP stays alive, and he, of course, the AWP Hooksy is a festival that we don't really know.
Sock up
he
rounds on Vertigo.
Very aggressive in all of his 1v1s, by the way, which is a trademark in the kind of clutches. Good from Hooksy. That was killing him at 11.
Yeah, Hooksy gonna peek. You want a 1v1 Hooksy?
He gotta peek.
He gonna peek.
He will
Some might even say the best form of defense is offense. I don't know who said that.
That's some kind of soccer coach, probably.
St. Louis
Soccer
Rams.
coach. Did we get him? I think we got him. He just said soccer.
Because
Beautiful.
I'm working with you guys.
What, do you got to dumb it down for us?
You know?
Is that what we're doing here? Okay, yeah.
I'm trying to make sure you understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure, man. Football is
or even Counter-Strike is a bit complicated, so.
Yeah, it is that. So 15, we got that out of the bag. Perhaps even 22. I know that you're a big fan of that one, Maniac. So.
Am I a big fan of 22? I think it's a great number.
You told me it was a good number.
You said it was a great
I like symmetry in life.
Yeah.
And 22 is 11 on each side. That is important in itself.
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of like that. Again, Hunter doing Hunter things. We talk about him, just putting it on the table the whole map.
To be fair, this was 9 kind of having a resurgence of some form here in this game. And it's G2 being maybe a little bit complacent with the situation. A couple of first kills going 9 ways.
You don't need to go for this as well. I think this is the round where it was like kind of like save. You don't need to be challenged for this. Nico goes for one more, and then eventually towards the end of it, one more player dies right at the end, and they lose weapons, have to save. That could have been a turning point.
It could have been.
G2 kind of, by trying to force that retake, they kind of cracked the door open.
Yeah, it's when you realize it's been about 15 rounds of Counter-Strike that you're just superior to your opponent, and you're 3v5 and you're thinking, I can do it.
I'm gonna take that duel. I'm gonna take that fight.
If I get this kill, we're back in.
I think they don't know I'm here. I can imagine teams like, guys, wait, I have a timing. No, I don't. Oh, wait, I have it. No, I don't.
And you know, as a coach, Swanee's just in the back like, oh, no, please, God.
No, wait, no! Save! Yo, check it out, though. For Swanee and company, they have to look down the barrel of Nuke. That is the final, the decider here. That means at the conclusion of it, it is either 9 or G2 that find their way back to DE_airport.
I think it's a pretty cool...
used to be a sweet map. It was a hostage map back in the day.
Wow,
a hostage map?
Deep. Yeah.
Nuke was a hostage match at the time?
Yeah. No, go on.
No, just carry
on. Like, what a minute. Hold on.
You missed that. So, all right, Nuke. What do we know about 9 on Nuke? Let's start with that.
I think it's a good middle ground. I think both teams have had decent results. I just think in general the level of opposition that 9 have on Nuke might be a little below what G2 is used to. There was that game against ENCE in Cologne that was a relatively good quality, but still short of the bag, 11-16. And for G2, the grand final, listen, they smashed ENCE on it 16-4, but I don't really think it was map related. I just think G2 was ready to play the grand final, kickstarted much faster than ENCE, and they just caught them off guard. So I'll be a little bit careful with dragging conclusion from that one.
Well, there was a point where we looked at Nuke for G2 as like a staple, right? I mean, there was that whole like candlelight thing that happened.
Candlelight Vigil after they lost, they had what, like 20? I think
it was up there.
22, wasn't it?
22 always comes back.
22 sounds good. We can go with that. But it is a statement, it is a testament to like the power that they were able to exert.
That's a long time ago though. Like it's a cool thing to reference, but like they haven't had that kind of dominance on it, even though it's still going to be a map they should be confident on. And I think certainly if you go back to that Cologne final, probably a little bit of a good feeling in this map coming in.
I'm going to tell you right here, the issue that I have with 9 and the competitiveness of this third map is I do feel like the premise is Hades continues to be a beast. And I feel like we are asking a whole lot from him. It's been back to maps, very strong maps from Hades. We're talking 56 kills over the course of 2 maps. Definitely the front runner for his team. And let's be clear, if he had had these kinds of performances, Vertigo might have not gone their way and Ancient would have been way more one-sided. So I feel like the pressure on his shoulders might be a little too much. There's this scoliosis down the corner. I hope we have no steal. That could be nothing because we don't help this man.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the score bot right here, and it would appear as though G2 won that knife round, and I think they're going to start CT, obviously, right?
That would make sense, yeah.
Yeah. That's probably not exactly what you want if you're 9, right?
I don't know. I think G2 is good enough to score rounds on each side. It's not like it would have made life so easy to start on the CD side. We're way past that point in Counter-Strike now, and G2 is more than capable on the T side as well. So if you're 9, why not just start on the T side? You know what? Hell, I think it's great. Just take the bull by the horn.
Maybe even start dictating the pace right there, Jason. Tell me who goes home at the conclusion.
Who goes home is 9. G2's going to win this third map.
Okay, and
9.
Survey says...
He's got to do it. He's got to do it for his hot take.
Of course he does. And we've got to get into the game. So let's just do that. Thank you very much, gentlemen, as always. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. It's going to be Henry. It's going to be Anders. Y'all know what the hell's going on, I think.
I mean, we're going to work it out as we go along, Anders. I think that's going to be the best approach here, but it is the third and final map. It is going to be Nuke and tournament elimination on the line. It has to be said, G2 certainly the favorites coming into this one, but 9 have had their moments. Hades continues to be an unstoppable force here. Will it be enough? I'm not so sure, but I'm just hoping for another electrifying game here.
That's really all I want. I mean, on some level, you want to see G2 continue the form coming out of Cologne, obviously winning the whole tournament, but I don't think 9 are going to be too easy to tuck away. You mentioned it already, Hades has been lights out throughout the first 2 maps, and we'll see if he continue on the third one. I mean, a little bit of a good start here, and I think it's possible for the Polish side to really do some work.
You say that they had the 6-0 start. You can't really ask for much more than that, and they squandered the opportunity. It was when they got to that T side, they were being overwhelmed by the aggression of G2. It was too much to handle. The clutch power of Nico and Hunter was just unstoppable. But a great series so far. Like every series, it feels like it's delivered. And we go to the third and final map here. As mentioned, as always, tournament life on the line here. Who will be going home? Who will proceed to the next round? Time will tell. Ladies and gentlemen, G2 take on 9 here on Nuke. A CT star for G2 after winning the knife round here. And we'll have a look at the buy for the Polish squad. P250 in the hands of Hades. looking to cause absolute destruction, presumably towards outside Anders, and this will be a very important pistol round. We've got one smoke, a single flashbang, and we are off to the races.
We've seen it before, Henry. Just that one upgraded pistol can make the absolute difference. He's getting boosted up on the box. You're right, it's outside. He had the one chance there, a second click at it, and Nico's just frozen. He's just not even moving. I can't believe it. There's the challenge. He's ice cold. He did not care.
That's wild from Nico. Fancies a second one as well. It looks good to find one more potentially, and he certainly delivers. Somehow still alive, but Goofy striking back here, and all of a sudden 9 have the advantage. 3 versus 2. Great rotations coming through, but they don't overlook. The overpass position is going to be towards Secret, and we have a 3 versus 1 ensuing. Hunter remains, and now the bomb not planted. It all comes to a standstill. Surely he's done.
This will be eventually shot down. The duel is just in the back as Kyler will be able to pick up the shot, but man, this is a wild start. I can't believe he was just sat there, Nico, saying, I know eventually you're going to go for the wide swing, and I'm ready to take that fight. He even got a second one, but it doesn't matter. 9 will pick up the pistol, and that means they are in a decent position. I'm seeing 2 CSAT 75s. It's rare to see even one these days, I feel like. 2 in 1 round, and a scout.
That's a good point. I guess we're on a map like Nuke, it does make sense. Let a tight choke point, sit in the huts, sit towards ramp, but Nico, a master of the deagle, trying to deny access towards Secret here, but they're making their merry way across. Oh my god, through the smoke, of course, he connects the headshot. K will go down, but 3 players have managed to drop down towards Secret here. It's Hooksy with the aforementioned CZ, and they don't even check the position. They walk straight into him. This is all falling apart.
Yeah, Scout's doing damage. The second CZ picking it up. Hunter, one of the rare players that is still so good with that particular pistol. And awkwardly, it means Kyler is out here. The bomb is down below. This is disastrous.
What a disappointing second round that is. Going for the outside execution. 4 players down towards Secret. The loser player en route. As Nico hits a stunning deagle shot through the smoke, and then they've got plenty of time to react. Get the scout down towards lower. The CZ working in tandem as well, leaving just Kyler remaining. Nothing he can do here, apart from cause a bit of damage. Finding 2 kills might be the very top end, so he might as well slow it down. See if anyone will give an opportunity to fight his way back into this round.
Yeah, so much discipline on G2, which is to be expected. Roll the clock back to 2013-14, and you would have been seeing a lot more fights in these scenarios in the 1 versus 4, but modern day counterstrike. Oh, he's got the knife out, stabbed him in the back. He even did a little bit of a double take. He's like, you know what, I actually feel like this is going to be a great play. That sends a message.
Yeah, it certainly does. What a disastrous second round. 9 got nothing done, a single kill found. The momentum completely taken away from them in round number 2. It all started here. Nico, speculative shot through the smoke. Hunter mowing them down with that CZ, and then a knife kill to close things out as well. And we are going to see a force bite in response. Bottom of the barrel loss bonus, $1,400 leads into 4 deagles, 1 scout. Hades with no armor as well. Good grenade towards outside. A little bit of damage towards K, but it's Nico spamming towards that squeaky door position, and Hades actually opening things up. That's Hades. That's Monacy going down early.
A scout and 4 deagles. G2, they've carved themselves such a great position in the round here or in the map, so don't give it up to just the deagles. Another kill coming through.
Here we go then. Ramp is open. JKS dropped 4 on 3, and it's K as well with decent outside control. He could find Nico here. He'll pick up the M4. Does he check the garage? Apparently not, but still behind enemy lines.
Oh, Nico's going to forget it. Oh, no. He actually did turn for it. There was a chance, at least. I thought he was going to get shot in the back completely. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. Leo on Minio. And he realizes where one of them is, and he's actually going to take over a bit of map control here. The rest of them, they're waiting for a rotation. They're expecting that there's going to be someone, maybe Nico, who is out of the garage, rotating back through ramp. They're not wrong, but the timing is maybe not going to quite be with them. They were waiting for a long time. See if they can actually get the bomb planted. It's on Hades.
Yeah, round's still up for debate here, but advantage G2, that's for sure. Nico locking them in towards lower as well. Confirmed the ramp is cleared. It has to be the lower bomb site. They'll plant in the Astralis position. The double door is going to swing open as soon as they go for it. There it is. Double spray down. Perfectly handled there. Bit of a masterclass from Hunter. Sure, they get the bomb planted, but that's about it. A couple of kills found. Crisis averted there as G2 go up 2-1. With the plan though, there'll be some cash available, not a boatload of it, around $2,500 per player. And yeah, it'll be more of the same here, some upgraded pistols, but G2 looking likely to find that 3-1 scoreline on their CT campaign. So far so good after losing the pistol.
Yeah, I think that's a critical round to convert in your favor, because you lose the first one to a scout, and again, the back and forth play that sometimes happens at the start of a match, it doesn't really favor the CT side, so it would have been a bad look for G2 if they had ended up giving it away.
So, as mentioned, some upgraded pistols is about all they can bring to the table here. No Kevlar, just to note that. Going for dualies on the T side. Now, I'll be interested to see how they make this work. Usually a CT-sided weapon, Anders. Difficult to imagine you can make it work against armored CTs here, but in they go. And they're getting absolutely mowed down. Hunter continues that amazing form we saw in Ancient. Another hat trick added to his tally, and Hades now looking for the 1D. Normally lands them a JKS, strong position there, finds a clean sweep, and as predicted, it will be the 3-1. Guns out though, 4-9 as we get to round number 5, so the game really begins here. m0NESY on the AWP, yet the frag, and no AWP available for Hades. He'll have to operate with the AK-47. Not a big deal on Nuke, and we'll just have a look at the replay here. As mentioned there, the dualies, it's ambitious to think you can actually get much done there. Out they go, and mowed down. Round 5.
Yeah, maybe you were hoping to find someone with no helmet, but they all had Kevlar and helmet, so they weren't going to be outdone in that fashion. You're right, though. The first real rifle round that's coming up, so curious if 9 have a little bit of preparation here. It's going to start out, well, if nothing else, Kyler getting that shot and taking down Hunter. It's a beginning. It might get them off on the right track here. Nico looking up towards the silo. They are right on the other side of the smoke, though, making their way down right into the open arms of m0NESY. And that cannon of his taking down K, and back into a 4-on-4 we go.
Kyler, nice position here. Probably catches Hooksy, to be honest with you. And he will. So that's going to be the open bomb site now. No one else there. But the problem is he hasn't got any backup. His teammates are actually towards Secret, and Nico still alive and well towards that garage position. He can hear all of this.
Yes, he can. JKS came in from the high ground to win that fight in the A bomb site, so in spite of some good map control, it won't really matter. m0NESY's down here. He's got one shot already. A third one landing on Hades. The bomb is lost on that side.
Pretty underwhelming finish here, I have to say.
Yeah, not what you wanted to see. They were in a 4-on-3 at one point. They had the A-bomb site to themselves, and they get absolutely nothing for it. On the other hand, if you're a G2 fan right now, you're loving m0NESY with those connections.
Yeah,
that's been lacking in the game.
Easy shots, though. I have to say, they didn't really have to work too hard for him. Most AWPers will nail those.
Missing those shots on.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I just followed that approach from 9. It could have been a little bit more convincing, but either way, it will be 4-1. It's going to be a tactical timeout for 9. The Poles now with their backs to the wall. It's been an interesting showing. Fantastic play on Vertigo, especially from the likes of Hades. A closer game than you might expect on Ancient, against 16-12 after 9 had the 6-0 lead, though. With that context here, was a little underwhelming as well. And you can see there's no smokes, no flashes. They're all kind of coming out the same choke point. And it will be a solid start here for G2. Once again, down to the pistols only. A half buy is about the best they can bring into round number 6. It's Tech9s and Deagles. They've got 3 smokes though, Anders, so I'm expecting that because of wall of smokes outside. Try and get the bomb down towards lower again, but you're battling against Nico there, who seems like he's in the zone. He's 6-1 right now. He'll be dropping that infamous smoke towards the T-side boxes, as we'll see. The initial smokes deployed. In they go, and as mentioned, Nico ready and waiting to get stuck in on this one.
Yeah, bit of a spray, easy pick off to bring down Minio. Oh, we got another case opening ready, Henry. A little laptop there while the action is going on. It's a good round for it since they only have the pistols. Oh, okay.
Oh, it's purple.
Okay.
We'll take it.
I'll definitely take it.
Better than a kick in the teeth, I tell ya.
We've seen much worse.
Oh, certainly. Well, first player has been dropped. It was a bit of a fake with that outside execution. Didn't get much for it. And now posturing outside the squeaky door position, just juggling some utility here. 9 just hoping a mistake is made, wait for this smoke to dissipate, and hopefully can get down the vents, it looks like. Might be their only viable approach here.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, sometimes if you get the drop, you can run straight to the site and just hope for a bomb plant, and that's probably about the best you're going to be able to do in this round. I don't see them getting the kills to really make the difference here. Deagle, oh, you see they try. Goofy's going to lose his life in the meantime, but Hades just trying to see if he can make it there. JKS already there to receive, and he seems to be back on form, getting himself a couple of nice kills here. He's up to 5. Again, he was really struggling on Ancient. Even if they ended up winning it, it wasn't the best of times for him. This, though, 5-1, it's impressive.
Yeah, we haven't got the same high-octane, high-adrenaline gameplay we saw on the first 2 maps. It hasn't been very back and forth at all. Bear in mind, 9 won the pistol, and it's now been 5 clean rounds in a row. Good news is, I suppose, the T-side of Nuke, like, it is considered a CT-sided affair, but not what it used to be. So, AK's out once again. No Hades AWP, but a bit of a run boost coming through. Doesn't seem to do much for them, though. The Flames will deny access for the initial pick. And m0NESY out patrolling once again with the AWP, looking towards Silo. And Nico's actually found himself in hot water, takes a lot of damage, but managing to retreat.
Yeah, that was about to go horribly wrong for him. I'm surprised that he's still around. Yeah, played further back. There are so many deep positions you can play where you still sort of keep an eye on the yard, but you don't have to be in grenade range. But he's just out there in the open with the AK. Now he's going to fall back a little bit further. And m0NESY's still here. So much map control. In fact, he's got so bored in the meantime, Henry. He's gonna take a step forward. I don't think they're expecting this. They think this is already cleared. I'm shocked that he doesn't get that kill. Definitely a chance. Nice little jump to get the information. Oh, yeah. Molotov on the other side. He's very, very aggressive. And I think being assisted by some friendly grenades being thrown. HooXi with a double in the meantime, and Hunter up on the hut is gonna make quick work of that attempted A-split.
Yeah, nothing done, unfortunately. They do find m0NESY in the end, but it doesn't really amount to much. Nico's still alive and well, as you can see, towards that garage position, even taken down to 22 points of health. Spectacular headshot to confirm the round. And it will be Minio with literally nothing to do here. Even if he found a kill, the money's kind of out of control on the CT side. They've got $11,000 for Nico. Oh, even if he found the 3 kills, it wouldn't really have a massive knock-on effect. But there's the first. 25 seconds remaining. Has got the bomb. Maybe he could sneak down the vents here, but there is a player waiting.
It's Nico. He's already in position.
Okay.
He's going to have probably almost a free kill here. There's no time to check everything. There's only 10 seconds left, so you just run for it right into his open arms. He's 10-1 at the moment, so having himself a nice game. He probably should have been dead in the yard, but he does have an uncanny ability to escape some of those scenarios. 6-1. G2 looking very good right now. Probably a very frustrating experience, losing the early map on Vertigo in overtime and coming in and actually having a pretty bad start to it on the second map on Ancient. But then they came back, they ended up clearing it all up, and now on Nuke they look completely fresh. It's everything you want.
That's not everything I want. I want a good game, Anders.
Yeah?
I want a close game. I want them sweating. I want them uncomfortable.
But you also want G2 in the tournament, right?
That's a good point. But I want them to win. You know, like, I'd like them to win, but like, let's at least have a spectacle. After 2 epic first 2 maps, like, it's always a bit disappointing, but like, wow, what could possibly be in store for the third, and then it's a complete whitewash.
That does happen.
Yeah, it does happen more often than not. Like, you and I have been around the block a few times, and
maybe especially with a team like Nine, who we did say are singularly focused on playing Vertigo.
True, that is a good point.
It's not too uncommon that you see someone. I'm sure they are working on the rest of the map pool, but he stabbed him.
Okay, they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves here. That was certainly unnecessary, but should be fine. 3 versus 2.
Impaled by the AWP?
Yeah, apparently so. Strong position for JKS. Normally good for at least 1, but up against the AWP, and Hades is so lightning quick. Doesn't matter. JKS completely dispatches of him, and a lovely finish as well. So yeah, you're right. JKS, a quieter showing by his standards on Ancient, but his signature position, ramp on Nuke, he kind of defines how this position should be played.
I agree. One of the hardest positions, I would say, to play on
in terms of
map.
Because you're not necessarily going for kills. You're normally just blocking as long as possible, getting the information, dropping down, denying lower drops as well, trying to stop the bomb. There's a lot to manage there, and he does a very good job of that.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference if exactly how far back you're falling, and also communicating that information to your teammates so they know which positions are still available to the T side. Like, you just have to be really, really crisp with it. This was wild, but yeah, JKS also coming into his own a little bit here. Double kill down below. 7-1. I feel like it's been only a couple of minutes. This game has barely even started, and G2 are they're not even looking back at the moment.
All right. I think this is the first time we've had the Hades AWP at least.
Yeah, go for the boost on the T roof. You can look in through the ceiling.
Oh, yeah.
Just get a cheeky kill to get everyone.
I don't think I've ever seen that. At least I haven't commentated on land. I haven't seen anyone go for that. But
it's happened a couple of times, but it is really rare.
I'd love to see that come through, but looks to be more of a standard procedure here. The outside wall of smokes. as per tradition, will be deployed, and maybe a player towards Garage instead, not going down towards Secret. That's K. Nice maneuver here. Takes down the monster that is Nico. 5-on-4, and they can pump the brakes here. Wait for those reactions to come through. Will JKS push towards ramp, or they have to drop someone down towards lower? And you can see them juggling their options right now. Hooksy getting towards the hub. They need info. Need to work out what's going on here.
Oh, just exchanging positions, and Hooksy, unfortunately, will come out a little bit short on that fight. JKS crouching into it.
See, it's a very well-played scenario here from 9, knowing they've got the advantages here. A lack of information for G2. They're going to have to push and probe eventually, and they hold their nerve. So that's much better from 9. It all started with that K pick towards outside. The wall of smoke suggesting they go down towards Secret once again. He sneaks through towards Garage. Nico didn't see it coming. Serving in towards main, and 2 players remaining. Looks like they've already committed to the save, to be honest with you. So round done, 7-2. This is much more like it.
Yeah, it's what you... If you're a fan of 9 at the moment,
sure,
there must be quite a few. The Polish team kind of putting all of their trust in this one particular team at the moment. I think for good reason. There's got to be quite a few watching who just would love to see a bit of a rebirth here in the first half, right? Because 1 or 2 rounds won't cut it. They need a lot more than this. They need to cut away some of that economy that's happening on the G2 side, probably win the next 2 rounds, see if they can get up to about 4, and then it'll be, again, another conversation. They actually have G2 in position of ecoing. It's going to take a while before we get there for sure, especially if they can save the AWP and the AK here on Hunter as well. But it's a start, if nothing else. And even getting some kills on board. I think Minio for a while there was 0 and 6, and just a lot of them weren't really getting the kills that you would normally want. So they're starting to get warmed up.
Well, it's a very clean round. 5 players survive here. 7-2. Plenty of counter-strikes still to be played here in the first half. They can still even win the half. As we get into round number 10 here, as you said, it's blink and you miss it. It's been very fast-paced here. Not many pauses either. And that was the opening frag that led into a very clean round there. As mentioned, waiting for those reactionary plays coming in towards the ramp and the hut. Read it very well. And can they replicate it once again? m0NESY, though, back on the AWP. And another run boost here. We haven't really seen this work, and again, it doesn't quite land.
It can be cool. There are a couple of different ways of doing it, but sometimes you really can get the advantage, because when the CTs peek that corner, they're not expecting for someone to be up on that first box already. So you can get the speed, but this time wasn't one of them. m0NESY, wow, nice jump.
Yeah, very nice movement, as you would expect.
Minio gets 1 in return, but they've lost Kyler and Key at the same time. And m0NESY took some damage, but not that much. Hades, he's had his number the whole game. Let's see if we can find m0NESY down below. Might be a chance for some sniper battle going on.
Key duel for sure. If Hades comes out on top, it brings it right back to a 3-on-3, but he's got such a prime angle. I'm not sure he'll be able to flush him out. He might have to flash it first and potentially avert his gaze. Remember, Nico never moves in his Garage position. They got to line up for him. Hitting the shot, though, Minio will at least take down Nico, but m0NESY did find Hades down towards Secret, maintaining that man advantage. It's 3 versus 2, 40 seconds remaining as Hunter holds true to the hut. And what's the next play? 35 seconds, Anders, and they're in the Garage. Has to be lower, I suppose.
They're really far away from getting a bomb plant right now. This is scary. Also because eventually you just have to run for it, and they're so frustrated. They're hoping that G2 are going to peek, right? That's what they've been waiting for. Why is no one peeking Mini? Why is no one out in the yard? What's happening? And now finally they have to give up the Q. They have to just run for it. m0NESY set up in a nice position. I don't know how they get through this one. 14 seconds, missed shot.
That
might give them a chance, actually.
That will do it.
Still got to be so careful. 8 seconds on the clock. They can't be interrupted right now. There could have easily been someone behind them to stop this bomb plant, but that's not happening. Hunter gets the headshot. Now it's on Goofy. He's completely surrounded. Just blocked in here. The spray, he's going to get the kill finally. A couple of more bullets left, but JKS will shoot him in the back, and G2 will get up to 8 rounds. An expensive round for them for sure, but they're happy to win it.
They made it work at least. It looked like they had no chance to even get a plant there. The best they could really hope for was m0NESY missing a shot. That came through. They got the plant down, but just swarmed to that point. Hunter managing to backstab from the vents. 2 versus 1 doesn't work out for 9. It goes 8-2. And with the bomb planted, they have got plenty of cash. They did win the previous round. Bear in mind, with a clean sweep as well. So we get to round number 11. Full buy on either side. Hades with the AWP still, but he's 4-9. It's not an AWP's paradise, especially on that T side. He can't have the same sort of impact he did on the likes of Vertigo and Ancient. As we're seeing reflected on our screens right now, JKS having an absolute field day down towards the ramp and lower. As we get into it, will we have the run boost once again? Faster pace towards that side, and Nico, oh, different position as well. And I think they spotted him. Okay, they know he's there.
They have Molotovs, so they're going to throw one of them there. He's going to counter with a smoke and try to escape. But Hades, he did read it. He had the right idea. It's shocking that Nico's still sticking around, a little bit bold to go back and check against the AWP, but you never know. He is the kind of player that could have snuck in a kill just in the fading seconds of that battle. Out here, m0NESY hiding in the smoke. This is a rare sight. I would have loved to have seen someone from 9 try and peek that just to see how much of a tricky shot that would have been. m0NESY, he's reading it. If you stand up again, you might just get your head blown off here. Almost had it, but not quite. They're falling back. They had all this presence, all this power out in Yard, but they've given up on it. They've said, we're going to leave Minio here. We're going to get everyone else back in the lobby. And I'm assuming they're going to try and crunch it through Mini Henry. It's got to be an A push, right?
I think it has to be. Hunter, though, difficult angle to flush out. He's going to be baited in by Hooksy as well, but they've snuck out the squeaky door. m0NESY will land the shot, but not quite find the frag. Converted by Hunter, but bear in mind, Hooksy is there as well, looking for multiple frags here, and delivers on that promise. Great round once again. Solid hold towards upper as 9 barely find a kill, taking down one player en route. That was Hunter. That's about all they get done. The money is still pretty good, all things considered. They have one more buy available, but they're 9-2 down. It's looking like they might be going home after this one. They are not turning up whatsoever. They haven't got the star power of Hades behind them, who is once again still on 4 frags.
Yeah, I think that absolutely has to be part of the story. Something I did love in that high ground position, m0NESY, he was up in heaven, and he missed the first shot, but then even after that, he sort of stayed jumping, just showing his gun barrel, and that locks Hades into holding that angle. He can't move. He's expecting a second peek. Now, m0NESY did peek and kill Hades eventually, but even before then, he's actually doing so much by just being a presence and just being a beacon for everyone to look at, because they're going to be calling it out on the 9 side. They're going to be saying, well, the sniper's up in the heaven, like someone has to look for it, throw grenades, do all this kind of stuff, and then in the meantime, Hunter and Hooksy, who are down on the low ground on the A-bomb site, they can do so much from that position. So, yeah, G2 are doing a lot of small things here as well. m0NESY, I mean, it's not necessarily the frag highlight reel that you want to see out of him, but he's doing just fine at the moment. He's got 9-4, and it's 10 on Nico, Hooksy, and Hunter, so they're unstoppable at the moment. Nico pulling ahead now with a kill on Kyla, who's trying to sneak through.
It's looking way too comfortable now. It looks like it's going through the motions. Like, they're not really being challenged. They've got easy frags, like no one's even firing back. Catching them with their knives out, running through smokes, nading them to hell and back. And it's another 5 versus 2. Just to note, the winner of this series, also obviously knocking out their opponent, will go on to play the winner of FaZe Virtus Pro, which is coming up next, actually, which will be a hell of a game, Anders.
Yeah, brought to you by Chad and Alex.
Who won't be destroying the studio, I'd imagine. They'll probably keep the monitors on the table.
Yeah, whatever is left of the studio, they will hand off to them, and they'll take good care of things.
So here we go.
More civilized in many ways, those two.
Yes, in some ways. But we're down towards lower. Our bomb plant's available, Anders, so give them that. I don't think there's much they can do with it. Like, where do you even go after this? You've got no Molotovs, no smokes to lock up these choke points. You're going to be surrounded in about 10-second times. Every door's going to be open. All the windows will be smashed. Ramp will be flanked. And all hell's going to break loose in about 3, 2, 1. And here we go. Good shot from Goofy.
Yeah, that starts it off. The timing was good for it. I like the countdown, Henry. Oh my God, Hunter. He's not missing much at the moment. He's had himself such a sick series. If they win it, it might just be the MVP. Oh! Hades, though, he answers back. He's destroyed and deleted every single one of them.
Finally, he shows up to a round, and that's more like it. A world-class play coming in from Hades. It looked impossible. It looked like he didn't even have a look into the round whatsoever. A 4 versus 2. The bomb plant, it felt like a victory in its own right. But Hades goes above and beyond for his teammates here. Keeps the dream alive. Keeps them in the tournament. And that's going to be the 3rd round posted. At 9, we're destined for an eco after this one. And they avert the crisis as we'll get into round number 13. That's exciting.
But
that's
you have to build
around.
On it. That's going to start something off, right? That's the spark that should get the team going. But the truth is, if they fall flat on this round, it might not matter. They're going to try for just a brawl in the A-bomb side. They're in here, but Hooksy's holding tight. Even after he's dead, he gets the kill with the Molotov. Hunter up on the hut. They still haven't dislodged him. It's Hades and Key left once again in a 1 versus, well, now a 2 versus 2 here. A chance for it, maybe, but Hunter's jumping down in their faces. A double kill for him and leaves Hades alone back here. Now, he did it 1 versus 3 last round. This time should maybe be a little bit easier.
Now this is more like it. This is the game we were promised. Hades, another clutch potential here. Low HP Hunter,
he's not
right
aware.
in front of him as well.
He has no idea, but he's right in front. You're right. He could have got peeked already. Up on the high ground, and Nico will not miss the opportunity. Kovac and Kovac coming out with the clutch in the 1-on-2.
Well, well, well. A moment of greatness from Hades, unable to convert in the follow-up, and they go double digits on the G2 side, 10-3 in the dying stages here, the first half of Nuke. Tournament life on the line here for 9. A great showing on Vertigo, as you might expect. An interesting game on Ancient, but being blown out of proverbial water so far here on Nuke. If they can find 4 rounds, Anders, I'd give them a fighting chance. But it all has to start here. It's not a force buy. They've saved themselves about $1,200 per player. They've got a single AK, 4 pistols. Kyla will have to go massive here for them to stand a chance, and it all starts with a very nice grenade. Goofy takes the brunt of damage, and Kyla, there it is, opening frag found.
Yeah, you said it, Henry. It's on his shoulders to open up the round, and he's done that. So far, so good.
What's the gap?
There is a gap, but Hunter's immediately keen on that position, realizing there's something going on. Nico at the back of the B-bomb site. Not necessarily the most comfortable position here. Yeah, I can understand why he wants to move. He's not. If they have a Molotov, he's in trouble. They don't, but how's he to know? So yeah, I can understand why he wants to reposition from there.
Over a minute of play still. Man advantage for 9, but still. Oh, Hooksy trying to get into that one-way, well, the fade position. When the smoke fades, you normally have an advantageous sort of angle, but gun barrel spotted, and now the Tech-9's entering from the heaven position. m0NESY fighting tooth and nail, back to the 2 versus 2. Nico alive and well as well, as we'll see him retreat, rotate. It looks like the bomb will be planted.
Ooh, that was close on the drop. He almost got sniped by m0NESY, but you are right. Bomb being planted on the other side. Grenade coming out, not going to make a difference, but the headshot from Keem was certainly well taking down m0NESY. And Nico now looking to clutch it. He's already got the first kill, but can't even begin to get the second one. Key just way too good in this one. A triple on him in the round. You set 4, and they still have a fighting chance. Well, they've got it, and they've actually got G2 in an economic pit here.
They really have. We said that one AK-47 would have to deliver, and Kyla managed to crack things open towards the ramp, was magnificent. Continues the good form towards upper as well. 2-on-2 position, and K comes out on top. Lovely work towards that main entrance, and now we've got a competitive game here. 5 is on the menu. They're up against 2 M4s here. 2 pistols, an MP9 for JKS, and he's gone down aggressive towards the ramp. Nico will join him in the grave, unfortunately. Hooksy needs to fall back. He surely can't do much with the CZ in that position, but Hunter, this is interesting now.
How did he get here?
On T-roof.
This is ridiculous. Now, he's missed a couple of them going by, but that still might not matter. Slowly crawling down. Hooksy's going to be good for the 1 kill. The bomb is in there, and Hunter's making his way around. If you get the double right here, he's going to have the bomb, and it's going to be a 1 versus 2. He sees both of them, but he's lining it up. This is so clever. The spray is perfect, and Hunter, he's orchestrated the whole round. He's won it for his team, 11-4, Henry. That is a spectacular way to end the half.
It's unbelievable from Hunter there. What a masterclass to keep them well in the lead here. 11-4, tournament life on the line here for 9 at Gamers8.
you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching Gamers8. I hope you're enjoying your Thursday as we will watch the crescendo Anders between G2 and 9 here. It's 11-4 in the third and final map. Things not looking good for the Polish squad whatsoever, but they do move over to the CT Forces now.
They better have a really hot start in the second half. I think it would be fair to say that while you, Henry, have been destroying the studio, G2 have been destroying Nuke at the moment. They're doing fine at the moment, 11-4.
It's looking very, very good. And bear in mind, to even get one of those 4 rounds, it took one of the plays of the tournament from Hades in a 1 versus 3 to even make this possible. They were unable to get the 10-5 against the low buy, but still, with a pistol, you never know. It is Nuke. It is the map of upsets, and we'll have a look at the buy on the T side, see if we can work out what's going on. It's going to be a nade for Monosita, maybe nading off the squeaky door, smoking towards main, and go for a fast upper play, but we'll see what they've got in mind. There's the nade deployed. And going towards ramp by the looks of things.
They're expecting a reaction behind that smoke, but so far nothing's really come of it. Minio gonna get the first hint at what's coming. Only 1 bullet fired and he's out. He does not want to stick around and get run down by the Glocks. And actually, K's back here, so there might be a chance. Minio, look at the headshots. It's beautiful to begin with. 9 finally answering back, finally waking up on Nuke here. And K's just doing all the work from the back line. They're double for him, double for Minio, and there should be absolutely no way out for Nico. This should be a lost round every single time, but it is Nico.
Oh, God.
You never know.
It's starting. You give him an inch, he will take a mile every single time. He's got plenty to work with here. A minute on the clock, the bomb on his back. 15 kills to his name. Next kill available right here, right now. Falling back. Yeah, I think that's a wise choice, Kylab. Don't get involved.
You couldn't. It's actually horrific because you can see how he's lining up the kill in his brain. He has one tiny piece of information and he's just making the choice. He's going to go back up heaven, try and find him. He could have had it right there, making the jump down. Kyla's got just as much of a chance on the other side. He's got the dualies. He could be looking for the headshot as well. Nico, he's putting some pressure on them. It feels like he's in control of the round in spite of the fact that it's a 1 versus 4. And finally, they put him down. But it just shows you the kind of respect that he commands in a round.
Well, they call him the big bad wolf for a reason, and he was on the hunt there. Close, but no cigar. If he gets that kill towards the hut, maybe there's a chance, but it will be 9 to close things out there. An interesting pistol from G2. So like I said, they had the navy squeaky door, and they threw a smoke from T-spawn as well that landed in front of Squeaky, suggesting they were doing a vent drop, trying to force those rotations and going towards ramp, catch them off guard. But there it was. It was 9 that were more than ready for that altercation, and they come out on top, and now we'll have to fend off the force buy of G2. A very difficult prospect, let me tell you. Trying to deny vent access. K will be down there with the M4, making things uncomfortable already. And here comes Hooksy. Down he goes. Good try.
Smart read from K. I mean, that's what you want to see. Minio, very dug in and very committed to the position behind the box. Now, he might have only got the 1 kill, but he did do an enormous amount of damage on the Modesty and Hunter. So at the end of it, probably will not make a big difference. The FAMAS and the MP9 now are close to being one-shots here, so should be a decent position to be in nonetheless. They're going to give it over to JKS, though, the 1 M4 that they managed to recover. And we'll see how much they can make with just 1 rifle in play and only 1 player with any health. Well, he's good for the first one. K's on the other side continuing the madness. He's up to 14 kills, and it's been really, really quick. Can he do it, though? 1 versus 3 here for Justin. He's got the first one. He's going to have a chance at the bomb plant maybe with a smoke. Oh, he fakes it out. That's a little bit interesting, but Kyler on the other side is keeping his cool. He doesn't quite take the bait. A little bit further back, he almost had the headshot angle there. Might have a second chance at it. 40 seconds left, by the way, here, and he's going to get edged out. Hades just finding him.
Didn't mind that from JKS whatsoever.
No.
Trying to bait them out, trying to bring it down to the 1 versus 1, then he would have a real chance at the clutch. Unfortunately, he went over the plan, and we do have 9. With a potential 3-0 ahead of them, because that was the force buy. There's not really much to be said about round number 3 here. Hooksy trying to get down the vent. And there was a moment here. They could have got that nice trade down towards lower, who knows, but without the plant, it will just have to be P250s and some deagles here. A right smile there from Nico. And like we said, no armor, no nades, just looking for those 1 bangs. And they probably might connect a few, to be honest with you.
Every time I see Nico with the deagle, even though it seems like it's a lot harder to get the really impressive deagle rounds because people are a lot more careful usually, I'm always hoping, I'm always imagining that there's going to be something like that happening. He's up on the silo still.
Well, if you remember yesterday, Falcons with just deagles in this map, replicating those sort of shots. It can happen. There's so many long-range duels, and that is an absolute beauty from Nico. Good God.
Like it was nothing. Like it was easy to hit it at that range. They're going to get some returns, though. Goofy doing a remarkable amount of work outside. That's what you want to see. Yeah, they picked up everyone. Oh, my God, Henry! That's possible. How can he do it?
I don't know. I have no idea. That shouldn't be happening. He makes it look so easy as well.
You got to stop. You have to stop challenging him.
Yeah, just let him rock the clock. Like, don't challenge him anymore. He can't get any guns. He's suggesting he's fallen down.
Yeah, this is sick. He knows that they're listening somewhere. All right, there's the real drop down for the bomb. 35 seconds. Gets a bit of information on that one. Again, he's really hoping for another mistake. He wants someone to flank him. He would love it.
Unfortunately, he does have to die soon. Needs the cash.
Yeah, but he's such an expert at playing these rounds so slowly. You've seen Nico clutch these when there's only 5 seconds left. So if they give him a chance right now, he can still win the round. I know it sounds ridiculous because there's only 15 seconds, but they really have to be careful. I understand why they're respecting him in that moment, because he just has an uncanny ability to time the rounds expertly. But this one wasn't one of them. It's 11-7, and it looks a bit more doable all of a sudden. I think this next round might be a really pivotal round for how this game is going to be unfolding.
Yeah, you're dead on here. Nico certainly keeps them modest in terms of the finances there. A bit of reinvestment required. No AWP for Hades, just to note that. He'll be on the M4A1S here. AKs across the board for G2 as well. And what kind of pacing will they be presenting here in the first real gun round of the second half? Just netting out those double doors on the CT side.
Oh, here we go. Nade stack. Boom, and Kyler is gone.
God, that's so sick.
He's no more.
2 max damage grenades. Love to see that.
What do you do after a round like that, Henry? What's your reaction if that happens?
Just, there's nothing you really can do. You just have to accept your fate, learn from it, and now you've been conditioned that you can't really play that position anymore. That's the problem. It's one of the most common spots, and now you know there's potential to be double naded every single round. Goofy, though, will pull one back. That's Hunter removed. K in a precarious spot, unable to make much of it, and Goofy now looking for multiple kills. It's a 3-on-3, but they know exactly where he is. He's in the glaive position right now. The smoke fade might be kind to him, and he actually comes out on top, Anders.
He only had 7 bullets to get that last kill on Nico, so couldn't really miss a lot of them. He's still drawing a lot of attention. He might be dead either way. Oh, he's actually going to be able to escape. That's ridiculous. I thought for sure he at least would have been dead, but maybe there could have been a teammate coming up from the stairs to help him out. Monacy and JKS, 2 versus 3. Still a winnable round for them, but Goofy's brought it back. Bomb on Monacy. Walking in through Mini, while Hades is hanging out of the rafters. Very exposed in this position. One good flash coming through the smoke maybe, with JKS peeking down from the hut, and who knows what's going to happen here. We'll see. m0NESY just waiting inside as it fades, and he's good for that kill. Took no damage at all.
Yeah, it's a really precarious spot now. Minio's actually negated the vent somehow. m0NESY should take care of him though. So this was a 3 versus 2 against them. And now Goofy with 3 kills in the round.
Can't do anything.
Did so much good work there. Will now have to leap out of the vents. He does some damage. They JKS down to 1 HP, but unfortunately the round falls apart. It was looking so good for them as well. But that's going to be G2 posting their first on the T side here. 12-7 overall. And bear in mind, the money's going to be tight, courtesy of those Nico 1Ds. It all has a knock-on effect. Every kill will affect the economy going forward, and now they'll take a tactical timeout and work out what their options are because their money is so low. They do have to take the eco, to be honest with you, and I'm seeing, wow, whoa. Scouts all in, MP9, 5-7, all right, they're going for it.
They're rolling the dice, aren't they?
They really are. Okay, so this is a big play. If they don't win this round, they're 13-7 down, and they will have an eco in front of them. So this is all in pretty much at this stage for tournament life.
Heartbreaking round for them, that last one. They had the triple on Goofy. They had the aggressive push after losing the early kill. They actually won the fight in the yard, and they still couldn't convert the 2-on-3. And again, this is their tournament lives on the line. They're going to get knocked out. They're going to get sent home. And G2 will continue on.
And the memory will be, well, at least they won Vertigo.
At least they won Vertigo.
At least they did that. But as mentioned, we're all in. Stakes couldn't be high here.
Oh dear.
Beautiful maneuvers there from JKS to get down towards the vents, but K will pull one back. Not for long though. whoopsie.
Bombs down there. There's no one else. No one from the CT side. There's going to be a lightning fast bomb plant.
No kids as well, right? Oh, it's perfect. You have to save. There's nothing you can do. It's done.
Absolutely. It's just done so fast. As soon as they get down, even as they're down the vent, you can just see there's no one from the CT side that really can rotate. Sure, they can try and do some more damage. Ideally, they try and find an AK or something on the ground and pick something up.
You can see these two. Oh, okay. All right. That maybe changes the tone somewhat. It was looking really fun and comfortable for a second, but Hades with a sobering shot. The round is over, but can they maybe salvage some AKs here? Oh, what a shot.
Nico's matching it.
So precise in the zone right now. Perfectly played. Nico with 2 frags. He'll go down with the bomb, but his job is done. 13-7. They'll save an AK-47 and a scout. It's not much as they average $2,000 on the CT side now. Feels like was going through the formalities at this stage. 9 would have to do something remarkable.
Yeah, they
do anything with this.
I mean, to be honest, they needed to win the 2-on-3, or they needed to win this force-up. And losing both of them, they've just put them in such an awkward position. And with the scout or the AK in play, I mean, they're not quite going to force up, but it's almost territory where you just serially force up just to try and you're just hoping for something. This is really desperate here. 13-7.
It was Kaido on the T side that had that single AK that saved the day towards ramp, bear in mind. So maybe, just maybe, he can do it again. Oh, no, they have no idea. They didn't hear him fall.
No, you're never expecting this. Oh, maybe you might get a bit of a chance. Actually, Dooley's up there, but he had a grenade in hand when he was scheme peaked. But imagine the chaos on the CT side when that call comes in. They are already basically towards CT spawn, and now you've lost Heaven as well. JKS just holding this position. AK gonna get brought over onto Goofy. JKS realizing, but it doesn't matter. So much pressure on him, and no scope onto whoopsie. Was that
on the ladder? A no-scope from the ladder with the scout. And if that leads into a round victory...
No kid.
No kid, you are right. They kind of have to go for this, though, I would say. And that's going to call it off. Minio won't be able to win this without the kid, unfortunately. Give it a little look in. If you find a very quick kill now, maybe.
Yeah.
You never know, but the bomb's coming up to the halfway stage. 2 kills, a defuse just doesn't look like it's going to be possible. whoopsie just typed in chat, bro, Hades, calm down. He just got a no-scope scout shot on a ladder. I've never seen that before.
No, what a ridiculous way to get a kill. He does say, I'm the whoopsie magnet, so he's finding him. It doesn't matter at the end. Nobody cares. It's G2 getting to 14 and 2 rounds away from sending 9.
Oh, it's a shame, isn't it? I was really looking forward to this 3rd and final map. Really entertaining series.
It has been.
If you go back and watch Vertigo, it's an absolute barn burner of a game. Ancient, where 9 were up 6-0 as well, looking for that 2-0, a chance to knock G2 out of the tournament, but the opportunity was squandered. They couldn't handle the CT aggression coming in from G2. And now a bit of a masterclass here on Nuke. The favorites for sure coming into this map. One final buy here for 9 to save themselves from elimination points, and it's a JKS spray that takes K down to 0. after m0NESY converts it with the HE grenade.
You just have to shake your head and think, what can I do? Yeah. I mean, I haven't even seen anyone. I'm just getting completely tagged up through the smoke, and then before I can even make my escape, I'm gonna be dead. m0NESY here, ready for it. Easy shot onto Minio, who might have been a bit careless, making a lot of noise, jumping back and forth like that. 3 versus 5. You have to say, even though Nico currently top of the board for G2 at 21 kills, Hunter is at 17. Overall, you've got to say Hunter is the MVP of this particular match. All 3 maps he's shown up. Just a rock-solid play coming out from him. We'll see if Goofy could do anything in the back.
Yeah, well, m0NESY can. That would do. That helps. There's a chance now, Anders. Like,
why?
That's the opening frag they were looking for.
Why did he shoot him?
I actually don't know. Let's get a replay of that after this one, but that certainly has turned the tide somewhat. JKS will stabilize. Bomb planted. Hades. Yeah, unfortunately, that just means I've got to save this orb. 15-7. Elimination point found.
Well, I'm glad we got a bit of comedy in the round. I don't think else really happened.
It might not have been the best outing here on Nuke, but it certainly had some moments. The 1v3 for Hades. The Hades no-scope on the ladder.
Sick.
Memorable moments for sure, but yeah.
The mutiny against Hunter in this round?
Yes, that's true. But 8 opportunities now to close things out. They've got absolutely everything they need. Another 3 players survive here. 2 survive for 9. They've got the orb and the M4, but once again, close but no cigar, it feels like.
In fairness, if ever there was a team that could throw away an 8-round lead, it would be G2.
Right.
They are decent at that kind of thing. But I feel like 9 just, they've not really woken up quite enough yet. That's funny. That's really funny. I love it.
All right then. Tactical timeout. I'm not really sure what speech you can deliver to the boys at this stage. You need 8 rounds in a row against a red-hot G2 who are really enjoying themselves out there, especially Nico. His aim is looking spectacular, to say the very least. Got the Midas touch.
I mean, you can't really put... You saw him with the Deagle, even in the one round where they were definitely going to lose it. Just so crisp at the moment. 8 chances for G2 to send 9 right out of Riyadh. And as you said, maybe a chance to find either FaZe or VP.
As mentioned yesterday, Falcons, sure, they didn't win the series, but they put up a good showing here. They managed to put their best foot forward. Same for 9. They took a map off G2. Sure, it's Vertigo. We can all have our comments about that. It's still a win against G2 on LAN, on stage. It's still a good performance, you know? Nothing to be embarrassed about losing to G2 in this kind of form. And they are throwing the kitchen sink in toward this lobby. The crunch has yielded the first frag, at least a 5-on-4, courtesy of the MP9. That's going to be K upgrading to the AK-47 as well, so maybe not all said and done just yet.
Oh, I'm just thinking about it. I'd love someone to get up the ladder, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. Yeah, I think you're right. It's good to remind yourselves of Vertigo, and also they didn't look exactly lost on Ancient. They still had, you know, a bit of a game on that one, even if G2 ended up winning it. So overall, maybe not too bad. But yeah, this third map has really not been working out for them. Nico, hoping that in the fading moments of the wall landing that someone's going to take a peek on the CT side. Doesn't really happen. They're a little bit further away. And they're not going to be going through, it seems like. They want to make their way down secret. 9 don't have any really good incentive to do anything. The only problem for 9 is they don't have any more grenades. So if the bomb ever goes down, a retake might just be made very tricky by that. Oh, and there's m0NESY equalizing the scenario. They actually don't go down secret. They wait for the wall to fade, and then they come back out in yard instead. It's a very tricky place here. And only 30 seconds, Henry. What do you make of that? It's not a lot of time.
Not a lot of time, but enough time, Anders.
Yeah?
If they can get up towards heaven right now...
You're not worried?
I wouldn't say I'm comfortable, but not necessarily worried either. So now that OK is at least beneath, and that's going to be a guaranteed kill when he comes back up. Flashbangs to be deployed. Still 15 seconds here. Bomb should be going down if they can flush out a CT vent position. Minio now exposes himself as well. Time becoming a real factor now. You can see it's getting very chaotic. Fake plant comes in, and a chance there for Hunter to try and close things out there. But 9 will keep themselves in the tournament for now. It was a lobby crunch to kick things off there. The MP9 of Kyler once again opening things up and managing to bring them yet another round, but now they'll need 7 in a row. Problem is the money's still very strong here. It was another scrappy, chaotic interaction here towards the upper bomb side. Minio did absolutely everything he could. You can see with the time running low, m0NESY just having to leap around corners, hoping to back up his teammate. And yeah, might as well just take each round as it comes now. Your last chance to show what you can do on the big stage. They don't get to go to a ton of tournaments. And here we go. Is this where it all comes crashing down?
Molotov to set up the boost. We'll see if that's going to be enough. Hades running away. Are they going to read that Molotov? Are they going to check that? This is a bit suspicious, especially if they actually heard Hades running. That might give something away to them. They're certainly checking the corners right now, and Hunter's looking for it. Surely they're going to be able to get at least a trade right away. There's Minio with the 1. Gets the double. That's way more than I was expecting. And K will take down Nico. That's on the other side of the map out on the silo. So this should be a pretty decent lockdown. 2 versus 4. See what m0NESY and JKS can do.
All right then, 9. Kind of impressed. Down but not out. Fighting back. 2 for Nail here. 4 versus 1. m0NESY. No AWP. AK-47 bomb on his back. No chance of winning it, but hopefully finding a couple of kills, keeping that money tight. You can see the CTs are fully invested. In terms of loss bonus, G2 will have $1,900 going into the next round, so it would be eco territory. For now, honestly, exploring his options down towards lower. Only got a couple of flashbangs to work with. Window is smashed, and he's suggesting he's dropped down with that pistol drop.
Some tricky games being played. Feels like maybe he could have had the bomb plant if he went for it right away, but obviously he's doing a bit more than that. He's kind of playing to try and see if he could actually maybe get a kill before he tries it. This time it feels like, yeah, you're just stalling. Oh no, he's actually going to fake it out another time, and that might mean there's no chance for a bomb plant any longer here. Kyler's going to be getting a bullet to the face, and now he tries one more time. He's really optimizing this round. I mean, this is cool. If you ever wanted to win a 1 versus 3 or 4 like this one, that's probably how you have to do it.
Very tricky indeed. m0NESY getting the absolute most he could out of that particular scenario. The 4 versus 1 eludes him, and they'll have to wait until their moment of glory, at least for now. Nice boost. All the tricks. They did the lobby crunch before, now the ramp boost, and it seems to be working out. How much left have they got in the tank, though? Because we're getting to round number 25. It's a full eco. m0NESY's got a Zeus. We said he was a tricky player. Probably going to be run boosted somewhere, I'd imagine.
Let's go for it. I need to see that.
Maybe a run boost from the silo?
That's the sort of thing that I'm thinking, you know. Imagine the speed you can get. Someone's playing down by a minute, they just have no idea. You're flying out of the sky.
I've never seen it before. I guess like you would take like 70 damage, but if you landed the Zeus kill, it might be worth it, but I don't think that's going to happen.
I mean, you're 100%. If you don't land on somebody, you're gonna die instead. Like, you know, that is definitely not worth it. But imagine the psychological shock of being on the CT side, and you're just like, what just happened to me?
So just going to be biding their time here, like using this as a chance to catch their breath. You saw m0NESY just having a sip of water there, wanting to just bleed out some grenades, have a chat, calm everyone down. This one's still in the bag. You've given up 2 rounds here. K will confirm this anti-eco victory. No problem at all. They've got double digits here. Now 5 in a row on the CT side. I don't know, it doesn't seem impossible, right? How many times have I said that in my life? I'm getting so sick of being that guy.
Especially
it's always me as well.
Especially for a team like G2.
It's always me.
I feel like there are some teams that just, you know...
Shout out to other commentators that have to do this every single time. You have to go, well, okay, you never know. Here we go. It looked like it was done, but we've reached double digits, and we'll see what can be done. But it's true. The fact that they've managed to find, what, 3 rounds in a row now?
Yeah, it's a very different game.
There's a chance, at least.
And if you look at the individuals on the side of 9, they're way more fired up than they were. They've actually found...
Same grenades.
Yeah, they got the kill on Kyler last time. I think it was triple to take down Goofy. They had another one. That's crazy. Hades moving. Wait, you see the gun barrel. He knows that someone's back there.
Should
be easy. It's Nico. You want to be careful, though. Do you really want to walk into this shot? Who knows? JKS goes down. Still a 4-on-4, and Hades, he's just teetering on the edge. He's thinking about it now. They're all showing up. This is dangerous. He gets 1, and they're right on top of him. m0NESY to punish him, and they fall back. K's going to be dead, and now Kyler and Minio 2 versus 3 to try and hold on to their tournament.
Here we go, then. We'll have to dig deeper than ever to keep the dream alive here. And Riyadh, hell of a showing. 3 maps against G2. Double digits, each and every map. Yeah. Nothing to be sneezed at, Anders. Like, the underdogs delivered here today. Made G2 uncomfortable more times than one.
I agree. That's got to be the lens to look at this through. The team that just won Cologne. And you're taking them the full distance here. Kyla's getting one, holding onto the dream a bit longer. He's very low on health, and Hunter's going to be able to find him. He leaves Minio, but he's got a bit of a surprise. They have no idea who he is. Well, now they do, but 1 versus 1. Minio versus m0NESY, 25 seconds, and m0NESY's made a full run for it, and he's got the Molotov to make sure that he can get the bomb plant on the... Ooh. Oh, wow, what a fake Henry.
So sick.
He's a young kid, and he's able to do this like he's been playing the game forever. Oh, but wait a minute. Minio's on the other side. He's ready. He's going to get the headshot. It's amazing.
Let's go. Wow, the mind games from both sides there. Well read, Minio. It looked like m0NESY had absolutely destroyed him there with the Molotov, the forced rotation down the vent, but he's one step ahead. He knows what m0NESY's up to and hits an absolutely game-changing shot there towards the heaven position. It all starts with that triple nade as well. Kyla on 7 points of health manages to give him a winnable scenario here for Minio, and my God, does he deliver. That's a great finish there. 4 rounds required now, and they're up against the pistols. The dream is still alive, looking for a big spray down. Doesn't have to commit, but he's got backup from K, and it's an absolute disaster for G2. It's a monstrous spray down towards the ramp. 15-12 now. G2 starting to sweat. Did a hot under the collar.
I'm getting a little bit nervous myself.
Oh no.
Just a bit nervous on behalf of G2, I won't lie. As said, I've been very impressed and inspired by Nine ever since they started to really come on the scene with plenty of European armor. Just, I think, made a lot of fans really quickly, but this is a tall order for them. It's a difficult team that they found today, but there's a chance for overtime. Imagine the pain for G2 with such a significant lead. 15-8, if you cannot close that out, you're going to be frustrated, right? That's where the tilt is really going to set in.
That's 5 rounds in a row now for Nine. They are hanging on by the skin of their teeth. We've had so many 1v1s, 2v1s. They keep landing in their favor. And now another full buy for G2, and yeah, not quite as comfortable as it once was. Still, should be able to close this one out, and I'm saying should now with bated breath. As we get to round number 28, what's the call here? whoopsie looking to close things out. Goes to the speculative spam through the hub. No real damage inflicted. Trying to bait our utility as well with the initial Molotov towards the hub. Comes a bit of a standstill here as they set up the wall of smokes towards outside.
Just so many different occasions in which it's worth doing that wall, whether you actually use it or whether you just put some pressure on, maybe you walk through it. Like, it just is such a versatile strategy. And they are going to be walking, looks like, a little bit close to it. JKS not in lobby, doesn't want to get crunched when he's there alone. That's a nice nade.
Yeah,
decent start.
Significant damage towards Nico.
Look at Hades.
Yeah, great spot. Looks like a guaranteed frag already, doesn't it?
That's what it feels like. They've been leaving JKS alone in this lobby position every time.
We saw it in Ancient as well. It's normally JKS go luck, rest of the team group up and try and get the job done.
45 seconds, taking their time here to boost up, being silent about it, not giving away any noise, but it's going to start with a little bit of a tap. Goofy's good for it, and the other part of that play comes in. It's K getting the kill. Hades did get the shot on JKS finally when that battle actually unfolded, and now m0NESY and Hunter, 2 versus 3. Oh, Nine, they're so close to doing it, but m0NESY, he's still alive, and the bomb's going to be planted. Now it's a 2-on-2, and there's a chance here, a chance for G2 to end the madness and secure their victory.
They are low, though. 36 for m0NESY, Hunter at 43. A difficult retake here, no smokes available. They need to find these T's right here, right now.
Grenade could actually kill m0NESY, but risky to throw it.
Oh no!
Shot, he's still alive somehow and not getting caught on the other side. I have no idea how he lived through this. Now he's gonna throw out a flashbang. They need that defuse. They're already on it.
Big.
Come up, m0NESY gets one more shot, and it is done. Hunter with the final one, and G2, they send 9 packing.
Not quite the ending they were looking for, but they get the job done there. It was 5 rounds in a row from 9 to keep the dream alive. An admirable performance, Anders, to say the very least. Taking a map on this stage against G2, the champions of Cologne. Nothing to be embarrassed about. They can hold their heads high here today.
Yeah, you have to. I think that's the way you have to think about it. They look really good. For a minute there, it looked like they could have made it into overtime, and who knows what would have happened, but up against a really strong team. And in this last one, it was Nico leading the charge, but I gotta say, I gotta reiterate overall, Hunter has gotta be the MVP. What a performance across all 3 maps for him. I think he ended up at like 19, 20 kills something at the end here. He still played very, very well. So solid, rock solid from him all across the board.
It's a bit of a shame Hades couldn't turn up in the same fashion he did in the first 2 maps, but could you ask for much more from him after his performance on Ancient, his performance on Vertigo, blowing them out of the water time and time again, managing to like Monacy looked like an average AWPer at times as well. A really fun series, and the fact they made it so close towards the end as well, it was just a lot of fun in general. So many high-octane moments, so many amazing clutches from either side as well. But ladies and gentlemen, we say goodbye tonight, and we say hello to our victors on the stage with James Banks.
Well, G2 managed to get the win, but they were certainly tested. And this was a difficult fight for sure. I want to come back to Vertigo, though, right? This looked like you guys had maybe figured it out to beat 9, who many of us considered one of the best on it. How much did that round where you guys dropped the bomb behind, and how much did that affect your mentality? I know, I have to ask, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't easy. Obviously, I was holding for 45 seconds, and then when I decided to drop C4 and go first for Justin, he just swing and kill us both. And then after, of course, mentally, it was really tough. And as we know, they are punishing all those mistakes on Vertigo. They are one of the best teams, if not the best, on the map. And yeah, we gave them like momentum after that, and it wasn't easy.
زي ما تشوفون معنا هنتر اعزائي المشاهدين كذا نتكلم عن اللي صار في المباراه الاولى في ماب فيرتيجو بالذات ان الماب هو يعتبر افضل المابات الفريق 9 خصوصا انه فريق 9 اصلا هو زي ما قال هنتر انه هو المفروض يكون الافضل فريق في هذا الماب بالذات فكنا نسال عنه وش اللي صار في الماب الاول يقول احنا اعطيناهم مومنتوم بعد ما خسرنا المباراه خصوصا انه بعد خسارتنا المباراه الاولى يعني كان في مواقف جدا كثيره من ضمنها يوم كان بيحاول انه يسوي هولد لمده 45 ثانيه كان من اصعب الاشياء لكن برضو بعد خسروا الراوند هذا بس بالاخير قدروا يفوزون.
And when it comes to Ancient, there were some rough signs at the beginning, but you guys fought back and showed your strength. But they were getting so many of the openers on you guys, and it was just the battling back and the firefights you were having the whole way. Yourself and Nico leading the charge of that. Did it ever get worrying for you guys, or did you feel like you had control? Because it did look like it when the multi-kills started coming through for you guys.
Yeah, we were losing 6-0, but like almost every situation we had kind of clutch good situations, and we were losing them. We didn't play together. We were individualizing ourselves. I don't know why, but after the timeout that Cooksey took, he just told us that we need to play better clutch situations and that we need to be together more. And after that, it was easier. But I think we had the control of the game almost always. We know that their Ancient is not the best map, and we just wanted to punish them with picking it. And I mean, it paid off at the end. I'm happy.
زي ما تشوفون بعد ما سالناهم عن سؤال الماب الاول تكلمنا عن الماب الثاني ايضا ماب انشد خصوصا انه في الماب كان بدايته 6-0 لصالح 9 وكان في توقع كثير انه ممكن يخسرون الجيم 2-0 لكن قدروا جيتوا انهم يرجعون خصوصا انه قدروا انهم يلعبون مع بعض اكثر لانه كان الشيء الاساسي اللي خلاهم يخسرون الراوندات هذه كلها انهم كانوا يلعبون لوحدهم فقالوا انه احنا على طول كلمنا الكوتش بعد ما اخذنا تكتيكال تايم اوت وقال لنا انه لازم انكم تلعبون مع بعض اكثر وهذا كانت احد الاسباب اللي خلاهم يرجعون مره ثانيه يراجعون خططهم ويفوزون في المباراه.
And lastly, I just want to ask you, Hunter, you win Cologne, right? It's a huge event for you guys. You've got now something to prove to try and hold on to this and show this dominance. How did this first outing here feel for you guys? Did it feel like you got comfortable pretty quick again?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's tough after winning the big event. We lost a lot of energy in Cologne after playing in front of the big crowd and winning it especially. And it's like this event is like almost 7 days after. But there's no complainings because we are D group in Pro League, so we have 1 month kind of without officials after this event. And we need to give our best like we did in Cologne, and that's the deal.
I like him.
ما تشوفون سألنا السؤال الأخير نتكلم عن اللي صار مع G2 خصوصا في الآي ام كولون زي ما احنا عارفين هم فازوا في البطولة بالكامل وخصوصا بعد فوزهم هذا قدام المسرح الكبير كانوا هم خايفين مرة انه يعني ممكن ما يأدون أداء كويس ان هذا الايفنت حرفيا بعد 7 أيام من الآي ام كولون فكان السؤال انه هل تقدرون انكم يعني وش انطباعكم بعد الجيم الأول وهل تقدرون انكم اصلا تفوزون في المباراة هذه تثبتون نفسكم للناس كان الجواب يقول انه لا فعلا احنا قدرنا نثبت انفسنا او بنحاول نثبت انفسنا يعني خصوصا بعد الجيم الأول بعد ما فزنا 2-1 واحنا بعد هذا اصلا عندنا شهر كامل ما عندنا شيء نسويه فنحاول نعطي كل اللي عندنا الآن عشان بعدها نقدر نرتاح.
G2 and Hunter survived the opening game, but it only gets tougher from here.
9 الآن استبعدوا من البطولة أعزائنا المشاهدين من فريق G2 ما عاد صاروا موجودين معنا G2 راح يكملون للفيز القادم.
Bingo. Bango. Try it again, Jason.
Bango.
One more time for the...
Finally, someone has decided to mute this guy.
Yes, thank goodness.
And now
I was
we get to have some real fun.
His hot takes really have
We just decided it reached a point where, you know...
I did this one time to a guy named Harry. I said, you know, you could say anything you want about Moses in this moment. What would you say?
Hey.
Oh, dang it. I guess we'll never know.
Bango. Bongo.
Bongo, great.
I mean, I
feel like the train had already left.
My God.
Like, why are we going back on that train now?
Jason's the type to jump off the cruise ship.
Yeah, that one's on me. That's my bad.
It's okay. Yeah, 100% is on you for that. Nonetheless, what is going on here is G2 advance. They stay alive. 9, we send them packing. Guys, let's just go ahead and jump right into our STC analysis. Several cool things that happened here. Obviously, G2 winning. That's kind of cool, I guess.
It is pretty cool if you're a G2 fan. It's a good day in the office.
Absolutely.
Let's be honest, more competitive than I thought it'd be. I thought G2 would just march all over 9, and it ended up being a pretty entertaining series.
Yeah, that might be the one thing if you're G2, like you're happy they won. You would have liked to have seen it be a little bit cleaner. Nuke even, like actually Nuke looked really, really strong until a little bit of a comeback there for 9. But I mean, look, you got to be happy. You had Hunter, you had m0NESY, you had Nico popping off.
No, definitely. And listen, there is a little bit of a comeback, but it didn't feel like G2 were in danger at any point. You look at the first half, it's very controlled. At no point is 9 stretching rounds back to back. It's always a battle. You have this sea of rounds from G2 at the very beginning, which again seems a little bit symptomatic of 9. I cannot comprehend. I cannot understand how a team can be so strong on a map. Yeah. Really,
yeah,
look at how they play Vertigo. And it's not just about knowing the right smokes. It's like how they approach situations,
how they improvise,
how they find solutions.
Yeah.
You move on to other map and some of these qualities just go missing. Like late rounds are very dry, very simplistic, lack of util when you get to bomb sites. Whatever it is that you figured out on Vertigo, just do the number meme. Do the same on the other maps.
Yeah.
Like, the rules apply the same. It's like a language. There's a grammar that's equivalent between maps.
That's how we kind of said. That's what I kind of said in the pre-match. Like this has been the conversation on 9 for a long time now. And I mean, I even spoke with Hades in Cologne after their loss there, and it was the same kind of conversation.
What'd you learn?
Needs to get a little bit deeper. That's what I learned. They were working on it, which is what we all expected. But we're not seeing the fruits of that labor quite yet. And that's the concerning sign, is that they're not able to quite improve and deepen this map pool, because also, like we mentioned, Vertigo is going to drop off eventually. Like, you're not going to be able to win every Vertigo game moving forward into the future. G2 almost beat them today. They're going to get caught on this map a couple of times. And if they ever get beat on Vertigo to start a series, you're done, because Ancient's up next.
Yeah, what a reality that is, though. I mean, it's hard to even call it a taper. It's quite a contrast, I guess.
Well, it's a bummer too, because this team's fun to watch, right? Like even on maps they're not necessarily the best on, that they're still losing. Like they still put up fights, so it's like get over the hump, baby.
I know they can be a little streaky, and I think that's an issue for the good and the bad. There were stretches of rounds. You think about Vertigo and how they come back from 0-6. You think about Ancient to 6-0. It feels like they're either on or off, and when they're off, it's like it gets really scrumptious and complicated to watch. There were some situations G2 is just plucking T's, coming out a ladder, trying to do an A split late, and you're watching thinking, but of course they know you're coming here. Like you haven't stressed them anywhere else on the map. You've been heard, you've been spotted, and G2 is just calmly waiting for you. It looks a little bit disjointed and complicated, and then out of nowhere they pull that round back 5s in a row at the end, and they play much better counterstrike. And I cannot really pinpoint what it comes down to.
Sure.
I can pinpoint on the G2 side what was going very well, and which brings me to my Kidalyu MVP. Isn't that right, Jason?
That is correct.
Who do you think it is? If you had to stop right where you are, who do you think it is?
Nico.
Oh my goodness! I think
that's why he's right there.
He's got it. He's done it, and rightfully so. Nico showing up in spades here, Maniac.
No, another day, another good Nico performance. Absolutely. Listen, on Nuke, I don't think he had moments where he absolutely took over, but it's a presence, right? It's a presence, and it's a whole lot of responsibility he's putting on his shoulders. You see how he had to deal with a couple of Kylar incursions as well, right there punishing, drop down onto main, playing at the edge of smokes as well. Nico is like a really hard equation to solve on their CT side, because when you play new, you have to have some sort of territory outside on the T side. You cannot just play ramp and inside. You'll definitely hit your head against the wall. But if you go outside, you have to deal with Nico.
You got to walk into his crosshair.
Exactly. So you either use everything you've got, and then you end up in a situation where you don't have util to finish the round, or you just get wrecked.
So let me throw the one out there. Obviously, Nico is our Kidia MVP. I guess if I also grab on the idea of m0NESY versus Hades in this one, like in terms of just opping. Was it a fun show at least?
Yeah, it was a great show, I think, from both of them. I think m0NESY, I mean, I think most of like the highlight flashy moments that we got from it were Hades just as swift, and he had some great rifle rounds as well. Look, you got to feel bad for Hades too, not just in terms of that off versus off battle. Guy's plus 19 across the series, 73 and 54 in a losing effort. The only player positive on his team in terms of kill death. That's a Herculean performance from Hades that goes to waste.
I love that. That was great, Jason.
Like
Herculean.
Herculean.
A little bit of
Greek mythology.
There, yeah.
Mythology Hades
World
is in there
building
as well.
as well. Yeah.
I like where we're going.
Yeah, Herculean. Nonetheless, yeah. So G2 move on. If I'm looking at this correctly, that does mean they either play FaZe or VP. So I guess congratulations.
Any
One
of
upset dodged. FaZe has got a challenge against VP.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Yeah, it has put us into that situation where this first rung of the bracket is almost, kind of coming to a head. We're getting into that point.
You mentioned Hades. Don't we have like a crazy moment that we wanted to go through a little bit? Like,
I think so.
Actually incredible clutch coming out of Hades. That was something that was worth.
I think
it got everybody in the green room just
with
pretty
the
much
AK-47, except for Yanko.
Well, Yanko was
he
not
said
happy.
it was like
He just like a little sigh, like.
He was more pissed off, I think, that he had to admit that it was an incredible clutch.
Listen, I'm gonna step up for my boy Yanko. I know how it feels like. You think I'll be happy if Vitality get clutched like that? I'll just be like, yeah.
Well, you have to think about the impact, whether it's cultural, in the server, whatever it might be. You just have to think about that.
No, absolutely. I think cultural impact is underrated as a topic in Counter-Strike. In fact, I think stats, analysts, we should just do cultural analysis all the time.
Yeah, and that's kind of where Hades is building up to, is that sort of impact
with the
in the
mythology
cultural
as
sense.
well.
Yeah.
I could get what you're trying to open up people to new themes.
For sure.
New areas of
hey, I want to give on a serious tone, I want to give a shout out to another guy who probably could have been another great candidate for the MVP, for the Kadaya MVP.
Kadaya.
Hunter had an incredible series. And I just want to do, because I don't know how much longer to be able to say this, I still feel like he's underrated. Not by players. I think fan perception. And I think a lot of it is overshadowed by Nico and m0NESY, who get a lot more attention than him. But man, Hunter was another stud in this series, 77 and 64. He was fantastic in Cologne as well. He's such a critical piece to this team.
Yeah.
And I think the more he's giving interviews, I think the more of a glimpse you get into what kind of a player and what kind of a thought process goes into that game.
Yeah.
And I love hearing him talk about the game.
He's an incredible player, far beyond just a server.
Yeah.
I think the output is insane, but if you talk with him and about him, you understand what kind of work he puts into the team. I just think he's a little bit the electronic of a symbol for quite a long time now.
Yeah.
Like, he's been the electronic to Nico for quite a while.
Sure.
And I think it's fair. He deserves a whole lot of flowers. And when he goes missing, then we have to mention it. But in the titles that G2 have won, there is a common factor.
But JKS.
Yeah, what about JKS?
Look, Chad and I both went and had the same procedure done, but I see him pulling his hair out. I'm like, why are you doing this? He's sometimes JKS, but not in this late. Wild stuff. Either way, yeah, G2 move on, and we also do as well. We go to a quick break. We can come back and kind of dive right back into where we left off. That's right, ladies and gents. It is Gamers8. We'll BRB.
Hanging out here in the Gamers8 lobby, and I was able to find Neo and get some time with him from FaZe. You are the coach of FaZe now, but that must be very weird for you to change roles like that and not actually be playing.
Yeah, definitely. I've been playing for almost 20 years competitively, maybe even 20. So to be part of the game itself and not have the impact inside the game is totally different, and I'm still getting to know how to be around that, and it's more stressful for sure. It's fun, especially with a team with such caliber like FaZe, but it's still trying to figure out my ways in the new situation.
The thing is, not only did you have to make this difficult transition from player to coach, you have to step into the shoes of someone who has been with FaZe for so long, who's a legend. That must have been really taking over that position.
Yeah, definitely. Especially when you know these guys loved Robert so much. I loved him as well. He's been a friend of mine for many years. And I know he's a very unique person and amazing guy. So it's really hard to be second Robert, I guess. Just trying to find my ways. Of course, I talk to him a lot, and I get some instructions how to handle the team, because it's the team life is very complicated, and there's plenty of small stuff that's needed to have the team working. So yeah, it's not an easy task.
How do you change, I mean, not change, but maybe implement your own styles into a team that had a particular coach for so long, like Robin, where they were sort of stuck in the situation where I'm presuming they don't really want to change what they'd consider a winning formula?
Yeah, definitely. It's been a not expected situation for both of them, I guess. So it's because of that, we're just taking it day by day. I haven't been for long here. It's been almost a month now, together with the team. I've been on one tournament with them, so just trying to get to know everyone and find my ways, going with the flow with the team. So it's really hard to say yet what's the what is it in that I can be doing here. But there's obviously always some things you can progress and advance and fix. But still, this team is one of the best teams in the world, and we all know they can work by themselves. So to not ruin it is also a task.
You mentioned that one tournament. It was IEM Cologne. Didn't exactly go very well. What was the morale like in FaZe after that event?
I mean, after the event, it was obviously it's bad when you lose, but we had some discussions with the team, within the team. Obviously, that was the first tournament they missed Robert, so it's you can expect, you can think of how you're gonna feel like during the game, but in the end, it's emotions, and you don't know how it's gonna be like. So, and especially with Cologne being the event they won last year, so it's a lot of pressure with extra disadvantage, I would say. So it was the first tournament with me and the team, so we're just progressing from that and hoping to do much better with each step.
So far, how would you define your coaching style?
My coaching style. I mean, I've been in the game for so many years. I've been leading teams, and I've been a star player at some point. I did basically everything. So from the in-game perspective, I feel like I can have a huge impact, but it's not, like we said, not too much time we've been together. So and there's not much practice time between tournaments, so there's not too much you can do in-game. I'm trying to progress a lot in terms of, managing people, because that's a huge part of a coach's role, and that's what I need to step up with, I feel like, and just taking it step by step, working on that one.
Thank you so much. I can see Kerrigan over there pointing at his watch, which means my time with you is up. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I exactly what you are. What have they sold you? On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Break me down and make me weak again. After all, I called you my best friend. And up in here, I know the story ends with broken hearts and us playing pretend. Break me down, down. Break me down. Break me down, down. Break me down.
Oh, well, hello there. Fancy seeing you. Of course, welcome back. It's Gamers8, G8 for short. My name's Trace. We got Jason. We got Yanko down on the end. We're ready to jump into all indications point this being some sort of a banger. And that would be VP versus FaZe. We'll get right into that. But first, I do have to ask, guys, what's your take on Riyadh so far?
I've been having a good time.
It's a little warm?
Yeah, a little warm.
The thing is, it's not as warm as you think it will be because you see like 45 degrees Celsius or however much in Mickey Mouse numbers, but you think it's going to be terrible, but it's actually really dry. So it's not that I thought it was going to be way worse. I mean,
we went to the market,
Yeah, we went to the market. We were walking around. It's a lot of antique stores in there. We saw some sabers, some muskets, a lot of carpets and
helmets.
rugs.
Yeah.
Coffee pots.
How do you pronounce it? Oud. Arabian. It's like the thing, the incense and all of that stuff.
Oh, so yeah.
It was a cool little experience. Not too much time to go and explore, unfortunately, right? We're pretty busy here with the games, Trace.
Sorry, I was just on the phone.
It's all right.
Real quick. Anyway, I'm sure that was great, or it wasn't. Either way, I'm happy for you, or I'm not. The classic
Sorry,
tweet.
didn't read.
Sorry, but TLDR is that, we look at FaZe VP in depth. In doing so, I asked about Riyadh for several reasons.
Okay.
And here would probably be one of them. Now, we do have a chance to look at FaZe as they are coming out of here, and perhaps you guys would like to see that. I would like to see that personally.
Well, rival footage, I mean, just the most default thing in the world.
Yeah, that's what you think. But there is a little bit of a twist here. So perhaps we can get the arrival footage.
What happened? Did someone slip and fall?
Oh, maybe.
That would be funny. I would if one of them just bit it on the way in. Like
Kerrigan hurt himself and now Neo steps into the server and there's...
Oh, here it is. This is what I was talking about.
They're enjoying Riyadh.
As if...
All right.
I like the hair. I like what he's done with that.
Well, Twist you can't mess with perfection.
You can't have hair and then just I get that. So they're feeling it, I guess. Is that a?
This is a statement walk-in. This is a big statement.
Where is Brokey's? And Twist, like his hair is in the way. I mean,
it's a good look. I see the Louis backdrop.
I never tried this, but I bet it's really comfortable though.
I bet, yeah.
It's like it's loose.
I wore it
air flowing.
I had it in Abu Dhabi last year. Yeah, there was a lot of air flowing. Yeah.
Yeah, nonetheless.
You do know, Jason, you're supposed to have underwear under this.
Oh,
that's probably why it felt so breezy.
Oh, there they are.
Wait, what happened?
Wait.
That's FaZe. Okay, that's FaZe. There we go. Okay, now I get it. Yeah, FaZe coming here for the first time to show us what they've got, and obviously to bring us back on track. That'll be taking on VP on the other side because, we haven't seen them a whole lot.
Is this another way for Kerrigan to, get the crowd on his side?
That's another tactic.
I mean, it has worked. In the past, it has worked for Kerrigan, I think, i.e. Katowice.
What's he going to wear there?
I mean, he has that really tall hat.
No, he had the jerseys of the football club. Nice.
Yeah. Oh, and Rio as well. Or, they're doing Belo Horizonte back then. But once upon a time.
I miss that place.
Do you?
Yeah.
And why is that, Jason?
Caipirinhas.
Everyone's favorite. That's right, Jason.
The capybaras.
Capybaras too. Yeah, they do have those down there. Hey, regardless of all of the capybaras that were spared in the making of this show, we do actually have to talk about the game itself. Believe it or not, that's exactly why we came up here, guys. So let's talk about what we see with regard to FaZe. What do they come in here looking like? What do I expect out of them, Yanko?
They're not looking great, Trace, at the last tournament, right? Like, it's, you know, you look at the scores and you're like, what is this guy talking about? They just lost to G2 and Navi. You know, those are two good teams. No shame in losing to them. Well, it's not that they lost, it's how they lost and how they played. And that wasn't the FaZe we're used to seeing. You know, they seem to be a shadow of themselves, really, which was unexpected considering at Blast, they were fine. They looked okay. They looked good, right? So now it's about sort of, could they really pinpoint what went wrong? Can they change their attitude? Because in those games, you just felt they weren't ready to play.
It feels like a crisis of confidence at the moment for FaZe. Like they like don't feel like they believe they're one of the best teams.
We're seeing how they arrived seems to be gone.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that is. I mean, you'd hope that swings them back into shape. But yeah, they just seem they're like so up and down at the moment. It's not like the normal FaZe where you know it's going to be like a top 3 team, and if they peak, you know, this is a team that can get upset.
Let's do a vibe check with FaZe, but not with us. You know, we can hear from them. Oh, yeah, there we go. Check it out. What's up, Kerrigan?
FaZe Clan are back, and they're going up against Virtus Pro in the opening game. And Kerrigan, I wanted to start with looking at just what you guys thought of Cologne and coming off the back of that. Obviously, not a result you wanted, but where are you at right now as a team? Neo has obviously had a bit more time with you.
I think we're in a transition period, right? Losing Rubber was a huge deal for us. I think we handled ourselves great in the Blast groups, and also the first game in Cologne against NIP played really great. Everybody's popping off. But the next 2 matches, nobody really was there. We couldn't recover, we couldn't reset, and I think the biggest problem I had was that that tournament felt like it wasn't a FaZe game. Like, it's not like we fight it until death, you know, like we fight everything. So some of the things we talked about, we need to bring some energy. We need to make sure that we can reset and come back. That's what we have done so many times in this team, and we have still to believe we can do it.
And that's it, right? I was going to say, you many times have told me about this resetting, bringing that energy. So what specifically have you said this time around? Say, guys, okay, we need to up it this much. What is specifically going to change?
Yeah, that's the question, right? We are trying to give more responsibility to Neo now. It was said that after Cologne that he'll get more 1 hour. He has to talk all the time, every day, going through what we can improve on, retakes, small details he saw we can improve on, and I think we can always come back, but we need some confidence in the team, right? So if you're fixing these small mistakes and we have small wins here and there in a game against VP where we improve on our mistakes, and that's where we get the DNA back of confidence and coming back. So that has been main focus, to let Philip bring more to the table now where there's a little more room.
Now, for me, though, going against Virtus Pro, this is a clash of styles, right? How on earth do you handle that? They're waiting, they're sitting back. Obviously, you know what's going to happen, but what do you do to make sure that you can out-aim them, beat them to the punch, so to speak?
I mean, I think I've played against very different styles my whole career, right? You have to figure out a way to beat them. And obviously, we have some ideas what we need to focus more on in this game. It is a clash of styles, right? I don't see us save that much, but James is saving, and there's always going to be an orb in the round. So we need to make sure we take the right decisions in the round and right direction, and keep track of the money is very important against these guys. So a small adjustments here and there, and then we just have to play off each other good. That's the main thing, right? It's a single nation, it's exciting, no second chances, and I feel like that's where we always perform best.
Oh, no second chances, and that's where they perform best. Let's see what they do when it comes to the server. Thank you very much, Kerrigan.
Whole conversation to be had about what we just learned there, but I'm going to kick it to you both, because you both found yourself in similar situations,
yes,
in which you were into a lineup in a coaching capacity. How difficult is that from the very get-go, Yanko?
It's difficult, and it also depends on the type of a team you're coming in. Is it a team that recently made roster changes, so it's a sort of a new project, or are you coming in with an already established group of people, and you sort of have to establish yourself in your own authority? I mean, I like what Kerrigan said, because we talked about this in the podcast, where this is exactly what losing
Get out.
Losing Robin is like a big blow to FaZe, which everyone's pretending, what did he do? He did nothing. It's like, those people who say that, they don't know anything about Counter-Strike.
Had to.
But it's like, I think it was a little bit sudden for them, and he was the glue guy in a lot of ways. Obviously he helped with the game too, but it was a lot about the energy, the atmosphere, all of that stuff. And Neo isn't really that sort of a guy he can't be that guy from the get-go. He needs to sort of ease into it, and also that's what you could get from the interview too, is that they let him know that that's also his responsibility. He needs to work on that, not just the CS and the strategies, which is where his strengths lie.
He's got to assimilate a little bit, Jason.
Yeah, well, I mean, when Sam asked him that question in the interview, if you saw it during the break, I mean, he's kind of like trying to like find an answer, because like the answer to the question is, I don't know what kind of style of coach I am yet. I'm still figuring it out. It takes some time. He's got to really kind of work in his way, and as you mentioned, a bigger focal point for him is going to be managing those personalities. We know they're great players. We know they're smart players. We know the team in general is a very smart and talented team. It's about figuring out how to manage the personalities to get the best out of them as often as possible. And it's a hard thing to figure out. Those first few months are a little bit of a roller coaster.
And it has nothing to do with CS. Absolutely nothing to do with CS. Only about, you know, human relationships and figuring out
managing stress.
And I'll tell you, man, even I think I'm 10 years older than Brokey, right? Like, so when I had him on the team, it's like, shit, how do I, you know, it's like a bit hard to connect.
I felt the same
with,
way,
like,
my friend.
Yeah, but Jason was 15 years older than his players. But there's like just a generational gap as well, where, you know, like talking to some of the players, you can find common themes and you can find ways to like get a relationship going and communicate with them and work on things. With some players, it's more difficult. I'm not Maniac. I don't have a degree, master's degree in brain sciences, you know?
Brain rocket appliances, that's the one, yeah. No, I think you're exactly right, because good leaders aren't the ones that are over there cracking whips or like telling you and directing, like make sure, you know, some people will respond to that better, but in this notion, you know, getting the most out of a player is more than half the battle.
Well, maybe this guy needs a whip and this guy needs a little bit of a
exactly.
You know,
everyone responds to things a little bit different.
Exactly, a carrot.
A carrot. Okay.
Stick or the carrot, you know.
Yeah, the stick.
My players didn't like carrots.
For the donkey.
Yeah, or the donkey. Okay, yeah, you got me there.
The main character in that story.
You have a good story about a donkey. Let's hear that one.
For another time.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Maybe
for the podcast, Jason.
Yeah,
I was trying to read the room a little bit. What is it?
Talking Counter.
Okay, no, sorry, you're cutting in and out. Okay, yeah, Talking Counter is the podcast. Thank you very much, Jason. I want to make sure we highlight that. Also highlighting Virtus Pro. Now, it has been a while. We haven't seen them around.
Yeah.
What they've been up to?
It's been a minute.
God knows.
They've been losing to a team called Thunder Flash.
Hey, don't be like that. Like, VP, still their roster is a mess, right? Because Kickert is transfer listed. Like, he is supposed to be on his way out from the team, but Norbert, he injured his hand, I believe, so he can't play at the moment. They brought in Mir as well to sort of replace Kickert, but you know, now that Norbert is out of commission, he's playing. And this team even won the last event of last season by beating ENCE in the grand final of the ESL Challenger Katowice, right? But that was with Norbert and with Kickert without Mir. So their roster has been all over the place. Obviously, the team that won the major a little bit less than a year ago, right? But everything since then has been pretty much shambles. And there's a ton of talent on that team. Jane, Fame, and Flit is a legit heavy-hitting core, right? Yeah. But it's about now the remaining two pieces and bringing it all together and sort of rediscovering themselves as a unit.
I'm really curious. I'm really excited to see what they're going to look like, because it's like you said, it's been so long.
It has.
It feels like it's been forever since.
It feels like it's
play.
been since the major almost is what the
yes,
big major.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no,
absolutely.
It has such a ball there that's been rolling for a while. Anyway, look, we could speculate. I'd rather us hear direct from VP.
I got Kick Up with me here as he is still playing for Virtus Pro, but I want to ask you, Kick Up, to start off with is just since coming back from the player break, how are you guys feeling? Did you have a boot camp? What's Virtus Pro been up to?
We are feeling good. We had a really good break, and then we just went to boot camp, and we had around 3 weeks to prepare for this tournament, so I think it's great.
The online results, though, maybe not what you would have wanted, right? Not hitting the games you want to see the wins in. What do you put that down to?
I think we played good in online matches, especially in qualifiers, but we were lack of some confidence and preparation in some matches because we had games in a row. So I think now we had enough time for prepare to face. So I think it's going to be good.
Okay, so confidence is now high. You think you're prepared for FaZe, but they have a very different style of play. You guys, we know it, the slow style, the methodical style, but FaZe, very aggressive. Do you feel like this is actually benefits you in this situation, that you can wait back for them?
I think it's going to be a battle of styles. Okay. Which style is going to be better, CIS or you?
Oh. Who's better?
Yeah.
You?
I think yes.
He thinks yes. Let's see if they are. Thank you very much, Kick It.
Thank you.
Virtus Pro, what'd you get, Jason?
Well, I like the fact that he came out and said CS is better, just straight up clash of styles, because that's what it feels like is the best thing about this match. Is we know the slow, methodical pace that Virtus Pro like to take that can be so frustrating to play against, and we know FaZe like to be explosive at times. I think a lot of this matchup is going to come down to how much information FaZe can actually gather, because I can tell you when I was coaching, we actually played against VP plenty and had to prepare for them. The hard part is like when they go quiet on a map, sometimes they're just sitting and waiting, and sometimes they're moving to another side of the map. And if you're a team that doesn't have information and you really want to get at that information, you can very easily stumble into a situation where you push, thinking they're moving across the other side, and someone's just waiting for you. And it gets so stressful because it feels like you're playing so much of the game blind.
Yeah, you're opening a door, and you don't even mean to, right, Yanko?
Yeah, I think, though, if you go back and watch the Rio Major, VP isn't playing slow. Like, they're playing as you see FaZe play in their prime, as you see G2 play when they're very good. Like, there's a mix between default style counterstrike and also sprinkling in some faster execution.
When Flit joined, they added those faster stuff
on their toes, right? Like, so that's what they've been working on 3 months prior to the major. Then they change a player and they have to start again from sort of the ground up, and that's why you see more of that slow style. So I just want to see VP with a stable roster so they can start working and bringing those things back again, because that's what allowed them to win the major, is having variety and changing the thing. It's so tiring, like listening people to replicate the same narrative, and it just isn't true.
About playing slow, right?
Watch the games, yeah.
Well, I know when I talked to James at Media Day, he very much just said, yeah, we're starting all over again because of all the roster changes. He's just like, we're just kind of at the basics right now. He hasn't been able to really develop this team in anything at the moment because of all these different switches.
Yeah, and it's never an easy thing. I mean, we talk about trading one player, bringing in two even. Like, they're two totally different battlefields to fight on, Yanko.
And also Mir, I mean, he is an experienced guy, right? Yeah. He's been around for a long time.
Shout out Vegas Squadron.
And it feels like this guy who's always been pretty good individually, but his teams were just never really able to take that final step to become a contender. You know, you felt like, oh, maybe he can go to Na'Vi and like do something there or whatnot. But this is his opportunity. The problem is, I wouldn't build a team around him. Like, for me, he's the 4th best player on this team behind James, Fame, and Flit. So interesting to see. Maybe this is even the final roster. I don't know. Like, we don't know. If there's one thing you can't know for sure is what the hell is going on in VP's camp, because you go back to the RMR and them changing a player
mid RMR
before the elimination game. Like, that's wild. That's scenes that we have never seen before. So I guess we just wait and see.
Yeah, we'll just wait and find out. Yeah, it's that's why it's so intriguing to me what they're going to come out with, and also, I mean, equally, if you want to think about how frustrating it can be dealing with change of paces if they have that in their playbook at this point, a slow style if they're going to lean into that a little bit more. If you're FaZe and you're kind of lacking confidence and already having a little bit of frustration with some disappointing results, that could be really tough to handle. You can crumble. There's going to be a lot of pressure put on you in this game.
Yeah, and I think it's also something that FaZe, I don't think they've had to the same extent. It's a little bit of that double op setup, because that's something that always works really well on the CT side against default style plays, right? Punish that sort of style, punish maybe the sides of the map, focus on the mid when there's not too much utility being used. So we'll see if they maybe whip that one out, especially here for, you know, Twist sometimes uses it on Mirage, maybe Robs can use it on a map, like sometimes on Nuke, like just pick it up on ramp. Obviously we won't see Nuke here, but just as a concept to counter VP, a double op setup on the CT side, if they're still more prone to the default style, can work really well.
Yeah, you're right. We won't see Nuke, we won't see Vertigo, and we won't see the vetoes just yet. Instead, I gotcha.
We got a little tease of them.
You thought right there. You thought.
I was ready for it.
Check this out. What's FaZe up to in Riyadh?
But now Brokey pinched between 2 spots, and one of them is simple. He met on Monster, jumps around, and Brokey goes back to die, to fall, to fail in Cologne.
I think back-to-back 2-0 losses for FaZe to close out Cologne is pretty rough for that team, considering they haven't had a win in over a year now. This is a squad searching for victories, and they're scrambling to find their identity at the moment.
I think the atmosphere was a little rougher than normal. I think that comes down to not having Robin with us. I think Robin was one of the greatest people in the way he was emotional and had contact with people and could talk with people and lighten the mood. In some of these maps, we had no chances. I think 3 out of 4 maps against T2 and Na'Vi. And that's very unusual for FaZe Clan, what we are known to be.
They got knocked out by difficult teams, but a last-minute splutter in an overtime overpass to still be eliminated, right, doesn't really fill you with a lot of confidence if you're a FaZe fan. This is a team with a puncher's chance at every tournament. You look at them, you go, hey, they can win, they can beat everybody. But the question is, are they on form and are they motivated? Have they solved whatever issues? build up, because this is a team of 5 people playing together day in, day out. Resentment starts to build, it starts to exist, and with a team that hasn't won now in such a long time, do they still believe they can?
FaZe is a team that mostly completed a lot of things, right? They won majors, they won Grand Slam. If you just think it on paper, like, this team is incredible, right? And why they can win like every tournament.
They need a spark. I think 7 is the magic number where most people's relationships end. I think that they have solid players, but what are they playing for? Well, to win, but they've already done it all. I think what's missing for FaZe is the motivation to be the best.
I'm happy to bring Neo in. It's maybe also the time to kind of come with an outside perspective. We have playing the same counterstrike for a while, so if you can change 5% here and there, I think can help us improve. Well, coming to Gamers8 and looking at the single nation, it's a bloodbath. It's a war from day one. The goal is, as always, in FaZe Clan to win. But what I want to see is a reaction from the Cologne loss. The last 2 games, we need a completely opposite FaZe Clan. We need the FaZe Clan that played NIP in the first game, really aggressive, really playing with confidence. So that's what I want to see, and if you play like that, I know we can win tournaments.
Yeah, pretty deep stuff right there. Obviously, you know, with the coaching change, we talk about trading basically one legend for another, right?
Yeah, but 2 completely different guys.
Yeah.
You know, like Neo is more of a Counter-Strike guy, and Robin is more of a people's guy.
Like a glue guy.
Which makes sense for FaZe when you have a guy like Kerrigan who's pretty self-sufficient when it comes to organized game. Listen, I'm not saying Neo can't do what Robin did in a little while and to the same extent. Time will tell, but why FaZe lost the games wasn't because, oh, they forgot how to play, they don't know how to play a certain map, or they don't know how to counter certain things on the server. No, it's because they didn't come in ready to play. They didn't come with energy. And a team like FaZe, who's reliant a lot of individuals and defaults and short of all and being active on the map, that comes from having good communication, for people giving information, for asking for things for your teammates, offering things, seeing things on the map, right? It has to be fluid. It has to flow constantly. And when you don't have that, you're going to play like crap.
Yeah, and Jason, outside perspective, though, sometimes that is a good step.
Yeah, I mean, it is someone new with a different kind of idea of how to go about things. And as we mentioned, Neo's going to be figuring out as we go, but like a different approach to managing personalities, a different person who's going to bring in different solutions to the problems that he amounts. And also, I think him being a Counter-Strike guy, I think can be even helpful at moments. Maybe he notices something that he can talk to Kerrigan about and help him. I think Kerrigan is one of those guys, whenever I speak to him, that seems like he would be very open to have that conversation about the X's and O's of Counter-Strike and different ways to approach different situations. And Neo can probably bring a lot to him in that sense, and also be a confidant who can help him out and develop things a little bit further.
Yeah, and perhaps they develop into us playing Nuke and Vertigo between these 2 teams at some point, but not today. No, sir. No way. Not today. In fact, we will get into vetoes.
You keep juking me, man. I'm not.
Yeah, you thought, Moses. Let's check out the vetoes. Let's find out what this best of 3 holds, because again, at the very end of the road, somebody's going home.
Yeah, VP with this roster in the online games that Kicker mentioned, there was a lot of overpass. I mean, they were picking a ton of overpass, but that's one of the better maps for FaZe in the last 3 months. So we'll see if they still decide to stick with it, or they go with something else. They played a good amount of Mirage, so has FaZe. That's been their most played map. And yeah, VP just going for Mirage. And FaZe has recently more prone been to punishing their opponents with the picks, but you know, when you're lacking confidence, maybe that's not the way to go. An Inferno here, I think, would be a good choice for FaZe.
Yeah, no, I think it was Chad brought up a really good point, or maybe it was you during the podcast as well, that just said teams in the best of ones, that teams that focus on themselves are going to have a better time in the best of ones. Just because, like, you can't, like, in a best of one, you can't just, like, sit there and prepare for your opponents each and every time. That can be dangerous. If you get something wrong once, you're out. So focusing on yourself, probably more prioritized. And I have to imagine FaZe's focus has been all inward for a while.
So what you're saying is play your own game.
Play your own game, as they say.
Heard that one before. Yeah, so the final map, there's no Ancient. What is it going to be?
Overpass.
Boom.
Nice.
He's right again. How many times do we let this happen in one day, Jason?
I don't know, but he's 3 for 3 right now.
Yep, Overpass as a decider. So VP, Mirage, FaZe, Inferno, Overpass, should we need it, boys?
I think this is good for FaZe predominantly, right? Like, it's like you have teams, if they're going to be really good, their strongest maps have to be certain set of maps. For FaZe, I believe it's Inferno, Mirage, Nuke, right? Similar to G2, because you look at their best players, they work really well on these maps. Like, that's where they can have a lot of impact. So they got Mirage and Inferno. They're going to be happy with that. Overpass as well. They've been able to find a lot of success on it recently. And for VP, of course, it's going to be an uphill battle regardless. And they picked Mirage for a reason. So they've had some really good games on it at different times. And that's where you look at Fame and Flit, right? On the T side, on middle, they're that 1-2 punch. You know, usually Fame coming from underground, Flit coming from mid, so they'll have to do a lot of work on Mirage.
So let's do it like this then, Jason. Who do you take in this series? Let's get a score line. I want hardcore numbers for every map.
I'm actually not even sure. This game has like upset written all over it in my mind. I think FaZe is going to be the favorite. I'm going to take FaZe to win it, but I
backpedaling already.
Upset all over it, picking FaZe.
But then again, also maybe Jason.
Yeah, but
how do you really feel?
All right, guys, go on. What you got?
I'm going with FaZe also because I want to see Maniac's hot take be completely dismantled.
Okay. Sorry.
And I think
it's already dismantled.
And I think
he already lost.
And I think FaZe will bounce back from Cologne. I think they understand what the problem was, and they won't allow themselves to lose in the same manner. Like, they have to be outplayed by VP to lose this game, and I don't see that happen.
The only reason I'm not picking, like, calling the upset is just because I don't know what Virtus.pro is going to look like coming into this on land in this match, to be honest with you. I don't really have a great idea. They have a 100% win rate on Mirage Driven in the last 3 months of 4 maps. They beat Ents on it twice, but like that doesn't mean a whole lot to me, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of, I don't know. Both these teams find themselves in precarious situations, right? So either way, we're going to find out. That's one thing I can assure you. That dog is going to hunt today. I think it's what Yanko was telling me, at least in the green room. Nonetheless, guys, thank you very much for your input. Let's get the game started, shall we?
We're going into an epic clash, and the final one to decide who moves another step forward and who goes home, at least within the opening bracket of the game. Now, Fancy, the guys have been discussing it, the guys have been looking at this matchup, that this could be one with upset potential on it. But so far, we've not seen these upsets come through.
We also heard the analyst saying that we believe that IEM Cologne for FaZe was a setback, and they're here to bounce back, and they're here to try to take the trophy. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عارفين بيكون عندنا الآن فيرتوس برو قدام فيز. المباراة هذه بتكون جدا عظيمة، كله بسبب إنه فريق في بي دائما يكون عندهم الفرصة إنه يفوزون مباريات، كله عشان الستارز اللي موجودين معاهم. بس بالمقابل فيز احنا شفناهم أدائهم كان ضعيف، واليوم جاي نشهدهم إنهم يرجعون إلى المستوى المتوقع.
When it comes to FaZe trying to make that comeback, right, they've changed things, at least in the coaching department. They're trying to maybe have a new approach and style, but it takes some time to get this all embedded in. Doing it against a team like VP, though, who right now are in a position where they're sticking with what they've got. Kickouts out of the team, but currently filling in for now, so not too much should have changed, but they're such a difficult team to play against.
I mean, Philip is a legend, we all know that, so I'm sure that he knows what's wrong with FaZe, and he's here to fix it. أعزائنا المشاهدين، زي ما احنا عارفين أيضا إنه التغييرات اللي صارت في كلان FaZe بالذات كانت أشياء مرة كثيرة، خصوصا إنه الكوتش حقهم تغير. هذا أكبر تغيير ممكن نتكلم عنه. نيو الآن موجود معنا، يبي يحاول قد ما يقدر إنه يرجع التيم للمستوى اللي احنا نتمناه منهم، لأن فيز كلنا نشوف الأشياء اللي هم سووها ونتوقعها أنها تصير اليوم في المسرح.
Well, let's welcome on to the stage one of our first teams for this matchup. They are so strong from start to finish. They're a team that have powered up over and over again, and they are previous major champions in the past, but they're looking for major glory here in Riyadh. Let me hear it for FaZe Clan. FaZe have been a dominant team and a dominant force sticking with these 5. They know what they can do on the server, but we need to see it now. We were looking at the changes they've made in the coaching situation, but these 5 players, they know each other inside and out, and at any given time, they can dominate from start to finish. Carrigan leading this team, and he's always giving himself harsh criticism, knowing he wants to do better, knowing he wants to be the best there is.
زي ما انتم عارفين اعزائي المشاهدين، فيز وصل عندنا في المسرح، وزي ما ايضا احنا عارفين كاريجان مع قيادته شفنا منهم اشياء عظيمه في السنين الماضيه، لكن السيت باك حقهم في ايام كولون ما راح يوقفهم انهم يورونا وش اللي ممكن يقدمونه عندنا في جيمرز 8 هنا في رياض. هم جايين زي ما سمعنا في كل المقابلات وكل النقاشات اللي تكلموا فيها انه احنا عارفين وش مشاكلنا، واليوم راح نوريكم وش اللي ممكن يقدموا في هذا البست 3، خصوصا انه سنجل اليمينيشن والشيء هذا يساعدهم دائما انهم يعرفون كيف يحلونه. لكن الان خلونا نشوف مين بيكون خصمهم، كلنا عارفين انه بيكون من اقوى المباريات، خلونا نرحب فيهم. رحبوا معنا في المسرح فيرتوس برو. فريق مليء بالنجوم من انحاء العالم، كلنا عارفين مين بيكونون هالراستر هذا، شفناه يقدم بطولات جدا عظيمه في السنين الماضيه، لكن مؤخرا ما عاد شفنا منهم انجازات كبيره زي ما احنا متوقعين، لكن مع قياده جيم احنا متاكدين انه بيكون عندهم فرصه انهم يوصلون للمرحله يتاهلون فيها حتى على فيز، حتى على الابطال اللي ممكن يكونون هم المرشحين في هذه المباراه، الا ان زي ما احنا سمعنا من المحللين ايضا المباراه هذه فيها ابست بشكل واضح بشكل جدا كبير صراحه.
When it comes to Virtus Pro, we know what this team can deliver and do. When we look at Flit and Fame, for example, these are names that have been heavily looked at for delivering the powerful punches. But James, well, we can talk about James time over and over again. This man plays it smart and he plays it to win in every single game. So I'm looking forward to seeing this clash.
كلنا متحمسين نشوف ايش ممكن يصير في هذه المباراه، لكن حطوا بالكم اعزائي المشاهدين، فيز دائما يكون عندهم ميزه واحده، اذا صار ما عندهم فرص ثانيه، ما في سكند شانسز، دائما يؤدون افضل اداء عندهم، هذا اللي شاهدناه في كل مره يواجهونها في اي بطوله، والان هم يبورونكم كيف بيقدرون يسوون كذا، خصوصا انه في بي الان مليء بالنجوم، وهذا حرفيا كلاش اوف ستارز في هذه المباراه، ودنا نشوف شو ممكن يقدمونه، خصوصا انه ما عاد في فرصه ثانيه لهم كلهم.
Both teams can take their seats and we'll get ourselves ready for the match that's about to go down. But Fancy, I want to find out a little bit here, right? Most people are going for FaZe here. Do you believe that Virtus Pro can make an upset?
Honestly, I have to go with FaZe as well, because we all know that it was just a setback for them in IM Cologne. That's what a lot of people don't get. And honestly, I'm here to witness them winning. I don't know about you, though.
I'm going to split it. I'm just going to go the opposite of you.
Right,
I'm going to go
okay,
first.
like
I'm going to give them some love as well. We got some FaZe fans in the house? Okay, okay. And I see there is a little VP section over here. VP guys? Okay, that's not too bad at all. I like that. I like that.
أعزائي المشاهدين، جاء الوقت نروح للمعلقين نتكلم أكثر عن المباراة. But you know what it's time for, James? It's game time.
Oh, game time. Let's see if it works out for him.
Game time indeed, and it's FaZe Clan versus VP time for us to get this series started. What are you saying, Chaddy B? What is the mood in the camp for you? Are you thinking this goes 3? You thinking we've got a ball terror on our hands?
Look, we all know that the type of counterstrike we could be expecting here today in terms of the pace. Yanko astutely pointing out on the desk that the team that won the major, they had a bit more range, right? There was aggression in the mix, and hoping that we get a bit of that out of the Virtus Pro boys here. But hearing from the FaZe side of things, Carrigan talking about energy, being able to reset and come back, the DNA back of confidence if they can get some of these little wins they're talking about. We also have the integration of Neo into the roster, so a lot of that is still outstanding. The bigger questions around Virtus Pro is this team, and one on your screen right now, well, as far as I'm aware, Norbert's meant to be the man here playing, but he's injured, right? So Kickit is continuing to play with the squad, and I just am wondering what that does to the overall mood, right? Like, this isn't the team of the future, this is the team of right now, and I suppose that works perfectly in a tournament like this, where it only matters the form that you're showing here over these 5 days. So, I'm going to give you a bit of a softball answer here, Alex, but anything is truly possible, and upsets have been few and far between. So aren't we due one?
Well, yeah, precisely. I think that's certainly a conversation as to what we can expect. I think upset, I mean, who's upsetting who? With FaZe Clan's dip in form, VP admittedly are going to be coming in as I would imagine like a statistical underdog given their, well, 3-week boot camp. They're kind of been off of our tier 1 competition radar.
Yeah, I think it's key as well to keep note that the brackets were released in early August for this event.
Oh, I like where you're going with this.
So teams had a lot of prep time available to them. And for VP, a team who are trying to piece things together, trying to work out the direction that they want to go, well, you know that you get to counterstrike for your round of 16 match, the last round of 16 match that we have here. So that's going to be a big positive, big boon for Jame and his boys. Got to remember Dastan, the coach behind them there as well. But FaZe, if they can find, I want to say, the drive, and it feels like a cop-out. We're talking about competitors here, but quite truly, it feels like they need to find that drive to get their individuals firing on all cylinders. And so Rainwaker hasn't joined the team. He might in the future, though.
We're leaking the script again.
Yeah, they're getting rid of Rain, adding Rainwaker.
Exactly.
So,
oh, that's exactly what happened.
You know. But look, this matchup here, I think Mirage and Inferno, pretty good domains for FaZe, especially Inferno, right? That's always a bit of a punish against a team like Virtus Pro. And Mirage, look guys, this is what you need to do first thing.
Who is he turning up?
You got to the team speak first thing, 100%. That's the first thing you got to be settling in. As we are just getting all the individuals in the server. All 10, I can see them dotted across.
So this is the last team yet to be locked in for the quarterfinals. We've got Heroic Gamer Legion locked in for Friday. We've got Cloud9 Ents as well. And outside of that, you've got Na'Vi Vitality and G2 waiting for the winner of this one. It's going to go from what was 16 down to 8 into our second round of this single elimination bracket. There's a lot of exciting matchups there. I think Cloud9 Ents could be a real interesting affair when we get there. But it's interesting as well to see who would G2 prefer to play. FaZe, VP. Going to be a very interesting affair either way.
I'd imagine FaZe, just based off of it's a bit more of a playstyle that they enjoy, and it's more packing a punch, whereas VP are going to make you stew in your juices a bit, aren't they?
Yeah, well, I like that you brought up style, because so did Karrigan and so did Kickit.
Yes.
Both kind of referring to this idea of a clash of styles. Does that echo with your kind of sentiments, in the sense that both of these teams are going to be on polar opposites of style?
Well, that's the question, right? VP, they'd like to remove the risk, right? They're going to take these pauses within mid-rounds, cut the audibles. Moses was talking about there, even in the time he was coaching Liquid, of ways that they would approach, right? Are they moving across the map to execute elsewhere? Are they just sitting pause for you to push into them? Well, that right here is going to be FaZe's opportunity to try and figure that out. Are they going to be the one trying to dictate to Virtus Pro? Or are they going to? Yeah, well, the Plow. We've got Pasha around here, Cuban's here, Neo's here. We're missing a couple of members, Alex, but we're on our way. As we are underway.
Yeah, let's see how this pistol goes, because as you said, a lot of time to prep, a lot of time to do your research, to counter-strat the counter-strat, so let's play some Counter-Strike, dropping smokes.
Yeah, so we're going to see 2 smokes out of Flit here to set them up for this B play. Now,
they've got twists on short side, so there's 3 to receive them early. Even Brokey, if he's got parkour, can quickly strafe over, so let's see how this works. Anti-flash on Robs, Karrigan first contact, and here it comes. Karrigan firing off shots, bait, Robs struggling, Flash still controls his aim and actually manages his ammo, still got 7 for the fight, and a clean one into Fame as well. Mir's got that bomb, he does hit the headshot as well, but it's up to Karrigan emerging through the smoke, and another headshot, this time from the Dane. Up to James, struggling with Flip combined, good work back. Rain, though, makes it a 1v2. James hunted down, Brokey contributes. That's a nice defense in the right place, and FaZe will take the pistol.
Yeah, nice stuff right there. They had that stack. You were talking about the rotation points, and they take care of business. The bomb doesn't go down, and that's the type of start you'd be looking for. Is we're just going to have a bit of a technical here for a moment. Everybody having a chit-chat. This is the first time they will be on this stage, so there's a few things you want to work out. You want to make yourself comfortable.
Acclimatized to the environment, especially when it is so cutthroat. I mean, every round here in these best of threes, it counts. Sometimes it doesn't, you know, in other formats. Sometimes you will just be playing, whether it's playing for seeding or you've got a nice backup in that lower bracket. Here, you really want to hit the ground running, and FaZe have. They've got themselves that first. And so what's the best case scenario for VP to grab the reins immediately?
Yeah, without a plant here, it seems impossible to justify a force buy. Sure, they could go with some Tech 9s, a little bit of util, and try an explosion onto a site here if they want to try and condition early, but you take a save, you milk out the round, you allow the CTs to use all their nades, and, well, you go with the AKs into the next. But we'll have to wait and see, as we're just waiting for one individual to get back in the server, Mr. Rain.
Okay, we've got a black bar user or an abuser.
He needs a new mouse pad, though. Can someone hook kick it up? It's getting a bit dirty up there.
Dude, we've got a brand spanking new one here. We could go deliver it to him.
Mine's got bubbles in it.
I saw your bubbles. Yeah, no. This is legit.
Yours
is
looking nice, yeah.
And it has a universal X and Y axis friction.
Oh, you've been reading the box.
Yeah, listen to how silly that sounds. I'd be worried if my mouse pad didn't.
Yeah, look, I've been trying to look into the mouse pads a little bit more because I've been geeking out on keyboards and mice.
Yeah, right.
Kind of
so what's the current science about it?
I don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
Oh, yeah?
It's one of these things. At the end of the day, what you like, your personal preference.
Bring back the ice mat. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Bring back a hard pad.
You want a hard pad?
I don't know how you're traveling with it.
Nothing Gilbert.
I don't know how you're traveling with it. Actually, bring back ball mice while we're there as well.
Okay, and DSL too.
Yeah.
Every time the phone rings, we'll be disconnected from the internet. Thank you very much.
Oh my God, I do remember screaming around the house, "Don't answer it! Give me 1 minute, please! You can call them back."
My family used to get so mad because my sister would be uploading pictures on MySpace and Facebook. I'd have
mid-fragging.
I'd have to go unplug the internet. Caused a few rifts. But here we are. We're all back in the server right now.
It's a good start.
We can talk about Mir, 27 years young, the newest addition, but the oldest member of the team by a significant margin. I think he's 3 years older than anybody else on the squad.
How would you characterize Mir?
Well, he was an absolute banger of a player.
Yeah. What do you mean was?
Everybody thought Mir was gone. We haven't seen Mir in ages.
Yeah, that's fair.
We heard he was hard to work with from an Overdrive rumor, right? We really don't get to tap into that scene, but what Overdrive says we seem to take as gospel. Apparently hard to work with. Gets himself onto VP, a team who has been reeling ever since they won the major, decided to make that change. They got rid of Norbert, they bring Chiron in. They then replaced Chiron in the middle
of an event.
Oh, that was bizarre.
And then look at where we're at right now. So it's been a roller coaster of a journey here for VP, but this is a team that have a good understanding of the way they want to approach the game. They have, Yanko talked about it, a heavy hitting trio, Jame, Fame, and Flip. They are, you know, a pretty pound for pound, good trio.
That's fun to say as well.
You've got on the other side, you've got, for today, Twists, Rops, and of course, Brokey. So I'm curious how you want to try and rumble VP, because we talk about them, or at least we used to talk about them, as one of the hardest teams to put away.
All right, so let's see how much they want to milk that util out of FaZe Clan, because at the moment their belt loops are rather full. Rain with a full belt of utility, and these guys have got themselves a single smoke flying through the sky now, and a flashbang to perhaps throw bodies out of B.
Wow, they've really feigned middle here. They used both bits of utility, I guess, to draw the attention of Brokey, Twists, and Rops. So looking to try and exploit Carrigan for a plant here. That nade.
Juicy. On your head, son.
Not too shabby whatsoever, is it? And he has support here. Twist hasn't gotten off too far.
What are you lining up there? That's a con smoke? That's nice. Valuable.
Seen enough here, has he?
Yeah, well, he's got Twists, who's hitting for a size headshot with that FAMAS, and he'll be contributing nicely. Just the two of them getting the job done. Fist bumps exchanged as FaZe stay undefeated into our third round.
Now, Carrigan pointed out they need to make sure throughout this matchup that they're keeping on top of the economy, right? Understanding what is possible for VP. James going to be saving a lot, and he's going to also mention there's always going to be an AWP in the round. But we're still in the early game and no AWP available. They know that no plants, hardly any frags. See that one right there, a clean sheet for FaZe. But as prophesized, the VP AK-47s are going to come out. See how they want to whir into action here. Rops with some aggression.
Oh, he's fine. And he's going to use that smoke deployed by the T's against them. Posturing forward.
Oh,
but
double molly, that's a bit unusual.
Oh, they're pushing him. The flash. Oh, the awkward movement as well. Look, Mir didn't quite finish him off. Never mind, engage with him. Twist brings the fight back and actually bests him. That was FAMAS v AK. Mir concedes the opening death.
Yeah, problems here. And this is where we will see the clock just start to get melted away. You don't need to be in a rush here. Group up, try and find yourself a bit of a frag, then play across the map as Brokey's floating over to assist Carrigan here. They have multiple bodies at the ready. Carrigan still with a smoke, so once he's pressured, you'll see him dump that in similar fashion.
Just a B player POV, isn't it?
Yeah, and look, it's not a fun job by any means.
And jump, and jump, and smoke on con. We got a bit of action mid. A deep window smoke. Not sure if that was what they were aiming for.
But this is what Moses was talking about, right? Jason's saying you don't know if they're just sitting and hitting pause and waiting for you to aggress across the map. You don't know if they're regrouping. Right. And look at how much space Flit's been able to get silently here as the admin. Well, he's looking on.
Just checking in. Oh, Flit's going to be mad about that one. Again, they're winning with the lesser guns here. This was a bonus. And Carrigan, he could continue to frag out. Look at this angle. They're not ready for it. Kickert's back his turn. He nearly gets them both. As Jame enters the site for a moment. Caught and plucked from the air by Rops, and the last could be getting the bomb down. That's a nice big win from Fame. In the face of adversity, he's managed to recover a nice extra cash for the following round.
Well, you did 2,900 plus 800, Alex.
Fame's got some frags. Hang on. This would be insane. He's not got the health for this. They can wall bang that. He's in trouble, but you're hearing them coming. Closing the gap on him. He's got nothing, no hope, and yeah, Twist will confirm it. So FaZe, they keep their head above water. It's still 3-0, and a couple of extra AKs to ring through.
Well, this is where now we look to VP and see how they want to approach this next round. Fame could drop an AWP here for Jame, but he would have nothing else. So really picking up where Sanji left off all those years ago, or they could bring out one hero AK. They could try and keep this economy of FaZe before it gets too out of control. But well handled here, and it all comes with a couple of easy openings, but FaZe confidently wanting to fight over towards middle. Double mollies behind the top mid box, and here you go. Okay, well, they are going to bring out a little bit more. So this is the thing for VP. If you're going to be operating in rounds with such light utility, we see out the gate a cat smoke, a window smoke, just trying to buy some space for Flit. It's going to be about the trading, right? It's going to be about trying to catch them off guard. They got a little bit wonky on the aim right there, didn't he?
Yeah, there's a bit of a panic there, an adjustment made.
I think Twist just smoked Palace again here, so they can really keep their attention over towards the ramp. You see Twist supporting his teammates all across the map with his util.
Yeah, right. Every round so far, you can see he's been deploying valuable utility to delay.
And Carrigan into an AUG early. It's going to help him out with those head-to-head duels if they do try and knock on the door.
This is a fight, favors Brokey. Smoke back into the ramp as he spotted them out. They're ahead of it. And good damage as well. He's been humbled by Kickit. Will they overlook Rain on the Goblin box? No, not at all. Kickit's good for it. He might even have some more. Flash is good. Rops is spotted. Repositioning off of his teammate's monitor as well. 4 versus 3. They can go for the retake. Karrigan's investigating, and they're all backing up in towards that Tetris position. Looking to play this one out is FaZe. They're just going to be sniffing it out. Karrigan investigating. Eyes on the prize. They still have that position in Palace. Fame should be set for success here, but it's a good start back, and Kickit still hitting every shot he takes. Fame, that was important. As the smoke and the kit were approaching the site, he does time it on that sound cue. Kickit finally brought down, but that triple kill leads to VP's first.
Yeah, great stuff. Just good trading in towards the site right there. So catching Brokey off guard. He's trying to deploy a defensive smoke. Gets caught on the timing, bang through the box. Second kill on towards Rain. So really good understanding of the situation here from VP to get this early round on the board. And still enough money for a FaZe buy. There won't be a rifle for Karrigan here, and they're lighter on you two already. So what seemed like a very decent start. You get 2 rounds, one was close, one was lost, and already starting to teeter here. Again, flit out towards middle, this time straight with the pace. Window smoke up, CT's 2 of them now towards short, so a boost available here to look for a little bit of information. Oh, Twist even going to mantle up. We've seen Alexi B in recent history play on this box where he can be out of the line of sight, but here much more forward, looking for a fight.
Yeah, despite Flit's shortcomings in that duel, they still managed to convert thanks to Kickit.
Yeah, and they have that ability, right? It's 4 of them essentially strolling out there onto A to trade off of each other. So it wasn't like they were defaulting across the map. There was nobody disconnected over towards B apartments. It was just that Flit pressure towards middle here. And well, here it is again, right? They're happy just to let you sit and wait and wonder what is possible. There's not audibles, they're not spamming a lot. Here's a smoke. Twist still doesn't see anything.
I like the angle though. It's not going to be the pre-aim from Flit. Not at all, no trade. Mir was spotted. Twist missed with the nade, but still an advantage for FaZe.
I don't think you're clearing Rops here
accelerating
up in the vent room.
Twist still in a power position as well. Karrigan can support, and yeah, that vent room's not going to be cleared out, so he has that flank on Mir. Timing it well, backs a turn. Karrigan to distract, now we need a double. We need a multi-kill out of Rops, a 3-on-3 emerges. And Mir's posted on the hunt. Rops is spotted and executed with a precise headshot, puts it really into a tailspin for FaZe. No interest in the retake. Finances broken. And so we will be seeing 2-man save, happy to convert. And Kickit again, high impact, considering, you know, he's in a, what, do we call it a stand-in in the absence of Norbert? Or
yeah, I guess at this point, they just have to play the best counterstrike he can and hope that maybe they go, well, we don't need Norbert back, do we? Look, I don't know how this is going to end up, but seeing that round right there unfold, I'm saying Rops is in a power position in the vent room. Twist has already got the first kill, right? He's been able to do that damage. And then if Rops is going to sell his teammate, which is fine, you needed to get the double like you were saying. But there was no double in sight right there. So we didn't get to cover off completely from Rops' POV to see exactly how it all unfolded. But yeah, look, if Twist is going to go down, Karrigan falls on the site, Rops is going to have to get that multi-kill. 2 consecutive here for VP. But yeah, great work from Kickit in consecutive rounds, opening up the site with a multi-kill. And Mir not allowing Rops to get off to any antics as these save rifles are coming to play. Light upgrades around them. Gonna try and make the most out of these. Brokey towards window. Rain booster towards B for the info, and yep, that's a sitter. You take that one every day of the week. Now the M4 has been spotted. Do they accelerate, or in classic VP style, do they hit the brakes here?
Flit.
Gonna have to fight him, aren't they?
Yeah, he's been flushed out of his tap position. Rob's surely holding. Oh, he's calling for a flashbang. This is it. This is a good-looking flash. Fame still pulls the trigger. Just a reaction speed test at that point, so luck favors him. And now a 3-on-3, but this is already quite competitive.
It's just Brokey.
Yeah, you're right.
They're trying to get the other rifle that Rain killed over towards the B apartments here, but they're in towards the site now. They even have extra utility. A couple of flashes. HG, Molly's just been deployed right now over towards jungle again. They should be able to get the bomb down, looking like a default plan.
And looking like another round for VP. This will be 3 on the trot. James. Yeah, lovely work onto Rain. And those rifles will be maintained.
All right, well, loss bonus starting to build here on the CT side, 2,400 into the next. Important that they do hold on to a couple of these rifles here, because you just take a look at the cache left-hand side of your screen, you see it's going to be pretty touch and go into the next tier. So discussions for FaZe to be had, maybe a timeout. We'll sit here and see how things will settle in, but Jame with a double this time round.
He's got a skedaddle.
So we got 4K on Carrigan, 5 on Rain, Rops with 4.1. Drops are available from both Brokey and Twist. Well, Twist without armor, so at least Brokey can facilitate a bit of something here. But we should see FaZe get into a rifle round. Or will they? A timeout has been called, so going to have the discussion first. And almost finding opening kills on polar opposite sides of the map right there. It didn't really account for an awful lot for FaZe here, but good impact from Rain at least to give it a crack.
Tough one to concede there for Robs. You know, you sit there and you always weigh up, like, do I give it a second to see if they start to spam, or do I try and catch the timing on it? But yeah, Fame. He punished that. Otherwise, it could have been a very different looking round, considering that was another rifle.
A power position in Palace, right?
Oh, you're forced to kind of go mid or B.
We saw FaZe on that bonus round, right? The first gun round here. They went for the very heavy mid approach. And that was a heads up. You're dictating the play. You're deciding what territory you want to fight over here. So let's see if they offer something a little bit more aggressive again. And I expect pace changes to come in for VP at certain moments within this game as well. But Flit up to the devices again in middle. They're giving him this util, right? They're smoking Cat. He gets the window molly in play as well. And James just being able to search over towards B here. And look, this isn't too shabby, right? Especially with Carrigan, when you've seen him jump spotting. You've already highlighted it, the life of a B defender. So James just picking his poison of where he wants to take these fights.
Right, so they park Flit and Fame, and then these three start their investigations for that early CT aggression. No one underpass, that's always nice to report. And we saw yesterday Fallen making huge plays from the early aggressive underpass position.
And they're silent. Like, Flitch just walked down mid. He's just activated from behind the mid box. No window smoke, and this is it. This is potentially going to catch them off guard here. So many unknowns for FaZe.
Oh, Brokey, he's thinking about it. He's only got an incendiary in. Yeah, caught out by the pace of this, but Flit doesn't contribute enough. It's chip damage. Spotted 2 on the A site. Twist investigating, but he's going to get swung on. Surely James got him. No, no! James misses. Flit's got him. And really awkward for Carrigan. Look at him, flustered. As he does go down to Flit, a nice contribution second from him in this round, starting to really lead his team to another round. Flashed off and still hits the headshot, just like Fame in the prior.
Hold up, Rops is here.
Yeah, overlooked. How long do you wait for the frag, though?
Bomb's coming.
It is. He's going to let him go.
He's
hearing it. He's hearing it. Oh, this is brilliant. Rops, not a second. Kick it with a knee-jerk reaction, but the bomb has to be retrieved. Only 15 seconds left. It's up, it's up, it's up. He's got to do some parkour.
Rain's coming.
Seconds.
There's a 1v1 available.
And now it's going to be awkward. Do you fake?
He has to stick it.
He has to. Rushing him down. Kick it's on the bomb. He's going to go down. It's the round. Just like that. What a play from Rops. Buying time. The crowd will love that one. Wow. Turning the tide of battle with some discipline.
Yeah, and that right there lulled into the fact they're expecting it to be an MTB bomb site, not only because it's Rops just lying in wait, but there's also another kill from Flit onto Brokey coming through connector. You're thinking, are they really going to go B? So at that point, Rob's probably just hoping that he can get away with a save, but both come their way. He looked a bit frustrated that he didn't get the second there. Knew exactly where Kickit was heading off to. So good shot from Kickit, sure. But I think that what threw this into a dangerous moment for that of FaZe was the scaling of Flit, right? It was before the connector smoke landed, before there was a window smoke in play. And he's already taking the fight as it's hitting the deck. That's why it's catching players off guard with nades in their hand. They're subverting the standard expectations of defaults here.
Oh, it's a quick window smoke deployed out of James. Maybe there's a bit more pace on this. I say that as I see the bomb as it spawned.
But they do have territory again, right? And they're happy to search through middle here. So connector smoke will land. CTs will block that for now.
James fires off the shot, or noted by FaZe Clan.
But see this, he's taken a shot and immediately reroutes. He knows that, hey, they're aware the AWP's in middle. Find himself even a bit of utility as well. So
I was about to mention utility. Look how little there is for everyone. We've got smokes, but nothing more. 3 now still in the hands of FaZe. And there's just enough for a half execute. You've got 2 smokes and a flash. Could get you through. And Rain's even going forward on this. Power position, you can jump up and fight that Palace the favorable headshot angle.
And what does clearing this even mean?
Yeah, nothing at this point. Does the shadow betray Kickert? Oh, another scorching headshot out of Kickert. Finding rounds for VP consistently. Does he really get past Brokey, though? They've surely used that one flashbang on Fame. He's in Palace, though. He hits the shot. That's what Brokey needed. 4-on-4 emerges. Will they get the bomb down? 25 ticket. Flipped. Nice and through mid. Not ready for the second as Twist does start find the trade. Into the site with 20 seconds left. Rob's trying to destabilize. They know the plant has to be hurried. 17 seconds. Mir's still on sandwich. And Brokey will push. That was the frag chance. It doesn't matter when you get the kills. And down to the wire, using every second they had on that clock.
Just taking a look here at the scoreboard on HLTV, I'm thinking, can this possibly be right? Twist is 5-0 in opening duels at the moment. I'm just scrolling through.
4-4.
Yeah, right. So I'm just scrolling through to make sure that is actually the truth, and yeah, it is. So an opening for Jame, an opening for Kickert in this round here that's just gone by. Rob's found an opening on the pistol, but Twist has been quite active with different rifles. We've definitely spoken about the aggressors over towards mid. Gonna be a timeout this time from VP, and I guess Dustin just wanted to let them know how much on the ropes FaZe truly are. And this was the Kickert entry against Rain, essentially a 1v1. Kickert did have support behind him, but he's just taking that duel on his own volition, and yeah, good stuff.
Oh, Kickert, man, it's really easy. He's earning his salt here. Keeping FaZe humble, and how many now? Yeah, 4 of the last 5 going VP's way, and you can see what that's done to FaZe Clan. Should be looking at another. Even Flit looking to farm up extra cash, a deliberate Mac 10.
A little bit more direct here. And they've stacked a sight. Flash at the ready for Rain. There's a couple of scary pistols here, but no armor behind it, so they're going to have to be lethal with this first bullet.
Who goes first? You think Flip maybe going to stretch his legs and investigate, but now Mir finds one jiggling. Robs in that headshot box. The good for the first. Dinks down Mir. Glad he brought his helmet. And on the swing, Jame reads it so well. Carrigan not bad on the USP. That's 2 members limping now. But should be no issues here. No armor, don't forget. So Flip very deadly with this SMG. Another bullet into Twists, and it's only 2. Maybe Brokey's overlooked. I don't think there's much to say about that one, as Rain does take down the bomb carrier. There is a very low player in Mir. Backs a turn, P250 primed, and yeah, that's made a bit of a meal of that one. But it's their conversion, as it should have been.
Brokey looked a little bit disappointed in that moment. I was like,
could have been 2.
Pistol in the back, you know, always a difficult time.
Yeah, hitting those heads can be difficult from behind.
But Flit, he's been able to hold on to this Mac 10, so I'm curious to see. He does have an A spawn right now. Do they want to try and use it a bit more aggressive? He's traditionally over towards middle.
And they probably, because of the abacus and because of the big brain of Jame, they probably are aware there's not a single helmet on the enemy side.
Yeah, or an AWP. Only 1 defuse kit. So right now, FaZe, you're in the washing machine. The tumble dryer.
Ooh. Robs has been spotted. I love the angle. Brokey and Robs combine. Double Fame catching aggression onto Rain, and now Jame. Good grief. They're into the site, they've traded out, they're into A, and the bomb's going down. Kickert to punch in the code. Covered by the squad, Util dump. Brokey unwilling to take the fight on his own. He's got Carrigan rotating CT. Rob's still top mid. And so much Util on Kickert. He can use that molly for the post plant, stop the defuse. It's really not looking good for FaZe on the way in. The kit's been found on Carrigan. No, Kickert's been precise so far. Repositioning into Brokey. Good contribution. Awkward now. For VP, Jame misses his chance on the crossback, but it's Fame! A double spray, Brokey in the clutch. Light on time now, finds the kit, but what are you supposed to do about it? Holding, Jame charging, fakes it out, can they? Oh, it's tight. I think Brokey's just done it. No, Brokey! Right down to the wire. A clutch up against the odds to tie the game. Nice.
Brokey was involved in every single kill in that round. He was on the assist with a double with Robs in middle and then having to close it out there in the tightest of margins. So yeah, getting the AWP, getting the round on the board, but only just. And that was a great little response there. If that was the opening, right, we know that when you're looking at a team like VP and their openings into rounds, they don't have to commit to it, right? But the fact that they knew it was a mid control, the fact that they knew that FaZe were playing 3 players aggressive middle, they're getting stuck into that fight, they just teamed out of the apartment, and I loved it from Jame covering off his teammate. They've got enough money for a buy here as well, VP. And look at FaZe. You tell you who won the last round, who's worse for wear.
Yeah, they know that they're just within touching distance of breaking them again.
Yeah, when you're teetering like this on the CC side, you're gonna have to work hard for this one. Get the most out of these MP9s. So Rain and Carrigan wielding those on the extremities. And a full rotation being called back over here.
Okay, so we're looking at an exec here.
Plenty of util for it, but I suppose the same to block on the other side of the server.
Rain readies himself for battle, has the support of Robs. Oh, and he strikes. Catches one of the ramp players. Mir's gonna be mad about that one. Now Kickett's the next victim. Rain on that MP9. Fame as well. Spins on a dime for the double. And VP really left wanting. Okay, Rain. Man on a mission. Brokey will close clean, and FaZe take a perfect round of Counter-Strike. All of that discussion about hanging on by a thread economically, throw that away.
Yeah, and that one's going to feel real good. You know, VP on the other side of things, their lost bonus now not looking good. Likely to see them take an eco here. Oh, an AK's been dropped, of course it has. So VP playing the numbers, wanting to try and keep these as competitive as possible. But the MP9 profiting, right? This is great news. And then being able to find a second, get the AK into his hands here. So Rangers mauling them. Let's see how far Flick can push the issue here. Sent once more towards middle. Window smoke in play, and he's out. He's taking a lot of space.
Admirable from Flick. Will he get a surprise frag or two? Oh. Yeah, he's been robbed of that one. Doesn't quite manage to manifest onto Rain. Twist will save him.
One of the keys in that previous round, where FaZe had the 2 MP9s, was the fact that a lot of them held on to smokes for a bit longer in the round, right? So they were able to block once they found that information, meant that they could isolate the jewels a little bit better. And now they're going to get themselves up to a 2-round lead. I don't really feel like anybody is slacking.
Nope. Ooh, that's nice.
And yeah, this is a phase that you want to see coming in sharp, hitting those shots. And you're also seeing the energy coming out of some of the individuals getting fired up after key rounds. That was something that Carrigan said was lacking over there in Cologne. And they also said they're giving more responsibility to Neo, right? He had just joined as a coach at that point. And when you lost an individual like Robin, you know he's great for the team in terms of that mood and the environment. And then the mood tanks. Well, look, you're not blaming it on Neo, but the guy's just come into this. He knows some of the personalities, sure, but what is his responsibility? Right. It's a major winning roster, right? This team earlier in the year won EPL. They won the Grand Slam. And the vent not broken here. So we know that they're more than happy to give up mid control. Yeah, it does.
Straight waterfall out of their Palace position, and Rain has been toppled. Need a big one out of Robs here. More from Palace, worried about ramp. He's got Jame onto Carrigan elsewhere on B.
And they can cancel. This is what VP do well. Cut the noise,
take the advantage.
Exactly, because you have 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock here, and right now FaZe are down a man, and they're scrambling. They're hoping you want to keep playing heads up CS. Fight them, get in their face. Well, not to be the case right now.
But yeah, and the beauty of cutting noise is the uncertainty forces either pushes for information, a la Robs, or you end up spreading them thin, and you don't have to deal with a full squad. That's the push for information, and Mir's angle profits. A rifle, a frag, and a 2-man advantage in this one.
I suppose the only other option is to go for a full-on gamble and just hope that they finish over towards your side, but...
That's very VP-esque.
Now they can send feelers out. They don't have to full commit. Kick it. Sent forward once more. Clearing out some of the hidey holes.
They're not in a hurry, are they?
Exactly. But Twist and Brokey still alive here, up against 4 players, no utility remaining, and they want to give this one a bit of a look in at least.
He saw the flash. Fame going to be Molotov'd out. This is an engagement that favors the AWPer if he had posted. Last of the util. Oh, Twist across. So just one frag, and yeah, Kicker's the one to post it, so the AWP will be
They're gonna hunt him here.
He's aware. He is more than aware. Maybe he can find himself a rifle and be threatening. But absolutely no AWP. Wow, okay, Brokey, nice find. And they're coming for him. How many can he leave with? None. The answer to that one. A full team effort here from VP. Mir perhaps dragging his heels a little more than the rest, but everyone is toe tagging and body bagging. 13 as well, a piece for Twists and Robs. Very, very promising signs.
Just looking at the finances here for FaZe. Second timeout called. And you see Rangers getting caught off guard. You mentioned the pace right there, just teaming out of that apartment's position. Some good shooting, some clean shots from Kicker, right? He's been looking hot. 9 in total for him so far. And this is a change up. You can definitely see coming into play when you're against teams who are playing contact, you know, who are taking a few more liberties without util. Twists and Brokey into the big greens. Even Carrigan with a scope as well here. Misses the business end. VP can still take 8 rounds in this half. FaZe and VP also both looking at that 1900 loss bonus into the next tier. So this is a very important round as far as who's going to come out with the lion's share of rounds in half number 1.
VP's pick. Solid T side so far. Or can they tip the scales to leave with the lead? This round determines that. Brokey this time dispatched towards the B apartments, and Twist has brought a second into the mix. So early information flows, no occupation of Palace. And there's a flash of Mir. Information implies there's at least one towards the B apartments. No gamble, no moves.
Isn't this crazy though? It's like watching statues right now.
It is, yeah.
And both teams are just holding on to U2. So right now the uncertainty grows, but Brokey's about to get an answer.
Oh, anticipation grows as well, because when does he choose to pull the trigger? He's ahead of these util. Wait for it, postures, turns, and strikes. Straight to the head of Fame, and sticks around for more. Brokey doing damage, smoke to delay. He's gonna burn through. Mir will catch him with the spray, but still, can they recover the site? Damage inflicted. Rain's gonna overlook this. Oh, but Flit fumbles. 2-man advantage for FaZe to take the lead here on the CT side. 8 rounds, just 2 frags away. Mir's got the bomb, he's on the site, but with the flank coming through, James in trouble. Oh, or not. Rops has given him plenty of warning. A lovely play for damage, but yeah, James precise.
Losable now.
Certainly is, especially if Karrigan overlooks this bench position. Doesn't look like it's happening though. Good eyes and a better shot between the eyes. Mir nails it onto Rain, and it's maybe a manageable 1v2 given the health. James disadvantage and no time for this really. 13 seconds. He'd rather kill him.
He wants to get out of here.
Or rather leave with the AWP not to be. Karrigan will steal him away. And that's a big confidence booster for FaZe. That perhaps has that foreboding and sinking feeling in VP's stomach that what could have been a real tied-up game could be looking at a 9-6. They'll have rifles.
Yeah, it felt more important for FaZe to win that one, to have a better buy going into this last round here. See, VP, they still just have enough to get out primarily AKs. Be a few lighter on, but stubbornness from Brokey here, hanging around for the second. Where else is he meant to go? You may as well fight your way out of that one. So shuts them down before it gets out of control, and we're back into play here. Once more, another classic 2-1-2 setup as early nade.
Smoke.
Yeah.
Bit of a whiff on that one. They've only got 2 left. And FaZe have got 5.
Yeah, and that's what they've kind of been forced into doing by a way that these VP players have been approaching a lot of the areas on the map here. So just stalling out the U2, if they want to take a little bit later in the round, well then you're just changing the timings of when you're deploying the U2. You're just going to block them for longer. It's going to make them more desperate. Want to be scooped up here. Couple smokes, couple mollies, a few flashes in the mix, and plays like this have worked before, especially when Kicker's just waltzed out and taken multiple. Remember Brokey over towards Ticket within the early stages of this first half did get caught off guard.
Yeah, I think that's exemplified in Kicker's 12 deaths. He has been bit of the can opener, throwing his body on the line. Re-smoke on Con, that will slow Mir and Flit. But then in no hurry whatsoever. 45 and counting. They can run that clock down so long as the frags or that bomb plant come through. Final round of this half, all to play for. Make it just a 1-round game. Kick it. Oh, dead to the Orbra despite a solid flash. And now Rops has got 2 on his plate. Despite the flash, he gets the 1. And now Rain comes out of his hidey hole. Looking good for this. FaZe to find the 9th. Twist stubborn. Twist's fragging. And Jame alone again in the clutch. Found 1. Nice find onto Rain. Unable to find more as Twist makes it good. 9-6. FaZe take the lead comfortably as we will take a break as we swap sides.
What if I told ya I know exactly what you are? What have they sold ya on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. And ain't no one telling me nothing, I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days, we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lies. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told?
6-9. Hey, nice. We got ourselves a game. Second half of Mirage. It is a best of 3 single elimination. This is the last of the round of 16. So first look for everyone here as to what FaZe Clan and Virtus Pro have to offer. That vicious polar bear, quite the iconic logo across the history and tapestry of history that Counter-Strike has had. Let's see if they can bring it back. 9-6, the scoreline as we've swapped sides. They'll be taken to the defense now. I'm Machine, I got Chatty B with me.
Yeah, par for the course so far, isn't it?
So far, so good.
I think exactly what we're expecting in terms of the pace and the tone of the game. One of the keys, FaZe looking sharp twists on the CT side, 6-0 as far as opening exchanges were concerned.
He's comfy, cushy.
Oh, this might be another B play, mind you. The U2 being lined up. Now take a look. 2 pairs of dual Berettas, one on Flip, one on Fame. Now Fame's on the other side of the server. But Flip might be able to unleash a little bit of fury here. 30 bullets in the dual Berettas, and he'll have multiple players baiting for him. The ability for these USPs to take contact first.
So it's Brokey and Carrigan doing the double smoke and double flash. Flit has vision, but they opt for the window, and that's the first engagement taken. Nice from Flit, but traded. Mir keeps the advantage. Mir down. Brokey fragging on the Glock into the site. Now kick it on the bench is cut down. James, forward position, but already the bullets are being hit. The individual shining from FaZe Clan. And now the individual Fame up against the world, up against 3. Twist anticipating this. He hasn't got all of the health in the world, so it could be run down. Nice headshot from Fame. The first of the 3 required. Advancing loudly, considering that descent.
Ooh, this crossfire though.
Yeah, it's very hard to break. I mean, there'd have to be a bit of an oopsie from one of them. Fakes it out, not moving a muscle. Brokey's the one. Beautiful. FaZe will take the pistol, 10-6. And that's both pistols going FaZe's way on Mirage.
Yeah, okay, well, not too shabby indeed. And look, that right there, we see both teams essentially try and run very similar pistols, right? But varying levels of success here. The fact that Flick gets that first, sure, but you're hoping that you're able to deny them getting so much access. Good shooting from Brokey on the pistols twist as well, contributing here. And even Carrigan finding one. So this is where VP will bounce back with a force buy, unlike the first half. James into a Scout, Deagle, Famus, MP9. A whole mix, an assortment of weapons here.
Oh, but they are out already. Look at this. There's the contrast to these T sides. Second round, we've got already 3 bodies up mid.
But you see how this is a bit more by the book, right? They're playing with the util, they're scaling with it. Differences in players. Oh, okay.
That's interesting. Stops any angles and info. I say that as he still manages to get a gap. Oh, that did not work out for them at all.
No, not at all. This is problems now. The rotation point of Mir trying to get over in time. That smoke.
You can't
Rain's
fumble
seen
this
the trajectory of that.
Yeah, he knows one's kitchen. He knows one's ladder.
Karrigan is so isolated here.
Yeah, I mean, there's no threat. It is just Flit that's going to go down to this. So a nice rebuttal. Fame returning through mid as well, so Karrigan can hold on to that and be responsible for that. Bomb's coming through now.
If he keeps tabs on those rifles, that's probably key here, because Rain's taken an awful lot of space by slinking up short. Karrigan just holding onto the prized possessions. I was going to mention the Fame flank, but I don't know if we're going to see VP bother going for this. They'll go fishing. They'll at least have a look. They'll put the rod in the water, have a dip.
Oh! Might have a go now. A stunning headshot from Mir's Deeg. Maybe it's just an extra Mac 10 to bring through. Oh, but they are all gathering. A congregation of
It's not a short plant for Karrigan either.
Hold on, messy spray. Still manages to tame, and yeah, they will repel the invaders, the attempted retakers. Jame alone with his scout and being hunted as well. Not particularly wise. You don't want to be losing any Glocks, but no problem for Twists.
Okay, should be a full eco now for VP there. Map pick Mirage slipping through the fingers. And that right there, I was just trying to work out worst case scenario, because Karrigan isolated over towards vent room. It was a default plant, so if they get into the site, he's not going to be able to help out here, but standing strong. An important kill here for Karrigan, right? Because if they're able to get more bodies over, pick up some of those guns, could be a real problem here for FaZe, but this is more like it, as it will just be light investments for VP.
Easy street for round 18. Fame's looking for that early engagement. You've got her. Got a couple of deagles to boast. It's going to have to be some stunning headshots if you want to be threatening. Rain's got this one dead to rights. And Karrigan Skalil fills the feed as well. So we will be seeing a nice 12th round already for FaZe Clan. I mean, really reaping the benefits of winning both pistols.
Yeah, and I know it's still early on in the second half of play, but if Karrigan and Rain are going to get all the mid space on their default, right, and then be able to condition this area of the map, that's key, right? Especially if they're getting opening kills. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that, because these two, they want to try and turn this into a mid-round scenario. Karrigan wants to call these players into a place where they can show their pedigree, that the likes of Twist, Rops, and Brokey should be able to shut down rounds against anybody in the world. So as long as Rain and Karrigan are able to find the space and put these three into favorable positions, it's looking good here for FaZe to pick up map number 1. We've got Inferno 2 and Overpass 3 if we do require it.
Yeah, but with this being VP's pick, this round really hinges on how confident they're going to be into that second. You don't want to get blown out. Your map pick, first map of the tournament.
Opening pick here would be great for VP. CT side out of FaZe. Twist was having a field day in that fashion. Rops also with the contributions.
It's a funny standoff. It was Rops and Fame doing the same thing on the first half as well. Standing, looking to find that opening engagement if anyone's dangerous or rather braves the Palace fight.
See how procedural this is though? Using their util, taking each part of the map, whereas we saw Flick coming through this area. It was just on contact on these weird timings.
The re-smoke on jungle. Rops could just walk out, as he has. Nothing to fear. Kick it, however, has found Rain. That is a big way back. That was all the way from short side. Twist to try and fill that gap, and around the smoke. Oh, that's brilliant, Fame. Oh, and Fame will close as well. A triple kill emerging from the smoke, and they needed that. As VP, plenty of hope, maintaining their map pick.
Yeah, swarming over towards that A site. Good stuff. FaZe, at that point, all the utils out. You know you have to get that bomb down. You're running out of options. And Virtus Pro strikes. So, drawing first blood here. 4 staying alive. That's great news, and we'll get it from Fame's POV. The lineup is beautiful, and then the adjustment into Rops, just leering out for that third. What is the change going to be here for FaZe? Do they want to try and do something pacey, or they want to still try and something a bit more default spready? Now, Brokey.
Rain was communicating a lot after his first glance mid. Not sure what he was working with.
Well, I think right now, because they've sent Brokey towards the underpass, they're worried about mid aggression.
Unusual. Yeah. Most definitely. I was about to bring up Brokey's T-side up, but yeah, he's kind of escorting Twist down the underpass. And Flit, if you dare, jump. Yeah, that smoke gonna lock you out. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Misthrown there, so slight dangers.
Yeah, he'll have to respect the flames, but gap is most definitely still present.
Yes, it's scary, isn't it? So this is an unknown.
It's gonna slow him down.
You might even, I was gonna say call it off, but a redeploy.
That leaves them with 1, Chad. Smoke on Con, deployed by Flit.
Bit of a stalemate here in middle. No real space garnered as VP.
Bit of a bait and switch setup. Maybe Karrigan overlooks this kick at push. Oh, Karrigan caught with a pin in his hand still. Traded by Ro16.
I don't think he was believing what he's hearing.
Yeah, he heard the step, still went wide. Oh, and this is falling perfectly into place. Jame will catch Ro16 on the cross. Mir will pocket a second. You're looking at a 1v4 for Twist. Mir, another time we've seen the multi-kill out of him. Back-to-back rounds. Giving VP a solid defensive haul.
They knew what was coming, though. They had so many bodies over towards B, right? Kick it forward, that kill on Karrigan. You had Mir there as well. Jame over towards the marketplace. So many bodies to respond to this. VP had great tabs on what was happening on this side of the map. And I guess maybe, just maybe, it was a gamble, because if Kickett's pushing like that, it doesn't tell me that he knows what's on the other side. You know what I mean? Like, it's just I'm running, it's a wide swing. Either way, has put FaZe down to just a couple of pistolas here. 3 deagles, a P250, a smoke. How much can they get out of this? Well, if they walk into Jame, probably not a lot. Warning shot fired. No damage done. And this is VP's turn to hold on to a bunch of util. Plenty of smokes, all 5. And there he is. Jame is going to take down Karrigan here. And this is going to be necessary on the CT side. More contributions with the opening kills.
Nice angle. You can see Twist was caught off guard by that one from Kickett. Doesn't go down, and oh, lovely shot into the side of Mir's head. Same can be said about Fame onto Ro16, and well, Rain in a lot of trouble there. 2 from the cleaver into the body, but only 1 frag to boast in that round. 21 now heading into our 22nd, and the gap closing. This is 3 in consecutive from the defense, and don't forget, VP losing both pistols on their pick and the conversion, so 6 of FaZe's 12 have come from the openings.
Yeah, and one of the keys here is the fact that in the last 3 rounds, the bomb hasn't gone down, and FaZe in those 3 rounds have only managed 1 kill per round. Now, that's not such a problem when they had the deagles come out like we just saw, but in the 2 before that, when they had the guns, they weren't really keeping VP honest here, so they have to find a bit more traction, just a 3-round game.
I like this a lot, Brokey. He's just put the pedal to the metal, and James says no.
Back-to-back openers for Jame here.
Yeah, he's starting to warm into things, isn't he? VP doing things the hard way. Twists, staying dynamic. Here's the approach from Mir, so information as to his location. Oh, but with that vent broken, Mir has options available to him upon the fade. Yeah, already. Mantles the bricks, catching any boosts that may establish.
Playing for info again here. So kick it up to similar tricks, so this really frees them up. So this is info. This is how now they can play with the stack, and it feels like most times... Bang. Oh no, the barrel bait. Yeah, Karrigan's going to be feeling real rough around the edges about that one.
Yeah, no fun for Karrigan.
3v5, and look, they're just boxed in. They are absolutely boxed in. Where are you meant to go?
You're hoping you get something from VP, but they're not the ones that need to be wondering. Mir, oh, baited by the jiggle. Rain, strays wide, has jungle, so the next target's going to be Fame and Flip.
But look where Kickett is. If you continue on this...
Yeah, they're even considering it, but it's Fame that takes the first engagement. Nice trade out of Ro16, but he's down to just 13 points of health. Very limited resources here for FaZe if they wanted to turn the tide. Seems nearly impossible. Kickett confirms it with a nice 1 to the back, and down goes Rain. FaZe yet to find a round in the last 4.
Yeah, and right there, you're sitting there as FaZe, you're going, where are they? Why aren't they fighting us? Why is no one taking the duel? Well, with Kickett coming around the world, why would you? You don't need to. You know he's going to seal the deal. He can take contact next.
They've only had 1 frag to boast in every single one of these VP rounds.
Yeah, right. And even though the loss bonus is now maxed on out, they need to make sure the bomb is going down here if they want to stay threatening, because VP is starting to really make some bags of cash here. After the rebuys coming in, you've got 3 AKs, 1 for Kickett, 1 for Flip, 1 for Mir.
Well, you said you're giving Neo a bit more responsibility. That's his 3rd timeout. He's made a call, or at least given some advice and observations as to where things are going wrong. That's a tough, bitter pill for Karrigan to swallow.
They have bought 4 smokes here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a top mid or a window smoke and then some form of an execute, because so far it's been through mid and then getting bottlenecked and then losing space on extremities, not knowing, and then VP having so much information. So Neo maybe wanting to call something more direct, saying, hey boys, let's just try and bludgeon our way into a site here. So no early mid or window smoke deployed just yet.
Oh, this is geeky. Lineups for the drop, so you can get it all done by Robs.
And they were running this pocket strat where they were smoking Palace from top mid, but Brokey only has flashes, so I'm curious to see how this one looks.
Here they go. So they smoke middle, allow Brokey for an aggress, and what? James just got digged out by the wide swing of the dig. Rain nails it. Can FaZe really convert it? This was just a partial buy, a partial investment. Now Flit's got to be careful, because Rops is coming for you. Nails it on the dig. Bomb. Oh, God, everyone's dying. VP absolutely rumbled by the digs. This is the FaZe Clan special.
That's all misdirection. We can talk about it in a second here. I'm not sure if Mir wants to give this one a crack. That's a great shot.
Hold on. Fame and Mir, they are going to have a look in.
Smokes as well.
They've got kits. But do they have the round? Do they have what it takes? They just don't have the time.
Said, no,
they just don't have the time.
But that right there, so the smokes that came into play was all misdirection. They smoked short, they smoked window, they smoked jungle, and then they did the bench smoke, right? And that's all telling of an A split, right? Coming through connector, scaling up, trying to take that space. And they all just came out A. So that right there, even with Brokey throwing the mid flashes, it helps sell the idea that they're coming through middle.
Do you think that's why Rain ended up having such a freebie onto James?
Yeah, because they're so worried about this scaling through mid. They was quiet. They could have walked through the underpass, right? There was flashes out top mid. You're worried about these pistols just coming up fast and through that bottleneck. And it was all misdirection.
And off of the back of a tactical timeout.
Yeah, Neo's going to be feeling damn good about that one, right? So James with the AWP poster, there's no support there. And yeah, you can see this smoke. The jungle smoke in play. There's a window smoke. The cat smoke's great as well. It means that they can start fighting towards connector from A. So FaZe still one away here.
VP is starting 3B. It's very interesting to see.
Boost here.
So they'll establish James and then likely rotate one off if there's nothing to report. Twistical clear through underpass. Rain up top mid. Going through their procedures now.
Look how much they've just moved in the start of the round there, right? So you talked about 3B, set James up, now leave him. It might be the right call. It might be the right play. Check out where that bomb is.
And look at this Fame and Flit duo. Partnered up. Looking for toes. And this is all about timing on Rops. He's not cleared his corner on Tetra's side, and now Fame does contribute the first. A big one from Twist through mid side, but Flit, he reveals his location with lethality. Panic from Brokey, and Kickert. He's got another freebie on his plate. Brokey fakes it out, spammed on down. It's VP taking full control of the game right back. After some heroics on the Deagles, FaZe just can't get it done with the guns. Yeah, Carrigan in the 1v4 now 3, but nothing to be done here. An 11th etched onto the board. VP, they're very much putting up a fight here on their map, and they're doing it the hard way. I'll reiterate one more time. You've lost both pistols. This is your map pick. You are doing this on hard mode. Mythic plus difficulty.
Feels like the mind games are really rife here. Like just walking out Palace and then Rob starting to run, going, okay, where are they? Trying to draw the fight. Brokey's got the bomb. The setup as well. Kickit was also responding to the fact that window boost was a possibility. They could have played through that quadrant of the map. So it's not like VP had all the information, but they had a setup that was strong enough. And
don't worry, Chad. They haven't got full guns. This is a FaZe round.
All right, well, let's see what tricks they've got up their sleeve here. A little bit of a boost. So Twist with the AK-47 needs to be careful on the joust. Jane will confirm nobody top mid. Brokey just to walk out. The timing here could be on his side.
Could be. Molly. Oh my God, Brokey! That is a quick headshot to Flit. It's not going to translate into much more because that was the only rifle to post. Rain spamming away, does tag up James. You can see the intentions are to test Kickert.
James here as well.
Oh, and yeah, nothing on that first Eagle shot, but Rops, he actually takes a more proactive approach. He's in. James aware and sweeping through. Ooh, spots another bomb on the map. They'll know. Bomb's heading B. The rotate's coming through. Mir and Fame. Oh, and the flash. It's so good from Mir. Sets up for the first, but Carrigan back on that P250. They need another frag here. They need to find James because he's going to hit that shot on the fake. And now all onto Rain. What have you got for us? 40 seconds. Maybe there's something to be said. The Norwegian coming up clutch. He spots you out. He's hunting you down. Mir's down as well. Rain saves FaZe.
Whew, 14 on the board, and that one right there down to the wire. And that, as you mentioned, was not a full buy that FaZe put in their back pocket and slapped VP in the face. Massive stuff. They get out onto the site. You see James so worried about them traversing. Carrigan gets across just. Doesn't feel like he's the difference maker there. It's all Rain. And that one is going to sting here. Just as we're talking about this comeback of VP, they're going to take their second timeout.
What a god, man.
Yeah, Dustin probably going to want to reset the troops here. This is not how you want a round like this to go down. You've just lost the Deagle round where they did smokes across the map, misdirection. This time, you know exactly what's going down, but you can't stop Rain. The Norwegian smashes them here. And Brokey, that energy that Carrigan was talking about, they're all feeling it. Twist as well. Everybody getting pumped up. You can see here, premeditated to understand they need to come in with high energy. Speaking about, you know, it's hard, like CS2, what events are coming, right? No second major this year. The one thing that you got to remind yourself, day in, day out, we are paid professionals, we're competitors in Counter-Strike. The only thing that matters, making your opponent look silly and getting that W.
Yeah, well, $1 million prize pool certainly would be enough to motivate me. Tell you that much.
Well, they win this round, it's essentially the map here.
Robs. Oh, he caught a little whiff of Flit towards the jungle side. He's going to be postured forward and trying to flush him out from long range. That trajectory spotted and forces out a smoke, I'd expect. Oh, Flit. He's used it. Robs is in. And Fame caught out on the edge of the smoke. Robs looking his usual self. Finds his 20th frag. James confirmed towards CT. It's Mir burning up in the window. Saves himself with the extinguish, but down to 20. And look at the territory.
Fading.
Robs just eats the flashbang just like that.
Don't know if he saw it coming.
Still, the round's on. And Brokey's investigating onto kick it. That's a big frag. That could be the round right there. Rain's going to cut off the rotate. And Brokey's found Flit as well. What a contribution. Triple out of Brokey on the T-side AWP.
Now this is the thing, get that bomb down. You know who's last alive. You know what weapon he has. You rip this away. It's 1900 loss into what should be the final round here. So definitely hunt, definitely try and take this away for the in-game leader of VP.
And they're coming. But this is where Jane plays his best Counter-Strike. You will not take this away from him. You will not.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot of distance between him and anybody else here, but that's going to be 15 for FaZe regardless. And Brokey, bit of impact right there. 3 kills for him on the AWP. Well, 1 came with the P250 through the smoke, so big impact. But it all really came down to Rops, right? The fact he was able to find those timings. As you mentioned, he saw the little toe over towards jungle, then he slipped out of the pounce position, unnoted by Fame, who had thrown out, I think, one of his own limp smokes. You got the better of him there, and then you're on high alert. You completely lost A at that point. You don't know exactly what's going on in the site. And FaZe strike.
Has to be James AWP. I mean, this is their last hurrah. You've got very limited finances. You're on your map pick, and that Deagle round loss. That Rain 1v3 still probably rattling around in their skull.
Yeah, it's just the type of rounds that they've lost here. It makes this so unfathomable for VP to get back into it.
It's not the worst looking buy considering they're fun. The funds, they can make something work here. Kick it. He's the one that shouldered the burden by dropping a FAMAS across. They want to come towards James AWP early, so some real early util. No reaction and no commitment. Brokey's trying to crack open mid. He knows they're limited in resources, so got a bit more of a spring in his step. Flit really wants to contest this. Got the biggest gun other than on James AWP. Twist pushing through. They can confirm they have con control. Rain really charging on this one. There is a boosted player, maybe they'll overlook him. Meanwhile, Twist has cleared out A, just like that. Rain confirms there is nothing to initially, but on the jiggle, kick it's been spotted. The boost as well from Mir. If they really commit into B, it would be a problem. Or could be. Oh, kick it, no armor, so that HE hurts. And here's a ring in, body is dropped, and Mir still on his box. He's gonna have to move eventually, it seems, as the bomb's gone down on the other side.
And they've just completely evacuated.
Well, that's one way to secure it. Impressive from FaZe Clan. Taking their opponent's pick and starting their journey here at Gamers8 with a win.
Come on now, Mir. There you go. Brokey's going to take him down 16-11. VP's map choice. Inferno up next, but an impressive showing. Great form out of Twists, Rops, even Rain on the 20 there, and Brokey coming alive with some impact on the AWP later. But this second half, it's going to be remembered for the Deagle round and the Rain 1-on-3. The difference makers here, they get FaZe across the line.
my name is Sam. This is a Counter-Strike event, and apparently we're go-karting. I need to go watch that FaZe game. Anyone? The FaZe game? Anyone have the score?
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة ياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor 90. Capture ultra clear detail with a 200 megapixel camera. Care for your eyes with risk-free dimming display. Honor 90. Share your vibe.
Exactly what you want. What have they sold you? On that blacktop boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help. Said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help. Said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you want? What have they sold you? On that red hot boulevard. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul.
Yeah, so as the story's told, FaZe came through dripping. And what does that mean exactly? Yeah, they showed up looking cool today, right? They also showed up looking cool on Mirage. So I'll bring you back to Gamers8. That's G8. That's where we are, way down here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And we are looking what is an elimination game, as is all games here at G8. Guys, good-looking FaZe, good stuff all together. But overall, Yanko, I'm gonna pitch it your way just a little bit here. Let's talk about what we saw from FaZe.
I think we saw a better FaZe, obviously. I think more importantly, we saw them getting fired up, which is, you know, really important for them. They came to play this time around. I think it helped them, the fact that they won both pistols in this game, because the game was still pretty scrappy. I mean, it wasn't a clean win from FaZe. They really had to go, you know, in that FaZe bag of tricks, especially in the second half with a couple of, you know, half buys, the sort of mixed buy rounds that actually, I mean, been known to win.
And you know what helps, Jason, is when you have like Twist, for example. He came through what? He goes 24 and 16 over 27 rounds. We'll take that.
Yeah, he was a beast in opening kills as well. I think he was +6 in terms of his opening kills differential, which is great. And a lot of that activity, especially on the CT side, we saw it early on in that first half. He was being really aggressive on catwalk. He was more than willing to peek out and take those fights.
They even lost a couple of the first 2 gun rounds. He gets an entry kill and they still lose the 5v4.
Yeah, they got caught in that like awkward push going up catwalk, right? And, like Jame peeked from behind him. But I mean, look, when Twist is here, and it's good to see too, because one thing we've touched on a couple of times or talked about, especially back in Cologne, Twist seemed a little like down on everything in Cologne. He was very quiet, very much more reserved. So seeing him being more active individually on the map, I think is a great sign. FaZe can always use his firepower.
I mean, we could speculate as to why things like that happen, but I mean, there is a bit of a hardship that gets endured, right? Like, it's a pretty relentless travel schedule. It's a pretty relentless schedule overall. That shouldn't be an excuse. It's not an excuse, but certainly something has to change there for that, right?
Especially when you feel like you're struggling so much. And we know FaZe has been through that stretch where it feels like, you know, as good as they are and as good as they can be, they haven't been reaching that. And so just over time, it continued like a couple disappointing losses and a couple disappointing tournament runs. That frustration just keeps mounting and mounting and building.
Yeah, and building is what we will do. You can build on that, but first, Yanko, let's get our STC analysis underway here.
Let's do it, Trace.
Yeah, we did. There it is. That was it.
That was it. That was the
we did it.
Yeah, right. Here.
It's done?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Great.
Okay, well, this is Brokey. That's a nice clutch as well, right there. All tied up at 5-5. And yeah, this is, I mean, you mentioned a couple times like FaZe in the before this match started, the individuals of FaZe, and this is a great round from Rain. They needed it. This wasn't like a great looking T-side out of FaZe whatsoever. It really bailed out by a Deagle round, really bailed out by the 1v3 from Rain, and that got them back into the swing of things, into this game. That's what got them fired up and able to take this match over the finish line at the end of the day.
Which is a pretty nice concept. I believe it's pretty easy to grab. You see Brokey down there, but you know, at a certain point, Brokey was there when he was needed, right?
Yes, and it was a couple of unfortunate rounds for him as well early in the first half, getting spammed through ticket, you know, some lousy timings and whatnot, but he persevered through it, you know, still found some impact in this game. And yeah, it was important. It was still pretty close, could have gone either way.
Yeah, it's something to grab onto. I think we started jumping into these rounds earlier rather than later. We saw some pretty cool stuff on the FaZe side. I think even starting with round 23, perhaps, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I think, you know, for FaZe, like they win pistol, they convert, then VP goes on a run, and this is actually, Neo just called a timeout, and I think this is Neo's call, and this is something he maybe even installed, because you can see all the smokes falling on mid, right? It's looking like, oh, they want to put pressure mid, and then there's just a dry peek from Rain, really, and the rest of the FaZe guys, right? And you're like, this is super risky. It's all based off timing. Like, you have to believe that your smokes are going to cause the players just to move away for 2 seconds into connector, you know, maybe to just check it or throw some counter utility, and you're just counting on catching that one guy and trading with him quickly, which was exactly what they were able to do. And I can tell you, when I was coaching Neo, when Neo came to FaZe and he was the game leader, he loved having like set strats for half buys, like for only pistols, like with a lot of utility, because they've had a lot of success with that back in the day. And your first instinct is, man, this is not really gonna work, you know, it's kind of easy to counter this or whatnot, but it worked actually, you know, for whatever reason. Maybe people are not ready for it when they're playing against pistols or whatnot, but we had a decent success rate with it, and I think this was like an example of probably him having some direct impact on the result.
And Chad mentioned it during the cast as well, like a little bit of the fake, as you mentioned. You're throwing that utility with the hope that someone's going to get pulled away, and as you said, it worked. Flit turns around. He was at top stairs looking towards Palace and just shifted to Con, and maybe miscommunication, maybe Jame didn't enter his brain at a point that made him switch things, but he was so focused on ramp that Palace swing was so effective.
And he goes to drop the smoke and Con, and then obviously
smoked, right? So you're thinking, okay, at least they're going to throw some flash or something, but no, like that's the whole point of it. And it's risky, but you know, you're half buying anyway, so
yeah, take the risk.
It's high risk, but it's also super high reward.
They tried to do it, I think, the next round with guns as well. They did something very similar. I don't think it was exactly the same, but they still tried to swing 2 players out of Palace to execute an A split, and that time it got absolutely demolished.
That was like, it was later round, and they were putting pressure on B, so that was like when the molly fell on B, and after a second they just swung, because again, you expect the Con player to start moving either down mid or go jungle towards B, right? But it was a different setup from VP, so it didn't work out as well.
Speaking of VP, now that we've seen them, because as we identified, it had been a while, what did we see from the VP side? Well,
I think it was scrappy at the beginning, you know, a couple of rounds that looked like, wow, there really isn't much there. Even the second time around in round 4, right? I didn't like it, but they managed to win it. And here you can see some of the sort of earlier aggressive moves, right, from VP. So to sort of like, they're not going to go maybe all in early in the round, but they're definitely going to apply some early pressure, try to take map control, try to force some trades, and that's when they'll slow it down. When it's a 4v3 and there's a minute 30 left on the clock, you don't need to end the round right there. That's when you can take things a little bit more slow, but the narrative that they're just sitting, you know, playing passive and playing super defensive all the time, it's just not true.
Sure, yeah, and I think, I mean, the way I look at it is they kind of work in tandem. Is those like aggressive plays at the start, like those aggressive moves with 1 or 2 players are more effective for success when they play slow.
But they've been doing this for a long time, and people are still like, oh yeah, they just play slow every single time.
And that's just simply unacceptable.
Yes.
The mindset.
Yes, the mindset is simply unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, you have to appreciate counterstrike, right? Like, you have to play until the whistle's blown, and in this case, it's when the clock ends, right?
Yeah, where the clock ends, the whistle blows.
Where the clock ends is where Jason starts.
And when it rains, it pours, Trace, and boy, did rain show up in the second half, right after he won that 1v3. FaZe didn't look back. They won all the remaining rounds, but that was another half buy. That was sort of, you know, a couple of pistols, a couple of AKs. Let's try to make something happen. Let's try to make some magic, and you know, it didn't look like he was going to win it, and then all of a sudden he's in a 1v1, and Mir was a little bit maybe slow to force the fight, but yeah, that one really sealed it for FaZe.
And you know, your VP, you've lost the first map of the series. You go into Inferno now knowing that this is a FaZe pick, you know, yada, yada, yada. How do you pick yourself off the floor, Jason?
I mean, I think that you have to be, first of all, confident as you can be with your map pool, and obviously confident in your teammates and your team yourself. This next map, I mean, they can easily win it, right? It's just as much as FaZe took their map pick, they can do the same thing back to them. And I mean, if you're going to know Inferno as well. Like, this is a map you're going to be comfortable with. You're going to want James Op to be effective on the CT side. It's all the standard stuff with Inferno.
Anything is possible.
Yeah.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, but they also lost to Thunderflash in the IEM Sydney qualifier. Trace, the Polish team, you're familiar with them, right?
Yeah, Thunderflash. It's like Thunderstruck, but not
because
ACDC.
I'm not. So like they really didn't have much success lately on the map with this particular 5 players. You know, I think it's going to be an uphill battle, but if anything, you know, they were winning some fights. They were winning some duels. You know, Mir seemed sharp for a good amount of that game. So maybe like you're hoping that that's going to continue coming into Inferno, and also that James is going to get a couple of good reads when it comes to gambles on the CT side, because Inferno is still a map where they have that tendency to take those risks.
So Flit, where's he at in the server right now?
I mean, he had a solid game. He was okay. I mean, look,
had his moments.
Had his moments.
Had some moments, but maybe not the output that you're looking to get from him. And we saw some positional changes, right? Fame wasn't mid with Flit. It was Mir and Flit, and Fame was over in AAP. So maybe that's temporary because of the fight that they have at the moment. Maybe it's a sign of things to come. But I mean, for VP, it's a tough game, tough matchup for them to have. But you know, there's no second chances. Yeah. So give it all you have.
So
leave it all on the server.
We're gonna leave. We're gonna see FaZe venturing out from this bracket at this point.
Yeah, I think so. I saw some upset in that in this matchup coming into this, but I mean, I still have FaZe winning it, and I think especially with taking Mirage, I think Inferno is a very good map for them to hit on.
That's a Moses seal of approval.
A nice clean 2-0 would be a great thing to have.
You feel the same way?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a tool.
And I think it's important to be a 2-0-2 because with FaZe, we mentioned, we want them to build some confidence. Get a confidence win under your belt to start this run, and let's see how far FaZe can carry it from there.
G2 is waiting in the wings, Trace.
Which is a
some
scary
sweet revenge for Cologne.
Yeah, it's revenge. It's also, you know, a good time for us, and especially a good time for you as a viewer. We're going to go ahead and jump into this game. There are no holds bars. We're going to Inferno with FaZe and Virtus Pro.
Thank you very much, lads. Loving that. Yeah,
is it a cage match? Are there chairs? So. Is it anybody off the top rope?
Yeah, we're going to have some Hell in a Cell style Counter-Strike, I reckon.
All right, we need more wrestling.
Give them the chair.
But yeah, look, I'm not looking forward to VP's Inferno. They have opted here to start on the T side, and you know, you dig into the numbers. On LAN in 2023, it is a T-sided map. It's 51.7%.
I know I'm not the color commentator, Chad, but the last time I've cast VP's Inferno, I think it was in Rio.
Okay.
And I think it involved...
almost a year ago now.
James calling gamble stacks every time they conceded an opening kill.
Yeah.
Yeah, like every single time that the first opening gambit didn't work, he would just flip the coin, roll the dice, and sometimes It looks masterful.
Yeah.
They run into the stack. Sometimes
you save some guns.
You watch 4 people save for 60 seconds. Let's see.
At least on the T side, there should be less of that.
That's true. Thank you.
So if we're looking for silver linings here, Rain up on the half wall. Maybe that is the top rope.
We're talking of silver linings. This is in the VP playbook, pushing and fine. Escaping off the flash, no issue, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, defensive flashes there to help them get out of dodge here and just collecting a little bit of information going both ways as Kickit propels quite quickly up mid. Sound cue too many. Twist, pick it up where he left off. Openings, a 2-piece feed. And right now, VP is scrambling.
Oh, that is a mean one from Robs. Staring into the wall, overlooked in a bullet into the head of Mir. Now, Brokey's got returning to middle. They're bringing the fight to them and they're being punished for it. Flit, mechanically, sound. Hearing them long. Robs tracking.
Mid to B.
Yeah, but that's going to be audible for Carrigan. Carrigan, you hear it. You hear it. Make a choice. Make a choice. He's indecisive.
Surely
they're going to clear him. They're bouncing Glocks. He's going to have to hit a bangeranger. And, ooh, they're going to... Oh, this is awkward for FaZe Clan. After all of the contributions from Twist, it all falls on Rops. He has to leave with 3 in this pistol round. Oh. Yeah, 1 pull.
He's quick.
He's got a kit in front of him. He's got armor to work with. And he's a deadly weapon. Diligent on the clears, ups for the ring around. Oh, that's been heard. Now he will start making noise. Flip on the flank, so now it's just Fame one-on-one for now. Light on time. Worried about the majority of the unanswered questions. Still concerned about the back of the side, but now he's working it out. From behind, Flip will strike, and this should be the end of that. And what a recovery. Just the 2 of them, Flit and Fame with 5. As VP will find their first pistol of this best of 3.
Yeah, that's nice, but Twist with another opening that isn't converted upon here. Even got the double up there, right? And they just kept leering forward for more fights. Look, I don't hate it, but if it was together, it's a little bit better. But those duels, they all just look, they happen so quickly. It was hard for us Obs team to keep up with it. And in that moment, all these kills going down. So this is it. Kicker is making a lot of noise up middle here. I think because there was multiple players Banana, they weren't expecting them so forward, but some nice shots. And Carrigan, yeah, look.
You could see his indecision, right?
I think he was also worried about Banana.
I see. We didn't know it was 2.
Yeah, so this is the thing, and they're force buying in. Carrigan, I think he's mad.
Uh-oh. Spaghetti-O. This already has gone horribly wrong for VP. James dead too. The scout doesn't connect. Mir could have him running him down. Rock's got it back turned, and he's got some space on the site. Rotations through. Big play out of Mir to try and stabilize after Carrigan kicks up a huge bit of chaos.
Oh, the timing here, Brokey.
I like that.
He's a bit of a thorn here.
Yeah, he can be really disruptive.
Kicker's talking a lot, did he?
He might have.
Yeah, because Fame is acknowledging.
Oh, but Brokey catches Fame. The full loop from Brokey, but he's not ready for Mir. Nice trade out of Carrigan. This is Carrigan's round right now. He's still a bit mad about the shortcomings in the pistol, so Kickit left alone. And with nothing to report, quad kill out of Carrigan as he returns FaZe to their winning ways, round 2.
Okay, so first pistol for VP and first force by loss. So that right there is going to sting. A real kick. Last round they gave him the big FUs, and this time Carrigan runs all over them. You see that, the 5-7, it packs a punch when it's that close. And then even the spray just holding down Mouse 1. James gets found. A good timing here. Mira just killed Brokey, unable to get away. And there's the Finn Anderson. A Danish in-game leader, plenty of those going around.
Mr. Anderson. Ooh, good chip damage. Brokey forward.
James through the aggressive mid-smoke, Alex. They've thrown the G2 mid-smoke, and James actually playing ahead of it, so this might catch them off guard
might
here.
Be overlooked. Currently, no info mid for the CTs. James, nothing to be done initially.
Look at the headband as well. He means business.
Right. He's gone into full headband mode, and hello, Carrigan again with an opening kill. Back-to-back rounds. Carrigan first in the feed, and still very limited here for VP. They put all their pennies into this one, trying to wrestle for that economic control after conceding. And, oh, Broke, you don't need to, but he wants to. Forward position, playing the fade, hoping to catch Fame. But it could be one quick reaction deeg to the head and an AK falls into enemy hands, and oh, who knows? Oh no, Brokey's fine, and he spotted Kickit as well. Still vulnerable to that one, deeg. Kickit's taking his time with that one.
Well, this should be a 3-1 start here as we see an Eco very likely to come through. Who was the tennis player that always wore the headband? We might be a little bit young for this. I'm going to Google it. Oh, there's a lot of them. There's not just one. McEnroe, that's one that's just come into me ears. Looks like Rafa always got a bit of a headband on as well. Here's the aggression. Brokey, an AK in the last, an MP9 in this one, getting real stuck in the face. Brokey just looking at...
He's going to go, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in T-spawn.
He's in T-spawn.
Hey guys, we've got T-stairs control. I suppose if you don't want to allow the milkmen to take their time, this is one way to deal with it. Just farm them up with some MP9s, just mopping them up. And there you go. They made light work of that one. That could have been a long minute and 55 seconds, but FaZe, well, they said they're fed up of waiting.
Lightweight, 3-1. Guns out. VP won the pistol. So, yeah, this is going to have to be a very convincing weapon round up against the FaZe defense. Now, they're still operating with those 2 SMGs. So, do you choose to deploy them differently? You know, do you kind of mix up your setup given the SMGs?
Let's go for a bit of banana control here. It's actually Brokey's AWP who might be the first port of call. Now this is where the rounds can slow down. The AKs are out, almost in full force. Just kick it here. You have to frag with the Galil. Flip, calls for the flash, makes his way through, and oh no, he doesn't. Thinks better of it, held at bay by extra utility here. And look at this late walk down from Rain. On the fade, they are staying very jarring, aren't they?
I feel like that's been kind of the lay of the land for most of these opening games, is that a lot of teams, you know, look at 9 and the way they were playing, they try and, you know, throw the playbook out the window a little bit, and you get frags like that. Overlooked, Flit's gone down to Rain, and Rain will deal the double. Just like that, VP in a bit of a tailspin here as Rain racks up a 3rd. That's his first contributions, and it's a multi-kill.
That's a nice upgrade, isn't it? Karrigan's 8-1 right now.
He wants to get this job done quick. He's not interested in being eliminated in your first day of play.
Well, the desk were just talking about it, right? We already know how this bracket is going to shape up here. Every game is an elimination game, right? You don't get any second chances around here at Gamers8. But the match, oh, we all know it, and we all love it. FaZe versus G2, a possibility in a quarterfinal. And not only that, we have Na'Vi versus Vitality coming up after this matchup of our first quarterfinal. Simple versus ZywOo. Everybody loves to sink their teeth into that. Cloud9 versus ENCE.
Love that.
And the last and final is Heroic versus Gamer Legion. But I feel like Heroic might have something they want to say in that after the Paris Major. Yeah. So that one there is a grudge match aligned for Heroic. It's definitely not one of the bigger fixtures, but it's a matchup that has gone against the Danes before, and they're starting to get a bit of a label thrown around by a lot of the pundits out there of choking. So this is another one of these scenarios where they can try and swat that title away.
But you saw Heroic's opening game. It was by no means convincing. Well, resilience, sure, but it did look like they were really kind of already flustered and stressed to convert that first win.
Well, that's the thing. You're going to go to so many finals or make it in a playoff bracket to not be able to convert these trophies. Eventually, it's going to start to wane on you, and you are going to need to look for different solutions here. So that's the big conversation around Heroic, because we do have a partial investment here. But that's the thing. All of these series within our opening rounds have gone 2-0, except for Na'Vi Furia, the game we covered last night, and G2-9, the opening game of today. Everything else has been a 2-0 throughout this round of 16 bracket.
Yeah, sure, the 2-0 might sound convincing, but Falcons really made him work for it.
Yeah, that should have won Mirage, you feel.
You definitely feel. Oh, and Karrigan, they've definitely got an objective here. Take banana, deep banana, and allow yourself to have the majority leaning A.
So these 2 HEs here for Jame and Mir, likely to head over towards the bike position in pit, but we can see nobody home. Rop's playing over towards Graveyard. Brokey, the front of the site to take that first fight. And to assist from range will be Twists over towards Moto. So a strong setup here.
It's going to be an explosion. Karrigan still with nothing to report deep banana, so they stay poised, prepared. Now the nades will sail through. Counter utility deployed. Trying to segregate this wolf pack, charging up short side. Rob's ready to aim. Stack nades do nothing, and just like that, the rifles fill the feed. Nothing to celebrate for VP. Can they save Rops? Doesn't matter, saves himself. And all 5 alive, no stress.
Oof, this could be a quick second map here. I know we're only 6 rounds into it, but just the way that these seem to be unfolding. Now, in these 5 rounds that they've been able to post in consecutive fashion, we've only seen a total of 4 kills come in for VP. Plants Nada. Money being built now, and this is looking way too easy.
How are your plans?
Probably dying.
Yeah.
I warded them the best I could. I went with the water bottle trick, but we'll have to wait and see when we get home.
I'm excited to see.
Deep mid smoke again here. We've already seen VP more than happy to brave this. The rifle's out. Brokey hyper aggressive.
Yo, this is aggression from both teams. You see Kickit trying to test Rain, but again, he just passes the test. You cannot get through Rain and Karrigan right now. There is no way in. And this angle from Brokey, let's see how diligent Fame is. Oh, it goes wide. Ooh, nearly lost his life and his Zort. Brokey lucky to get away. Scrap of HP for him. Deleted by Karrigan. He's definitely on one today. Now, James going to accelerate, or he looks like he wants to. Straight into Rain.
But look at the confidence. They're not backing away from the fights, right? They're not letting VP with smoke and mirrors or trying to worm into certain positions dictate how this goes. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, well, you're going to try and push through this. We're going to take the fight. We're going to take the duel. And they're going to continue to rack them up here.
It's too easy.
The nade just landed. And watch this. Rain with the final. Oh, you're planning the bomb, are you? Not on my watch.
Damn, this is diligent stuff.
Speed run.
Whew, they don't look like they've got many ideas left, VP. It's only 7 rounds in. And this one, unlikely to be particularly enthralling either if you are particularly unhydrated, or dehydrated is actually the word people use.
Well, but we can, you know,
now
we
would be
can
the
start
time.
some new language.
Yeah, if you're unhydrated and interested in grabbing a drink, now would be your time. And we do see, of course, a attempted investment, some even pushing the limits down to 750. I guess that's the beauty of max loss. So this will be
the blue turtle shell.
Threatening the blue turtle shell. Yeah, actually, that's valid. Yeah.
That's the mechanism, right? It gives you a chance. It definitely doesn't offer it up on a silver platter. You still got to work hard for it. I think that C4 is always a great little bonus, but they've got 2 AGs again, Alex.
Very different setup, though. Like, the first time those crossfires, you know, Graveyard and Pit, it was very difficult for them to break through.
Let's talk through this, right? If Robs gets flashed off and can't take the fight, he just plays cold zero box, and then they allow them to take Pit. Sure, your long players might get smoked off Moto, but they can then play through middle and come up the short side, and Robs just has to delay them for as long as he can. Still also has a smoke to deal with. So once this pressure comes, likely to see him drop it one way if he feels he has the room to do so.
Yeah, if he has the room, he is going to do that. Drops the smoke, flashes through, just ready foul, body's on the site, Robs being spammed. Still, ooh, going to go down. That's a nice one. Rifle falls into the enemy hands. Can establish a boost. This is where Brokey can do some of his best work. Won't be able to catch the plant. The smack. Ooh, smacked kick it on the pit side. And now, an interesting retake. Good nade, right down the gullet of Twists. And Flit, will he be deep cleared? No, Karrigan's back will be turned, and Flit just needs to catch the timing now. This could be VP getting in back to their winning ways, and sorry for those of you grabbing a drink, because this looks good for VP. Issues, massive issues, and I'm not sure they're even going to continue to press the issue. You don't want to give all of your guns away.
Yeah, it feels like you're starting to give them away back into this half. I know you've got cash, but just look for damage here. It's a lighter investment. You know they're going to be able to buy next round, but just take away the freebies they've been able to scoop up. Flit's been able to hightail it out of there here, so Brokey could be a couple of problems. James, he jumps across, they all line up. James gets away with the bomb. It should be able to take him down. It will. Fame to retain an AK, and Flit didn't quite get his hands on anything there, so there you go. They make it work.
Beautiful. And I mean, you could see the strategy. They are being very stubborn about coming through the apartments. He had all that info on mid, he had nothing to report, and it goes from nothing to Rops being forced to smoke and get spammed. Mir grabs that rifle. The great shot from Brokey on the boost, but yeah, insufficient in their contributions. Flit did catch Brokey on the way out as well. You saw that from his POV in the replay.
Okay, well,
guns are out.
Yeah, how does this change?
Well, if FaZe, or let me be specific, if Karrigan and Rain stop getting openings, it would be more difficult.
They are having a field day in Banana, aren't they? Absolutely no dramas with the Banana control, and they've had a whole bunch of different looks. They've even had the assistance of Brokey at different points throughout.
Yeah, so Rain and Karrigan combined are 4-0 in opening duels.
Yeah, and it's been wonderful ever since that second round where Karrigan had the 5-7 into the AK pick up into the 4 kills in total. But still early stages here. As we mentioned, this is FaZe map choice, and VP did opt to start here on that T side. That is a fantastic nade right down the gullet of James. 53 points of health remaining after that one. Flit worming up behind the smoke. Rain does have support, but it won't be Karrigan.
Flit is 0-3 in opening duels right now. If he wants to trifle with Rain, it could be a 4th.
And Kick it 0-8 in total.
Yeah, stark contrast to Mirage. He was really doing work for the boys. Didn't translate into a map window, and Carrigan, ooh, lucky to be alive. Mere proactive spray. Who's going to draw that first blood then? It looks like it might be Rob's forward position, incredibly forward position.
Isolated, isn't he?
He's on his own, but he still manages to do some damage. Mir and Kickert now deft on 30. Still going to be difficult to defend this A site. Rain will cheat around, as will Carrigan. Twisting a lot of pressure now. The mollies have landed. The flash was good. No, it wasn't. The molly's not great at all. He had a space to frag. Dink through to Fame. Mir's got Rain, and just like that, VP, as long as they plant, yeah, just a second to spare.
Yeah, they made this one work just in time there. But yeah, Twist burning in that pit position. It's one of these scenarios. Oh, they might lose the AWP here. Okay, they know where he is. Does James call out the hunt here? I'm sure he's going to want to save this. You don't want to throw too many bodies. Maybe just concede this one as Brokey's actually moving closer. So they've all hightailed it elsewhere towards T-spawn. But in that position, when you don't have a smoke and you don't have support, he's kind of making sure that they think, okay, the pit's clear, nobody's peeking, and then swings out and tries to get a multi-kill there, but they hadn't scaled far enough. Brokey, where are you getting up to?
I was just wondering.
What are you thinking about here? You don't have time. The bomb is way too far away. Okay, well, this is great from VP. This is what they do, right? They grind you down. And we were really singing the praises of FaZe over there on Mirage with them getting it done with the lighter buy rounds. And, well, Virtus.pro have been able to do the same here. See if we can get offered up a series. Third map is Overpass if we need to get there. And, well, obviously getting well ahead of ourselves. But, yeah, Rob's isolated. Carrigan not really wanting to swing back into that fight with that low HP. Rob's wanting to maintain some mid control. And we've been talking about maybe not the stubbornness, but the confidence from the FaZe players to take a lot of heads-up duels and stay in the face here. So you can understand why. There you go. Kickert's got himself on the board. So good stuff. As you mentioned, he was very good on Mirage, finding a couple of key rounds with multi-kills.
Flip, talking a lot. As the Banana player, the deep util comes through, and you can see he's dumping his to try and battle for it. Oof. Damage inflicted, Carrigan stubborn, he's pushing that. But this is clearly what FaZe are looking for.
It's quite a luxury to have this much banana control here. Obviously, you're worried about them retaking it late, and you have to use a lot of utility to get this space. But it puts A on high alert, and they're continuing to block now as well. But this is one of the keys with a map like Inferno. With the CTs going for all this map control, if you sit back, you don't take too much flak damage, you don't have to offer up all of your utility. Definitely some to make them think you are trying to vie for some control. At a certain point, they're going to be out of nades, and then it's going to come down to the duels. And right now, VP looking like they will have this utility advantage here. So it isn't the most... Okay.
Well, that is an interestingly deep smoke. It's
maybe intentional, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't think so.
Oh, the nade as well. Oh, it's working out wonderfully. He could peek over the top of it. Not going to get the frag. Maybe they overlook Carrigan. Yeah, he needs to, and not to be. Fame, good for the trade. An advantage for VP. Now, they've got 30 seconds for this final commitment. Brokey on his way to help Twists out. They have managed to get bodies on the site.
Does he look forward again here?
He's going for it. With 20 seconds left, he wants to try and take one away, and it's a missed shot. He's surely a dead man. Up close and personal. Going to try and delay them. Stand and bang! Nice flick into Fame. Surely not another! Brokey takes down another. It's beautiful onto Flit. And now they're running out of time. They're running out of players as he nails a third.
Not ready for this.
Not ready for Twists. Denied on the plant for a seventh.
With Brokey fighting so desperately as the only individual, you're never going to expect anybody else. And obviously time being an issue there. But Brokey, that's what he does best. These just jarring, in-your-face plays. The difference maker.
Whoa. The first couple, he leaves, what a sequence out of Brokey. Gets 3 in total.
But this is where he activates, right? You always see Brokey, he's pushing through smokes, so he's up close and personal. He finds a lot of impactive rounds like this. Yeah, look, you see Carrigan slightly frustrated there. Obviously finding himself in the grey screen.
Oh, FaZe returned to their winning ways. It was a 2-round run out of VP.
They really want to continue this banana control, starting 3 over towards, it was the number 4. Starting 3 players over towards B here. See how they lather down the utility. Rain had a choice to play in front of that.
It's limiting VP's opening options, isn't it, with the early util from FaZe. Again, Banana deep control.
If teams are going to start 3B a lot, and they only did it for util at the start there, you traditionally want to try and pressure Boiler and Halls a little bit more. But there's some great utility that teams are using these days. It's been in vogue for some time now, but you see that balcony molly come into play. They throw that from the short side. The deep G2 mid smoker as well. That means you are less likely to want to brave that as a team because of all the advantages the CTs may have posturing forward. But 4-1 right now is Rain under pressure. It is integral he stays alive for FaZe here. And FaZe understands that he can apply this pressure and will draw the rotation back of the AWP. But again, FaZe down to just a few light pieces of utility. Rops twists with Carrigan, who is disconnected from this. You can see the setup here starting to take shape.
Yeah, not a single flash, Chad, so it is going to have to just be bodies. And aim like that. Fame, brilliant onto Rops. And now Twist is to be tested. They circle strafe, they execute, and all onto Carrigan, anticipating a second in the smoke. He's side by side with him. Flips, don't betray him. And now a 3-on-3.
Doable now.
Goes down, clock extended. Fame pit side, 2 on the site. Smoked off his Rain. Oh, what a shot out of Carrigan. Clotheslines Mir on the cross to pit. Another occupying the position. Kick it. Half health, could be susceptible. Oh, Carrigan, he's got 3 already. Now he has that scoped weapon. He's not going to find another, but they are closing the gap now. VP holding on, kick it specifically, and Brokey not in a position, never mind the weapon, to finish off this retake. Despite Carrigan's best efforts, he's having a great Inferno, and Brokey not going to be able to find any more on the exit.
Really hard rounds here, especially with Twist and Rops not getting anything done right between the two of them. Rops got sat in his ass. We saw him play that graveyard position a little bit earlier. Brokey just surviving. Kick it on the other side of the server. Fame goes down to the bomb there. But that means VP are slightly touch and go as far as their buy is concerned. Kicker can drop something across. I don't think we'll be seeing a Jame AWP anytime soon. 7-4, 3-round game. Money for both teams to put what resembles a buy together here. But this is twice now that they found the weakness through apartments. It was with those Tech 9s an earlier round that they were able to get out as well. And that was just Rops. This time, it was multiple members of FaZe.
And a big round out of Kicker. You know, we talked about his absence of frags with 0-9 or something. Now, it's had some impact. VP trying to make a T-side out of this after
Flit's
all.
finally got some banana control early.
Can't quite believe his luck. And oh, what a perfect flash. Rain, supported by Carrigan. Flip back behind the half wall.
Has to fight, doesn't he?
He has to. He's been flushed forward. And oh, wow, nails the headshot. Plural as he clears out B. They could accelerate. Maybe they should. FaZe completely disconnected and Mir spammed through the smoke by Twist, so they claw one back, but the bomb will be going down shortly.
Well, they know Fame's here legs somewhere, right? There's been no Brokey assist. There it is.
Oh, at his fingertips. Now it's up to Jame. They've got one coming behind T-Stairs as well, so depending on the timing here, Brokey baits, confirms James' position.
But Rops can't take forever on this.
Yeah, this is tough.
I don't even know if they're looking for it. Look, definitely not anymore. Cancel this, save the guns, hold on to your goodies here, FaZe. VP, well, not VP, Flit. That's all about Flit right there. Massive work from him. The fact he gets 2 there, you're talking about him being flushed forward, he has to move, sure. It's 2 absolute scorches of shots right there and sets VP up with 5. Just a 2-round game
and that
now.
was Rain's molly that forced him forward. It's like he was the architect of his own demise.
Smoking him out.
And that, for Flit, his opening jewels going to be balanced out quite nicely. Gets one on the exit, Twist will find another, and James very low on the logs position. No time to chase. But they at least force a lot of rebuys, and I don't know how the funds are looking.
Yeah, well, that's the similar situation as they came into this round with, right? In the previous, you only had Kickit surviving after that bomber detonated on the side, so they will again have to, you know, drop one AK, Flick can buy himself, Kickit can buy himself an AK here, so yeah, it should be fine.
Yeah, it's just the fact that for VP, in their round wins, they're usually leaving, on average, with 2 or 1 players alive.
Yeah, and that's going to make things a little bit tougher on them here. Now, okay. Yeah, look, this is Flit's heroics. Take some notes the way he gets that done, and there might be some shortcomings for him in this round because with the FaZe timeout, he has been called with the 5400 to drop Jame and AWP, which means he gets dropped an AK but doesn't have head armor, and we all know how difficult that could be on the T side against the M4s.
Especially against the turret that is Rain.
Yeah, so for this banana control now, do they even send Flit in?
Good question, valid question. I'm interested to see. Now, they've dropped him a molly, which implies he probably is still going to be dispatched.
Kicker could do the banana control. It's something that he's definitely done a bit in his career.
Yeah.
Nah, he's setting him up. You just have to hope for Flit here that he doesn't cop 1 bullet to the brain, because look, you've given Jame the AWP, but James going to have to find some impact with this. T-side Inferno AWPing.
Rain, you're such a gangster. Times it perfectly between the 2 deployed Molotovs. Thinking that the Setup now can't be logs.
So look at this, 1:25 on the clock, 2 smokes, 4 flashes.
Yeah, let's see how they break through, or how they attempt to. Carrigan, not wanting to waste his smoke, is going to look to deploy it upon next bit of contact.
Kicker doesn't have head armor either.
Yeah, I'm going to clear him. No head armor on Flip. Oh, doesn't matter when you're hitting a banger like that. Adjusting to rain, Carrigan onto kick it, keeps it level. Is he going to commit here? Well, he's kind of trapped now.
No choice.
He has to fight, and they'll flash him through. Carrigan's a dead man, sitting duck unless someone can bail him out. Isolated on the sandbag position, they don't want to overcommit. The bomb's still at T-spawn. 45 seconds left on this one. Jame, oh, just backing away.
Rob's flashing half.
Oh, no, Carrigan doesn't go on the flash. No flash required, I guess, because Flit's got another.
What was that about?
Not sure. Not sure at all.
Robs was rotating over to flash for half, or I guess the steps away. Carrigan gets lured in. That overstepping the mark.
It's cost him.
Wow, twist turn. Here we go.
Off you got for us, Mr. Van Dulken. And kill onto the bomb carrier is a great place to start. They could expect it to be clear. Now he can drop his smoke. They're hunting him, and he nearly takes down Mir. Mir's responsible for the plant. Rotations are miles away. Do they even give it a look?
I think they should save here.
What a recovered half. This is...
Yeah, it is.
This is Virtus Pro, baby.
I can't quite believe that. And this all started with the pistol, and they couldn't find the follow-up. FaZe went on a streak of 6 rounds. In the last 6, they've only managed 1. So it has changed the tide. And if you're FaZe, you know that you've had chances here. We're talking about how much damage they've done to the finances, making sure that only 1 player surviving in 2 consecutive rounds. This time, 3 and an AWP carried forward. And on the other side of the server, the loss bonus is going to be at 2,400. So another discussion for FaZe to have here. VP could win out this half. Still very doable.
They could, and consider how this started. They won the pistol and then immediately got thrust into a brutal second round loss. So they have had to do this really on the back foot for the entire half. A huge haul from FaZe Clan off the back of that second round conversion. They got 6 on the trot. It was 6-1 at one point. Now it finds itself at 7-6. So VP, they zip this huge lead back up to a close game.
Yeah, and this is it, right? We're talking about Flit not having any head armor.
A bit of an awkward one, but you can see it, and I think you've explained it perfectly. You heard those backing steps. Carrigan started licking his lips, thinking maybe I get that timing. But yeah, Flit couldn't believe his luck. Gets another huge opening, and then a double.
Well, they have made a buy manifest here. Going to be starting with a 2-3 split, not for the full banana control right now.
Ooh, what's this setup? So it's reactionary smoke. If Molly comes in.
A lot of teams, when they take top mid control, smoke long Molly under porch.
Yeah.
And if you throw a well-placed smoke, you can create gaps on either side. That mean the CTs can continue to contest, maybe even find a cheeky one-way here. But Flit has been finding some good space in banana, and he will continue to do so. They basically send him forward as a blunt object mirage in mid, here up banana an awful lot. Three-quarter smoke here. But there's nothing, but it does stop the rotation.
He's going. Flit, can he once again find success on B? Carrigan doesn't think so. One and done. Kick it, fouls him. Oh, and Rain's a dead man. 4 HP. He has got a gap to work with, but what's he supposed to do? Yeah, spam and hope they don't catch you through 4 on 4. You're going to have to give it a look. It's all coming through CT as well. Jane, he's posted on that banana fight.
They've got U2 here. They can smoke off banana. They've got a molly in play as well. Where do you want to prioritize that? Even a flash on Rops to try and make this one happen.
So that's going to completely nullify Jame. And AWP with the smoke in front of him, just going to have to wait for it.
Bomb halfway gone now, need to get a move on.
They are on their way. It's Mir to be tested. Fame can swing upon it. Rain to bait. Swings through. Oh, and Rain gets them both! What? He had 4 HP! Can Kicker come up clutch? Time is against FaZe, and so is Kicker standing! Oh! Kicker! Beautiful ace to give VP a tied game!
Massive stuff from Kickit here. I can't believe he just mauls them all from the back of the site. Never mind that, Rain gets 2 on the way in. You think even with the U2 we're talking about, still a very tough retake, but it comes down to Kickit having to be the hero here. Bails him out in a big way.
Wow, we'll see that one again. 1, 2, 3. Here comes the 4th. It's all Kickit. Stunning scenes. FaZe. Paupers into our final round.
They're shook now, aren't they?
Shaking a tin can.
We're talking about in that 6-round spread you mentioned just earlier, how there was no bomb plants. Well, that has been a constant fixture of VP throughout this run.
FaZe just happy they started strong at this point because VP have awoken. Kick it from 0-9, now boasting 9 frags of his own. And Flit, can he make more space? Karrigan this time bests him and gets away just about. Need the smoke, they will disrespect it. It's Kicker on the warpath. He could get them both. And Rain's taken down Karrigan, but he holds on. He validates it, he justifies it on the retreat. He should be dead, he should be dead to the flame. James catches him, 3-on-3. And Robs' patience is rewarded. Mir can't believe he's still on A balk after all of that action on B.
I'm punching my desk.
Yeah. James across. Still gets very uncomfortable for FaZe unless Brokey wants to disrupt that plant. He's pushing, he's dead. Twist one, missed shot. Not going to engage with him. This is up for James to clutch up, to take the lead. And he opts for the AK-47. 14 bullets to leave with the lead after being down 6-1. This is such a recovered half. And it could be another clutch. Loud and destroyed on the jump. Twist with a smirk on his face. They will leave with the win. They will take the lead. But a competitive Inferno, a guarantee.
With Karrigan leading the charge here, 16 kills. It felt like Banana was locked down in the early stage of this one, but Flick came alive in the later stages. And we'll be right back. A break, and maybe, just maybe, VP will be waving goodbye at Gamers8.
So what do you make of the first half, Chad? 8-7, starts 6-1, VP coming back, Karrakin at the top of the scoreboard. I'm not quite sure what to expect into our second.
Well, normally we would say inseparable at the half.
Yes, we would.
But in terms of the change of momentum, you have to say it is with VP. The only saving grace for FaZe is the final round they were able to scoop up. Now, it really changed because there was conditioning out A. They had 2 good rounds where they were able to get out apartments and really make it that FaZe had to play the 3-2.
Right.
And then in the later stages, Flit had a bit more room to move in Banana, and that really was the tale of this one. All about the Banana.
And it's all about stacks. Welcome to VP CT side, folks. 4 dispatched towards the second letter of the alphabet. And James making sure he's spotted on Apps, because if there was 1A, why would he be jumping across Apps window, right?
Imagine if he goes all the way around here and
all
just
deception.
Joins the lads.
Decepticons, roll out, he actually is. This is such pod racing out of James. Plays alongside for the early rotate.
Getting ants in the pants though, aren't they?
Called the stack. They are getting inquisitive.
Fame has a flash.
Oh, well, he gets a face full of information. The whole squad's there, and maybe Rain's thinking a bit second guessing whether they want to commit to that. They've dropped the coffin smoke. They're dumping util. They aren't going to try and commit. They're running into the stack through grey screen. Surely they've got the goal. Rain knocks them dead with 2. Mir responds in kind. What? And Mir in the back of the site running out of bullets for us. So the reload is good from Karrakin into the 2-on-2.
Kick it, what?
I'm not sure what's going on. Kick it still behind the smoke. James CT.
Spotted.
Spotted. Twist is a dead man. If the crosshair placement's good, what can Van Dolken do? P250 versus USP.
Oh.
Nails it. And now leaves Kick it. Karrakin hiding out. Turned and that's a face fan pistol.
Where's Kick it going?
Over for Chatty B.
Where's he going, man? The poor guy.
He's on the CT side.
Yeah, he is. I don't know how Rain gets 2. I'm also questioning the commit because they knew there was a player site and there was also a smoke from CT. So even if you assume there's 2 players, so they're following through with their execute. They trusted Karrakin's flashes.
Oh.
And some nice shots there. But Kick it, I'm just focused on him. Look at this. You probably think, I guess
Nico.
he assumed he's gone towards ruins, or I don't know.
He was distracted. He had Karrakin trying to shoot him as well.
Oh, that was a fun round.
Whew. And this one could be a calm round, right?
Yeah, look.
Oh, wait, I want to see that lineup. What was he throwing? Is that a flash? Yep.
Oh, no. What a comedy of errors.
Mickey Mouse counterstrike right now.
What a comedy of errors. Okay, Goofy got eliminated a little bit earlier today.
He did.
Well, no harm, no foul, I think they say in the business.
It's been said before, I reckon.
Not sure what business, but definitely one of them.
Could be the name of a vegan convention as well. No harm, no foul.
All right, not bad.
As in, like, the chickens.
The bird.
Yeah. Comes from the game of basketball.
Oh, okay.
During
Yeah,
the
no, that makes sense.
1950s.
No harm, no foul. If you didn't break a guy's arm,
If
then
no physical harm was done to a player,
wow,
no blood, no foul would be called.
How do you measure that?
No blood.
No blood. Well, times have changed.
Yeah, I guess.
Times
I mean, that's a street ball rule, but I like it.
They've definitely changed. All right, well, we know what this means. Straight into the guns here. No time for VP to take their foot off the gas. That was the team flash moment. We'll highlight that one for you again. Rob just go, yeah, thanks, man. Cheers, Rain. We'll give it another go, shall we?
Oh, it's funny. Is that a flash? It is? Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah. Oh, well. Flip, kick it towards B. Jane Fame and Nia starting over towards A here, and standard exchange of utility towards Banana. We've seen plenty of this, but Karrakin 17 kills. Let's see how far he can really push the issue here. Making sure that car position is held at bay right now, but the molly in there. The flashes come through, out towards Broom, out towards Logs. A great little retake of bottom Banana, half to half wall.
You can see the timing of it as well, as Twist was crossing Logs. That one opportunity where Flit forward position would have been rewarded, flashed off. So they've got their protocols and their flight path timed out nicely.
And this is one of the things with the Banana controller. I say like standard utility, but there's so many different configurations. There's so many different moves you need to be ready for. Oh, and they're ahead of this. They might have to fight.
Yeah. Kicker's not going to be ready for this one now, and they've got that front side smoke, so he's panicking. He loads his whole magazine and ends up getting spammed
They all safe here.
You'd think they would.
Oh, Rain.
May not be allowed to. Mir, good awareness. That should lead to Mir perhaps being hunted down. And Flit is actually going to be...
Might get a chance here.
Yeah, that's the bomb. That's the bomb. VP are definitely going for it now with Mir's frag and Twist's response. We're into a 3-on-3.
You can see how low Twist senses, can't you? He's moving his hand around so much. Camera's bloody shaking with him.
James going app side. Fame and
he's hearing
Mir
me
rotating.
Hello.
See how much they can take away from him here. Wow, Mir is well drilled, well aware. And now they will at least leave with 3 rifles. It doesn't look like there's any reason for Karrigan and Twist to be getting a move on.
No, but this is exactly what you're talking about, right? These gamble stacks from VP, and that's essentially what it was. They had left Kickit to his own devices. He was throwing top banana utility, and they extinguished and went. So they put the pressure, right? It was meant to just stop them. It was meant to just give, Kickit a little bit more time. They were already across to the left-hand side of top banana, and they even had the extinguish to be able to pressure this. So, look, the fact it got a little bit weird, that it was a chance for VP, but FaZe, and I think especially that Twist push through the CT smoke to deal with Flit, if he was able to be in the breeze, get away, could have had a few more dramas here. But FaZe continuing their winning ways. 4 consecutive, 3 out the gates in the second half. A timeout to be called this time from VP. Take a look at the buy potential here. Now, this is the choice. Do you want to drop across a couple of rifles? You can. You're still going to be light on with at least 1 player as far as the util. Kits as well will be another conversation. And James, prized possession of the AWP. Nowhere in sight. The money's not there. However, if they just play with these 3 rifles, have partial investments on Flit and Kicker, it's still a dangerous round for FaZe to have to deal with, and in the next, it can be a full investment.
Oh, I mean, it's funny because you set the scene, but it explains completely why Kickit's just unloading 30 bullets into that smoke. The only way he actually defends that B site is from miraculous smoke spam double. Didn't work out for him. Karrigan just tracking those traces.
And there was so much behind that as well. I don't think he was expecting 3 players already to take that much of an attack on towards the site here. So a little bit unfortunate for Kickit there, who, he started very, very slow. 0-8 or 1 for 9 at a certain point in this game, currently sitting 11 frags. Second most for his team, just under Mir on 12. But they need to start activating here. And Alex, they didn't decide to go for the partial. They decided to shove all in. And I mentioned kits might be a problem. Just 1 for Kickit here.
Light on, so a lot of this VP hope hanging in the balance. Could be a short trip to Riyadh for VP.
Lots of space already here. Minute 25 on the clock, and not playing a transitional defense. Very passive. Nice. That's a passive position from Fame paying off. Now, I didn't say not playing transitional defense. You see players jiggling short, playing on boost, dropping back. They've started in such a fortified position of pit.
Robs is going to kind of have a little bit of an investigation with the investment of a library side smoke. Mir, he's well drilled. I say that as, yeah, he does poke his cheeks out into Robs' aim. Nade, ooh, does connect, saved by 10 HP.
But there's also the question of maybe someone braving that long smoke and making their way through to mid to B. Mir, it can't be certain, so it means Flit has to worry about it. Silent drop here from Robs, staying cheeky with it, as in Banana R3. And information, not at a premium right now for VP. Individuals will need to step up.
Yeah, it's up to Kickit and Flit. Throws a flash high and peeks upon it, set himself up for success, but already Twist. Just as that smoke blooms, he's in. Clears the back of the site, the whole squad converging into... Oh, Molly. Brokey, spam. Oh! Kickit's done so much work on the B defense. There's your hero moment. But hold on, Rob's alive. Fame will crawl. James still CT 2 in towards that church position. Are they going to push Ruins, or are they going to play the time? Wait for that Fame crawl up Banana. James still CT now. There's confirmation. Multiple bodies. Twists overextends. And it's surely curtains. Robs would have to pull off a 1v4. And the first is found. The second as well. Only the Glock. He hasn't got hope. And they're on the defuse. He needs to nail it as soon as they come through the smoke. It's all looking good in the VP hood. And you said they went all in. Chips to the center of the table, but they leave with the round.
Oh, Kickit, how much work did he have to do there, right? The double up, and they had essentially given up the site at that moment, right? You saw both positions. I mentioned Flit had to worry about the mid to B.
So he self-flashes, mollies the plant spot, and gets a double, essentially.
Well, here it is again. Oh. And this is it. He's not looking. See, he thinks he already stopped the planner. Right. Because he took down Rain, but the molly had to do it. Rob's trying to make something of this, and that's great work from Kickit. He had to defuse as well there.
Brokey, what is that? A misbuy? A misbuy?
I would imagine so. Let's see who... Well, we have to wait for him to whip it out in his hands. I'll stay on it. We can see exactly how this one went down.
Whoopsie daisy.
And especially in a 3-round game, and they just force bought back themselves here. So
in a $1 million counterstrike tournament.
In the single elimination.
Single elimination in the first round.
Well, at least they got a map up their sleeve.
Oh, that's unideal. Optimal. Suboptimal is how it's supposed to be said, but you know what? Let's find out how this one goes.
Well, unhydrated.
Unhydrated, unoptimal.
This double pit setup, Alex, they're about to chew them up here.
Yeah. Unless the Negev comes out. Okay, overlooking that because Mir's holding him. Nice work from Rain to actually get his boots on the ground and find a headshot.
Come on, Brokey, whip it out. Just start spamming the wall.
Give it to us. He's only Deegan. Carrigan's crawling. Down goes Brokey with the bomb and the hopes of FaZe's conversion.
James
here.
looking.
Yeah, should be good for this one. Look at this, just jiggling out, ready for it. And a quick scope required, just like that. Nice. As this gap's going to close in FaZe.
Yeah, going to start sweating now,
I
aren't they?
I think so indeed, considering you know you've been completely humbled down to your 2K mark. You will not be investing a penny. VP, starting slow, but really warming into things.
They've gone for the double pit setup a lot here, haven't they, VP, in a few of the rounds we've been watching, so...
nice from Fame, good round from him.
Oh, we got some visitors. Na'Vi boys poking their head in here. Image checking out... Well, I guess this is the fun location, huh?
Yeah.
You know?
Well, they've got a big game.
They do have a big game. Na'Vi taking on Vitality coming up after this one. You don't want to miss that. Might be extended another map here. VP have their way. Remember, Overpass is up, map number 3, and I would say that's where anything can happen.
Overpass, you say?
Overpass.
Fuck. It's a God B reference.
Shout out to God B one time. Well, kick it full banana control. Jamin Flit in combination towards alongside Mir and Fame to lock down short. And the apartments. And now they can limp through the utility with about a minute left on the clock. Have to be some big shots missed here from both Jamin and Flit for this one to go wrong.
So if you're unhydrated,
that's a
guys,
cheeky boost.
Yeah, Flit not able to find lethality on that, but aware of where the lion's share of FaZe are, and they have managed to find one on that twist Deeg. Fame puts him down, another one from Robs. This can't work, this can't go wrong. It wouldn't go wrong. Jamin Flynn now low. What's going on? It's a 1v2. He hasn't got health. He's only got a P250, but he could find James, and it could become a 1v1. Kickit to save them, and he's just running straight out, hoping Kickit was coming round through mid, but valiant attempt considering the investment. VP saved from a red face.
Yeah, lots of damage done there, wasn't it? That's not the type of round you expect so many kills to be coming through. Do you want to take a timeout on either side of the server here just to steady the ship? It's just a one-round game now. Oh dear. Okay, well, we've been talking about Carrigan's heroics here, but this is where on the T side, him finding space, it's going to be more sacrificial, Alex. You're going to be expecting him to make room for his teammates here, but what's the call going to be? That's also his job, right? It's just not about the kills, it's about how do they deploy the troops. Run boost across mid. James not going to swing back out for a fight. Just got a whole lot of information as Twist barreling up Banana here.
Spam
down.
So
much damage done.
Yeah, but he's forward. Maybe he can catch Flit, and he can on the edge of the smoke. That was a risk he was justified in taking, and you got to get through Kickit. As we've seen, he's been a real problem, a real issue.
Oh, look how far forward they are.
Yeah, they're well ahead of his util dump. Nice nade damage. Kickit will reposition. They have access to the site now.
Kickit's got nades to disrupt again. We've seen him. He's a wild man, but Kickit unaware. No, not unaware. Taking a risk.
Yeah.
Like that right there. Out of the box counterstrike, but again, it's this desperate situation. He has no help. If Kickit makes the play, if he gets the kill, all good, right? But it's a risk. Otherwise, there's no chance for them to even try and get back into this round. So Kickit, by giving it the Hail Mary attempt, if he could make something happen, then maybe Jamin would give it a look in here. I think a bit of typing, I'm going to put this in translator, actually. I think it might be talking about the pop flash missing because Twist was already up on barrels and he wasn't blind at all.
That's exactly what it's about. I was trying to work out what that could mean.
Yeah, that must have been it. And then you saw, because we were on Twist POV at that point in play, that he was calling for more util for that second push, right? He was essentially, this is what you want from your players. If they take the space and he's hearing things, he's calling for the flag, that's what you want, right? So Twist essentially taking that round into his own. Yeah. I'm just going to translate this. Ah, yeah, you didn't hit the flash.
Damn.
Well, we know in CIS teams, in Russian teams, they're much more direct.
Oh yeah,
right? Yeah, like it's
but
one of these
also
things.
necessary to
oh, for sure.
Don't use that lineup again.
Yeah, make sure we're hitting it next time, mate.
Because you can see Flit's holding W under the assumption that okay, well, if anyone was there, they'd be flashed.
Yeah, so frustrations obviously if you flip because the player flashing for you, they have to be pixel perfect if you're going to take those type of swings there.
Yeah.
So, look, there's still money for the buy.
Hey, look, we've had a miss buy and a miss flash.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of the unforced errors.
Isn't Google Translate great though?
That was, yeah, that's cool. The future is now.
Twist of space again towards Banana here. Nade echoes just next to logs. And again, this is not the way that... This is an uncomfortable way to play Inferno. Let's put it that way. NIP, back, I'm talking years ago now, when Nork was on the roster, when they first formed it, they would always play in the dark. They weren't playing like transitional like I'm talking about, which means they have no information. Didn't have banana control, didn't have top mid control. You need to play for something. If you don't have banana, you need to be more forward on mid or in apartments or somewhere where you can have some real estate because right now...
It's a two-man pit setup, which has worked for them. It has worked for them. James got like long side, at least he can call. So if Rain, braves this angle, yeah, it's a dead man. Great work from James, actually heading back to B off the back of that, expecting to channel them now into the side.
Curious though, isn't it?
Yeah, but maybe they're going to re-aggress because he's got util. He can flash them up for Flit to maybe take some early answers down Banana.
But if they wrap long, it gives them, I think, more favorable fights towards these pit players. But look at the response here. This is good timing.
Yeah,
good play.
Twist needs to round that corner ASAP. Just around the corner in time. Fame spamming away. They know pit is occupied, but look at this. They're getting crunched. Rops needs to be precise. James is 2. Trades it out. Advantage still VP. Oh, and now they know Mir is in the mini pit as well. Not an easy exchange to find. And look at Mir go. Twist has to do an awful lot now. From open over the top rope, Carrigan controls the spray. Carrigan needed them both, and he can't finish off onto Mir. It all was up to him. And James and Mir with 5 frags between them makes it a 1-round game.
All right, well, a good understanding there from James, right? He takes that shot, he goes, well, maybe they isolate me long, and then the pit players get stuffed here. They go back to B, they play together, they push through Banana, they make sure that's clear. And this is Flit running up first. James with the necessary trade. Good work from Mir, just delaying a lot of time.
Carrigan's going to be miffed he didn't get the second there. Felt like he had a lot of time.
Yeah, you can see the desperation, though, because once you're pinned in, you're really feeling like you're screwed. 1-round game yet again.
James, touch of aggression on that AWP, at least for a passing glance. Ouch, twists. Stomachs a nade.
Just remember, though, Mirage, the rounds that FaZe got, those miracle-type rounds, they had to work quite hard for them. There was a Rain 1-on-3 towards the tail end, and there was also that Deagle round where they threw the bench smoke, jungle smoke, window smoke, short smoke, feigned mid-presence, and just coming out apps, wrecked a couple of heads here. So, look, if it has to be rounds like that for FaZe, it has to be rounds like that. It's a bit of a signature at the moment here, but you can see, we heard from both teams before we got into this, it's going to be a clash of styles, and you've definitely seen differences in approaches. And we'll have to see if the meme of paid by the round lives on here.
Yeah, well, that's 2 HEs, bringing Twist down to 7 HP.
And he's been quite the entry force, 4-1 on this map.
Carrigan, yeah, he's been caught by James. Good angle from the AWP.
They're just kind of waltzing into him now, though, aren't they?
They are a couple of rounds in a row now. First Rain, now Carrigan.
Oh, Twist can't go through this.
Yeah, he wants to be stubborn on this, and Kicker wants to take a forward stance too. Oh, and the spam's not far off the mark. They are trying to contact in.
They have to cut noise, though, don't they?
Yeah, most def. 25 seconds, though. What are you supposed to do?
Might just be a save. Look at Robs, yeah, this is a save. So, look, they're in the deep end right now, aren't they?
Oh, well, we're heading in towards the last 5 rounds of this map.
I don't know what you meant to try and get away with in the next. Carrigan will buy, and this is the thing, as we know on the T side, no loss bonus about to come into the bank account here. So Rops will be able to buy a whole bunch of nades, you know, Molly, Smoke, Flash in the mix as well. Rain won't be able to buy anything. The same said for Brokey. Twist has $200, he can buy a Flash, which means Carrigan's going to have to go maybe P250 armor and nades. So right here, they're going to be operating it around with not an awful lot. Carrigan should shove, considering nobody on his team just got that loss bonus. You want to level out the cash here going into the next with the 2900, but more than that, you want to try and convert this one because VP are about to grab the stranglehold here on FaZe's map pick.
trying to play these different timings, right? And at the moment, they don't have James leashed. Even though he's positioned and he only has 11 kills, he's still being a nuisance here. That's 2 rounds with openings.
Yeah, VP a full team effort right now. Every member within a couple of frags of each other, and there's aggression on this. Karrigan to test Flit. Flit on the back. Need a response from his supporting util. Kick it, throws it out. Looks to take down Twists as well. Fully blind now, should go down. 12 HP on Twist. Still trying to show presence, puff up his chest, forces a smoke out of the B players. Now, luxury perhaps, they can juggle that rifle to the Karrigan from the Tech 9.
They just kind of have to cut noise now and hope that there's a VP reaggress at some point here. With this banana real estate, Kickit still has a smoke and a molly available, so they could do top banana retake util. That is possible here. We saw Kickit try and throw it from this position before and get caught off guard, but if he was to do it, it would be perfectly placed. That pressure is coming.
Game cheating back over. Nice division smoke, so for them to play around, but this is the commitment. Flashes are high, that's the last of their flash.
James got a HE.
And this could hurt. Right on the money. Twist dunked on. 4 on 5 now as they are 40 seconds deep. Oh, and Kickit nails Karrigan on the cross. They're running out of options, they're running out of players. Only Brokey left, now Rops with it all to do. Leg shot from James, he's hitting his shots now. The real must-win rounds. VP to take the lead. And James and Kickit, oh, not going to be bringing that double AWP home. It's actually, they swapped weapons given the low HP, but he hasn't really got time. 18 seconds, bombs on B.
They can just hide here.
And maybe he could grab that AWP in the last second if they hunt him. I don't know what his plans are.
This is the problem, because he's lingering. If he goes down after time, that's worse. He should take the fight here. He needs to make sure he gets this loss bonus through. You can see he's in 2 minds. They're going to kill him after time here. Robs, you got to take this fight, mate.
Oh, disastrous.
450 bucks.
That is disastrous.
So Robs in the last 2 rounds has had no loss bonus. Because he saved last round, and then this round here he's gone down after time. They have the stranglehold of this game.
You can see Dastan holding the mic. He's probably saying the same thing.
They've just taken over. Because right now, FaZe are going to take what should be just a partial anyway. VP almost guaranteed to get themselves up to 14 against the partial. The nade comes in. Oh, look at that. It couldn't have been better placed right under the Tootsies there at Twist. And Kicker is doing it all, Alex. Yeah. He's throwing flashes, he's delaying, he's doing damage. The smoke that he threw towards the back of the site bought a safe haven for Flit. Otherwise, he would have been between 2 mollies as they were running in. There was a new box molly, there was an emo molly, there's a defensive smoke from Kickit. Supportive and finding the frag. So great job from Kickit here. You got to sing the praises.
I'm trying to understand why Rops wouldn't just be like holding W, like come and get me, boys.
He's in 2 minds. He wants
the AK.
Yeah, and he also thinks, well, maybe they find me before and I can still clutch with 18 seconds left. And Rops is a more passive, slower type of player, right? If you're in one of these scenarios and the fights come to you, you know, but there was just too many unknowns.
Right, but just given that it's round 26 and you've got $450 to boast, it's going to be a while before you recover. And VP could be taking us to 3.
Doesn't feel informed, does it? But Alex, remember what we were just talking about before FaZe, the type of rounds they did win looked something like this. And we just had a FaZe timeout where Neo had an opportunity to get on the mic. So let's see if the pride of Poland can get a call for them here.
Interesting. There's so much faith in Kicker.
Same pit setup again. Yanko, he's always talking about fame over towards Bike.
Yeah, he knows how to make it work. The molly decision forced forward. James still going to get run down. Still nails the shot. He's getting chased down. Oh, and Rain does dispatch of the AWP. Now they could go for the split. Do they dare?
They just need to hit the pause here. Just wait. Let this simmer for a moment. Let VP make the next move.
Brokey's got the AWP. Can they use James' weapon against them to do another signature FaZe ridiculous win?
Look at the position from Kickit here.
Yeah, passive, tucked in. This is where he got his ace from.
He's going to have to do an awful lot here. He's on an absolute island. Take a look, radar, top left of your screen. Nobody close to him whatsoever. And as FaZe comb through spawn. Even another smoke here for them to be able to scoop up, I think.
Well, that smoke's blooming. They're going to surely start to rotate now. Let's try and through banana side.
Rain's not getting any help here. They're going to have to cover this off.
Brokey. Oh,
that's
okay.
It. That's the round.
He's won it, and so with FaZe Clan. Fame's going to have a little look, but Flit and Mira not interested whatsoever. This is FaZe Clan doing it again with the little guns.
Oh, okay. Twist, is he going to pick in front of this?
think that was destined to be a half wall molly there, but regardless, that is going to be the round. I cannot believe it. This is the type of rounds that get them through games, and they pulled it out when they need it most here. Just as the loss bonus for Rops was in the bin. Right, he got dropped something in this round. Somebody gave him a Tech 9. He didn't even have to buy that himself. Who donated? It was Rain who gave that one across, right? So he even had to buy for an extra person. Rain knows an awful lot about that now. He's a dad, but hooking up Rops in a round like this. Yeah, and now they get an AWP for free. They get 13-13. They tie it all up again. And that was all with the pace. They played in front of James Util. It actually thrust them into him. It forced them to take the risk up top mid, and they just run him down. The gap to CT Spawn completely open. Poor kick it. Left on his own. Just as we're singing the praises of him in the previous, he gets made to look a little bit silly here. And just mauled.
That was a sick shot. I mean, if Kicker gets 1, 2, buys time, delays the plant, things could feel different, but FaZe, they've just given themselves a lifeline.
But what has worked in the gun rounds? They had the pistol, the conversion. Since then, it's been splotchy, right? And this one here was just the pistol. So what do you return to? What do you look for? The time that they've been able to find access is aggressive top banana early.
I'm just saying that right now, in this series, there has been a direct correlation between a Neo timeout and FaZe Clan winning a BS round. We'll see if they can build an actual gun round off the back of it now, because they've called a second, straight just back-to-back timeouts. They know that this is within touching distance of eliminating Virtus Pro in a 2-0 fashion, which has been very trendy in the round of 16.
James has 5-0 in opening duels, and in the last 4 rounds straight, managed to open in all of them. So wasn't converted upon in the previous, but you can see he is being an absolute annoyance here.
Yeah, that's great util set out of Flip. There's no way to really brave that smoke, and Molly waits on the other side, and he's just going to keep throwing them. Look at this. Interesting game plan.
This is logs extinguished there, so they'll come through and they'll try and take the broom control as well as logs here. Smoke didn't land perfectly, but regardless, buys Twist the space that he's looking for. This could be a chunky nade, destined for damage, and ooh, very deep. Carrigan swallows that, so both Twist and Carrigan extremely low on HP now.
And Flip's still got a full belt of util. They're trying to make it feel like there's 3B.
But this is the... Oh. Okay, this is the right call, because what we were just talking about was the fact that when they exploded up top banana early, they were able to pressure kick it and flit. Yeah. So this is an adjustment from VP. More utility and also a different stance. This game must be so boring for Fame and Mia. They're quite literally in the same position almost every round.
And if they don't come, you just stay there.
Lurk smoke out apps here from Robs. Should keep the attention here of the pit
James
players.
showed presence long on multiple occasions, so you can see why they're hesitant. They'll throw the smoke, they'll flash it. James this time focused on short side. Brokey on that T side AWP as well.
Splitting B again.
Oh, okay. Maybe this is the formula for FaZe.
But they're going to have to push down middle here. Rops will be tasked with dealing with that. He's hearing some steps. Rops is definitely hearing some steps.
Yeah.
He has to win this duel.
He does, and Flit's going for an interesting one over the smoke, and that's caught Carrigan nicely. Rain could be his next victim. They couldn't work it out.
Well
this
done.
is perfect from VP. And now Rops, 7 seconds left on this one. He will go down. And so VP, they respond. Beautifully executed response, actually, out of VP. They got 2 AK-47s to boast, but most importantly, 14.
Feels like VP just prescribed by safety first for these A defenders, right? Like, it just starting so fortified almost every single round. And this was great, wasn't it?
Like, you can see the comms are, I don't know.
Yeah, and because of the time, you just have to be thrust into it here. So, might have to be more direct. It isn't going to be the all-in from FaZe. 2,900 into the next. They've hedged their bets in the buy. Got out a couple of AKs here. VP should be able to seal up 15 and overpass next. We've still got another series coming tonight. We're burning the midnight oil last night. We may be the same again here, but the counterstrike delivering as we have a close game.
That we do. Do FaZe really have another one of these BS rounds in him?
And whose turn is it?
Not Twist. That was 80 damage.
Yeah, he's stomached so much util damage this half.
Yeah, there should be utility damage taken. I'd be intrigued. Feel like he's eaten a fair share of shrapnel.
Robso Brokey, we turn to you, and you've been talking about these gambles. Looks like another one coming into play here.
Yeah, Mir's just playing like a jiggles defense on long side. So they're not that 2-pit setup that you grow to expect.
Then they have one smoke.
Deployed it towards the balcony position. Smoked off. James makes
have to go through this.
Presence known, and they will. Oh, James just looked away. He's isolated the player on the site. Mir, it's only a Glock against him, so is it all smoke and mirrors, or is there a whole squad coming my way? Yeah, Carrigan's gone, but nothing else to report as Rain Cramp walks into the scope. A trade out of the rifle certainly is doable, but 2v4, you'd need some heroics out of the rest of them. And not to be, Fame and Mir, the A duo, do it nicely. 15 in the bag.
Carrigan got a lot of room there with just the Glock, right? But they're having to worry about Jame over towards that long side. They deal with him, but it's the other two. And dearie me, Face. 2 needed now on the Tron to take us to overtime. Finally, they're able to get a buy here. This is the one that Twist stomached. And you could see Mir talking so much. He understands how much pressure he's under. It was only a Glock, fortunately for him.
All right, big round, folks. Do we see overpass or will FaZe extend play? 2 consecutive demanded of them. Oh, Carrigan, he's feeling himself. Sometimes he catches the timing, just like that. Jame down, gonna be traded. It's Mir that provides it, but now the reaction is required. Kid gets cheated over B. It's only Flit. There's only one here. They're taking the risk, they're taking the gamble, they're going all in, and Flit to receive them. It's not Kickert. He's handled it. Can Flit do the same?
Waiting for a flash.
He's waiting for it, calling for it. Does push through. Only one. And Rops is going to be coming behind Kickert as well. Just flanks on flanks here. They're both going banana side. Now the bomb's gone down. Nate did 0 damage.
Redeploy of a smoke here towards Ruins. That's going to allow them to fortify backside. Rops, surely the linchpin of this one.
Does he go through Ruins? Does he catch Kickert? Either way, it's going to be very hard with the action on Banana as well. He's in a prime position. Molly from the Ruins side. They haven't really got time, but perfect placement from Rops. He's gotten the first, knows there's another. Kickert's alone, and he's not got the health or the hope, as this will be the final round. We're going all 30, folks. Maybe even more. Kickert trying to hold on. The bomb will take him down. And just like that, we head to the final round of regulation.
But we really got to look at the finances here, Alex. They threw a lot of bodies right there, so there should be a drop available for Jame here. I think everybody else should have just enough here. Yeah, Kickert's got 7.2 left. I think it has already been dropped. No, it hasn't been just yet. Okay, they will take the timeout, so hold up a second. If they prioritize the Jame AWP here, I'm interested to see what Kickert gets gifted out of all of this. And this was Jame getting caught off guard. Someone who's had a good job finding the opening towards the long side, and it was Carrigan who, I think he had 16 kills in the first half.
He did.
That is his 4th frag in the second, and it was an opener onto Jame to open up the round. So look, the impact of Carrigan, we were singing his praises. He was doing a great job with the banana control with Rain, but this is it. This is an in-game leader move right here. Somebody has to get it done, and Carrigan realizing it is himself. There was dicey moments over towards B here, but Rops' lurk, the difference maker.
Wow. Crunch time, folks. Virtus Pro will feel like all of their hard work was for nothing if they're faced with overtime.
Oh, late buys out of spawn here. Very late buys out of spawn.
Use the timeout, they've had their conversation, and they do start with just dropping some extra util. In fact, Kickert and Flit given a whole extra cache of nades, and there's some pace. Oh, Flit's gonna be mad about that. Quickly boosted up, missed and flustered on the nades, but still, that's an opening kill. FaZe 4 frags away from taking us to OT.
That's Flit's 8 opening death here within this game.
Oh, you just saw him on the cam as well.
Yeah, he's really unhappy with that one. But this is the difference. It was Carrigan again. He was the pedestal to put Twist up top for the boost, but you can see Finn, he's had enough. He understands we take this aggression, we take these fights. Let's go back to the heads-up counterstrike. Remember how this half started.
I've never seen the A site so open.
And that's because they've been bloody pit every single round. Why would FaZe want to test that crossfire?
Lurk smoke out A, does that? Yeah, Fame's already like, that's my job. I'm normally over there.
But do you send anybody across here? Do you at least have a look at what type of resistance there is over towards A? You should.
Do you have the presence of mind? Yeah, I mean, the conditioning's there. Carrigan showing presence on A. And James, he sent Fame back. He said no.
Oh, Carrigan, he's going to walk into this.
He is. They're doing the BX sec. Carrigan's going to walk into Jame, and now it's going to be up to these guys. Fame delivers, kick at 2. 3-on-3 for all the marbles, and overpass is just a couple of clicks away. Carrigan and Rops with 30 seconds left, and the bomb loose in front of Mir and VP. It seems like a guarantee. Staring at smokes, eating flashbangs. They haven't got it in them. Karrakin and Rops last hurrah, one last attempt. James sends him to the Shadow Realm, and Rops in the clutch. He can't win with 15 seconds and 3 to find. It's hopeless. Overpass, a guarantee. VP taking us the distance. We will see the third map. Unable to close it out. FaZe Clan falter on their map pick.
That's what we know and love from VP. All 30 rounds here and grinding FaZe on their map pick. Great performance from Kick It Over towards that B bomb site in the second half. Mir as well, newest addition to this team, showing his name, and just some counterstrike that's a little bit more out of the box, paying off for Virtus Pro here, sticking to their style and taking us the distance.
The moon rises, the flame is ignited. We're stronger together and weaker divided. So take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be gone tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home. Taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had enough. Let me live in love. Let us live in love. We don't ask for much. We've Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. What if
Wow. Just when you thought maybe there was a chance for FaZe to close this out in 2, that was a big lie. And in fact, I can't believe you thought that to begin with. Of course, we do go to a third map, and as disappointed as we are in you, couldn't be any more happy to be here with my gentleman friends and Yanko and Moses. Everybody, this is Gamers8, and also time for some STC analysis, boys.
Hell yeah.
Jason, you want to tell me a little bit about Brett Favre?
In recent times, too. Let's start with the recent times.
Yeah, man, he had quite the arm.
What is he known for?
I used to see videos of his wide receivers with dislocated knuckles for catching his passes. He threw a ball quite hard.
What else is he known for? Help me out here.
Packing it. Packers. Yeah.
Packers.
All right,
yeah.
one of the things he's known for, he never gets out of the game, even when he's injured. Why? Because the way he became the #1 quarterback was the other guy got injured, and that's how he got his chance. And he was never going to let another guy get that opportunity because kicker baby right now, he might be, changing minds over there in the VP camp, right? Like he's here, Norbert is injured, like he was transfer listed at the end of last season, but the way he's been playing, he might stay on this team.
Yeah, Tom Brady came in for an injured Bledsoe.
Yeah, and
nice.
I was just going to say, Brett Favre came back from retirement once, sold some jeans. I don't know where he is now. I don't really care. But the truth is, yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying there. Brett Favre.
Kicker had a great game.
Yeah, well, he had a roller coaster of a game, didn't he? Like that pistol round where he does like back turn going towards CT spawn. A couple rounds later, he's like rushing out to fight Banana, and there's 2 players in the bomb site. And both of those rounds, I'm like, what is he thinking in these moments?
What is that?
But outside of those 2 rounds, he was an absolute monster at the B bomb site. Like quad kill spray downs, utility damage had to have been off the charts. He was blowing up Twist and Kerrigan every time they moved up Banana. It was absolutely disgusting. And considering how much emphasis FaZe put on the B bomb site, massive performance from Kicker.
So let's look at it right there. What were the big shortfalls that we take out of it? Obviously, we can sit here and say that this guy stopped them dead in their tracks, right? But for FaZe, where did they go wrong?
I think the problem is they couldn't string rounds together on the T side, right? They won the pistol and converted, but after that they started losing, and they would win a round but couldn't win 2 in a row, meaning they couldn't ever break VP's economy. It was gun round after gun round, and I think it's tough sometimes against VP because you're coming into the game and you're like, they're going to be doing some weird things. Like think of Rain, where they have mid, they have Banana, they haven't really seen the op, and James is just speedway holding that line, towards long. If, let's say, Kerrigan has just called smoke card, smoke library, rap pay, that's 5v2 on the side. How many times were, Mir and Fame alone there? So I think it's like, Rain is there, is like, wow, why is he here? That he's walking into it, he's expecting something else. So that sort of plays with your head a little bit. A couple of times, very late, they have some utility left, like the fountain smoke that we saw, which just as that smoke falls, you're like, this round is over. Yeah. There's a one-way there. It's like impossible for the T's to get that kill, to trade that kill. So it was very frustrating for FaZe towards the end of that game.
And you got to say, even going back to the first map, two flat T sides out of FaZe. Even here on Inferno, they got another one of those like kind of miracle, maybe not miracle, but they got those FaZe rounds where they win with like Tech 9s, where they win with pistols and just can't build off of it. As you said, never won 2 rounds together once the guns came out on the T side, and that's a scary factor for FaZe.
So I guess maybe more on the inside, what would make you go to the conclusion to think that their T side's a little lackluster, but how does that even happen?
I think it's just difficult, right? Like you either have to play more calls from spawn, which you don't want to do, and in the defaults, VP was putting a lot of emphasis, even if just a player goes and drops some extra nades, right? So either you take more risks, but you don't want to do that because you have a good score and you trust in your defaults and some of the late rounds. It has to be said that VP just played solid. The individuals were good with their holes. There was no easy rounds going FaZe's way.
Yeah, I think it was a little like, it was not very dynamic. A lot of attempted finishes at the B bomb side. I think also when you think about it too, like one of the great X factors that FaZe has, like a player who can change the look of this FaZe team and make them immeasurably more dangerous, is Brokey. Obviously, we've had plenty of conversations over the years about the AWP on the T side of Inferno. He had a pretty rough half. And yeah, I think think it's just they couldn't. I mean, with the way Kicker was playing at that B bomb site and the way they emphasize it, there's not a whole lot of openings you could find. The one round where I felt like they really like kind of wrapped on that A bomb site as well. Remember, like it was 2 Glocks leading the way. It was like a half buy, and like 2 Glocks were attacking into the A bomb site while AK stayed further back. So it really felt like FaZe towards the end of that T half and the end of this game shied away a little bit from what makes them a solid team from actually attacking into that A site.
Yeah, into that T half, I think is a great place to start. Round 27, we'll walk right into it. I don't think we should waste any time.
Yeah, I mean, this was just them bouncing back. This is like where VP bounces back after FaZe managed to, you know, steal around really with another one of those sort of half buys, and you can see just a more passive setup towards B. Look at the time here, right? 17 seconds, late call from FaZe to split B, and there's a smoke. You know, and flit over the smoke, this is very hard. Like, you're aware that this is some sort of a one-way, but where can he exactly be? He has the advantage over the smoke, and Flit and Kicker just
and how are you supposed to call that out of your Kerrigan as well?
And it's not even just the smoke. You know, you got the whole fountain construct right there that really does create for a, I don't know, it's just a loud. You can't really topple that, right? Like, it's not designed for you to win, not designed for you to beat. Yeah, you look at VP right here. They showed us signs of life. They've even picked up a map in what is obviously single elimination. I've said that several times. I'll continue to say it until it's not true.
Keep saying it.
It's single elimination, and I'll continue to say that. Oh, sorry. I was just, it's sort of like an autopilot loop. Yeah, but overall, though, Inferno gives life for VP.
Yeah, and I think this is where it really gets interesting on Overpass because, I don't know, let's say VP played 6 series with this roster. They picked Overpass 5 times. In a best of 3, so very comfortable on this map. And you know, FaZe lately has had success on it. They tend to pick it when it's a punish pick for some of their opponents. Lost in overtime to Navi in Cologne, but after that, before that, it was 3 wins where the opponents only get single digits.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're FaZe too, just to touch back on that, like two relatively flat T sides, that puts a lot of pressure and a lot of importance on winning that pistol round. I mean, if you go back to Inferno, what you only get like 2 or 3 rounds on your T side if you don't win the pistol and convert the second round after that. So hugely important for FaZe, I think, to win that first round on their T side.
And they got a good start all 4 halves. Like they lost the pistol on Inferno in the first half, but they won the fourth, and they were up 6-1. You know, it's looking like, oh, FaZe is just going to stomp them. It's going to be a 2-0, but VP, man, they just somehow always find a way to grind out some of these rounds.
You think that's a testament not only to problem solving, or do you think it's more about just how they approach the game?
I think
fundamentally.
I think it's a little bit of problem solving, a little bit of just belief. You know, I think if you look at their run in Rio, I think what was obvious there as well is just belief in James's system, in his calling, all of that stuff, right? You have to have that when you're going to play. Sometimes drag those rounds out, you have to trust in the call, and you have to try, you know, you think it's fun, man, to save like in 3v4s on T side. That's not fun, but you do it because you believe that in the next round he's going to come up with something, and you're maybe going to win that round, and that's going to reset your opponents, and in the end you are going to win 16-14, right? This was another 16-14 game. We've had countless examples over the years even of VP winning game 16-14. Well, during the game, you're like, why are they not going for this? Why are they saving here? Other teams would go for it. You lose when you go for like a 3v3 retake. That means you lose 16-14 instead of winning 16-14. So for them, it works. And you just have to accept that, Trace.
I do accept that.
Deal with it, taxes and VP 16-14.
16-14, 30-round affairs. No, but in all reality, we look at Overpass as that next map, right? So give me an indicator here as to how this can go wrong for FaZe again.
I mean, I'll just say it again, like another rough T side is going to go horribly wrong. I think, too, this is a map it's going to be really important to see what kind of mid-round positionings players take on the map. They're going to need to be able to gather information, where are you going to position yourself in bathroom, push out towards the flower pots out towards long, grab some kind of a safe space, because VP is going to be moving around this map, and I think economy is going to come into it, obviously, the amount of utility that you have to bear, because that's another factor of this VP style. They'll get their like 2 or 3 kills round after round after round, and they're able to kind of put a stop to your runs because you just kind of run out of money to fight against it. They're maximizing the amount of times that they have weapons and really diminishing the amount of times that you can keep having the strongest buy possible.
Just shutting opportunities down.
Yeah, and still they're playing well individually, right? Like for FaZe, you look at Overpass, Rain on CT side with his aggression, you know, he can do a lot of damage there, take over a game, but you know, with the way VP's players have been playing, that's going to be tough. Rob's on the T side, around that B site area, Monster as well. He has a couple of aggressive moves to try and catch you off guard, right? So I think Overpass is one of those maps where really there's no that many set things you can do from the start on T side. You're almost forced to play default, and it's almost like having two different squads on the map, like on A and on B, trying to poke and prod and see what's up and give information, and then throw a lot of mini fakes and try to, you know, this sort of confuse the CTs because it's so quick for them to rotate between the two sides, and for you, especially if you don't have connector control.
Yeah, I was going to say, that was going to be my next point. Connector control is going to be massively important if you want to be able to be mobile around the map.
Yeah, which is exactly what you're looking for on a map called Overpass. Rather large place, a lot of variety, a lot of things that can unfold here, but what will? That is the biggest question. You're watching Gamers8, and we're ready to go with the third and final map. Somebody's going home. Who's it going to be?
Not us.
Definitely not you, Yanko. Sit still and watch this one as we are ready to get ourselves into the third map. You can see the recap in front of you. Yes, the full 30. The desk has set the scene as we are off to Overpass.
Third map in our third series of the round of 16, going the distance. And of course, who better to take us there than VP? Just had it highlighted by the desk just how annoying they can be in play style or pushing you the distance here. This team understands that Counter-Strike is first to 16. They're more than happy to play out the full distance. It's not as quick as you can, it's just as long as you get across that finish line. And Dastan, I'm sure he'd be looking for a bit of success with this team today against FaZe. The upsets, they've been few and far between in the round of 16.
And in Inferno, I'd argue unforced errors. A couple of wobbles from both squads. It was a real, you know, neck and neck affair. So let's get ourselves situated.
FaZe Clan won the knife round, have opted here to start on the CT side, VP to attack, and we know that means probably slow going out the gates. You two, a couple of smokes, handful of flashes, and a heavy lean over towards B.
This doesn't look slow. This looks far from slow. This looks like James got a smoke and a flashbang set, hoping that this investigation from Ro16 and Twist gives them that first kill.
Bit of a wombo combo set up here right now. They're boosting connector and also clear deep. If they think this is clear, that's not true.
Hard to hit. Twists.
He's mad.
Gonna make a meal of that one.
Real mad.
Ro16 will stay forward, but the site is lost. Karrigan back towards Graffiti, and yeah, there's a lot of bodies now. The boost is huge, though. They might overlook this position if he could just catch one. They're about to isolate Karrigan. Oh, he does well to find one on the swing. Bomb down, 3-on-4 in the retake, and they're smoked off.
James still here.
Yeah, he's actually ready for this. Oh, magnificent play out of James. Can he get them both? Yes, he can. Clean as a whistle. And now a 1v4 goes 3 for Rops. See if he can find anything. They run away from him. This is typical. Playing that win condition, using that low HP on Flit to rot the clock. He's won the round for the squad by confirming Rops is miles away. Mir jiggles out. Second attempt. Rops looking for a couple of extra stat padding frags as he's already lost the round and will have to go down. Fame secures it.
Not too bad right there, was it? Okay, yeah, and look, with a couple of extra kills, you can argue what could Rops buy. He can actually drop a silenced M4 here. So if he has that equipped, we could see that laid out. Looks like it was a FAMAS instead that he's dropped here. But if Rops got away with his armor, he could have bought himself and had quite a tidy looking buy here. So this round, and a good understanding from VP, isolated towards short multiple members, and then just really burrowing down on Karrigan, who could have been a nuisance if he got to stay alive. But check out this second round for FaZe. It's not going to be the easiest for VP to get past. Oh, quick scaling up here. James was very close, a chance to track down Brokey. Another boost in the play as Flit with his connector control. So you can see the layering of Molotovs here has helped him clear out the close quadrants.
This is the scariest round for VP now.
Fortunately, they haven't copped any tags just yet. And that's where Brokey's scout could have been a real issue, but now
they can group up.
They have a lot of room here when you think about it.
When you've got full underpass.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Yeah, Twist.
Oh, second flash.
Oh. Yeah, you get confirmed 2 are out towards short water. And a Deagle. Oh, wow. Spam successfully leaves Mir on 1. 99 and 2. It's not enough. Twist just panic smoke to play around, hoping he can get away. Brokey gets nothing done with the scout. Keeping 5 alive would be dreamy for the second round conversion. Now with the bomb going down, Rain walking on in. He's looking for where the bodyguards are. And Fame's back was turned. It's quickly swung upon. Damn, James just drive-by pre-fire. He's already got himself 4 kills, and VP have got 2 rounds.
Yeah, showing us all the definition of a wide swing right there is James. Using that Mac 10 to its optimal. You just throw a jump in the mix and it would have been picture perfect. But that right there was a force buy that was flat. You get old mate Brokey pushed off extremely quick. They even have this setup over towards B that was looking great to deal with the door swing. I love the diligence of the second flash. They threw the standard one, bounced it off the stairs. They throw a secondary that doesn't give off a sound cue. So what's going to happen is they're going to turn off of that sound cue on the bounce as they turn back. Face full of flash.
I mean, if you think about maps that I feel are iconic for this VP, Overpass for me is right up there. They've always had a very signature style, and it's so, I would say, diligent. They will continuously take map control, see what's given to them for free, and punish you for overextensions.
I think the Desk brought up obviously one of the keys here of Rain, who essentially in a lot of scenarios can play deathmatch towards A. I believe that this half is going to be determined by how much he can get away with. And that's not just kills, but amount of space and information that he can facilitate to the rest of his team here. So we're not too worried about his approach right now, but into the next round to play the gun round, are they going to set him up? Broky's AWP also needs to come into play here. So there's a lot to be discussed, but you were obviously focusing in on the VP side of things. And the reason I think it fits them so well is the options of just cutting audibles and disappearing.
And it is a big map.
Yes.
I think that lends itself to this style very well. Oh, his crosshair was bang on, just caught off guard. I think that maybe got punched.
That's both A defenders, right? So I know it's a lighter investment. You expect more of a stack here, but you see Flick calling it forward. Carrigan started Inferno hot, and you've got to feel a really... You got to feel, you know, if you're Carrigan, you start really strong on your map choice and the rest of the team doesn't show up to the party to help you get across the line. I know he cooled, but it's not his responsibility to drop 30 every game. He's the pump it master, definitely has to contribute. Okay, so no AWP available here going into the first gun round for FaZe. Now, one would have been available for James here. Now, they might want to operate with something fast, having this MAC-10 still in their hands of Flit, as you see it doing in this best work. He hasn't upgraded away from this. We've got what is going to be a standard 1-4 split of the CT defense. Distinguish comes in. Oh, he has upgraded last minute. Thank you very much, Ops team.
Oh, a little gift down the hatch.
Always got our back.
Deeper one. I think that's the adjustment we've seen teams make recently as opposed to the stagnates towards the sandbags. Very rarely occupied early. And, well, Carrigan's getting tested here in round 4. Kick it, his first victim. He's well aware there's likely a follow-up, so he will tuck in. And, ooh, Twist is going to be alive only for a moment longer. That nade's got his name written all over it. Again, Twist down to the nade.
And Rain died on A.
Yeah, having a bit of rough go of things as far as catching nades goes.
But this is where it's difficult now. A minute on the clock, and he can just park the bus here at Fame, right? He can listen for anything on the side. There's still spam going on over towards B. So Robson and Carrigan can't really go anywhere right now. And then playing for information. Do you really want to push through the pipe? You don't know what's going on towards short. But Fame, he's got a great idea of the space he needs to take. Coming through with the assistance will be James and Mia. 40 seconds, still chance to call this one off, Roki. Oh my god.
Oh, that's a cheeky one, isn't it? He had 10 HP.
Well, that's a save call, 4-0 start here for VP. Great guns out the gates.
What a lovely little lineup as well for a deep, well-covered smoke.
Well, we're due an upset, aren't we?
We are. We haven't had one.
You could make an argument. It was a Gamer Legion Apex game. You could make an argument, right? That Apex have had really rough form.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you take Cologne as an example, I'm not sure that's an upset.
Yeah, Gamer Legion actually played much better than I would have given them credit for in Cologne as well. So impressive stuff for them to have a brand new team, Nealon as well, coming from EG. He's really opened up his world as Nealon by in-game leading in English now. So we'll get more of Gamer Legion coming up tomorrow.
Did Apex lose to in that play? And I remember watching it. OG. Yikes.
Yeah, an OG with a brand new roster as
yeah,
well.
Exactly.
Keto and Fasher in the mix. Rick Ali, they played one tournament with him, kept him. Nexa came back, and Fiku was the only one who was standing from the old roster, but OG not here.
It's a shame because Tatsunito has been a bit of a rising star.
Yeah, it's one of these players who packs a punch, but I think that there's maybe a bit of overlap between him and Jacob in terms of how both of them like to approach the game.
Ooh, you don't really want to cage him considering I feel like Jacob's had a consistent presence.
Precisely.
In that team. Yeah.
Considering he's an older boy as well, you want to make sure Jacob can stay to the things that work.
Yeah.
But we did have some retained weaponry here. We're still going to be able to get a buy out our phase. It is suboptimal as Brokey has a scout in play. So That nade just scuttled in. Twist, he copped an awful share of banana util over on Inferno.
Look at the way in which Fame got these kills.
Oh. There's that coming out of the crouch as well. You can see just sharp as attack. But this is the thing with FaZe, right? This is a major winning roster. They're fast, they're sharp, they're experienced, big names. But right now, and off the back of Cologne, and they're just not as scary as they once were. Look at this.
They're rushing. Carrigan, he's got a lot to deal with. He's just got his vision back and he's been run down. Look at VP go! Oh, Twist only the one though. Fame, he'll double up into the site. 6-1 is Fame.
If you're a FaZe fan, you don't like where this is going. We've only got one opening kill so far for them throughout this first half of play here. And that came in the last round. They are getting run over here. A quick start for VP.
Yo, legit. I mean, they have been really just charging into FaZe and humiliating the defense. I don't feel like, you know, put yourself in Brokey's shoes. He hasn't had here we go. 0 ADR. He hasn't had an opportunity. Not one. That's 5 rounds deep into a must-win map. Otherwise, you're packing your suitcase and heading home, eliminating the first round.
Maybe he wants to do his best kick it impression. Go down like 1 for 9, 0 for 8, and then come back and just bomb everybody.
Entry.
I liked Yanko. He had a bit of a, I guess, an NFL analogy. I know nothing about the normie games, but I think it's great. You know, a quarterback, he gets a chance because someone's injured, comes in, impresses.
It's kind of how it works in World, really.
Yeah. And this is obviously what Kickit understands. Not only is he putting himself on the market, right? He also can play some good counterstrike here, and maybe that dialogue can shift. Who knows how long Norbert's going to be out for?
Yeah. Norbert's like right now rapidly Googling like any sort of homeopathic remedies he can rub on his hand. Any sort of voodoo will do.
Well, P9s are plenty here. This is not a full buy, it's a partial. Max loss bonus is in play. This time a nade stack at the ready. Twist, hello. Oh, they missed one of them there.
If Twist had caught another stack nade, I think he'd have actually punched a hole in his monitor. Slow this one down. Now, they have gone for a 2-man long setup, so I'm intrigued to see what their reaction is to the play here, because I've just watched Jame and Mir go back to spawn to pick up nades. So it is only Fame here. He's pulling pins, he's trying to show presence, implying that there's more than one.
Diligent Util, but this is the next clear that's quite difficult. He should have to wait for Mir here to set him up with a flash.
Looks like it's coming. Or not. Dry and dead. Can't lose the bomb. Mir won't swing. Oh, maybe he will off the flash. They weren't ready for it, but Rops was. Nails it second. And now VP, they're in trouble. Oh, and naded down to 30 as well. So Jame, he's walking wonky. And they've got control of the bomb as well. That smoke does not do them any favors. He's got to keep his eyes on the prize.
Nobody's coming to help Rain and Rops here. They're just letting them take this fight on their lonesome.
2 confirmed here next to Robs here, and he's going to use that smoke catch. The timing, Jame is holding. And catches it perfectly. This is a round Robs can be proud of. A triple kill on the half buy to get FaZe there first. And it's not a guarantee. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. Rops has nailed them.
He's got so much done with this. He might even go for the ace here. They know where Kickit was.
Let him off the leash.
In the backyard. He got the kill onto Carrigan. That freed Rops and Rain up to try and isolate that final duel. And now with 18 seconds left, I don't even think they need to deal with Kickit. And that's the round that they're going to get on the board to break the streak.
A la FaZe.
Yeah, and that right there, it felt like it didn't have to go down that way. You're mentioning Mir with the bomb overextending in that scenario. It was Rops that was there and not Rain, the traditional A holder. I think maybe they thought maybe the MP9, we can just isolate this fight. But overzealous from VP, and it is going to cost them. Still plenty of cash for a buy.
Oh, dude, they left with 4 rifles.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
I mean, in terms of, you know, managing the economy, that's going to be a nice little injection of not only confidence, but finances. Timeout called. VP have called this one, so we're going to be seeing Dastan on that mic.
Yeah, and he should be happy with how things are trending so far. They have a residual buy available, maybe even 2. I should see James AWP come out here as well. So, yeah. Well.
Really played this beautifully, didn't he, Robs? Especially this last one. So just entering that smoke on his own kind of timing, inner timing, catching Flip, pushing through it. Yeah, big smile on his face. Good vibe, Tribe. FaZe find their first.
Well, that's going to change if they lose this follow-up. Let's see here if they're able to...
With 3 AK-47s, it's the most even the playing field's ever going to be.
Yeah, full util, diffuse kids, everything they need and more here. Actually, Robs is being freed up to play over towards A here.
Interesting. Where does that put Rain?
He's going to start over towards B after a monster smoke. Mr. Robin Cool tucking himself in towards connector. So this is them being scared of a B play. Instead of having Rain playing A map, they're allowing Brokey to be the sentinel with the AWP here. See if Fame wants to test this again. He has Mir alongside once more.
We're going to run boost in. What's Brokey got for us? Yet to find anything. 0 ADR. Oh, and spotted. You see that counter strafe in the air there, Super Mario style.
He knows the run boost, so can confirm at least 2. And now that James is posted, they can waltz on up. Apply a bit more pressure towards the upper bathroom in combination with Flit, who is still somewhat worried about connector.
They're walking up.
First stage of bathroom should be theirs.
Oh, Brokey. That was a must hit. Flit, a great contribution, is 9th as well. He is head and shoulders above the rest of his squad right now. After conceding 8 opening deaths in Inferno, still converting.
He's coming quick.
Karrigan and Rain to be tested. A lot of bodies on long side. Trying to play anti is Rain. Swing through. He should be a dead man. Is now. VP are about to send FaZe right back to economic despair. Unless Rops and Twist can actually go for this one. It doesn't seem like Twist is interested. Rops just getting one and done.
The flank was too late there from Rops, right? If he was maybe 5 seconds, that's a lot. That's a lifetime in Counter-Strike. He was way off the pace in that moment, and even trying to hunt, take Twist rifle away, you can already see Flit springing into action. Twist now playing the game, trying to find a safe haven. May have just found that avenue, but as I mentioned, the smiles, they're going to turn into grimaces once more.
Something to celebrate at the bare minimum.
Yeah, and like Brokey 0 and 5, an AWPer on overpass is key. You really need him to at least, even if it's just 1 kill, to maintain territory, or to at least fill them with at least the worry.
The way in which the Flit peaked him as well, that's the way you peak someone that you're expecting a rifler. You're expecting another rifler. Brokey had just fired off a shot on long. He was very quick to have rotated to the toilets in that timing. And so in order to just kind of, miss his opportunity, he's going to be really kicking himself. I'll remind you, single elimination FaZe after winning the first map in impressive fashion.
Second timeout now for FaZe. And again, they have everything they need and more to have a competitive round here. But you can see Rain, he's just waiting in the dice box, Karrigan getting flushed out. Like, the U2 was great. I think Kickit was even throwing like the drop down smoke from so deep back towards T stairs. So around that fountain area, they had the util they needed and were able to apply an awful lot of a threat. So VP felt like they returned to the same round as the previous, where they had lost the MP9, right? Because they all had gone through long. It felt quite similar in that fashion, at least with the bodies. We'll never know what the end was meant to be. T-Stairs, Molly in play, extinguished. That's going to change the timer. Brokey flashed, under pressure again.
Yeah, he's not been dissuaded though. They do land that nade nicely onto the boost this time. Chipping away at Rops and Twists. Karrigan eats the flash. Oh. Was he not spotted?
I don't think so.
He didn't pull the trigger, so it favors him in that sense.
And it's not that they're acknowledging with another nose flash, giving that another crack here. They've kind of just called it off. So
wow, okay.
It doesn't mean that that entire side is clear.
But Flit on the warpath here.
And it's forcing more rotations.
Just one man. Karrigan will throw out the smoke.
They should see the trajectory of that.
One would imagine.
Take on A here. Couple smokes dotted. Rain's gonna get caught. Karrigan's worried about the wrong side.
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, Flit again is just a one-man faking machine. If he gets another one. Oh my God, he's a robot. He's done it again with Flit frag. He's single-handedly selling it. There's no bomb here. It's just Flit. It's just Flit finding more frags. Flit kills 3 on A, but they committed to Karrigan. He's dead too. And VP, this is polished. And the individuals are shining oh so bright here against FaZe. There's nothing for Twist to do. 7-1. Surely you need a timeout, throw in the towel, take a break.
Be their third if they take another already. Be their third already. And
but it's spiraling, Chad. It's spiraling.
Well, it's not only spiral, it's down the gurgler right now. I don't know what they can try and change here, because remember, I discussed Rain being farm forward on this map playing deathmatch. Have you seen it once?
Have you seen Flit's deathmatch appearance right now? He is body bagging.
But think about how much room they're enabling for Flit here.
Yeah.
He's just being able to waltz on up and take those jewels. He's comfortable. Now, we've taken a risk here, FaZe. There's an investment into the hands of Brokey, and they need to get him started. I think Twist dropped in that AWP. They need a fire starter here, something to remember that energy we were talking about.
Exactly, yeah.
Carrigan in the pregame interview talking about reset.
Mirage was a long time ago. And the call off of the rip was, let's walk long. And now it's only Rain spotting it with a deagle. It's not going to get information rapidly. In fact, it looks like he's just kind of called it clear and called for Brokey to come and fill that gap.
This is Brokey's best opportunity here to find some impact. This is an unknown investment.
Perhaps being a bit more lackadaisical. I say that as Jane looks like he's poised and ready. And now the orb is revealed. Fame. Send back to spawn. And 50 seconds for the reaction out of VP. He goes looking for the toilet frag. This could be brilliant out of Brokey. Deep clear, and investigating, and nails the second shot onto Mir. Rain dead, damage onto Flit. And nice catch from Rops as well with that rifle onto Kicker. Only 2 left now, and Brokey racking up the multi-kill required. It looks like FaZe have done enough, unless Flit feels like he's got an ace clutch up his sleeve. Underhand, nails it onto Brokey. He's looking sharp, but Twist at least puts him down. They'll recover the rifles as best they can. Didn't quite get their hands on a second one there, so there'll just be that AWP thrown back into Brokey's hands, but he's earned his stripes.
Yeah, and that's necessary, right? Now we just need Rain to come online. He's got 1 kill, 1 assist, 7 deaths. So that's Brokey showing what he's got, burying the teeth over towards A here finally, but now it's Rain's turn. And if they're just going to be zoned out by a lot of this utility, then sure, you can't play as aggressive. But that's the bread and butter for FaZe when things are working well. Right now, they're looking meek, they're looking timid, and Virtus Pro are looking like they are having a field day here. Third and deciding map. They had to push it here. It was 16-14 on Inferno. It was not easy. They lost their map choice. And this is a team that, I don't want to say they've been off the radar, but they've been out of the bigger tournaments for some time. We're talking about downward spirals. Well, ever since the major, things have been looking a little bit more skew-if, but right now, this is looking fantastic. And remember, the winner of this game will be taking on G2 in a quarterfinal tomorrow. And I just think if you... Well, I don't know, I guess we'd have to ask G2, but if I was G2, I would prefer to play FaZe because VP, they're just such an annoying team to play, and I mean that in the best way possible. They're gonna make you pull your hair out, you'll be fuming.
Feel kind of as helpless as possible, that's their game plan.
Well, is Brokey invigorated?
Let's find out. Still throwing aggression into the mix when you are feeling rather helpless. They nade off the door. And Brokey's gone for that connector fight. Flit's playing a more passive game plan this time. It's Carrigan that's going to be first contact here. Reacts, strafes away from the flame. Nice awareness from Carrigan.
I love the timing of that move.
Yeah, Brokey talking a lot, aware of at least one. And that Rain Fame head-to-head elsewhere might be taking place, and with Monster smoked off.
It does feel like this will be the B finish based on James' investment. He didn't have to buy a Mac-10.
No, absolutely. I was just interested to see whether or not Fame's going to get the better of Rain again, trying to show presence.
I think the thing is, if you keep them turtled, right, like they are right now, then this is great for a B explode because the rotation point is going to be so far away.
Yeah, he re-smoked Monster, so it's going to be the go off this one. There's no more smokes left for FaZe Clan. Carrigan up jail. Twist anti on the surf. Nose flashes will follow. Twist will be able to react. Can Carrigan unload his mag? He certainly can. Now eats the flash and down he goes. Will they overlook Twist's position? Now he sprays. It's only the one. Fame has opened up the site. They have to get through Brokey though. Good quick flick needs another. Oh, not far off the mark. But Flitz dead to Rain. And Jane will not be planting. FaZe hold on. Full team ace there, every player on FaZe Clan finding a frag. And I have to reiterate that Flit's performance here is overwhelming.
It's one of these things, though. It's not like it's a quiet 18, but it's 18.
10 rounds, 18 frags. And we'll see the reaction here. Who was it that caught Twist on that trade? It was Fame. And Flit, yeah, dead to Rain nicely. Okay, so 3 for FaZe. They're trying to recover the half. Could be a bit of a role reversal from our previous. Let's not forget Inferno, where we saw a 6-1 start favoring FaZe. And recover to a very even scoreline. This is different. Flit, he's already using that open door to have a glance. And yeah, not ready for Robs. Pushed on down, walks through the screen and upgrades his gun. Thank you very much.
It helps them understand the setup, but we know that VP don't really snap into action too quickly off the back of it. So with the AWP on Jame and the heavy hitter Flit that we just highlighted dead, who do they turn to? Hearing a lot here, Rain.
Yeah, he's going to be communicating that. Oh, establishing the boost here. Be able to take just these passing glances at anyone trying to maneuver out towards the short water side. Seems like their attention is going to be towards the first letter of the alphabet. Of course, quick pivots on overpass, but with 40 seconds left, Rain's forward position could make or break this round. Fame staring at it. It's going to be a reaction speed test here. You can see the timer. And Fame crawls further. Hinging on what Rain can do. Sees the shadow. Doesn't finish the meal. Oh! Adjusts into kick it. That was necessary. And now with 20 seconds, what can Mir and Jame do?
Oh, I think we know what that means, don't we? Bomb's loose. Jame just looking for somewhere to save here.
Mir's already found his position to save.
Yeah, and they'll lock this one down. But okay, so now if we're going to be talking about this comeback, 3 consecutive rounds now, but VP have already done a lot of work. 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass is more than par for the course. So if they get anything more in this half of play, there's going to be smiles. Well, no, because of VP, but there should be smiles from ear to ear because this is a great T half. It is FaZe now on the back foot who are going to have to push in. And this is the team that, hey, we talk about VP being a hard team to put away historically. FaZe are the team who never give up. They always bring the comebacks, right? They've kind of made that their story over the last year, I would say, right? Maybe not making it deep in all the tournaments, maybe not winning all of them, but still a difficult team in a lot of circumstances to get on top of. Here we go again. Just how many more of these can FaZe mount? They haven't even built a big enough bank here to get a residual buy with all the trimmings. So they're still quite fragile in the finance department. Another one of those with, 3, 4, 5 players staying alive. And they can make a half out of this. Kick it to Harass. Twist with a light liquor damage there. 3-1-1 on the T side.
That's a nice little routine between the two of them.
So much trust in the flashes there as well. There was no molly over towards the divider position. So just the flashes to usher Mir across the clear out connector with Flit. But Util now extremely light on.
Yeah, so they have at least party first stage of toilets under Fame's remit. This 3-man stack going to be tested with a barrage of nades. Molly on that pillar is well placed. No commitment on this, but it is forcing FaZe's very little remaining util to be burned through. Oh, wow, look at that one onto Robs. Shoulders, 60 damage from utility. Rain,
30 seconds now.
Got to stay focused. He's about to be tested. He's on an island. The rotate's going to be on its way, but he has to delay, and that's another success from Rain. Here's another. Rain audible on Jane. Nice from Flit. Emerges out victorious. A 4-on-4 as they commit to the side with 15 seconds left. Brokey, hyper-focused, needs to nail the first shot he takes. Strafes out, and it's Kickert that knocks him down. Twist good for one, but Fame bodyguarding. They need to be planting now. Flit, what are you doing? Crosses across, that could have been it. The bomb would have been loose, but instead Robs doesn't finish, and now Carrigan thrust into the 1v2. Is he considering long? Fame's back is turned. Flit now confirms it. He's got an idea as to where one of them resides. We'll take the fight onto Flit. Is he ready for long? It's not planted directly for him. Could get panicky. Oh, the damage. He gets him to 8 HP. The nade could be brilliant. Fame captures it. Carrigan clutches catches it, and FaZe continue their spree. 4 rounds consecutive. This comeback is on.
All right. Carrigan, you can see that one. That's going to fire up the team here. The leader happy with that one, and that was under pressure. He came up with the flank, he gets the kill. He's the reason they couldn't plant default, and they're scrambling across towards truck, but then identifying where both players are, the HE perfect.
Oh my God, it was 7 seconds. 7 seconds as Flit was forced to go wide.
You see, Carrigan's kill comes into Jame, and then they realize we can't plant Dice. If I die Dice, Carrigan wins the round. It still wins it regardless here.
Okay, that makes more sense. It felt like it was just a complete misread. But no, with Carrigan in the feed, it's understandable.
It would have been really disappointing if we had another one of these games that go 3 maps just to be a whimper, right?
Yeah.
This is good to see a bit of a fight coming out of FaZe here. We saw against the Na'Vi Furia game. I feel like Furia somewhat disappeared come map 3.
Nice from Carrigan. The Extinguish might slow them down. No, they're committing. This is a full all-in. Look at the time. They're already full committing. 4 into the site already. Carrigan, good for the first. Trades off at the kick it, and it's a double out of Carrigan on the Org. Fame will keep it level. Robs will use these smokes. Perhaps he can peek around. Rifle found for Flit. He can't adjust the spray. Robs does well. Advantage FaZe. Can they really find another? Carrigan clutch, reinvigorating the squad. Goes wide on this. Robs does damage to Jane, but it's not the frag he was hoping for. Just the 2 of them then. Rain and Brokey. Oh, spots out Jame. Hard shot though for the Orb, and Rain can't finish the job either. Does so eventually. And Fame in a clutch now. Can he respond in kind? Doesn't have bullets or health, and another for FaZe. Racking them up.
Okay, just 2 more rounds here in this half. We're going to determine very shortly who's going to walk away with the lion's share of the rounds. But another close one. You reminded us of Inferno and how the late stage of that first half went. It was VP bringing things back. Now it's FaZe's turn. And look, if Flit just disappears here, remember, it was Rain, it was Carrigan in that first half of Inferno. Banana control. Well, if Flit cools a little bit too much, and that's not, he's done his job, but if he cools and nobody else is contributing, FaZe can end up winning this half. Sure, 8 on overpass, not great, but better than what it felt like they were worth.
Yeah, I mean, it was a sensational start out of VP, but finding their legs now are FaZe.
I think Rain as well has had a lot of impact in these bathroom fights. It hasn't been aggressive with the aim map or deathmatch style, but it's definitely been these smoke fades. He's gotten the better of a few individuals here, and they have been difference makers in these A crawls out of VP.
Lurk smoke.
Quite confident here that it might be an A play. They played Rops, upper bathrooms, Rain alongside. Brokey is going to be the flex player here with the AWP.
Oh, it's because they just locked down that all-in on B.
And now Rain is feeling himself, right? This is what you would normally expect.
Jane spots out Jane. Oh, Jane gets away on a scrap of health. Him and Flit are bleeding out. How do they recover this round? They've got 40 seconds, and it seems like this is the commitment. A single flash and go. Catches Carrigan. Progress made. Frag found. Twists on the barrel's position. Finds Fame. Oh, Carrigan. Good headshot as well. The rest are low. It should be easy. It's not easy, though, for the Orb. It doesn't matter if they've got low HP, because Rain and I think it was Brokey to find those final 2 to tie us up at 7-7.
Yeah, going into this last round, VP with the max loss bonus. No plant coming in here, meaning we're talking about 3.5 across the board. Flit with the high end on 4K. So they can buy. And they have to buy, with it being the last round, but the momentum shift. There's a big change here. Pistol rounds, haven't been a whole lot of those for VP throughout this series, but they've managed it here on overpass, and good trading. That's been one of the keys, I think, for VP in a lot of these rounds. They've had some good trading moments there, but not enough.
Can they leave with the lead? Let's find out. Rain throws aggression into the mix. Yeah, he's found himself right when FaZe needed him. And he gets away scot-free. Oh, spotted on the divider. He's so low, he could be susceptible. He's chosen to go forward on this. Yeah, Rain actually catches another one. They weren't expecting him to try and take the fight, knowing he's low. Carrigan on to kick it through the monster tunnel, and now up to Brokey. Loses his head. Flit, if he could find Carrigan, he's got the bomb site. Carrigan now noted. Flit scary, intimidating force. 21 frags in this first half. And from behind, Rops will find him, leaves it all onto Jame. And Carrigan will catch him, surely. That's an 8-7 half. What an insane recovery. It was looking so good. Virtus Pro, they can boast 7, but FaZe will leave the half with the lead. And a must-win game. One of these teams is going home. VP and FaZe in a final half to separate them. We've gone the distance, and it looked like Virtus Pro, well, they looked like they had it in the bag to start things off. FaZe were helpless after a good pistol and a good slew of rounds. VP managed to net themselves 7 in the first 8 rounds. Well, FaZe responding kind and actually show some tenacity and some resilience that's necessary in a cutthroat single elimination bracket that we have here. This is the last game of the round of 16, and we've got some quarterfinals coming up after this.
Yeah, there's been 2 key players throughout this map here. I would have to say Flit, 10 kills above anybody else on his team, 21 in total, and then Karrigan with that clutch. Maybe a bit of a momentum shifter here as we turn to the pistol round. How much has the leader done? It was Inferno. You felt he was desperate. He was trying to get them across the line. More aggressive maneuvers when the chips were looking down.
He saved him on multiple occasions. It's been an exciting affair. Let's see if this final half delivers in a similar capacity as we head into our pistol. Virtus Pro find both, or will we split it down the middle?
You can see with this type of pistol around here for FaZe, they're hoping to see if there's like an aggressive maneuver or a stack somewhere across the site. Rain searching over towards A. He's got that P250. Karrigan's got a smoke and a flash to deal with. So that is the investment. Other than that, Kevlar across the board. Long cold clear. Nobody contesting over towards the party position as well. So this might change the strategy. How much room can we get? VP are the type of team, as you discussed on Inferno, who love to gamble. This is another map where 1-4 setups are very prevalent, at least at the start of the rounds for the CT side. And now, with the silent crawl, contact yet to be found, how close do they get before the go from Karrigan?
Yeah, the smoke and the flash combo. It's James that's supposed to call for a backup, and he hasn't seen anything yet. Rain goes in looking, and now James confirmed he might need some help. Doesn't shy away from another fire off the shot, but they're committing. Opts for bankside as they are in. Brokey dice. Let's see if that plant goes uncontested. No one can really rotate through. There's 3 of them still on B. Now they'll try and trundle over to the site for the retake, and James nails Brokey. It's going to get uncomfortable for FaZe if they lose. Karrigan as James, he's nailing his headshots. Twist his next victim as James pulls his team into the lead, looking to take both pistols in this game. In this map, only Rain, too many bodies, too many men. VP take it. And that is gorgeous play out of VP.
It feels like the lack of resistance lured FaZe into taking that fight.
Sweet.
They wanted some real estate, right? And you can maybe understand why. Do they have a smoke? Do they have a kid? If we evacuate the site and they get in towards DICE and we have to take the jewels at range versus the USPs, hold up, we're just going to feed JM a couple of tiny ones. Bang, 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 and in they go.
Is that not a tilter though, Chad, considering the way in which that went down? Like, the death of Brokey, sure. The death of Karrigan, it sucks. But at that point, you just feel like you've kind of given them the way back in.
Oh, definitely so, right? Because it was up to those flashes to try and brute force. If they had just played bathroom side, obviously we have that advantage, but they would have had a much better opportunity at that one. It was like easy sailing all the way up Banana, but the force buy back, this is where the difference could be made.
That's exactly my thinking. Seems like they've got a very rigid idea of where they want to play this one. Now, they did jump for info. I think Mir spotted Ro16's crawl, and so he's going to throw the nade in pursuit of him, but Mr. Cool safe up on the ledge. Exchange of incendiary. Ollied out was Kicker.
A lot of teams like to go for monster walks here. It's kind of like when we talk about Nuke and Squeaky Door, right? It's a good position to aim map. There's certain fights that you can take and a headshot angles, positions where you can just rip apart the CTs. And while they're aware that there might be problems coming as they've siphoned through an awful lot of this utility, the key right now is these leftover smokes, and there's one of them. So redeploy over monster smoke. We'll hold them at bay for roughly another 20 seconds here.
It's interesting, they started 4-1. James actually gone to rotate to fill that long gap after the timing in his head feels like it could be occupied. So there was only 3 here to receive them, but certainly a weapon advantage.
Huge problems here. There's another redeploy, and there's one more from James, and he can do this from the A site. So, right, you can see him jumping here in case they need it over towards A, but he can always throw this. In about 10 seconds, Kicker's going to say, hey, fading.
And James will say, smoking. They're going for short side entrance, though, and just like that, Kicker mows down 2. Robs with a response. They're in front of the smoke. Full commit. Flit. Can you really get more done? 21 frags. He falls back. Goes wide and finds Karrigan. Brokey dead as well to James. And this is all for naught. FaZe kept at bay by the smokes and found by that double out of Kicker and James.
Oof, and no plant here. So that one is going to sting. That momentum that they were able to pick up with the 7-round spree to close out the first half of play has been halted. And you mentioned both pistols. First time VP have been able to do that in this series, and it's come at the most opportune time.
So that's so far 4-1 every time off the rip from VP.
They're going to start 2-3 now.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a kind of a way in which you can get an idea as to if there is only one? You just have to take some gambles?
Yeah, I think normally on more low buy rounds, they're going to probably pay 4-1, and this is not that example, but James close connector here with the MP9. He wants to farm up. He will be able to buy an AWP in the next round, assuming that they win this one. So I think that James was probably one of his more active rounds.
Fame gets the info. He's going to be happy with that one. And FaZe, we know they're notorious for these quote-unquote unwinnable rounds and converting them, but down in the dumps on this one. No armor. Already lost twists. And there is a potential frag to be had on Jane, but it's instantly traded. Good work back from Fame.
You'd love to find one more here, just to try and keep things a little bit humble, but with Rops and Carrigan already chipped away at, Carrigan on 65, Rops on 45, and up against 4 rifles. Don't see this one happening. Kickit takes the first exchange, he's getting a rotator back, and well, out of ammo now. But job done, bomb loose, Rops to find, and smoked off, so if there was any chance for an engagement, it will have to wait. May as well search for something here, Rops. It's unlikely he finds anything, but as I mentioned, a kill would be nice. Not just for the stats, but it is still early on in this first half. Sorry, second half. As there you have it. 3-0 start out the gates. Do you want to take a timeout early if you FaZe? Do you want to try and set the record? Do you want to have a discussion of how we want to proceed forward? Because you know that James is going to have an AWP. He just rocked out with an MP9. He's going to reinvest right now. It's going to be 100% you're up against an AWP. It wouldn't be any doubt in my mind if I was Carrigan.
Extinguish and go, says Brokey. Wants to, get themselves out playground early, but yeah, there's a nade as well. Well placed onto Rain. Limping, Robs tagged up as well. VP looking very strong on this defense already. The nade doesn't look far off the mark. Saved by the tunnel there.
Yeah, Carrigan over towards B here to help out Robs look for a little bit of space.
Everyone's getting peppered here.
That was through the wallbang as well from Mir, right?
I think so, yeah. Twist, yeah, I think you're right. Through the condor. We're talking about birds.
Or the discontinued aircraft. Well, standard A space util lobbed out here. Rain and Brokey with Carrigan to make this space, but you can see VP in a very strong setup here. Unlike Inferno, you know, we're talking about playing in the dark. It's still hard to just play from sight, but I think this map is a bit more convenient to transition.
Yeah, it's an effective smoke. You can walk up against the typical AWP line, but they've responded with the deep toilet smoke as well. So Rain, he'll tuck himself in. Eat that flashbang. Well-placed utility. VP, this is definitely looking well-drilled. They are not looking like a team that wants to be going home on the second day of play in their first game of Gamers8.
Rain's using this against them here.
Yeah, he could. Lurking through it. Need a distraction, need a flashback. They're going to go on this. And look at the timing. Oh, Fame gets 3. Sprays down FaZe as easy as that as another round comes home for VP. 4 rounds now on the trot, and this was the first gunny.
Yeah, it's a bit remiss of me here, but I should have been highlighting just the shortcomings of FaZe's T-side throughout this series so far. You think of Inferno, it got very desperate on Mirage. We had to highlight the Rain 1-on-3, as well as that round they got done with the Deagles and the set-piece smokes. So here, now that they've been blanked, 4-0 start, no plant again, and Rops on the save. Those woes have really come back to haunt them here, and this is one of the hardest T-sides out of all maps in Counter-Strike at the moment, no doubt about it.
Yeah, which is what makes that VP 7-round haul so impressive.
Yeah, and that came with the pistol and the conversions and staying on top of the economy, where you keep them in the tumble dry, right? You're forcing them into saves or lighter buys. And remember how Brokey started this game. What was he? 0-6, 0-7, unable to find any traction. And then he did come alive, and it wasn't just him. He did have other members contributing here as well. But this is it. It can't be Carrigan at the top of the scoreboard. His players need to step up and be counted for.
Fame, he took a gamble there. Goes for early info and spots a majority of FaZe. Missed shot from Brokey's scout.
Pretty direct out the gate here from FaZe.
Yeah, well, James got his AWP, and I think this is the kind of shot he likes to take, but he's actually looked away from the angle and given it up. Heads back to the site, realizes that there could be a potential for a full squad just walking in on him. Takes it at range. Interesting pre-aim. So it's for the potential jump up as well as getting info on the strafe out.
Boost.
Oh, wow. Someone got dinged. Fame. Hit by Carrigan. That's enough of a distraction, though, that you can see Robs has managed to get quite far forward here on long. Is there a world where Fame doesn't check it? They're going to get caught off guard. There's too much pace on this. It's brilliant.
Oh, no.
James jumps away. Look away. They didn't check Fame. Oh, it's a disaster for FaZe Clan. And surely now VP can close this one out. There's kick at flank coming. Low HP. Missed shot from James. Maybe there's hope after all.
They're so low.
They're very vulnerable. One player can do it all here. Mir could be that candidate. Don't forget that flank from Kicker. Yep, he's connected, and so has Mir. Just like that, another round falls through FaZe's fingers.
Oh, that overlooking that position, right? That is really going to come back to sting Rops. He's so close to the monitor, I'm sure he probably didn't even see it, right? We see how close he is able to sit to that screen. And that one there, that might come back to bite them here. If they were able to contribute in towards the side with the AK, get the double kill, okay, that's safe, worth its weight in gold. But now, third timeout, Neo, his opportunity here to try and rally the team because it's a 4-round difference, and FaZe really struggling here. Closest round so far has been 2 kills in any given round of the 5. And this is it, you see Rops just glued on that position. The trade takes way too long to come on in. At that point, low on the site, mincemeat, made light work of, and job done for James and Fame.
It took FaZe 5 rounds to get started on their first half. Well, now 5 rounds deep into the second, will FaZe be able to match that? Second gun round, must-win game. We're all aware of the stakes.
Well, this would be the biggest upset of the round of 16.
It most definitely would be. Considering, I mean, what world rankings, I think FaZe by HLTV standards are at number 5, I think. As if memory serves. VP, I think they're in the teens. So a discrepancy there, but VP definitely, you know, showing just what they're capable of. And Jane, good for it onto Rain, goes wide on long. They note the AWP, but already feels like that FaZe tailspin continues. Their woes continue. Rops ahead of the util. Perhaps there's more to be done. Oh, he nearly nails them both. Flit at 10 HP on that one. 2 body shots just shy of the 3rd.
The double there, completely different round. Okay, it's still on. Touchdown from Twist, Flit gone. 3v3, plenty of time on the clock. util sparing for both teams. Carrigan will go investigate. They know where the AWP was, and Mir, he offers himself up.
Yeah, I couldn't quite believe it. And Brokey had the bomb as well. Had he been caught off guard by that audacious push, we would have been seeing Twist have to try and find that again.
But they know that this is the 2A defenders.
They do.
Are they going to overthink this here?
They are walking into Famous.
This is a wedge they got to get past.
James. Twist nails the headshot. Seems like FaZe, true to trend, will be finding their first gun round and first round on this T side now. James. By the flash and the smoke, he's not going to be able to go for that wallbang on Dice, and Brokey would have been susceptible to it, given his HP.
And this should be it here. Even with the smoke on the fade, James not going to give this a look.
No.
It's going to be coming out left eye with the AWP in his hands. They know the position. You saw that util come in as soon as the scope. I think Carrigan was close enough towards the truck to hear it at the time. And James just looking to do a little bit of damage here. So, as you ordered, 5 rounds, down the drain, and then FaZe rock up. It's about consecutive here. So we'll draw it back to just a 3-round game. James just still hanging around, hoping for a bit of something. Doesn't have a kit, so absolutely no hope in this one here. A Twist with a double kill in this one, and yeah, really, we talk about it again. Rops probably worth 2 in that position. But Twist will make good on the promise there with the HE. No timeout necessary for Darsan. You can see him looking cool as a cucumber there. Got a lot of major winners in the server here today, don't we?
We do.
An entire team, and then you've obviously got the 3 of Virtus Pro. It's Flit, Fame, and James for the uninitiated. Actually, kick it as well. What am I talking about?
Sure. Oh, Robs didn't choose to extinguish. He paid a heavy price for that. Guess he wanted to have the element of surprise. That's squandered now as he sprays out the mag, and 30 HP for him. As you said, consecutive is compulsory. And at this point in time, there is 3 towards this B site. And Brokey, he's going to be set up to try and catch anyone transitioning back towards the monster side. Is that something they dare brave? One Heaven, that's clear. One Barrels, that's made clear. Brokey's getting a lot of information based off of trajectories now. Yeah, didn't pull the trigger. Lots of util being cycled through here, and they're looking to try and catch these players that Brokey's now noted. Boost up. A bit loud about it. We're hearing a lot of this. And Rain has managed to crawl all the way to the mouth of toilets.
He could execute and flash him in. Oh, we'll have to respect that for now. But with the space he's been able to buy, the util could be set up in banana here.
He might even be brave enough to walk through it. He has. Oh, bloody hell, James. Caught off guard. Rock's his favorite position. Rewarded as Kickert rotates out.
Wait, they're going back to B.
They're going into Flit. They're going into Flit. This could be awkward. Very, very awkward. They're running into the 3 remaining players, and Flit's going to be overlooked. Someone's got to hold him. Now he's revealed himself. They need to find someone on that frag. It's Twist for 1, but now the bomb is loose. 13 seconds. It's getting really uncomfortable, especially because Mira's hit that frag. Brokey needs to plant. Brokey needs to plant. Where is Rain? Pushes Heaven. Okay. Making it as exciting as possible.
Oh, yeah.
3v5.
That would be the worst way to go if you were FaZe there, especially after that kill from Rain. Just waltzing in, big headshot. Robs gets one. You think, no, there's nobody on the side. Of course they're rotating. Of course they're going back towards the A side.
Giga brain from Rain.
Oh,
thinking it's probably James, and he's probably thrown that util so he can check long.
But you see that from Flit in that situation. His aim looked a little bit shaky, right? And understandably so, because he could essentially win the round right there. A little bit steadier, and maybe that would have been enough. A multi-kill could have been the difference maker, but this is the opener. Massive shot. James head pinned to the back. There's 3-on-5 situation coming down to a 1-on-1. So Flit, the nuisance, and look at them just scrambling forward. Mir, he understood the assignment, knew that he needed to put his body on the line if they wanted to win this, and getting fired up still was VP forced into a timeout. There is money there for another buy, but this game is back on, and we're talking about the woes of the T side. We're talking about consecutive necessary. FaZe have done it, but one more to break VP and tie up this game. Has to be the eco for VP in the next. If they lose this, only 2,400. So if they lose a site, I would be expecting a save.
James anti-flash wants to try and peek into Brokey, but he was ready. And that's a big contribution. I'm not sure there's...
Only his second opening kill for Brokey.
Okay. Well, he's chosen the right round to find it, considering this could break and tie us up at 12 each.
And the AWP's marooned here. It can't be picked up. It can't be wielded by somebody else. It's completely removed for the remainder of this round.
Interesting to see Fame. He drops all his util. He knows he's going to go for an all-in position and would rather have that supporting util thrown from the site. Yeah, equipped with all of it.
You spoke about these gambles from VP, Alex. There's another one coming.
Will FaZe be able to sniff it out in time? They have a man advantage, but for how long? Fame to be cleared. Carrigan dead. No trade. The flash is good. Rain. Oh, covered by Twists. So the advantage maintained, but they're still committing, and they're still hitting every head required. Flit the next challenge. You've got to get through him. Got to get through him. They combine. A double from Flit. Kickert's there, and Robs has to nail this. A one-on-one for all the marbles. He can break VP if he can just find the head, and Kickert holds on with just 3 HP. VP find 13.
The Kickert, the hero again. This guy, the impact right now, a one-on-one sure, but a round nonetheless. AWP picked up, thrown over.
Oh, this is down to the wire, down to the nitty-gritty details. Those flashes we discussed, saving Fame and the initial engagement. Look at this.
You finally saw a little bit of intensity on the face there at Dustin as well, but this is massive work right here. Flit with a double up, the support's there, the gamble pays off. They were already rotating before they knew it was the full A commit, before the U2 was there. And you see the intensity from Dustin. He's in the face of Jamie. He wants that timeout. He wants the 4th and final here.
Oh, still, yeah, it's higgledy-piggledy for the defense, despite that, just because it comes down to that one-on-one. It comes down to 3 HP. But they keep the distance between them and their adversary.
Yeah, you don't want to be broken late here on the CT side, right? Sure, you've got this range right now, and Dustin well aware of that. If you can get it done with this type of a buy, a couple of Famises in the mix, surely James is going to invest in a kit, or you would hope. He's the only one with the cash, but I assume he wants to retain a little bit extra of the resources here. And he will do, so they haven't invested. Oh, he did finally. Okay, just as he left, he did buy a kit. I was going to say that could have come back to haunt them in a massive way here. FaZe, though, they're looking shook. 2,900 for them into the next, sure. They would need a plant to put them in that buy, and this is Carrigan trusting in one of his stars. You can see here, Rops, you're sharp. You love a bit of a lurk, but we're going to set you up. So much pressure. Look how early they forced out a lot of util here. Flit and Kicker under pressure. Spam back through a little bit of flak damage done to Rops. But the net of phase on the default has been set. No Brokey AWP.
And no forward defense of toilets. Util now deployed, going through their crawl.
And that's wild. We just discussed Brokey with the second opening kill of the game for him in the last round, and they can't convert off the back of it.
True. 4-1 split of this defensive resources, and Flit's caught Robs. Just catches him up on the fade of that monster smoke. Wait, is there a mist smoke?
Yeah. That's just chilling in backyard.
Yo.
So something has been misthrown, but regardless, the frag has been found.
Yeah, this is a big round for FaZe. Do they really...
Again, look at the rotation
let
again.
this one slip?
It's just looking clumsy.
It is, and Flit's looking deadly.
They've got 4 players here again.
FaZe just being read like a book. And Fame, he's got the back turn of Carrigan. This is too easy for him. This is perfect from VP. All 5 alive off the back of the timeout. The must-win round. Twist can do nothing. Brokey would have to be the hero. Caught out, trade out, and 14 secure.
Well, I can read lips there. Hirosh and Devai probably just came at Dustan's mouth right there. He can't take the timeout, but I think Neo has 1 left. They're not going to call it. It has to be a half buy for FaZe with the max loss into the next. They have had these throughout every map. They have been able to win one of these rounds here with the lighter investment. But again, like VP just ahead of them. There's so many bodies to deal with. Sure, you get through 1, you get through 2. Well, everybody else is there. VP, they will not be bowled over. Strength in numbers here today, and the Polar Bear about to let out a bit of a roar. This would be upset of the round of 16, upset of Gamers8 so far.
No doubt. No diggity. No money for FaZe. This is where VP just tighten it up. Go through your protocols. You've got the weapon advantage, utility advantage, and awareness. Look at that supporting flash as well, but Rops is going to come through the monster pipe. Kicker's going to be caught out by the pace of this. He sees him, panics. Flit in support though. You've got to get through Flit. You've got to get through him. And they do get good damage into the site. FaZe get the bomb down. Smoke on short for the retake. They've managed to get into the site, but could they possibly close it out with only Tech9? This would be true FaZe fashion, just to give themselves something to celebrate, something to hold on to. Elimination just 2 rounds away from FaZe, and it looks like this one really requires some heroics out of Tech9. Sure, the bomb's half gone, but what can you do? Up and boosted on the sandbags. Rain nails the first. They have to get onto the bomb now. Kit on Jame. Only Jame has the kit. Kick it has to cover. They have to clear. Nice shots. He's doing it a lot. He's still on the bomb. James down, and FaZe somehow leave with the round.
Another one of these low buy rounds, these half investments, again with the pistols, again getting across the line just as they need it. Still a 3-round game, but what that means to the finances. No loss bonus available here. VP, they have been bottomed out. This is what they wanted to avoid, getting broken on the home stretch, and now they're feeling it. And this is just jostling for position, being annoying, jiggling, peeking, tapping away, doing the damage they can. And flustered, Carrigan with impact yet again here. VP down to this eco, and FaZe a chance to make it just a 2-round game, a chance to slow things down, to calm it, to take control, because throughout this, they haven't had exactly that.
Unbelievable that they've managed to make that happen.
You think now as we move down this home stretch though, these stacks from VP reading the play, being ahead of it, having the right pieces in the right places, that's still going to be a worry for FaZe.
Well, not on this case, as I say, walking in to be nice and early. Twist even catching a nice spot onto Fame and a clean headshot to boot.
Do you buy next round though if you're VP? You
What
only
are they
get
gonna have?
You only get 1900 loss, right? We can all start doing some maths
yeah,
here.
3900 on the high end. Maybe Kick It can buy something nice and juicy.
Right, this is what they could probably opt for here. If we're talking 1900 loss bonus, he could, right? If we want to,
you know what he's gonna do.
If we want to go classic VP,
yeah,
Kick It drops Jame and all.
Yeah. And he probably wins the round with a 3K.
Right, and that is VP in a nutshell. That is the fabric of this team. And now we're at map 3 in the final few rounds, and the game's intense. This is what a VP match is all about.
Always delivers.
They'll take you the distance, they'll take you to the finish line, and then they'll get you excited.
Absolute madness. I can't believe FaZe won round
But they were just
25.
jiggling, annoying.
Yeah,
That was, I couldn't believe it.
Poking, prodding. Rain with that P250. He's had a lot of high impact rounds here, and don't want to be losing your rifle there, bro. Safe.
I think as well, just trying to determine what that purchase was. So we'll kick it. Offer this up.
He's got 5K on the nose, and yes.
Oh, come on! Let's go!
So, let's see. Let's see if your crystal ball leads to a 15th for VP. This is a ballsy choice. And what's so impressive, I'm speaking ahead of this, but Jame consistently in environments like this where they demand something miraculous out of him, he tends to have the answer. He tends to have the remedy. And he's opted for long initially. Now, they're not going to be expecting an AWP, right? So why not be a bit more lackadaisical into long?
Well, Brokey has his, and we've seen this from FaZe. More often than not, they love to...
Oh my god, they're going straight into him dry.
Run boost, this is so classic.
It's no idea.
Okay, well the space is theirs. But what do you do with it now? On the other side of the map, there's still a couple of smokes in play. The pistols can lock down towards B, but that's not the problem, Jame. You're going to have to do some combat AWPing very shortly here.
Audible from Rops. He hears the jump spot.
If they execute with all the util, all the advantages they have here, Alex, James shouldn't be able to do anything. He might even get blindsided.
Yeah, he hasn't checked long in a while.
Well,
Still super worried. They give him the warning and the util, but what's he supposed to do? There's an AWP! Spotted out, tagged on down, and they might just have to save that AWP. The rest
Protect
of them,
the president here.
Exactly, protect the VIP. Because FaZe will close this gap to a one-round game.
Rops has got the door sealed somewhat.
They're coming his way. High focus, need them both. They surf into him and he's getting seconds, not thirds. MIR? He's gotten one back. That's a rifle, and that's the AWP. He gets away with it, bodyguarded by Mir. A second as well. A tut of Twist's tongue as he cuts his thumb.
You can get over there and try and find that rifle. They go grab another one.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, I mean, they've sweetened the deal. They've definitely managed to make the best of a bad situation.
Get kick at something. He dropped that AWP. Help him out.
$250, and there it is. There's his gift.
Oh, this is... Look,
it's worked out.
Considering the circumstances, they obviously still need to get themselves up to the magic number of 15. It's just a one-round game right now, but look, it's classic VP, and James saves the AWP, and back into the den.
Back into the DJ set.
Wow, this has gone the distance here today. We still have another series, everybody. Simple versus ZywOo, Vitality versus Na'Vi coming up next, and that has the potential to be another absolute banger. Spinks, Flames, the Apex, Magisk, ZywOo up against the new international Na'Vi.
This is a big round, Chad. Massive ramifications attached to the next 1 minute and 40 seconds.
But somehow FaZe have dug themselves out of this, and again, with just these pistols, and now they even have the economy, if they lose this, to have another buy. I wouldn't say it's a luxury, but it's definitely a buffer that they didn't have previously.
God, the pressure on the leader to make a call at this stage in a best of 3.
I just think if you're going to rotate late against VP, it feels like they're going to have your number.
Yeah. But also going in direct when you know they gamble early, it's a bloody nightmare.
Well, right now they're stuck in a pretty standard setup. And very passive out the gates. This is what we were discussing on Inferno. We just saw Fame and Mir over towards Pit round after round. Well, this time it's a passive setup on A. Mir will be the linchpin of the rotation point to help out either side.
They're boosting. This could be Karrigan's demise. Oh! Accidentally baits the shot, confirms it. What are you doing, Karrigan, once more? And Rain's walking up. Jame will jump, doesn't get the info. It all hinges on Rain, really. They're going back to B, but gets the info on Jame, keeps his feet planted. Another spotted, 2 on that A site. Forces a rotate of Mir as well. If they can strike now, it's up to this fight with Rops and Kickert. It's back turned. Nice find from Kickert again with impact. Twistworth entering the site, but not looking for Flit. They hit the shots. Karrigan holds on. It's only Karrigan. A 1 versus 3, and he's caught by Flit. 15 in the bag, and FaZe 1 round away from elimination.
Another hard-fought round here, and you mentioned it all on Rain. That comes down to the minutia there, the tiniest of details, and that is it. I think Neo has just called the final timeout here of this last map. Timeout number 4 for FaZe, and this is one of these moments. Just have a drink, have a sip of water, center yourself. You don't even have to say an awful lot here. You've probably likely got the call that Karrigan wants to run with, but you've been here once, you've been there before. Neo, mouth moving. Absolute counterstrike legend right there. Well, let's see if he's got another legendary timeout can assist his boys to get across the line here. VP, are you really going to eke them out in the final throws of this? And there's that kill from Fame, just playing that truck line. Has been actually troublesome for FaZe. I think Flit was playing that position in some of those gamble stacks towards A as well, so just getting a lot of damage done from there.
Big round, and James takes a chance. An aggressive stance on the AWP. Rain starting his project.
They've been passive the entire time.
Yeah, and he flirts with aggression, but you can see that they're not going to overcommit it. You don't want to be caught out, caught short in a round that can determine the entire best of 3.
Well, they've been able to get this long space again here. So we've seen Rain waltz up before and get awfully close. We've seen rounds with impact and rounds where he's fallen flat.
Interesting angle. It's not one that they'll be particularly anticipating. He jumped for the info. I don't know how that flows.
Which way did the info go
there?
there?
Precisely. Well, Mir's reaction kind of implies it was spotted by the jump.
Yeah, and that molly as well confirms that they did see something. So feeling the pressure.
Constantly, look, they're in rotation and movement. They're not sure where the fight and commitment's coming from. James flashed, smokes, mollies. FaZe are committing. The cavalry charging. It's about to be a brawl. 5 versus 5 for all the marbles. This could be the last round FaZe play at Gamers8. And the last 20 seconds, it's Twist that draws first blood. A nade looks good. Caught out by Mir on the spam. A 4-on-4 retake.
No flank.
Brokey focused on the dice box. He's got 2 that will exit through the bank side. He's got support from Rain, holding towards the trash can. Time ticking. VP, will they commit to this? Will they commit? Or will they play for the final round? This is Virtus Pro, after all, the full 30. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe live to see one more round at the minimum.
Oh, and the silent descent as well. FaZe hanging around, just thinking, is this going to be the last-minute retake? That's not the case. The 1900 lost into the next. There's money for the drop. James, he can hook up Fame. They can go for another gun run. We're going to have everything we need and more for round 30. And this is exactly how you want the game to end. You don't want one team just down to pistols, one team on the full bar. You want everybody to have all the goodies here. We either get it done, another 16-14 victory for VP. We're going to overtime, baby. Remember, no timeouts left either, so there's not going to be any opportunities for these guys to take a bit of a breath here. Invest everything, drop flashes at spawn, leave yourself a couple of extras. Everybody get the defuse kits, the head armor, all the good stuff. It's all out, it's all purchased, and we are back underway. And I really feel, Alex, VP should play aggressive and stay aggressive towards A. It's the change-up that they haven't gone for, but they're not operating on that assumption.
Oh, but to take that kind of chance and to deviate from your norm in a must-win round, otherwise it's OT again.
It's a gamble regardless. Look where James off to here.
Ooh.
See, they haven't gone with anything standard, so they're going to try and set James up for picks over towards B with this AWP, which means they need to play on the front foot.
This is all hanging on that first exchange. So the setup really requires Fame to be hyper-aware of both the toilet crawl and that long work.
They've been able to get this long space almost every single time.
And they like to do it audibly. You know, if they don't fire off shots, they'll throw nades.
We saw on the last round of Inferno, the Risk. Remember, they stacked B with the rifles, and James played A with the solo AWP. So right now, I was expecting to see more risks come out of James here with the type of calling, but he's just on a bit of a string here. Carrigan pulling him across the map.
Mir's cheating over as well, and oh, they
That's
know.
the bomb, that's the bomb!
Woof! That could have been Brokey's last round. Fame forward now. James joins him. Oh, spotted out. Carrigan's in trouble. He's gone down. Is this really it? James posted perfectly for the long fight. Rain's a dead man.
30
Shadow
seconds.
betrays him. They're going to have to hit something. It's going to have to be B. Mir knows it. James knows it. They're cheating over. And this is all on a 3v5. Flit's in the perfect position to collect, as is Kickert. Mir's already done it, and FaZe looking to be eliminated in the first game they play here at G8. Just 2 of them left, no time for this, no hope, and no players, only Rops with 10 seconds left, and Virtus Pro knock FaZe out in a full 3-map affair. Every single round on Overpass. It's theirs.
Virtus.pro delivering exactly what we expected from this team. They will grind you down to an absolute pulp. Back-to-back maps, stealing Inferno away from FaZe to keep themselves in this series. Overpass started so strong. Flit, he was off to the races in the early stages of the T side, just looking like an absolute monster, but lacking were FaZe. The energy was here, the clash of styles, but right now, VP, they're gonna hold their head high. They have just set themselves up for a quarterfinal against G2 tomorrow.
Virtus.pro, a lot to be proud of and a lot learned as well. FaZe Clan, they had glimmers of brilliance and quite the opposite as well. Goes both ways. Virtus.pro, they reign supreme. And individuals, lots of them shining bright. I have to say, Kikets it may not be statistically standing out, but in terms of impact, in terms of what he was doing for the team, in terms of his utility usage, he was on the ball and a big reason why VP have taken the W.
Well, Norbert is even here with them, giving the high five to the team. A big win for VP. We're going to throw down to James on the sideline. I think he's got Dustin for an interview.
That's right, Chad. I do have Dustin with me here. And, well, VP managed to survive it. You keep it close. You keep it exciting. But I want to ask you to start off with, in terms of having so much time to prepare and get ready for FaZe, did the game plan kind of work out the way you expected? Was this what you were hoping for?
We play against Kerrigan a lot. We playing against him whole our career. We kind of understand some of their plays, and even if we don't play against them a lot, but we used to play against them a lot of big matches previously, and it's helping us a lot.
زي ما تشوفون معنا داست اعزائي المشاهدين من فريق في بي بعد فوز كان جدا كلوز من 1-0 لصالح فايز الى 2-1 لصالح في بي، لكن كان السؤال الاول نتكلم على انه هل خططكم اللي كنتم مخططين لهم جاهزين للمباراه هذه هي فعلا اللي انتم قدرتم تطبقونها؟ كان يقول انه صراحه اي، لانه خصوصا انه كاريجان نلعب ضده كثير وكنا قاعدين نلعب ضده اصلا طول عمرنا في CSGO، فاحنا عارفين وش الخطط اللي ممكن يسوونها وحنا كنا جاهزين لها، فكنا عارفين البلايز حقتهم قبل ما هم يسوونها اصلا.
I want to start by asking, though, Mirage being your first pick was the map that didn't go your way. What were you struggling with? Because once we got to the second half, there was a small fight from you guys, but really, they seemed to have control.
We lost, I think, both pistols, even if we had read, and we lost 3 crucial rounds. And it's first game, single elimination tournament, and we just, everything goes wrong. But we had opportunity to come back on Mirage. And experience helped to go to second and third map. Even, also in Inferno, it goes also very bad from start, and it was 6-1 for them. And but we managed to keep our brain in, and we were focused and take our rounds and took our rounds.
زي ما تشوفون اعزائي المشاهدين في سؤالنا الثاني كنا نتكلم عن وش اللي صار في الجيم الاول، لانه ما ندري شلون قدروا انهم يخسرون اصلا زمام الامور في الماب الاول بالذات. كان الجواب يقول انه احنا خسرنا كل البيستل راوند، وحنا زياده على كذا 3 كروشال راوندز احنا برضه كلها خسرناهم، كانت حرجه جدا ولازم نفوزها، وزياده على كذا كان هو اول جيم وحنا داخلين بس 3 سنجل إليمينيشن، فكان عليهم ضغط مره كبير ولا قدروا انهم يلعبون بالشكل اللي هم يبونه، لكن بعدها قدروا انهم يرجعون وخلاص، وعقبها رجعت الثقه عندهم، خصوصا انه في ماب ميراج يوم انهم يعني بداوا الجيم الثقه عندهم كانت مهزوزه شوي، لكن في اوفرفاس وانفرنال اصلا قدروا انهم يرجعون الامور لصالحهم، خصوصا في الماب الثاني يوم شفناهم قد ايش قدروا يتغلبون عليهم.
Now we also noticed when it comes to overpass, you were using the timeouts right until towards the end, right? A key round came in when you won the round, another timeout was called. What are you saying at this point to the guys to keep them together?
I said a lot of things and what we need to do, what to expect, what we need which things we need to be focused, just to keep their minds online. Like they need to be focused and don't lose their focus. That's the main thing. But some things I can't say what I'm saying every time. But it's more about focus, be on the moment, and awareness of some things.
They are certainly focused, that's for sure. They make it work.
Yeah, definitely. زي ما شفنا اعزائي المشاهدين في السؤال الاخير كنا نتكلم مع داستن على وش اللي صار في ماب اوفر باس بالذات، لانه لوهله كنا نحسب انهم بيخسرون الجيم، فوش الكلام اللي كان يقوله للاعبين عشان يقدر انه يرجعهم الى الفورم حقتهم؟ يقول انا بس كنت اركز على انه اخليهم يكونون مركزين على اللحظه ولا يفكروا باي شيء ثاني، بس احاول اني ادعم الثقه حقتهم قد ما اقدر. في بعض الاشياء انا ما راح اقدر اقولها لكم، لكن هذا كان اكثر الاشياء اللي احنا نتكلم عنها، انه فقط يركزون في الجيم، يركزون على اللحظه هذه ويحاولون يفوزون الجيم يكونون كلهم على صفحه واحده.
Well, that's it here within this match, and we see Virtus.pro march on forward in the first upset of the tournament.
انتهينا هنا من البطوله، من اول الابسيتس اللي شاهدناها في البطوله اعزائي المشاهدين يكون انه في بي تغلب على فيز 2-1 حتى. خلينا نشوف ايش ممكن الاستوديو يقول.
Yeah, we're approaching that midnight hour, and by that I mean at least an hour and 10 away. It doesn't quite matter because going away is FaZe at this point.
You could have gone clock strikes midnight on FaZe.
What strikes midnight?
Clock.
Yes, the clock. That is correct, Mundo. And it's time for our STC analysis. And in doing so, Jason, how do you feel now that FaZe has been eliminated?
It's time to raise the alarms. It's time to let them ring out. This is now an issue, a full-blown problem. We've been given some passes saying they can figure it out. This is like a mental issue. Well, I don't know. This is now, I think, a real, consistent, persistent problem for FaZe that they clearly don't really have a good game plan on how to figure out. So they've got to be worried. I'm worried for them on the outside. This was a well-played match from VP, especially this third map was absolutely wonderful for them. A lot of really tough decisions, and this was like the full gamut of what VP is as a team to overcome FaZe and overpass.
It's rough, Trace. And I think the problem is that you look at this particular game, and we said FaZe had a good start to each half on the first 2 maps.
Yep.
And now it all came tumbling down, right? You look at the first half, 7-1 lead for VP. Second half, they kicked off 7-2 lead. 14-3 just at the start of the first 2 halves. Needed only 2 rounds of the CT side remaining to close out the game, and that's what they were able to do. And it's rough because you look at the CT side for FaZe to open up this game, and Rain and Brokey just were not on the server for the first 7 or 8 rounds.
Yeah.
You know, it's missed shots, it's losing duels where you probably have the advantage, you know, a 70-30 duel in your favor, and you can't end up converting the kill. Like, that mattered a lot compared with one change of pace call from James in round 5 to rush Monster, which worked out perfectly for VP, and that was it. By the time FaZe woke up or Rain and Brokey more so woke up in the first half, I mean, VP already got all the rounds they needed.
I think kind of the cool thing about this too is like if you go all the way back to the pre-match interview that was hours and hours, maybe even days ago, that was with Fame. He even said like this is going to be a clash of styles, right, between VP and FaZe. Well, in this third map, we've got the stereotypical rounds that both teams bring out, like the desperate low buy from FaZe that they win over at that B bomb site with the Tech 9s and the P250, and then later on you get that hero op dropped over to James. He falls back to save the op, and they end up scraping together 2 more AK-47s out of it, which set up their economy for what, like the last 3 rounds they had to play?
Told you, even the 15-13 round, right? Like they're playing more passive towards A. FaZe is coming. It's a 4v4, and they're like, yeah, maybe there's a way in.
With the idea,
like if they try and they get 1 more kill, but they're just like, hey, we're at 15. We need to win 1 round. Yeah. Do we have a better chance of winning this 4v4 with the bomb down for them and they're in position? Or just resetting. Or just play the next round and play a 5v5. Because if you go for it and you end up losing, then you have pistols for the last one and it goes into overtime. And I told you, like that's like other teams would go for it and they to go to OT and who knows what happens. VP is going to save and they're going to eke it out 16-14 and that's what they were able to do.
Yeah, you think about what there were eight people alive left at the end of that round. If I remember right.
This team just wins games in like the margins. That's why it always gets so close. They just those last couple steps. They always just kind of grab them here and there, round after round. Just grab that one extra, the inch. You add up all those inches at the end of the day.
You get a mile.
And I think listen, and FaZe won again one of those rounds with the pistols, right? And that gave them a lifeline because that should have been. Should have been on match point there, like 15-10 up, right? Instead, it went to 14-11, but. Even with all of that from FaZe, the economy, the loss bonus started mounting up for VP, and it's so hard. Like that's the worst position to be in, to have to come back on T side, doesn't matter the map, on T side against VP when they're playing CT. Because James just has, I feel like he has better understanding than anyone how big of a gamble to take in terms of stacking. And there's a level to the economy where it's like, the loss bonus plus the amount of guns you save, and if you do it like 2 rounds in a row, you have buys 3 rounds in a row until the end of the game, right? If you're on the CT side. Like there's an extra layer there of maths that you can do when it comes to Counter-Strike, which I feel only he does.
Yeah, and you know, it's just like an onion, layers. That's exactly right, Yanko. I think you nailed that spot on.
And cakes.
Yeah. Yes, cakes. Cakes also have layers. Also, certain hairstyles have layers. The earth has layers. Where do we stop? Who knows? But I can tell you this. The Kiria MVP is going to be flit for this matchup. And in that notion, Jason, I know that you said he had a great game in that second map, but really came to life, really came to his own.
Yeah, he actually a little bit of a slow start in this series, but here on Overpass, he was so important. This T side, he was a guy causing so many problems for this FaZe defense, just obliterating them at the A bomb site a number of times, really making this defense spread thin, allowing James to really work this map at his own pace because he was causing so much chaos and having so much impact across the entirety of the map. So just the fact that in this third and deciding map that he steps up at a massive degree and gives them, it delivers them so many T rounds. Fair play. Take the MVP award, baby.
Flit had more kills on Overpass than he did on
first two maps
combined. So, and out of his 30 kills on Overpass, 21 came in the first half on the T side, 130 ADR, 1.93 rating.
That ain't bad.
An absolute unit on that T side.
As they say. Yeah, he was spectacular. And I mean, I want to give, I mean, that was the great thing. He powered like a really good T side for VP. They also had a good CT side as well. As Yanko mentioned, like there were some rounds in that second half. VP just stacked the bomb sites just perfect. Like 3 rounds in a row. They had an absolutely perfect read on FaZe of where they were going, where they were heading, and just always being in prime position. And man, FaZe just got suffocated in this.
Yeah. And it's rough because like FaZe Kerrigan likes to run those sometimes late fakes, right? So he was trying, he didn't get the proper reads at the correct, like when he's trying to sort of throw a mini fake late into the round and go to the opposite bomb site, that's when VP would sort of either make an information play or they had a guy who was a little bit more forward in bathrooms and could get that info. And when they tried to go all in to avoid that sort of a thing, that's when VP was actually stacked, waiting for them, right? So
and shout out to Dastin as well. Said it in the post-game interview. Like we've played against Kerrigan so much, we kind of know some of the tendencies. We know how to pick them out. We know exactly what we're looking for.
I thought you were going to shout him out. I like the part where he's like, I can't say everything that I said to them, which means he was cussing them out. He was cussing them out. Jason was
nuts.
like, you little, like you're going to lose this, aren't you?
You're going to give me that off. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
Yeah.
What?
Do not resist.
Yeah, well, that too. Hey, speaking of that, let's go ahead and run it all the way back to round 8, gentlemen. Let's just fly.
Yeah, we were talking about Flit, right? So look at the radar here in this round. He's alone towards the A bomb site, right? He has some utility left on him, which he's going to use. This is a very good smoke he's going to throw on this sort of flowers position, right? Which denies vision for the cities. You see it here on the right. That's his smoke. And he's just pushing, trying to draw attention to himself, right? He gets 1 kill. He gets 1 more. This drew a lot of rotation from FaZe. Look, there's a 3rd player there, a 4th guy almost rotating over. At this point, the jig is up. They might even be trying to save, but actually everyone else is coming over to the B bomb site. You can see how both Kerrigan and Twist, they're pretty much dead instantly, and the round is over. This was just a fake, and Flit is a 1-man army. He was just on a tear in this.
And they're
round.
probably just like kind of hoping he goes like 1 for 1, right? They're like, go 1 for 1. Everything after that is a bonus, and he gets 2 more. So it's like,
I think
GG.
it also gives you a little bit of a window into FaZe's mental state at that point. You know, it was a little bit of panic because if one guy is able to draw such a huge rotation, you know,
and you're not able to kill him on top of that.
Yeah, things weren't great, but they managed to sort of get back into it. They salvaged that first half. It looked really horrific, but you lose both pistols in this sort of a situation and the first gunner and all that stuff. It didn't come down to really overpass or strategies. It came down to just you can't start off that slow.
I mean, FaZe came into this map winning 3 out of the 4 pistols, right? So, you know,
and the 4th and the 1 they lost, they equaled them back.
Right,
in the
yeah,
second round.
So there's a form of response there, but, you know, overall, it's simply not enough. Right?
Not enough.
What we will do is go to a break. That way we can come back. We can watch what is the final game of the day. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Vitality. Jason, I know you've been saving up a lot of analysis for that, but we're going to go ahead and get you out of here. Anything you want to add before you go?
No, I'm good, man.
All right, cool, great. Thanks
for that, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Anyway, that's Jason O'Toole. You can find him at Jason O'Toole.
What can you say about that one?
At getthebag.com.
I got some actually. My bracket prediction on Twitter is absolutely perfect so far.
No one cares. Let's go to break.
We could probably pull that up. Yeah, and he's right.
He is right.
Go to break.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of them all.
I need warriors.
Take everything, leave them with nothing.
What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul, and ain't no one telling me nothing. I've taken control. If you got something on your mind, go and spit it out. If you got something on your chest, go and get it off. We don't have a moment to waste. For the last few days we've been running in place. I need a vacation. Both hands holding on, but I feel it breaking. If I'm not good enough, how long till replacement? I see right through your disguise, your pretty little lie. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that blacktop boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. Let me be free. What if I told you I know exactly what you are? What have they sold you on that red hot boulevard? Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own. Ooh, I'm doing damage control on my heart and my soul. Oh no, I don't need your help, said I'm good on my own.
Sound of thunder. Not much time to run for cover. Warning of what is to come. And you hear it coming closer and closer and closer.
Oh dear, it's not Henry Greer, it's us again. Welcome back, Gamers8, G8 for short. We are live from Riyadh with, guess what guys? our LG match of the day, which does bring us in a new guest, of course. We're talking a little bit about Maniac. I wouldn't say resident sleeper. That's for the guy on the end, if he likes it or not.
Wow,
but,
all right, cool, yeah.
But if he likes it, if
Why
he
is he
doesn't,
getting so rude
Can't
at the very beginning?
Can't do a Vitality game without Maniac.
No, I was actually chilling at the hotel. I was almost falling asleep, and then I have a call from production saying, listen, you didn't hear it. Vitality is playing. Like, get in a car right now. And just got dressed, ran back to the production. I'm here
Put
right
his
now.
Vitality underwear on. And
So, as would luck
stood
would
there
have
with his
it.
cape, ready to go. Yeah, okay. Well, that's
You know
a
how it
whole
is.
vibe and a half. And in fact, if you're at home just hearing this story and you have absolutely no idea what's going on, I implore you to open up your nearest Photoshop and give it a crack. Let's see if we can get that going here.
In the Vitality underwear?
Well,
I'd be honored to see that.
I was
All
thinking
right,
more like the cape part,
worst.
but I guess. Yeah, so now that we've introduced Maniac, YNK, he's been here with me for the past 2, I think.
Decades.
Yeah, something like that. We'll go with decades. Nonetheless, we are ready to look at what is our match of the day. Na'Vi Vitality is packing a punch. I don't think that anybody here can sit and tell you and sell you short on the idea that you lose here, you donezo.
Zywo versus Simple.
It does have a knack to it, though. There will always be something special to that matchup.
Yeah, and they put
it's as simple as it is.
They put a tweet out earlier with the photo together, you know, legends.
All still mates.
All still mates, all still in the server. So I'm thinking we start this discussion a little bit around Na'Vi, right? What did we learn from them yesterday?
No, I don't know really. I think we still have a lot to learn about this Na'Vi squad. I think we've learned that they're still a little bit emotional, you know, a little bit up and down. We heard from Simple in that post-game interview that because Nuke went abysmal for them, that you know, people were forgetting strats, they were forgetting nades, Simple included in some of the rounds. That T-side was absolutely horrible, you know, and that wasn't a problem for them, actually. Their T-sides have been fine with this new lineup, but then they managed to weather the storm on the second map on their own pick, actually on their opponent's pick, and then going into the decider, right, like they completely stomped Furia. So you're like, wow, actually, this looked really easy in the end, what's going on? So this will be actually a really, really big test for this Na'Vi lineup.
Yeah, a very tightly contested bracket. You know why? Because it's single elimination, and that's exactly what's on the cards for us as we do find ourselves staring down the barrel of Na'Vi versus Vitality. We might as well see what they've got to say. Heads up.
So playing against Na'Vi would also, I feel like, I wouldn't say like comfortable for us, but we sort of know what to expect, I feel like, with, you know, Alexi, how he is as an IGL and sort of those things. But, you know, they're a good team. I think people misjudged them in the sense that they saw JL and IM and they thought like, and Alexi, and they think, this is not looking so good. But I think they picked up the correct players. I think it's a matter of time to them, but obviously I want to believe that we, you know, coming into this matchup, obviously we're feeling confident, but we need to show up, and if we show up, I believe we have enough to beat them.
Surely there's no way. Trying to bait all the pings out. Sphinx! No way! No! Surely not! I can't believe he's done that! He's a robot!
It's gonna be like a harder game, most likely, because, yeah, like, they did the change as well with only one player. We did 3, so we're gonna be the underdog, basically. In my opinion, at least.
Fury, that's for everybody.
Now you try again. You've got Simple to... Oh, come on. He hit the no-scope. Straight through the vents, finishes off the job, gets away from the flames. You might go for a repeat. You're crazy. You're absolutely mad.
These two players, I feel like Zywo and Simple are the players that can probably single-handedly win you like a match. Not alone. They need the team, obviously, but their amount of impact can be so important. They can get those 2 entries and they instantly change a game, and now it looks like so. Simple is always an X factor, and coming into it, I'm very happy to have another one like that.
In Blast,
so playing against Na'Vi would also, I feel like, I wouldn't say like comfortable for us, but we sort of know what to expect, I feel like, with, you know, Alexi, how he is as an IGL and sort of those things. But, you know, they're a good team. I think people misjudged them in the sense that they saw JL and IM and they thought like, and Alexi, and they think, this is not looking so good. But I think they picked up the correct players. I think it's a matter of time to them, but obviously I want to believe that we, you know, coming into this matchup, obviously we're feeling confident, but we need to show up, and if we show up, I believe we have enough to beat them.
Surely there's no way. Trying to bait all the pings out. Sphinx! No way! No! Surely not! I can't believe he's done that! He's a robot!
it's gonna be like a harder game, most likely, because, yeah, like, they did the change as well with only one player. We did 3, so we're gonna be the underdog, basically. In my opinion, at least.
Fury, that's for everybody.
Now you try again. You've got Simple to... Oh, come on. He hit the no-scope. straight through the vents, finishes off the job, gets away from the flames. You might go for a repeat. You're crazy! You're absolutely mad.
These two players, I feel like ZywOo and Simple are the players that can probably single-handedly win you like a match. Not alone, they need the team obviously, but their amount of impact can be so important. They can get those 2 entries and they instantly change a game, and now it looks like so. Simple is always an X factor, and coming into it, I'm very happy to have another one like that.
In Blast we qualified, so we did good. In Cologne we did a good show as well, beating FaZe as well. Only Valeri beat and his Simple played together, and then the rest of us are like, we are new. Like, you don't know how people react around you because they're short time, and then like it's gonna be mistakes.
I feel like with Vitality we had more officials than Navi, but on the other hand we lack practice compared to Navi. I think it's just the Cologne difference. They have probably 4, 3, 4, 5, even 5 more days of practice, which I think changes more. But we had more officials, which is probably the better practice. All we need to be is like a little bit on point in terms of our communication and our energy, and that enough can, surprise many teams.
For sure, we're gonna put at least a good fight, or if not, we're gonna win.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. It is Gamers8. That's G8 for short, of course.
Let's run it back one more time.
That's essentially what yeah, I'm just kidding.
Maniac, it's Yanko.
Those things do happen, and they are completely out of Maniac's control, so please stop sending all the hate to him on X.com or whatever it is.
I think it's undeserved, uncalled for.
I thought so, too, and that's why we're putting it out there now. What did you learn right there? Twice.
You know what are Vitality and Navi trace?
The match of the day by LG, yeah.
2 of the most hated teams in Brazil right now.
Oh, yeah.
Because they eliminated MIBR and Furia from this tournament. That's how they got to be in the match of the day, facing each other in the quarterfinal of Gamers8 in Saudi Arabia. Riyadh, Maniac, back to you in the studio.
Absolute drama. Crazy scene. Unhinged scenes out there.
Unhinged. When you say unhinged, what does that define exactly? What are you saying when you say unhinged?
Unhinged, I'm talking about the passion.
Talking about unhinged, I want to talk about our good friend Anders, because when it comes to Simple and ZywOo, he had a very good description, the difference between the two, right? He's like, ZywOo is the perfect student, he has the correct answer to every question in the test. But Simple, he's a virtuoso. He gives you answers to the question that you didn't even know were an option, right? And I think that describes the difference between the two. Simple is more of an X factor. ZywOo is more just incredible instincts, right? Always sort of finding himself to be in the correct position. Obviously, a very mechanically skilled player, so it's just an enjoyment to see them square off on the server.
But impact, that's been the focal point, at least over on social medias. Now, I know that you're ready for that, Maniac.
No. In fact, I would like this conversation to remain civil.
Never again.
I don't want to hear that term ever in my life.
You've broken him. It's over.
No, that's him. No, that's Maniac.
I was like, well, I'm all right.
No, like,
so why the hell are people talking about
I'm going to take you back to the 1800s.
True detective, like you asked me about Simple. Taking that cigarette.
Time is a flat circle, and no, great. Maniac. What does that mean exactly? Like, why would that even be a thought process?
No, why do you want me to explain to you what we
started with the 1800s, so let's get there.
And I was going to go back to the roots of sociology and how we started, studying...
CLG.
Sociology.
Sorry, I heard CLG.
CLG, what are you talking about? Can we talk about the game at hand?
Yeah, please, my God. Yeah, we're talking about our match of the day. Again, that is Navi Vitality. Single elimination, so probably time to shine.
Listen, I love what Yanko brought to the table. There's a lot of poetry out there, Simple, the virtuoso. Let's cut the crap. Vitality's the favorite. They are the better team. They have more tenure, more experience, better map pool. That's just how it is. Like, Vitality, our favorite. I'm going to go in with confidence. It's going to be a quick game. It's going to be all good.
But we just heard the idea of the tide turning players, right? We heard it from Flames twice. We heard him say that the idea that these are players that can really win the game for you, even though obviously you need all 5.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's always the factor. And we saw yesterday with Navi against Fury a bit on that decider on Ancient, just turned on another gear really and really took over that particular game.
Yeah, and which is something we're going to be looking out for. Obviously, though, to get all these tools in the same shed, you need someone to kind of captain that ship. And by captaining it, I mean IGLing. It's going to be Alexi B catching out with us.
The matches continue here at Gamers8. And Alexi, I want to touch on what you thought of yesterday and where you felt Navi was struggling the most and what you look to try and improve on so quickly day after day.
I think we got a bit caught off guard with the beta. And definitely showed some shakiness at the start of the series, and I feel like it has happened in the past as well with this lineup, where we kind of like get into the series and then take it from there. But I'm happy we showed our true colors in the end, but it's still a scary situation if we can play that bad as we did at the start. And yeah, we spoke about it, and I hope it's not going to happen today.
And it can't happen today, right, against a team like Vitality. I want to ask you, though, when it comes to the map pool and what Na'Vi have to offer, are you ready for a challenge like Vitality?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us right now is obviously the map pool. It's hard to catch up these tier 1 teams or the top 5 teams because they played with each other for some time now. I know that we managed to win against G2, managed to win against FaZe, but at the end of the day, they were really close games, and they didn't have too much data on us. So I think it's just us right now trying to improve, trying to stay ahead, even though our opponents know what we're doing. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing for us is just making sure that we learned from the mistakes yesterday, trying to improve on the maps that we were a bit weak on, and go from there.
And how much pressure do you feel, in particular, on you as the leader, right, when it comes to your T-sides? When we look at the start of this, your T-sides were fantastic, but we saw yesterday a bit of a slip-up, right, against Fury or Nuke.
Yeah, but as I said, I mean, it is a different dynamic overall. Blade is involved a lot, and we are doing our preparations differently than I'm used to. But at the end of the day, it's we're still one unit, and we were forgetting basic things yesterday where it comes to like smokes and different strats we're running. And we did some homework now, and I hope that we're just going to be twice as good today.
He's got a smile on his face. Let's see if the homework pays off. Let's see what they got. Thank you very much, mate.
Now, you're both college-educated lads, right? You've done your homework, or perhaps you haven't. Nonetheless, what does the homework tell you from Alexi B?
I think it's just, you know, they got caught off guard in the veto yesterday. That was a problem, and you can tell it's still, people are still getting used to things. There's 6 maps that you need to play, that you need to add things on, structure. Alexi has to get used to Blade as a coach and what are the things that he wants to nail down in their game, right? And people are going to forget stuff and, you know, not be on the same page about things. So it's still a learning process, and you just have to find a way to fight through it all.
Yeah, definitely. And I think outside of Simple, for whom we will always have trust, no matter the circumstances, no matter the map, we know what the output is going to be. You have players in Bit and Imme who have to come into their own in this project. I think Imme is a great example on Mirage. Couple of rough games at the very beginning. Now the last 2 maps have been great. Bit pops off massively on Ancient, makes the game look easy, like there's absolutely no discussion, but there's no guarantee at all. So I think if you're Na'Vi, you try and cater to these 2 and make sure you help them find that comfort zone, because you don't need to cater to Simple. Like he'll do his job no matter what.
He'll find a way, most likely, which is exactly what you expect out of Simple. There are a lot of candidates in this matchup that you could sit there and say, yeah, they got a pedigree, they know how to play the game, like, right? So we hear from Alexi B. It's only fair that we also hear from Apex.
Now next to step up to the plate, and your first time on stage because you're playing on the B stream last time around. Obviously, I'm not worried about any stage experience for you guys when it comes to this, but I am worried a bit that MIBR was such an easy opponent for you guys. And is there something different you need to do in your approach and how you hit this game, considering you're going up against Na'Vi?
Not really. I think that's what's important for us is to focus on ourselves. We're still a new team with Shahar, so we just want to get the more experience as much as possible. So for us, the main goal is just to focus on ourselves for this tournament. So whoever we play is going to be the same.
And when you say, obviously, yes, you're a new team with Flamesy coming in, how far along do you think this development has happened already, and how comfortable are you feeling overall with him?
Well, obviously last week we didn't have much practice because we went back from 1 month away from home, so we had to get some days off, and I was sick after Cologne. Like, it's when your body answers like after a month being away, a month of stressful things, so it wasn't easy to practice. We did like 2 days, but that wasn't perfect, far from that. So obviously we're still a bit far, but that's not an excuse for us to lose today or anywhere, anytime. We just want to show that we are among the best, and that's it.
Do you feel like you've got a massive advantage over Na'Vi when it comes to this map pool right now, though? Because they don't really have some core maps where they've got key fundamentals on right now. They seem to be struggling on multiple angles.
Yeah, I think that they don't know yet about the map pool because they're a young team, and they also didn't have the best time to prepare. So I think we have a bit of a hedge of them, even though we also kind of don't know what map we prefer right now. So yeah, I think the edge is just a small margin, I would say.
And you got the edge enough to take the win today?
Yes, I mean, as I said, we want to show that we are among the best. So for me, win has to happen today.
Let's see if we can get it done. I like what he's saying. Let's see what happens in Vitality against Na'Vi. So, Oh, I'm glad you wrote that down.
Yeah.
With moves like that, how could you ever doubt Vitality?
He's played football for many, many years. You could see he's still got the acceleration.
The agility, it's undeniable.
Undeniable. You know what's another thing that we didn't mention yet about this game and about Vitality?
What's that?
Is that Zonic isn't here.
Oh, that's very
Zonic
true.
is not at this event, and we'll see if that will. I mean, I think it'll definitely have some sort of an impact, right? We'll just have to see how big and whether it will be detrimental for Vitality. I think, seeing as how Apex is an emotional guy, right? And this is going to be could be a very strange game with a lot of ups and downs because of the inconsistencies over in the Navi camp. So you have to be able to keep your cool. They still have Matt, who is the assistant coach. He's a very experienced guy. You know, used to play in 1.6, won WCG in 2007, actually beating Zonic in the final. So, and he's been on the team for a long time, right? And he's, in the terms of preparation, it's all going to be fine. But in terms of sort of keeping Apex's leash
we played together.
somewhat tight.
We played together in CSGO with Apex and Matt in LDLC. Yeah, so there is a bit of a pre-existing relationship between the two. I think there is a language to be spoken. Exactly.
Yeah. They love
French,
language. Yeah, that one, the French language. That's the one. Okay, so let's do this. Not only is this our match of the day, this is also a quarterfinal, guys. So, and when you think about that, the stakes have never been higher. I want to know what maps we're going to be playing or what we're not going to be playing. Who did the research?
Listen, I think James touched on it a little bit in the interview. Navi is not exactly in a place where they can abuse some of the weaknesses that we've seen from Vitality. For example, Vertigo won't be played. We've seen Flames struggle just a little bit. That won't be the case. And in terms of picks, look, it's not that easy. I think Navi's been improving and making great strides on Mirage, but it's a map that even Vitality picked against ENCE in Cologne. So it's not like they're starting from nowhere. Vitality have a couple of options going into this. They actually decided to go for Nuke. Personally, I'm not going to put too much thought into the loss against Furia because the whole double sniper, auto sniper, whatever the hell, I think it was a very singular matchup, but it's a map that Vitality have looked very decent on.
Yeah, and I think for the last map, I think probably Inferno here for Vitality. It could have also been their pick, but Vitality really likes to punish with the pick, and they don't even go for Inferno. They decide to go for Overpass. I think they're banking a little bit on the discomfort levels over in the Navi camp.
Yeah, you know how we usually say, like, you know, focus on yourself, your strength, not your opponent's weaknesses. That's right there. That's a U-turn. The comfort zone for Vitality was Inferno. They've played it a bunch with Flames. They've found already a couple of moves and patterns that works on the B side as well with Apex. But here they say, you know what? We don't think you're ready on Overpass. We see your weakness on Overpass, even though they don't have a whole lot of reps. So that's kind of diverse from what we usually see.
And this is who Vitality is. They always pick to punish, right? It's a little bit surprising they decide to go for it in the Decider too. You maybe want something that's a little bit closer to home for you when it comes to that. But hey.
Hey, here it is. Hey, speaking of which, I know you're going to pick Vitality. Let's just skip right past that.
Yes.
Who you got, Yanko?
I have to go with Vitality too, but I think I'm going to give Mirage to Navi, really, you know?
Okay.
I think they have a good chance of winning that map. Ima has been great on it, so yeah, let's make it a 3-mapper Trace. Why the hell not?
Yeah, why the hell not? Now's your chance.
In my immense generosity, I am ready to allow a 3rd map series to happen.
You'll do that.
I am ready to allow it.
Well,
as long as Vitality win.
That's the only thing that would make sense at this point. This is a quarterfinal. This is Gamers8, and this is the time to shine. That's right, we're going Mirage, Nuke, and Overpass should we need it. This matchup is brought to you by Sponge Machine.
It's time for our LG match of the day, our 3rd and final match in a series that everyone is waiting for. It's Navi taking on Vitality. Fancy, you ready?
I'm ready, man. It's the first quarterfinal of Gamers8 CSGO. It's gonna be history made tonight. أعزائنا المشاهدين زي ما تشوفون بيكون عندنا مباراة من أقوى المباريات اللي عندنا، مباراة ليجندز بيتواجهون معنا، لكن لا ننسى أنها سنجل إليمينيشن، واحد منهم راح يودع الرياض الليلة. يا ترى مين بيكون؟ صعب مرة، أي أحد ممكن يقرر.
Now I'm going to do you a little bit dirty here, my man.
Oh no.
You know, in the previous game, your prediction was a huge fumble. You went for FaZe, man. I took that BP just because you went there.
I mean,
you just keep taking L's on the stage.
You wanted it to be interesting, and it worked for you, but don't ask me about this game because I can never decide, man.
Oh, you can never decide? Ah, you're not going to go with it? Should we find out what the crowd's thinking? They're filling out a little bit more here.
Oh, yeah.
You guys can wait for it. Let me hear this. We got some Navi fans? Okay. And what about the Vitality side? Oh, we're getting boos on the other side. But well, this is going to make it a little bit more fun out there.
It's going to be intense, man.
Now, when it comes to intense, and that's what we expect from this matchup. Both teams fighting for survival, right? It is not easy from start to finish in any of these games. And we've got two of the best players in the world going head-to-head. The Zyru versus Simple matchup is one we always love and enjoy. But right now, it's completely different levels of teams. Vitality looks so much better.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that I'm worried about is when we heard Apex talking about the interview, he's just focusing on the fact that they didn't practice that much after IM Cologne because he was sick, and that might not bring them to the level that we're expecting. But at the same time, we know that it's best of 3 and we know it's single elimination, so they're going to give it everything they have, and I'm sure that it's going to be a good one. زي المشاهدين زي ما احنا عارفين المباراة هذه بتكون جدا جدا مهمة لكل الفريقين، لكن تيم فيتاليتي يوم سوينا مقابلة مع ابيكس قبل قليل كان يتكلم على انه ما كان عندهم فرصة يدربون كثير ولا قدروا انهم يعطونا كل اللي عندهم في المباراة الماضية اللي وصلتهم الى الكوارتر فاينلز، لكن الان بيكون عندهم فرصة انهم يعوضون قدام نافي.
Well, let's not keep anyone waiting any longer. Let's get our first team to the stage. They're ready to rock it once again in the black and yellow. Let's see what they got. The crowd favorite out here. It's Na'Vi! Now, Simple as always, the star, but yesterday we saw Bit dominate from start to finish. Now, it was touch and go. That game certainly wasn't easy. And Alexi B was saying in an interview what they need to do in order to deliver a win today against Vitality. The map pool is still something they're learning. As a team, they're still building chemistry, and that is not easy to do, but you've got 5 players hungry to secure another win.
احنا عارفين نافي من افضل الفرق على مستوى العالم، لكن المشكله الوحيده اللي عندهم الان هي السينرجي ما بينهم. تكلموا كثير على قدرتهم انهم يحتاجون وقت اطول عشان يكون عندنا الفريق في الفورم النهائي حقه، لكن الان ما راح يكون عندهم فرصه ثانيه لان هذا سنجل إليمينيشن اعزائي المشاهدين، فحرفيا لازم يكون افضل اداء عندهم يطلع الان. خصمهم كلنا نعرف مين بيكونون، هم احد الافضل في العالم، كلكم منتظرين اللحظه هذه من زمان اعزائي المشاهدين، خلونا نرحب فيهم على المسرح. في أول ظهور في المسرح تيم فيتاليتي. كثير من الجمهور ما يتفقون انه تيم فيتاليتي راح يفوز في هذه المباراة، لكن اذا في شيء واحد متأكدين منه يكون ان هذه المباراة بتكون اقوى مباراة عندنا في تاريخ Gamers8. حتى اللحظة هذه ما ندري مين بيكون الفائز، خصوصا انه اول ظهور لهم في المسرح بعد ما سمعنا انهم ما دربوا كثير بعد IM كولون. ممكن ما نشوف المستوى اللي متوقعينه من فيتاليتي، بس هم جايين عشان يعطونكم شو.
Well, the team is not got the chemistry when it comes to walking down the stairs, but let's hope they got the chemistry on the server. That's what they'll need. Now, the crowd is actually booing against them, but they've got smiles on their faces. They're having fun. But when it comes to the server, it's going to be anything but fun. They need to deliver their absolute A game if they want to take the win.
They definitely love a challenge. أعزائي المشاهدين، هذه المباراة هي الكورتر فاينل، الفائز منهم على طول بتكون من أحد التوب 4 تيمز اللي موجودين عندنا في هذه البطولة، والفائز على طول بيقدر يضمن نفسه بكمية نقاط كثيرة، خصوصا انه بيكون يقرب اكثر انه ياخذ اللاين شير من $1,000,000 الجائزه الكبرى اللي عندنا في CSGO Gamers8. لكن المباراه هذه ما حد يقدر يتوقع مش النتيجه حقتها. And don't you dare ask me about the prediction because I'm not going to say it.
Well, both teams can take their seats. Go and get yourselves ready, guys, and strap yourselves in for a wild ride of counterstrike. We're late into the night, but we're late into the action. It's a match we've been waiting for. And you said don't dare ask you. Okay, well, you can have Vitality. I'm having Na'Vi, and that's the way it's going to go. I'm putting it on you.
All right, fine. I'm actually okay with it. أعزائي المشاهدين، على طول نروح للمعلقين نتكلم أكثر شو ممكن يصير في هذه المباراة، لأن احنا زي ما احنا عارفين واحد منهم بيودع الليلة في الرياض هنا في البوليفارد. بالتوفيق لهم إن شاء الله. على طول مع المعلقين.
Let's get ourselves into the game. It's Na'Vi taking on Vitality.
Quarterfinals to end your evening, the very first of the 4 matchups we have ahead of us. Yes, from 16 down to just 8. I'm Machine, and I'm joined by Sponge. We've got a banger here. We've got the GOAT versus the God. What's going to go down here?
Yeah, we've got the best at the moment of Zywoo taking on Simple, and that's always a public holiday as far as Counter-Strike is concerned. This type of matchup always delivers, but it's going to be the first time the new Na'Vi roster is taking on Vitality. Previous major champions, obviously with the new addition of Mr. Flamesy. And we're going to be heading into some Mirage for map number 1, Na'Vi's choice. Nuke, which we saw Na'Vi struggle with, will be the second map picked by Vitality.
Now, exactly, but I do love what Matthew said on the desk as well regarding Nuke. He said, I think that that's singular and matchup specific because of this double AWP, DAC, AWPing, CT side. He's right, he considers that separate to perhaps what you can grow to expect from Na'Vi's Nuke.
That's a reasonable take right there, and we've got a whole map of Counter-Strike before we even need to worry about Cedar Creek. But Na'Vi, yesterday, Bit was looking fantastic on Ancient.
Plus 17, Chad.
They just kept hitting his side. He just kept mowing him down. So it's going to be good stuff. But we also heard from Flames in the interview. It feels like he's got a decent understanding of what Alexi likes to do, how he likes to approach the game. Here he is on your screen. Used to play with Alexi over there on OG. And here's Matt. Also, nice little tidbits from Yanko about the assistant coach, who's going to be the coach right now, as Zonic was unable to make it here for G8. Regardless, I think they're in safe hands, and Zonic is watching on from home, but this could be quite the barn burner ahead of us. Maybe another 3-map affair.
Yeah, and of course, in order to get here, worth highlighting that both of the Brazilian teams had to be eliminated. We saw Na'Vi take a full 3-map affair against Furia, and MIBR falling in 2 to Vitality. So let's get this quarterfinal started. The first map will be on Mirage. And it looks like the timer has started. Na'Vi take to the T side to get things going, and Vitality onto that defense. And 5 sets of Kev for this CT start.
The Ukrainians here getting the P250s in hand. One for Bit, one for Simple. Simple's got armor behind it. Both obscured.
Bit and Simple with a 1.2 rating in their first affair. First fixture here in the quarters. Let's see if they can match that. Oh, Bit, he's been spotted out. That nice elevated angle towards Ticket chips him away a little lower. Oh, yeah, he's been put down. Apex on that P2K. And JL onto Zywoo. Missed that one.
Lots of space here, though, for JL. Spinks trying to track him down. Position given up now. JL needs to be careful here. You can see, aware of all the angles as Spinks will take down Alexi.
Issues now, because they're heading into the site in Flames. He's going to be the first on the scene. Good job onto the bomb carrier. So Im's gone. Flames finds chance to reload, and oh my god, GL! He takes them both down on the CT side. Leaves it all onto Simple. A winnable 1 versus 2 with the bomb on the floor. Well aware of where Flames was located, but Spinks is the question mark. Oh, information. And he's taunting, toying with their information now. Back and forth he goes, looking to isolate Jules, and with precision, Simple strikes. A second required, and Spinks will provide. Defends and converts that Simple clutch. And considering how hard JL worked and the shot from Simple, they're going to feel hard done by not having a round to boast.
Yeah, that's thanks to JL. They even bothered to get that bomb down right. He created access in towards the site. Good job from Simple with the single. Going to be disappointed. Spinks bopped him right there, but Spinks with a pair of frags as well. And that's the start we're looking for your match of the day. The first quarter final, a back and forth just on the pistol round. And with the plant, there's questions to be asked here for Na'Vi going into round number 2. Flames responding in time, got the jump on Ime right there. This is the double from JL, and you feel that he should have been dead to rights, but great work from him. We'll be able to accrue a little bit of extra cash, which should result in, I think he can afford himself an AK here. Yeah, he has been able to buy himself an AK, so a threatening second round with the force buy and play Apex over towards Connector. We can note that the setup for Vitality, Flamesy and Spinks over towards B. Apex, the connector player, Zywoo window, but basically the AWP will be everywhere, and Magisk gets this A anchor. You can see him highlighted here.
It's on JL. They're really backing him up for the impact. And Alexi B's been cut down by Zywoo. Magisk, he was flashed off, but Apex will finish the job, and this is spotless, perfect, untarnished. This defense, all hinging now on that Simple dig. He's going to go down shortly. They're charging forwards. Magisk confirms he's on the way back, and from behind, Flames will strike clean. 5 down, 5 alive, Vitality 2-0.
Yeah, it doesn't get better than that for a second round here. So even with that AK that JL invested into, they don't get anything done whatsoever. Simple had a lot to say after they executed, and still the mouth is moving. One can only speculate what's being said, but it's going to be a light one. Good response time. Getting involved and just making sure they can't take too much space over towards A, not allowing that bomb to go down, and should be looking at a Another clean round available here. Just have to avoid the headhunters of the Deagles. But something that Na'Vi are pretty good at is with the pistols. We were noting that against Furia, right? They were able to do damage on rounds like these. And that's if they were given the opportunity to take the fights. Now there's the first. JL trying to keep this pace up. Out the A round, the first death in this one.
And JL, obviously so bolstered by that drop he received, decided to treat Simple to a Deeg. Not sure it's going to be particularly impactful. Shallow molly on that B defense. Flames has got Ime just sniffing out anything he can find on these lighter pistols. There are 3 Deegs equipped. And then we saw Ime actually in their first game, finding a couple of high-impact Deegs, as you were alluding to.
Right now, within the 3 rounds that we've played, Vitality have set the tone with the opening kills. So if they can keep this up, it'll be the most important round coming up next as the guns do fall into the hands. Right now, a bit of a Milkman special. Allowing Vitality to rifle through whatever util they may have left. Now, Flamesy staying defensive with that smoke. If he feels under threat, he can drop it, but also Spinks is responding to this.
Oh, he's gone for the flashbang there across, and SMG should be perfect weapon for the job. Spinks and Flames combine and make it 3-0.
Now, there's some details from the Vitality game since Flames has joined that is quite key. They like to take a lot of heads-up fights in towards B apartments, Spinks and Flamesy, right? They'll work in tandem, they'll play aggressive, they'll use util, they'll allow him to clear out. And I'm not talking pushing all the way, but just vying for control up to the point of the kitchen. Now, with this MP9, Flamesy could have that type of maneuver. He could jump out of window, go to underpass, they could fight mid with it. Lots of options available here. But Na'Vi, they do get the rifles out. Instant window smoke, sorry. Cat smoke as well, flashes in play. Simple, peppered up ever so lightly. Molly here from Spinks in response. And Flamesy hasn't taken the fight mid, but he has taken the SMG elsewhere. Won't be his regular haunt of the B bomb site. You can see Simple, he feels like he's under pressure if he's dropping a flash like that.
Yeah, not to be the case though. Spinks and Apex are tasked with keeping hold of Connector. With window smoke deployed, he's pre-firing it. Apex, yeah, he's going to get rumbled on that one. Good awareness, I think, just off a sliver of info. And Spinks will just take his place. He'll have another go. Does Ime really get 2 for 2, or are they going to overlook the position, given there's a frag there already? Oh, Spinks massacres them both, safe from the flames, and he will elope through the smoke. 4 on 3.
Bomb down here, and they're going to need to go ahead and pick that back up. Bit's looking for a fight in the interim. So I was the man to deal with the defensive smoke dropped. I don't think you want to brave this now.
What you got for us, JL? We need someone to turn the tide of battle to on his plate on the A site. Magisk is on it. Oh, just on a timing, looked away and dead now. JL's tied us back up at 3 each, and it probably favors the T side here.
But they're not expecting Flamesy. He doesn't traditionally.
Oh, yeah, too soon. Oh, he's so low. Bullets, Flames, 3 HP. Simple could bang him out with 1 through the boards. JL's well aware he's trapped, and Spinks has caught bit as well, so this is getting really close. Spinks again has made it awkward for Simple, as Flames just trying to survive delay, and only the one Flames does leave with the frag. And they'll leave with another round quad kill out of Spinks. He is in top form.
Yeah, bang on. I was about to follow up right there. The fact that he understands that they're glued and so focused on that dark position, he takes the risk and finds a timing, and it's great from Spinks. When you see a player like this taking those heads-up type of plays, it's great. And this was the double-up, making good on Apex's promise early. I know there's a lot of critics out there of having Apex playing over towards this connected position, but if an in-game leader can play that position and feel the flow of the game, it can be instrumental here. Back down to pistols and an AK.
Yeah. Facilitated Simple with a rifle, and with Alexi B posting a Tech 9 frag, and Apex he can't swing because of the molly, so Spinks has to be the one to step up for that early frag. Oh! Ima hits a scorcher, and Ima's done it again! Double D from Ima. Finally down to Apex eventually, but taking his time about it and caught by him Simple on the trade.
Well, they know this is the anchor.
Yeah, well, they know where he is, and they have him in his sights. Magisk gets a new lease of life thanks to the miss of JL's Deeg, but the round's falling into place nonetheless.
Yeah, look at how much space Simple can take here. Bit just needs to rotate over, and you're not too worried about the underpass play because Magisk was over towards Ticket here, so that would be a regular way that this rotation could get cut off. Now, the question is, with a lot of money, and the fact that this was a lighter investment from Na'Vi, does Magisk want to give this one a look? You can see him starting to wander over and investigate the options. As the bomb gets planted, maybe, just maybe, that's enough to secure Na'Vi's first. And it just came with pace of Alexi's Tech 9 and some banger shots on the deagle of Ima. That was beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, one is amazing. The second, Like, Spinks was just trying to find a response, trying to keep it level.
And it was a good response, especially after they lose the opening kill, to have the two bodies of the B players come and fight. Right. It's hard to fault that.
Yeah.
But when you get absolutely smashed, just clobbered.
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
Oh, okay. Well.
Oh, that's not great.
No, that's not great. Sorry, Simple.
Sorry.
Terrorists win. Kind of a technical timeout here, everybody. Yeah, okay. Well, technical timeout has been called. Well, there's other options.
Last time I had this happen, someone handed me a handwritten note in the middle of my first ever quarterfinal.
This is cheekier than a handwritten note, isn't it? It's like we've been dobbed on.
Yeah.
Well,
so the weather.
I suppose the best solution is they could change the audibles in the arena.
That's true.
That would be the safest solution for everybody.
I don't think there's many Arabic speakers on the stage.
Yeah, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think we're safe.
That would work. That would be a quick solution.
A quick fix. What should we try and say? See if we can elicit something here.
Looks like it's been resolved.
Oh, wonderful.
Players are happy. Admins have given us a double thumbs up. And we'll get back underway.
I like that he called us Mr.
Yeah. and he called us Mr. Machine. Let's go. It's game time, round 6. And already Magic's posturing for a forward. Aggress towards the ramp position, bit yet to frag.
Has support here as well.
He does have support. And they just go dry. Magis, big contribution. And Vitality immediately with a leg up in the round. Caught off guard and already caging the highest performer in their opening game. So far, bit yet to find a frag. 380R and Flames, good awareness through the smoke. He has Alexi B low.
Really lands on Emma here to be able to make something happen.
Yeah, but look at this perfect placement of the crosshairs. ZywOo eliminates the threat, extends their advantage. A deep incendiary facilitates Magis to go wide behind him. JL's ready, hyper aware of the play.
You see the shake of the head there as well.
Too telegraphed, he knew what was up.
Yeah. All right.
Like, oh, that molly's deeper than normal. It's like you're leaving space for someone.
Well, they know that ZywOo was here. Apex can't be too far away.
Straight through the smoke. Bit of a Flames maneuver he's thrown into the mix here. JL, straight into the site, lots of space. Oh, and Apex looks away. Simple has managed to level the odds a little. Alexi to plant, Simple. Goes to body. God, and he's hit the shot. ZywOo racks him up, and Vitality comfortable in another conversion.
What are you meant to do right there if you're Alexi? You're just punching the digits. You were low from the spam from Flamesy that you highlighted earlier in the round, and ZywOo happens. JL with some impact to try and make the round a bit of a possibility there. But not to be the case, 5-1. Navi will be able to get back into things here. Quick, smart. Now this one here, as soon as this happens, Simple left with absolutely nothing to do. That was the JL kill on the push. Maybe you couldn't quite believe his luck coming to him. And will be a tactical timeout taken here on the Na'Vi side of the server. So Blade chipping in. You can see him directing the conversation to Alexi.
So Zai will be pulling out his AWP, or sorry, keeping hold of his AWP, but Simple in response is going to have one of his own.
JL's lining up insta window here, just trying to see if they want to do anything with the spawns that are available. Simple has an opportunity to try and punish, and as I mentioned, over towards B, they do like the aggression. That could have been one port of call, but not to be the case. He's
going for it. He wants to have answers towards middle. Nothing too audacious, not all outrageous. Just a standard start. A fantastic start from Spinks and Flames. 17 frags, and ZywOo onto Simple, okay. That's already looking awkward. Na'Vi needs something from him, and he's got one before Apex puts him down. Two-man advantage. Now they're smooth sailing. Again, Vitality, this is quite the start. Imposing presence on this defense. It doesn't feel like there's much room for Na'Vi to find trades to manufacture a mid-round.
No, and right there, it told us Zyro was flashed. I'd love to see that one back in the replay, but at this point, Jail and Bit in combination here to try and make something out of a round like this because it all just faded so quickly. Bit with some room. Would love to see him getting activated here on the scoreboard. We know how much impact this Headhunter can have. The smoke will land. It will draw the attention. JL staying noisy with this. There's problems here. Flame's going to find him easy as you like, and now it's just one more Bit. Has been able to worm his way in for a little bit of room, but Magisk ready for it. Sharp, a headshot comes through, and the lead has grown 5-1 in favor of Team Vitality here.
The more I watch Vitality, the more it feels like they're just going to keep developing, growing.
Yes. Because like Flamesy's potential to grow is huge, right? And he's in positions right now.
And you're integrating him.
Yes, and he's in positions right now, especially on the CT side, that are not his home positions. But then also Spinx's development. Yeah, Spinx got to play over there with Ents, right? And we know how well Ents are doing at the moment. But him as a player is still relatively new on our screens. So if Spinx can continue to develop as well, and you have that trio alongside Zywu, we have to remember Zywu is quite young as well.
That's true. He's certainly already found consistency and...
He's only 22.
Yeah. Well, they will boost over that deeper smoke, and Spinx is considering an investigation. Just backing away now. But not a full investment here. They are just leaning on Imme this time. And this duo on B, constantly proactive, constantly setting each other up, and ooh, Simple, he's safe from that initial boost, but they can go wide on this, and it's a nice deep angle into the stairs if anyone wants to join him at. Oh, look at Zywu, he's locked him in, he's got such a good read of the situation, does miss his shot, but Spinx will not. And just like that, the advantage again secure for Vitality, gets worse for Alexi. Spinx catches him. Apex good onto the head of Simple. There's the JL Deeg.
He's had some nice shots, JL.
He certainly has, but it's not going to translate into a round, that's for sure. Magisk collects. And so do Vitality, 7-1 off the rip.
So I think we're 6-2 as far as opening exchanges have gone so far in favor of Vitality. They've got the lion's share, and I struggle to see how that's going to change. Now, both teams getting out their optimal buys into the next round, but Na'Vi, this is your map choice. We need to see something, and soon. I like that little combination, right? You were highlighting the position of Zywu over towards the default box, and then that boost came in. So essentially, the connector player is trapped. And Simple's frustrations, like they're growing early here. Another different look. This is going to be Zywu getting boosted up. The AWP head-to-head, and Simple gets the better of him this time round.
Yeah, they're 1 each in that head-to-head right now.
That's their third opener.
Let's see if they can actually make a round out of this one. A little bit of pepper from Apex onto Alexi. Now the intentions are clear. You can see the formation starting to take shape towards the Palace position. Still with the Imme and Alexi lingering out mid, and it's Spinx investigating over the smoke for now. He got the best of Imme last time they had this exchange from con smoke to that underpass. He'll flash it this time, and the molly as well. Spinx, extinguish, forced out of him, trying to get away, repositioning, getting sprayed. Good find from Imme. Lots of damage back, but still the frags come through. Flames can do a lot of damage here, but he is all alone, hiding, tucked into the corner, knowing they're low and susceptible to the spray. They will get that bomb down.
Keyword damage. Does he play for that here?
You'd think so. Could be in his best interest with 6 grand as well, and Simple down. They're forcing more and more of these rebuys. Flames, a triple. On the warpath now, Jail's opted for the AWP. He's not known to be an AWPer. If that nade lands and it obscures his view, he hits the shot. But still, significant damage dealt. Na'Vi get themselves their second.
It's quite key. You can see that Jail has come with some swagger about him today, some confidence in a lot of the approaches he's had right there. You just say not known to be an AWPer, but he takes the heads-up fight. He's more than happy to take the duel. We know the low HP player in the site, so Jail taking some responsibility here early on. And this would have been massive, right? Once he gets Simple here, the low HP, they're still floundering, aren't they? The post-plant positions are not strong. I think they're just hoping, hey, someone's going to kill him, and it comes down to a 2-on-1. So damage was felt, and keeping Na'Vi on notice.
Oh, go on, Zywu. Zywu blinded off, gets himself out of dodge. But still 3 occupy mid, and Spinks immediately off the flash. Set up for success. Ime had a white screen there. Must have been Spinks' flash.
Yeah,
otherwise,
a self-flash.
No assist.
Oof, okay.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, look.
Don't see this one every day.
The tap position. Well, last round, what aided them was an opening pick. This time, Ime giving up his life here, or it being taken from him.
20, wait, maths is hard. 25 and 7.
I'm trying to do mental math live on air.
Yeah. 25 and 7.
I respect it.
That is the combined frags of Spinks and Flames in just 9 rounds of play.
Yeah, they've been beast moding right now. He's been able to get this room, the molly. Didn't work as intended here, and will be held at bay for now. 45 seconds left on the clock. Oh, Apex is just such a nuisance.
Yeah, just when they think they've got a bit of room to maneuver, he strikes, and that could not be a tighter gap. Saiwu just holding more for info than frags. When you've got this advantage, it makes a lot of sense. And, you know, Simple, he wants to be the playmaker.
Yeah, 25 seconds. What's the go? What's the idea? Is it a save? Are we giving this one a crack? Well, we need to find something. And now, when you're not going to find anything when Saiwu's hitting shots like that.
They're so good. They're so tight as well. Hoping they give you something, but they're giving you nothing. Oh, a miss on the quick scope, which opens up to the double spray. It certainly is, but Magisk, oh, down to the no scope. Simple pins him to the wall, and with a couple of seconds to spare, they have got the bomb down. This would be crazy if Bit can close. He's lost Simple, he's lost his partner in crime, but the highest rated player in their first game here at Gamers8. Can he hit the shot? Yes, he can. And now on to Flames. He's been brilliant, but can he somehow recover? Bit with 3, looking for 4. And he's missed the shot. Flames nails it and saves them from an incredible attempt from the 2v4. 8 on the board for Vitality.
They almost pulled that one out of nowhere. The double kill towards CT spawn, the no-scope from Simple to unravel the Dark player, and then the 2v2 unfolds. Bit with an AWP in his hands. You don't see that every day of the week.
Oh, bloody hell, that was close. Look
this
at this.
double was great, right? You can see them just squirming. And that was after the great start. Simple, enough time to get the bomb down here. And Flames transcended to Flamesy in this one.
Right. Whoa.
Well, you know, when you get the nicest out of Saiwu, there's some good energy to be felt. Back in again.
But they're keeping a, you know, an imposing presence even in round losses. Simple, boosted up over. Spinks walking up. You might be able to catch them, yeah? Perfect, perfect. They were not prepared for that at all, and now Alexi, he can't hit his shots either. Spinks runs out of bullets. Alexi might be lucky to get away with the AWP. But already mission accomplished. Vitality not only winning the half at 8, it looks like 9, imminent. Unless you can count on one of the remaining individuals. You've lost Simple. Alexi barely hanging on by a thread.
And this is the thing, they need to make sure they're trading off of these openings. And right there, the option was very limited to do so. You see Simple just get knocked on his ass. But this is the thing, now they're just kind of dotted across the map, and it feels like without any space, they've been denied, and then they're grouped up, and where do we go? Well, Vitality know exactly what they're doing. They're staying very fluid in their approach on this CT side, whereas Na'Vi, Alexi's going to have to try and piece this together round after round if they're not finding their openings. Look how strong this setup is.
Oh. It looks very good. Oh, and it's just combined with spray out of Spinks. Stands and delivers another double. 2 headshots off that M4.
I'm curious if he intentionally blocked the smoke because he was looking underpass, and I think the smoke hit him, and that created the gap in the window.
He ain't complaining.
I would take those every day of the week. Up to 16 now. 30 kills between Spinks and Flamesy combined.
You get the easier maths. That's not fair.
We go for whole numbers around here.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice round number.
This can get much, much worse for Na'Vi.
Oh, if he just waited. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. And Alexi still nails it. Got a single bullet. A paperclip could have killed Alexi, but it seems like the save comes through. Of course, no bonus, so $350 is all they'll be kept to. Someone's going to have to drop him, and it's, ooh, Chatty B, get your abacus out, because it's weird.
Well, at this point of the game, like, I understand it's a 9-2 scoreline. There is now residual cash thanks to this Vitality bounce back. But, yeah, there's the opener from Spinks. And he gets these two as well. An absolute menace, isn't he?
He's a menace, and he's so comfortable. Like, it always feels like he's, how would I say it best? He's chilling. He's chilling. He's always chilling.
Yeah, he feels calm. Like his aim
in his gameplay.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like he's never like panicked. He's always has a good idea as
Does considered fit the bill?
Considered, thank you. That's much better. Yeah, I'd categorize him as one of the most considered players in modern Counter-Strike.
Well, with the saves, Alex, and the lack of rounds at this juncture, you're going to see Na'Vi hit the big red panic button. Somebody needs to step up, and JL's already trying to throw his hat into the ring. A couple of good moments from him. Could be a mid-control, yeah, again from Vitality. Yep, here we go, ZywOo.
Fumble. But when ZywOo does it, it's actually deliberate. He's done that so that he can post up on that lower line.
It's the Aircast classic, I think, is...
And he's going to get rewarded for it, I reckon. Ooh, backs away. Ime well restrained. Rounds the corner now.
Well, they know an AWP was saved, right? So
that's true too.
You have to be slightly concerned for it to rear its head at some point. I think Apex is having a really good time with the information and being able to call his team into the correct positions for these setups.
Yeah. Well, with a team that's gone international and added 3 new players, I would imagine that they are going to be giving more info away than a well-rigid, well-refined year-long squad.
Yeah, and one of the keys that Alexi pointed out in some of their victories recently, it's a team that there hasn't been a lot of data on, right? And now, when you get to the point you have a few more games under your belt, you're starting to show your tendencies, the way you approach, the way you like to call the positions that the players are playing. It all starts to factor in. Well-timed.
Couldn't be better. I mean, that feeds into what we were just discussing.
And there's another one of those available here, but it's on the other side of the map, so I don't think we'll see it come into use.
That crosshair up with the wall.
And look, he's got his hand. Look, he doesn't have his hand on. He didn't have his hand on the mouse or the keyboard.
Oh, could have a head-to-head, yeah. Or rather, AWP to butt. ZywOo turns away. Gets simple in the feed. Nice control out of Apex. He's got more on his plate though, and Alexi beats his next victim. Vitality just topple the assault, and another one for Magisk. The A anchor is anchoring. And with 9 seconds left, there's nothing for you here. Yeah, Simple just resides himself to the save, and you can see the frustration. He's got a lot of things to say.
This is timeout territory yet again here, I think.
Dude, 10-2. 10-2. This is Na'Vi's pick.
And we have Nuke next. And I understand what you said, Matthew said, that you reiterated. That is a concern. Or maybe not a concern, right? It's a bit more freeing and maybe a bit more hope. But if Na'Vi don't get going, if this is a 12-3, 13-2 type of a half, and then they roll over once we get into the second, they lose the pistol at GG, move on to Nuke. They haven't even got started yet. And you also have to keep in mind it is late here, so that is going to factor into these players' heads. These are the things that you need to keep out, right? But this is just the state of the nation right now.
Spotted out of the player on tap. Spinks supported. Oh, this duo, Flames and Spinks, they've got every trick in the book, be it nakeds, be it boosts. They've got a solid crossfire established now. You're not breaking through this.
No, I'm uncertain unless it's given away, right? And the only player that's been somewhat transitional and giving away these overexcited peaks might be Apex, but I think he's been very well restrained and...
Yeah, fragging up.
Yeah, everybody is doing top-notch job from Vitality here, and this is showing the pedigree of this roster. They did come in as the favorites here, right? This is not necessarily a surprise, but the scoreline and the lack of resistance from Na'Vi is.
They're going to test Flamesy.
Yeah, he looks so stressed now. We've got the camera on him a lot of the time, and because it's late rounds.
Fine from Magisk. He's got confirmation of another towards middle as well. Spinks is just going to isolate him here. And Flamesy, tested. Gets himself all the time in the world to reload as this, what, a scout? What's JL supposed to do? Die, most likely.
Probably set.
It's one. Oh, it's two! Flamesy will close, but fair play. JL's had a couple of cracking individual shots.
He's had great shots so far. Pistol round, Eagles. He's had some really good contributions as far as aim is concerned from JL. But these 2 rounds that they've won, it was the one where Simple got the opening pick with the AWP on towards ZywOo. That was towards B, and then they rerouted and finished A. And then the other round, and that's where Flamesy almost stole it away. And then the other one they were able to pick up was the Immer double deagle in mid that I think started with, well,
we are 13 rounds in.
This game's over.
Yeah. Stark contrast of the emotional state. That is an uncomfortable way to go down. Now they've got info as well as to the booster. Oh, Simple trying to tap away, and it gets worse for him as Magis nails it on the AK. Spinks and Flames hanging out, spraying down. Alexi B, the next victim. This is far too easy. It's comfortable, leisurely. And Flames, where are you? Where are you? What are you up to, my man?
Well, he's just feeling it. Why not?
He's feeling himself.
Go wherever you want, mate.
If that ended up in a knife kill,
18 and 4.
If that ended up in a knife kill, I swear we need 3 back-to-back timeouts out of Na'Vi.
We probably could just concede Mirage and move on to Nuke quite quickly, couldn't we?
Gosh. Maybe Imma can find one onto Magisk, and with that 4 HP, he'd be hard-pressed to plant, but he has got 60 seconds. So,
and this is someone,
the mind games begin.
But this is someone who's joined the team and was brought in here off of the major as someone in the race for the MVP, right? And a revelation of a rifler and a lot around him. And if you read a bit on the internet, they're not hugely impressed with his contributions in Na'Vi so far.
I see, okay.
So there are a lot of eyes on him.
When he gets the plant, Spinks is there. Ooh. It's not gone well.
Good plant, though.
Yeah.
I'm looking for anything I can right now.
No.
So should Na'Vi.
Of course, it's Spinks. 17 on the board. Quite the KD. One more round to go.
Yeah, well, I hope everybody who's tuned in is enjoying this one because look, I can get behind a team dominating, especially when it's like ZywOo taking on Simple.
Yeah, but screw ZywOo Simple. I couldn't care less.
Exactly.
I couldn't care less right now. It's Flames and Spinks against the world, bro. Absolutely body bagging. I mean, it's openers, it's closers, and you can see JL, he's going to try and dig them out of this, but I think the hole's too deep. Trans seems to share the sentiment. Maybe Na'Vi can give us something to hold on to before we go into that halftime break.
They just haven't shown anything solid, right, in terms of their overall approach. We're talking about losing the opening kills, they're not being able to regather in number disadvantaged situations. Doesn't really feel like there's a clear end. Players as well, like, this is where if you're Alexi, you need your individuals to find you these opening picks. Sure, you set them up, you call the strat, but that's where they have to deliver. You're trying to put them in positions where they get favorable duels. And right now, for Na'Vi, they can't find anything favorable. And here's this proactive nature we've been ushering in. Yeah, it hasn't been the focal point, but it's come in late.
Has he got a little something to work with there? He does. Magis knows his angles, controls it beautifully, even ready for JL as Magis demonstrating his individual mechanics, putting himself at the forefront of this round. It's Magis to close as well. 13, unlucky for some, definitely not Vitality.
follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. Look into the stars, look into your heart. Tell me what it is you seek. Jupiter and Mars fall into my arms. I got everything you need. Oh, don't wait too long. We don't have much time to spare. This could all be done tomorrow. So all I need right now is your love. You're taking me home, taking me home. So when the moon rises and the flame is ignited, we're stronger together and weaker divided. Yeah. Take my hand, follow my lead. Only one way to be. Living young, wild and free. Living young, wild and free. Yeah. We don't want too much. We've just had
A quick game's a good game, and that's exactly what Vitality are hoping for. Spinks and Flamesy putting on an absolute show in the first half of play to put Vitality up to 13 rounds to Navi's meager 2. 35 kills, those two combined. 18 for Flamesy, 17 for Spinks. The entire Navi side, 32 kills in total. They are getting hammered right now, and Apex, the in-game leader, is having a great day at the office. When your stars are pumping out production like this, you know that when you get onto your own map choice and nuke, things are going to continue to sing.
Yeah. I mean, you've already said it, your own map choice. This is the territory Na'Vi felt they had the best bet in a single elimination, cutthroat, $1 million tournament to try and take down Vitality. And finding themselves with only 2 rounds to celebrate.
I was just singing the praises. Magic's right there, according to the HUD, had over 100 ADR as well. He has 108 ADR, Spinks 106, 93 for Flamesy, 98 ADR for Apex. It's Zywu with only 53. And this is the score.
Oh, that's cheeky. Magisk already takes down JL. Bit gives them something to celebrate. There needs to be more out of him. 6 bullets left in the clip. They're already into the A site. And not planting, they're fighting. They wanted to try and take a little extra space away from the CTs, and that CT smoke actually favors them to get the bomb down. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We'll spam the smoke.
Oh,
get the bomb and get through it. Oh, it's falling apart for them. Apex with the double up. And leaving it all onto Immer. Nice clicks. Great onto the first. Just about whittling it to Spinks is 26, but it's not looking good. Still have Magisk as well. He's been waiting mid this entire time. He's hearing all of this, and yeah, eventually feels like Magisk's gonna shoot him in the back of the head, gets away from him to Sandwich, and no time for this one here. He's hitting some shots, he's taking down Spinks, and it looks like it'll be Magisk that grabs himself an extra one. So 100 ADR across the board pretty much.
Just meaningless there, isn't it? Like, Emma giving it a crack, but it's over. There was no chance. What is he meant to do in a situation like that? You can see the post-plant setup. There was absolutely no way back in. And you mentioned that smoke, the fact they get 2 kills through it against them and get the bomb down. It's going from bad to worse here. Simple looking even more dejected, and you can understand, right? It's not going well for anybody on the Na'Vi side of the server. Somebody throw in the towel, because this one is done, and it should be following the script here. Na'Vi with the force by Shaw, but Vitality with a group effort.
Yeah, if this flash is good, it looks like it is. Bit swings through. Oh, they were all behind the wall. Mistimed on that one. Now Immer, next victim, completely blind. Spinks and Magisk with a flash assist. JL, the one that wasn't flashed, does get one, but that's it. This is done. Look how many smokes are on the site right now. Another one added to the mix. That's the whole squad using their smoke grenades while with the bomb down, and just 2 for Na'Vi. 15th, just a couple more frags away.
This is just an absolute mauling, right?
This is, I mean, this is illegal.
This is like us trying to have hand-to-hand combat with a bear. Like, it was never going to go well.
Yeah, go on, Simple. A couple of confidence boosters ahead of that next map, and yeah, it's going to go down to Zywu there. But me, by the way, I think Zywoo, yeah, he is. He's had the least to do.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do anything.
He's 8 and 7. He's just sitting there like, yo, guys, thanks for the carry.
Wait, hold up. Is this what it feels like?
Yeah, right.
This is great.
Yeah.
Let's do this every time.
Hey, Spinks, what's your PayPal? Cheers for the boost.
Hey, guys. Yeah, no, I've been putting in a good effort for the last couple of years. Thank you very much. I'll say this one.
Oh, bro. Quick as you like. How long do you think this map has taken?
I don't know. Buzz, buzz, gang, gang. This thing over. The bees.
Sting. They got hands. Imma's got the element of surprise here, but for some reason it looks like Zywoo knows. Zywoo knows!
Oh, thanks, Badges.
This is done. Only Alexi and Simple remain, and Vitality have made this, I'd call this a statement.
Yeah.
This is a statement of intent. Apex onto Simple, Apex re-greedy onto the next one, puts Alexi on 8 HP. They're coming for you. They're not going to let you find the fight. They'll bring the fight to you, 16-2. Vitality lay claim to Navi's pick, and now one away from knocking them out of the tournament. This is brutal.
Pack it up, pack it in, let Nuke begin. We'll be right back.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا وتسوي كذا مع الحشمه وانت بغراب خفيفه جيب تويستر انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
If you blink, you might have missed it, but we have concluded the first map of the series, a rather lackluster affair there from the side of Natus Vincere. Now, I think that goes without saying, guys, because obviously they haven't started the match yet, right? Like, is that the vibe you're getting?
When does the game go live?
I can't believe Zawu's prime is passed. It's washed.
Wow, that's
another example that he's just not a stage player.
He's not a stage player. It's a
forget all the stats. I mean, it's right there in the pudding, you know.
Yeah, and pudding. Well, I'm gonna pudding some things right here. I'm gonna push it right on through. It's the SCC analysis. We're going to try to break down as much as we possibly can, and I can assure you that that is a somewhat short list, unless you're the type of Sphinx or Flames.
Vitality was pushing some stuff through Navi in this one, but I think, Trace, what is the definition of insanity?
Doing the same thing over and over again, thinking there will be a different result.
Can someone let Alexi know that? And Blade and whoever it is on that team? Do you know that every single buy round, gun round, Navi was just trying to default? Sure, some small variations of the default, but it was all defaults. There was no sort of set execute. There was no like, hey, let's throw 3 smokes mid and try to walk out 3 guys apps. Like anything other than defaulting when you're giving away entry after entry after entry, when you're down, what, 7-8-1, your opponents are obviously playing with a lot of confidence. That's where you need to have some of those set sort of double fakes, pumps, like take advantage of their confidence, make them over-rotate and sort of try to put your players in advantageous situations. Like you're just putting them still, like making them go into the fire. You know, Sphinx is running out short, flashing over for himself and wide peeking and like getting an entry kill. You know, that you have to change the way you approach rounds when you're down big, when your opponents are obviously playing with a lot of confidence.
To be fair, that was not a great game from Navi. I'm not going to argue with Yanko. He's right. He's right on the money. But I will say, might be a little bit diminishing to just say Sphinx flashing for himself and peeking. I think Vitality did an amazing job at being aggressive in a million different ways. They had the boost down jump straight from window. They had a couple of different boosts coming out of short. They had the Apex delayed push into middle as well. Like they were trying something different every single round. And sure, Navi just didn't change the tune. Like it's now the second T side that we witness here in Riyadh, where there's no problem solving.
Yeah, but that's the problem. They're having a lot of variety in their CT side. So if you're defaulting all the time, it's hard. You know, it's always going to be something else. Like you're one step behind. But how can you eliminate the unknowns? By doing something set, right? At some point, you need to change. Sure, it might be a little bit predictable after you try default 2 gun rounds in a row and you get shut down. Yeah, for the CTs, they're probably going to play against an execute. But what are you going to do? If you keep going for it and it's not working, this is how it's going to end up.
And this is the sunk cost fallacy. That's what it is here. When you play default into default into default, and you're waiting just to win that one default that will allow you to B rush or A execute right behind. I know there are IGLs out there who think like that. They just want to hit you with one classic standard round, so that the fast execute right behind it is not predictable, and just hear the casino.
In the tweets of great Jason Moses of Tool, throw in the damn towel, right? Like at some point you need to give it up and just concede that you cannot default. Like you know, and it's not just the in-game leader. It's maybe your players are just sucking. Like they can't win a duel. They're not taking enough initiative. They're not going through the steps and the protocols the way they're supposed to. Okay, you still need to recognize that and change something, right? Otherwise, what's the point? Did you just give up and okay, default?
Yeah.
3v5 again.
You think about that build up into gun rounds, right? Like there's a few rounds that get sacrificed in that process. It's not like, oh, every other round is a gun round. You're talking about the whole half has slipped away from you, and then the entire map has slipped away from you.
Give me the big bad Israeli duo, Trace, because they were on a tear, and there's also
true. Sphinx and Flames fired up.
You also have that as a factor, right? Like Sphinx in the first gun round, Apex dies in con, he comes up as the second, but he also had a lot of kills in the pistol round. He comes up as the second guy and has a 6 spray transfer on the second player on mid, right? That turns it into instead of a 4v3 for Navi, it's a 4v3 for Vitality. And you know, sometimes players just make plays that turn rounds around. Like this is the frag. Look at this. Like that's insta on Ima, and that's a swing in 4v3 situation. And then still on low HP, he still goes on top of Ticket. He's still fighting, getting kills.
Yeah, these two, they were forced to break him in. I think they were very quickly up to 30 kills combined in like, what is it, 10 or 11 rounds, very easily. You see the synergy we were talking about. These are some of the boosts that came either counter timing or straight from the beginning of the round. I think this duo here on the B side is a topic that we'll have to keep an eye on. Like we know there is obviously a special kind of bond between the two players. came through beautifully here in that game. A couple of moments they dug Vitality out of. That was the counter timing push that I was talking about as well. Up to mid, he blocked the smoke, giving himself a one-way. It's like Na'Vi just lost rounds every single possible way there was in Counter-Strike to lose a round.
I mean, you're getting bullied, and listen, like you want to default, you want to have mid control, send 5 players mid. Like we played when I was in FaZe, our Mirage was very strong. We used to pick it all the time. We played Vitality. We beat them before. We know they like to counter-strat. We open every gun round. First gun round on T side, we do default after we win pistol and convert. And we know that. So I'm like, me and Nico are talking. Are you going to change it, do an execute? It's like, screw it. Let's just send 5 guys mid. And if they want to fight for mid, let's just kill them.
We'll give them the fight.
And they came pretty much with 2 guys con, 1 window, 2 guys short. They're fighting for mid. We win the fights and we win the first gun round, right? Like, so it's not just about that. You can get what you want, but you need to recognize if it's not working the way you're doing it, send extra bodies. You can't be greedy and have a guy ramp, a guy apps, 1 guy in B apps, and 1 top mid and 1 lower, right? You know, they're focusing on a specific part of the map.
That's the perfect who's the enemy of the good right here. Like, I know Yanko is right. At some point, you have to admit, like, if this just isn't working, and we're not going to do the perfect round that theory Counter-Strike would actually put forth, which is 3 to 4 men maximum into a map control with 1 or 2 flankers, lurkers ready to pounce on. It's just not working. You're not winning the trades, you're not getting the opening. Just go ahead and put more bodies in it.
But Trace, we're all about silver linings here and being positive,
I didn't say all
That's
that.
right.
I didn't say
this
that.
probably looked, I think, equally as bad as Navi's T side yesterday on Nuke, on the first map against Furia, right? Difference is, this was their pick. Nuke was Furia's pick. And we heard from Alexi that they have incredibly slow starts. So I guess the silver lining is, well, that just wasn't the real Na'Vi. And now they're going to wake up and really show us what they can do.
Yeah, and having Vitality pick Nuke. You know, let me just theorize something here with me, right? What do you think that conversation is like in the Na'Vi camp? You go out there for a break, you talk about this map. Obviously, you want to wipe it away. You want to pretend it didn't happen, move on with the series, stay alive in the tournament. But surely something gets rectified.
I mean, it's hard because it's like, how acquainted are they with each other at this point, right? Because it's up to the coach and the in-game leader, older leader of the team in Simple, to sort of raise their voice and say, guys, what the F is this? You know, what is this?
Fudge.
Like, we should, you know, like, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. Like, we're getting stomped here. We don't have anything. Are we gonna should we just plug our gear out and go home? Or are we gonna do something? Like, you need something like that to sort of, because they're not even on the server. There's no point in talking about, preparation, or they did this,
out the window,
or this was the wrong call, or hey, remember the game plan for Nuke. Like, none of that matters. It's people have to wake up and start playing because they're not on the server.
Maniac, I want you to give me 30 seconds explaining why. Okay, maybe not exactly 30, but tell me it's not over for Na'Vi right here.
That's more than you're used to. So
excuse me, there was like some audio pollution on that one. You might come against.
Tell me that it doesn't end here for Na'Vi. Make me a believer.
I'll make you a believer. I think if Vitality were to start on a CT side, this might just be over right here, but we are yet to see Vitality very much convincing on the T side. I think Flamesy on the CT side has been doing great. Inside, pushed different ways, multi-kills galore. T side is not the case quite yet. We've shown against ENCE that they're not quite to that point. It was a 14-16 loss, so no, I don't think all hopes are lost. Well, that depends which camp you're on, because personally, I'm having a grand old time.
I can tell. You want to add to that, or you feel comfortable?
Simple is definitely pissed off, so maybe if he gets rolling, right, and they get a couple of rounds under their belt, everyone starts believing again, they get some of that confidence. JL cracks a couple of jokes, Trace, and they're right back in it.
Yeah, because if you don't laugh, you will cry. And I think that is the sentiment that Na'Vi, you're going to have to ride or die. Either way, we're going to go right into this one. We're going to see if Vitality can shut out Na'Vi here in map 2. So let's do it.
Absolutely love that combination of humans. Trace, Son of Sorrentus, Matthew Kikre, and Janko Paunovic.
They're having fun.
They are. And I'm enjoying having fun with them as we get ourselves strapped in. I'll tell you who's not having fun, Na'Vi. And they've made that clear. We're here to witness perhaps a recovery. Nuke, as discussed, as framed, it wasn't fantastic when they were surprised by it by the Brazilians. And after, well, a rather miserable second half, they did have to go the long way round, a full reverse sweep, but we got ourselves a second map. Will we need 3 here? Overpass is waiting in the wings if Na'Vi can take Vitality's pick away from them. Let's get this party started with an Na'Vi defense and a Vitality attack. Will they get the pistol going? JL audible onto the hut. Break of the vent from Alexi on Heaven. Is it just a go?
Dual Berettas.
Go.
Well,
Molly from Apex.
Yeah, here it comes.
Yeah, and oh, JL, actually, interesting. They're not going to clear this. They do. Flames versus the Julie. Struggles to track, makes some best of a mess of that, but still gets his frag.
Pinned in.
He's trapped. And his smoke's not going to simple to help. He can only spam.
Almost lined up.
Yeah, Apex holding for that rotation of Imet as well. Great clicks out a bit. Looking good for the first two. Makes a round out of it. If Simple can close, he can't. It's Magisk on the triple, and it's Vitality right back to their winning ways.
Yeah, another pistol where Simple gets left in a 1-on-2 situation, right? That happened on the T side of Mirage. But I think it is 3 from 3.
Yeah, it must be, considering the scoreline.
Yeah, and you can see, we can see Flamesy and Jar having a bit of laugh about that, because both of them a bit skew-if on the aim coming out the door. But yeah, losing a very familiar feeling for Na'Vi now, when they are going to force buy into this one. It is Vitality, their purchase, a whole lot tidier, of course. No, that's my bad, Alex. I forgot to turn it off. Give her a go. Bang. It's like at home, right? We got the same machine. We're trying to trace about this the other day. With the with these remotes, you gotta be patient.
Yeah. Okay, I see.
Well, smoke wall yard.
Yeah. And does anyone have any answers behind it? Because at the moment, they're just hoping and praying that it was all smoke and mirrors.
It's drawn Alexi down.
Okay.
He's headed down towards the lower deck here. And we were noting against Furia, Alexi's rotation points being quite key down the Ven. Aggressive yard, red pole, secret. I could continue to list them.
That's enough from Bit. Simple. One shot, connects, Flames low. Oh, brilliant. Anticipating the position.
Possible now.
Yeah, especially with the damage inflicted. Now Bit extends. He actually finishes off what he started onto Magisk. Alexi tries to activate Sphinx anticipation.
Oh, no!
A scrappy one on the 5-7. JL still good on the Deeg. Maybe he's got another one on him. Oh, he's safe and sound. He will leave with the AK at least. So saving that, high priority.
Well, look, if your kids aren't asleep right now, at least shield their eyes in moments like that. A chance, good damage done. Na'Vi pressuring them here. So at least something retained, sure, but it is going to be 2-0. That one would have felt really good to get early. It would have felt really good to grab early here. Now, look, JL can drop a deagle into the next. He's been able to scoop this up. Simple's still got his weapon of choice here as well. So into the next buy round. Well, not the next buy round, the next rounds. I don't expect too many other buys. But still enough threats here to make a round scary for Vitality. So what comes next? Are we going to see anything outside of the box here for Na'Vi's approach? Vitality there, did the smoke wall and then just rerouted over towards Ramp. This was the threat from Bit. Nice shot from him.
Okay, I'm running through my brain of ways in which we've seen CT sides use save rifles. And on the CT side, you sometimes boost him on that blue container, JL. Doesn't look like he's heading that way. Instead, actually dispatched towards Ramp. I wonder if he's going to support Bit or go for something aggressive. Aggressive! And Taiwu already wins out the duel. He gets them both as well. The rifle's lost, the round soon to follow, unless Alexi can find more of those. He's caught Apex with his 5-7. Simple, he's not got the perfect weapon for the job. They are already past him, and he's just managed to round the corner in time. So at least someone down towards the low site, but he wants to try and take a fight before he falls back further.
If you're hearing this scope, how scared are you to head towards the lower site with all this U2? I suppose if there's more rotation, sure. Oh. Zywoo.
Maybe.
Yeah, throwing his body on the line for this one. Good weapon for the job, Alexi.
Just still clearing. This is good team play. He'll adjust to Alexi.
Oh, there's a chance there. But a good awareness, right? The fact that Magisk isn't also glued to focusing elsewhere. Now it's just the last player, Simple. They know that he was down towards B. Oh, and now they know exactly where he is.
Whoa. Beautiful, Simple shot, but with them low, they're going to play a more caged game. They're not going to be going for anything particularly aggressive, going for jump scouts and, yeah, even wall bangs. Brought him down low. It's not like it's a particularly high priority save, and a drive-by Glock to secure it. So, Vitality 3-0 off of the rip.
If there's going to be any resistance here this evening, it needs to start now.
Yeah.
At least in the first half of Mirage, it was their map choice and they're on the T side. So you could go, oh, it's okay, you know, they can still bring it back. You could run with that story. But here, on the CT side of Nuke, they need to get going. They cannot start anywhere near as slow as they did on Mirage. I don't even know if them starting slowest. Vitality playing some really good counterstrike here.
It's very hard to poke holes in.
Yeah, there's always an idea, there's always a plan. They're playing together quite consistently. And while Yard Smokes are in play, Alexi trying to zone around this. And okay, Flamesy spotted the nade.
Could be perfect.
Not bad.
Yeah, just avoided by Flames. And they are across, it's audible, but with Flames on that roof, you really can't be applying too much additional pressure. At least not to the secret stairs. Zywoo even poking his head back out. Oh, we've lost one. Was that Ima going aggressive again?
Yeah, it looks like it. We know that Jalen and Ima play towards that top site. Quesarado had their number in several lobby pushes as well. Ima yet to frag here, 0 and 4.
Simple on that open green. It's too easy for Zywoo. Takes him down. Simple caught unawares, unprepared. And yeah, this one, as you discussed, was an opportunity for Na'Vi to kind of just have a bit of a grasp on this map. Because at the moment, you know, it's one thing to be eliminated. Oh, and Alexi gets 2 with this magazine. JL can't finish off onto Magisk, and it puts Bit into a 1 versus 3. Top side plant inbound. They've got everything covered. I mean, just Vitality feel very covered. I want to finish off my sentence, but I can't remember what I was saying.
Well, that's all right. Bit's doing all the talking for us.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's one thing to be eliminated in the first round of Gamers8, or rather second round now for Na'Vi, but to be eliminated in this fashion, I think
it probably would have been better if they were eliminated in the first round, isn't it? Like, we don't know how many rounds they're going to get in this map here, but map number 1 is one of those that you want to forget. And look, I'm talking from the experience of somebody who's been blown up plenty of times in my professional career. You feel helpless, but this is Na'Vi, who are of a proper pedigree. This isn't well, they're an underdog as far as the world rankings are concerned, but they're a titan of Counter-Strike, right? Na'Vi is a massive name, so you have a higher expectation for them, especially with the names that they've been able to add to this roster alongside of Simple and Bit. But right now, it is just going to be a little bit of soul searching here. 1 and 4 saved. Yeah, quite unlucky there from Flamesy as well. So Alexi getting him blind. I remember we got that little nugget from Flamesy in that piece about him understanding how Alexi likes to call, likes to play from the times together in OG. So I'm curious just how much he assisted Matt and Mr. Matt Esclair in their game plan for today.
Ooh. New strategy.
Smoke deep warehouse.
Yeah, so they can't hold the angle, right?
Yeah, that's the one. Well, will it cause an issue? That's the question.
It doesn't look like it's going to limit their game plan, but it does mean that there's no questions.
Well, we can see the huge gap right now on the map.
We can. Unoccupied is ramp. Bit. He's got the best weapon for the job. Spinks being procedural on his clears, supported by Flames and Zywoo. We hard-pressed to find a lot here, and only the one. Nice work onto this entrance. That was Simple's frag onto Flames, and the bomb on the floor. This looks like there's something to be said about this for Na'Vi. Zywoo realizes he's going to have to do a bit more of the heavy lifting in this one. Oh, and Simple, a second from the hut position. Alexi goes wide, and Na'Vi just need to find Magisk, and they shall. It's Ima to provide huge conversion.
Okay, well, out of the 3 rounds they've won in total in this series thus far, 2 of them have been on lighter buys.
Can you say that again for me, nice and slow?
Out of the 3 rounds that they have won in this series thus far, 2 of them have come through of lighter buys.
Bloody hell. Look at this, just pipping the post between the 2 of your teammates as well. Zywoo confidence in taking that shot, precision. And he gets his first frag there as well for the close. Na'Vi, they're on the board.
And they have 3 AKs to bring into this gun round, so win 1 more, you will break Vitality. Nades at the ready here.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, JL might comp this, actually. Because I think traditionally it'd be behind the site.
At the ready.
They got 2 here for softening up. So we'll see these get launched. Oh, and it was top of the silos. Damn.
Well. Well.
Man, oh man.
Take what I have. Maybe he gets the leg shots here onto Flames, right? It's a power position, but with 1 HP left, they have really made it difficult for JL. Now the full exec comes in. Look at this. It's so threatening. They even got flashes on top of it. JL still, goes down. Spinks just with a hero adjustment. And Imet only the one. Nice from Alexi,
Bomb's
playing around
loose.
that T-vent. The bomb is loose and he has control of it. Apex dead as well. Alexi doing everything he can. Bit's already added another to the mix and it's Na'Vi's round. 2 in a row, this is better.
Well, there you go, consecutive rounds as well. So we are running some change as they break Vitality here. This is a chance for them to get a third on this CT side of Nuke. It looks so good